Hitting isekai into a diaper-wearing newborn sounds like an absolute disaster of a start. But for our main character, Lin Ziken, this is exactly where the game-breaking cheat mode officially begins. Dropped into a strange world, he accidentally awakens an evolution system so insanely OP it makes absolutely no sense. Forget grueling cultivation. All he has to do is drink his mom's milk and the system goes, ding, energy +1. You'd think this was the perfect setup for a chill rich kid lifestyle, but reality quickly slaps him right in the face. This world is actually a post-apocalyptic wasteland crawling with bloodthirsty exotic beasts. To survive, humanity is forced to either undergo mechanical modifications or risk it all with high-stakes monster genetic fusions. But Lin Ziken says nope to all of that. He decides to start grinding levels right from the cradle, crawling at 4 months, walking at 5 and rocking a solid 6-pack by 8 months old, leaving his own biological parents completely bewildered. He chooses to walk the path of a pureblood human, a class ridiculed by the entire world as absolute trash. But what nobody knows is that Lin Ziken possesses a broken game glitching ability, devouring the life essence of exotic beasts to steal an endless arsenal of god-tier skills, crushing battle mechas with his bare hands and one-punching arrogant geniuses straight to the afterlife, from kindergarten king to elementary school boss, all the way to university overlord. Absolutely no force in this world can stand in his way. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps, guys. Today we're following the epic journey of the genius Lin Ziken as he shatters every biological limit to ascend as the ultimate apex entity. Let's get right into it. Under the brilliant sunlight of Shanghai City, the deep blue surface of the sea shimmered like a precious gem. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows, dapping the interior with a vibrant yet tranquil atmosphere. In a cozy little room, a gentle mother held her son, softly nursing him. She whispered, her voice overflowing with affection, "You've eaten your fill and can still sleep so soundly, Chen. Mommy is truly envious. I've developed insomnia just from taking care of you." Her gaze grew incredibly tender as she looked at her son. As long as the child grew up healthy, even sacrificing sleep was entirely worth it. However, unlike an ordinary infant, this child possessed a mysterious energy 1-inch system within him. Energy 1. He was secretly astonished. "I actually reincarnated and into a baby whose brain hasn't even fully developed." At that moment, a system panel floated before his eyes. Name: Lin Ziken. Age: 3 days old. Biological rank: Common Tier 1. Biological attribute: None. He couldn't hide his internal surprise, thinking, "I even came with a golden finger cheat." Time flowed quietly, and in the blink of an eye Lin Ziken was already 3 months old. His parents' love warmed his heart like a flame. His mother smiled gently and said, "Is the baby lying on my lap again? He doesn't cry or fuss. He's such an obedient child. He really saves me a lot of trouble." His father, Lin Yancheng, chimed in with a beaming smile. "This child clearly has physical talent. In the future, he will surely become a high-level genetic fuser. Even if he falls a bit short, he'll definitely become a mecha-modified human." Hope sparked in his mother Zhang Wanzhen's eyes. Just then, a notification popped up on the system panel before him. Achievement unlocked. 10,000 cumulative kicks. Reward issued. Biological attribute: unyielding progression. As long as you continue to exercise a specific part of your body, that part will become infinitely stronger, though it cannot exceed the limits of a carbon-based lifeform. Looking at the tempting reward, Lin Ziken felt a bit confused, not yet fully understanding it. 3 months passed and he completed his first system task. With the unyielding progression skill, he could feel the strength within his body gradually increasing. Countless future scenarios flashed through his mind as he thought to himself, "But what on earth are these genetic fusers and mecha-modified humans Dad mentioned? Is it like Spider-Man or Iron Man?" A month later, when he was 4 months old, during a quiet night while the whole family was asleep, Lin Ziken was diligently practicing in the living room. System prompt: "You are learning to crawl. Vitality 1, physical coordination 1, crawling proficiency 1. He thought, "I can already sit and crawl at 4 months. To avoid scaring my parents, I only dare to practice secretly at night." By the time he was 5 months old, he could already walk, but he still only did so in the darkness of secrecy. The system's voice rang out again: "You are learning to walk. Vitality 1, physical coordination 1, walking proficiency 1. Thanks to unyielding progression, he could walk at 5 months old, but he had to keep this secret. It wasn't until he was 6 months old that Lin Ziken dared to demonstrate his ability to sit and crawl in front of his parents. At 6 months old, he could finally crawl and sit up freely before them. A news report played on the television screen. "What kind of life do you want to lead? A mecha-modified human or a genetic fuser? The following is a report regarding exotic beasts. We call upon all genetic fusers and mecha-modified humans to unite and defend against the exotic beasts." For the first time, he realized that this Earth was vastly different from the world he knew before he reincarnated. This was a world overrun by terrifying exotic beasts. To counter the threat, humanity had developed 2 paths: mecha modification, using technology to enhance the physical body, and genetic fusion, fusing with the genes of exotic beasts to use their own power against them. Lin Ziken thought, "Fortunately, I have the system. It's enough for me to grow up safely and evolve in this dangerous world. Suddenly, a loud noise made him turn his head in surprise. A young woman appeared outside the door and spoke. "Hello, my name is Xu Meng. I'm your new neighbor who just moved in." She smiled and handed over a gift. "This is a greeting gift." She then turned back to introduce the others. "These are my husband Shen Jianye and my daughter Shen Qinghan. Please look after us in the future." That was the first time Lin Zikin met Shen Qinghan, and she was his first friend in this world. He thought to himself, will our fates be tightly intertwined in the future? Time passed quickly, and by the age of 7 months he could control his body with staggering proficiency. System prompt: you are learning to run. Vitality 1, Physical Coordination 1, Running Speed 1, Running Technique 1. You are learning to jump. Vitality 1, Physical Coordination 1, Jump Height 1, Jumping Technique 1. You are talking to yourself. Spirit 1, Language Ability 1, Expression Ability 1. With unyielding progression he mastered running, jumping and speaking in just 7 months. By 8 months old Lin Zikin began high-intensity sit-up training. The system chimed. You are performing sit-ups. Vitality 1, Sit-up Proficiency 1. Abdominal Strength 1. He muttered to himself, I can do sit-ups and push-ups at 8 months old, but I only dare to train when my parents aren't home. However, an accident suddenly occurred. Just as he was doing sit-ups, Zhang Wanqin walked in and was stunned by the sight. She rubbed her eyes and asked herself in a panic, what's going on? Why is Chen Chen doing sit-ups? But when she looked again she saw he was already asleep. She shook her head and thought, I must be losing my mind from writing novels. I'm having hallucinations. Zhang Wanqin was an author who specialized in male-frequency web novels. Having evaded his mother's suspicion, Lin Zikin breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I have to be more careful next time. A few days later, while giving him a bath, Zhang Wanqin suddenly screamed in terror, Hubby, something huge happened, get over here quick. Hearing his wife's piercing cry, Lin Yansheng rushed into the bathroom and asked anxiously, Honey, what's wrong? Zhang Wanqin replied in confusion, Why does our Chen Chen have 6-pack abs when he's only 8 months old? Hearing this, he fell into deep thought, his gaze sweeping over the various anomalies in his son. Chen Chen's appetite far exceeds children his age. And now he actually has solid abs. After some reflection, Lin Yansheng had an epiphany and cheered excitedly, Aha, I get it, honey. Could our son be a 1 in a million genius? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, saying to himself, Chen Chen will surely have a boundless future. He might become a genetic fuser or at the very least a mecha-modified human. As an author of male-oriented action novels himself, Lin Yansheng felt very proud of this idea. Thus Lin Zichen's secret was covered up once again, he thought. I really didn't expect Dad to think I'm a genius. With both parents being novelists, he felt he was indeed quite lucky. As for being a genius, he reminded himself that on this strange planet, he wasn't the only one. While watching TV with his mom, a breaking news story appeared. A young genius from a 1,000-year-old martial arts family in the capital could lift a 20 kilograms dumbbell with one hand at only 2 years old. Zhang Wanqin gently rubbed his head and said with a smile, Our Chen Chen is also very impressive. You won't be any worse than that clan genius in the future. Lin Zikin opened his big round eyes and thought, That's my mom for you. She has a keen eye for talent, but when I'm 2, will I really be able to lift 20 kilograms easily? Sure enough, on his 2nd birthday, he successfully lifted a 20 kilograms dumbbell in the warehouse. He cheered in his heart. I'm finally 2 years old. With the unyielding progression skill, he could now easily lift 20 kilograms with one hand. Before he could enjoy the joy, his mother's voice came from outside the warehouse, startling him. Chen Chen, where are you? Little Han Han is here to play with you. Come out now. Hearing this, he could only dust off his clothes and walk out. Lin Zikin pushed open the warehouse door and the sight before him left him stunned. Shen Qinghan, also 2 years old, was standing at the door in a pretty dress, holding an egg tart and saying in a milky voice, Egg tart, the second one. He replied with a smile, Thanks, you eat it yourself. Although she was the same age, Shen Qinghan still spoke with a babyish lisp and slurred pronunciation. Because the intellectual gap was too large, it was hard for the two of them to play together. Han Han often fell asleep right after eating, and he took those opportunities to exercise. He liked playing with Han Han because she was the ideal dumbbell for his workouts. While lost in thought, Lin Zikin suddenly sensed something was wrong and widened his eyes. What small problem did this human dumbbell have? It turned out that Shen Qinghan had fallen asleep and wet the floor. He shouted, Mom, I think Han Han wet the bed again. This was also something that troubled him, as Han Han still had these occasional accidents. Not only that, by the age of 3, Lin Zikin could already lift a 40 kilograms dumbbell. He thought proudly, At 3 years old I can lift 30 kilograms with one hand. The TV was currently broadcasting news about a 4.5-year-old prodigy in the capital, able to lift 30 kilograms with one hand. He thought to himself that he had already far surpassed the prodigies of his age. At that moment an information panel appeared before him. Name Lin Zikin, age 3 years old, biological rank, common tier 1, biological attribute, unyielding progression. He looked at it with full concentration, thinking, common tier 1 is still the lowest rank. What will Common Tier 2 be like? Will it transcend human limits? Carrying these questions, he stepped out into the outside world for the first time. Looking at this brand new world, he secretly guessed that those mechanical arms and robots must belong to the mecha-modified humans and genetic fusers. His first stop was the library. As his parents restricted his use of electronic devices, the library was the ideal place to resolve all his doubts. Seeing Lin Zicken run in excitedly to find a book, Zhang Wanxin asked in surprise, "Chen, the children's reading area is over there. Where are you going?" Shen Qinghan followed behind, shouting, Chen, wait for me." Unlike children his age, Lin Zicken chose to read the Encyclopedia of Exotic Beasts. Zhu Meng smiled and praised him. "It seems he has top student genes." Shen Qinghan asked innocently, Chen, I have some cookies left, do you want some? He replied, "Thanks, but I want to read." "You eat them yourself." Through books, he began to learn more about this mutated world. Ancient stone tablets from mysterious ruins recorded that the world was divided into 6 biological ranks. Common, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Each rank was divided into 9 tiers, and ordinary humans were only at the first rank. Before higher-level beings, humans were as insignificant as ants. He warned himself, "It seems I must speed up the pace of my growth to survive in this dangerous world." Just then, the system issued a mechanical prompt. "You are reading. Spirit 1, Reading Comprehension 1, Knowledge Reserve 1. Cumulative reading achievement reached 100 million words. Reward Biological Attribute, Divine Wisdom Root. Cumulative reading has reached 1.086 100 million words." The system understood and gave him a new task. From now on he could be both mentally and physically formidable. At 4 years old, Lin Zicken exercised while reading books on exotic beasts in the library. The system continued to prompt, Spirit 1, Reading Comprehension 1, Knowledge Reserve 1. Cumulative reading 43.96 million 100 million words. In the days that followed he continued to read and exercise relentlessly. At the age of 4, he entered kindergarten and was led into the classroom by the head teacher of Strawberry Class C. Shortly thereafter, he promoted to Common Tier 2, capable of lifting 80 kilograms with one hand, jumping 1.2 meters from a standing position and running 100 meters in under 11 seconds. The information panel showed, name Lin Zicken, age 4 years old, biological rank, Common Tier 2, attribute, unyielding progression. Such results were difficult even for adults to achieve, let alone a kindergarten child. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. In the class, Shen Qinghan was being bullied by her classmates. At 4 years old, Shen Qinghan still occasionally wet her pants. The other children often mocked her, even giving her the nickname Bedwetting King. Therefore, seeing Han being bullied in kindergarten, how could he stand by and watch? Witnessing this scene, Lin Zicken reached his limit. He immediately rushed over to block those little brats, his stern voice echoing through the classroom as if to shake the entire class. "All of you shut up. If anyone dares to call her the Bedwetting King again, I'll turn that person into the real Bedwetting King." Lin Zicken asked sharply, "Do I make myself clear?" Terrified by this loud shout, the children in the class burst into tears instantly. Only Shen Qinghan stood her ground, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. "Wah, Daddy, I'm scared. Wah, Mommy, I want to go home. Wah, I don't dare do it anymore. I'm never coming to kindergarten again." Half a year later, he brilliantly completed his reading task and obtained the Divine Wisdom Root attribute. From then on, his learning ability reached the peak of humanity. Cumulative reading of 100 million words, task complete. Obtained biological attribute, Divine Wisdom Root, Divine Wisdom Root. Photographic memory, learning ability reaches the human pinnacle. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, he was nearly 7 years old and successfully graduated from kindergarten. Lin Zicken's strength had made a staggering breakthrough. He could lift a 200 kilograms dumbbell with one hand. During the vacation before elementary school, he continued to hone himself and constantly improve. Not only that, his explosive jumping power far exceeded ordinary people, reaching 2 meters, and his running speed was also extraordinary, with his 100-meter sprint already under 8 seconds. That early morning at Shanghai City's Sunshine Elementary School, he officially began his elementary school life. Since he had already self-studied the entire middle and high school curriculum, conquering elementary school became effortless, and winning awards was a given. The important thing was to quickly earn the title of elementary school boss. In the National Elementary School Mathematics Competition, Lin Zicken won the championship trophy. The teacher was so moved that she shed tears, praising him. "Well done, Xiao Chen. The Chinese competition next week is all up to you. Keep it up." During his spare time at school, he often tutored Shen Qinghan with her schoolwork. He pointed at the book and looked at the little girl. "Follow me and read it again, grandmother." She followed along hesitatingly. Though her pronunciation sounded more like she was hurling insults, Lin Zicken interrupted her. No, read it again." Although Shen Qinghan didn't have any special innate talent, she was very well behaved and diligent. After just 1 semester, her grades ranked second in the entire grade level, and first place was, of course, Lin Zicken. "Today our class is welcoming a transfer student." As soon as those words were spoken, the female student walked in. She carried an aura that was completely different from an ordinary person. The teacher continued, "Everyone, let's welcome Bai Shui." The reason Lin Zicken felt she was special was because he truly sensed an aura within her that did not belong to humans. At first glance, Bai Shui was very beautiful. Just like her name, she had long silvery white hair, fair skin and slightly flushed cheeks, making her stand out exceptionally in the crowd. Seeing her walk by, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but turn to Zicken excitedly and whispered, "Zicken, her hair is so beautiful, just like winter snowflakes." He didn't respond, his gaze filled with deep thought. He thought to himself that at this moment, he had no mind to answer Shen Qinghan. After returning to her seat, Bai Shui quietly pulled out her chair and sat down slowly. Her seat was directly behind Lin Zicken. He wondered to himself, what he cared more about was why Bai Shui possessed a non-human aura. Was she a genetic fuser, or perhaps the descendant of one? In this way, time continued to pass. During these few days, Bai Shui didn't communicate with anyone. As soon as class ended, she would lie on her desk without moving, rarely even going to the restroom. Initially, everyone was curious about her, but as time went on, no one paid her any attention anymore. The classroom returned to its former tranquility. It wasn't until over a month later that this peace was truly shattered. During this period, a white liquid began to flow from Bai Shui's body. Exactly what this liquid was remained unknown, but it had a very unpleasant odor. A lot of that liquid leaked out, even soaking her clothes. However, she didn't seem to care, treating it as a normal occurrence. Passers-by avoided her like the plague, covering their noses and complaining. "What exactly is that liquid on her? Exactly, it's so stinky. I think that liquid looks familiar. You probably just don't like being clean." As soon as he finished speaking, a boy in the class picked up a bottle of water and poured it directly over Bai Shui's head, catching her off guard. "I'm a good person, let me help you wash up. You'll only be healthy once your body is clean." Hearing his mocking words, she clenched her fists in anger, her body trembling uncontrollably. With wet hair hanging over her delicate face, she gritted her teeth, even biting her lip until it bled. One would have expected Bai Shui to throw a tantrum in anger, but she didn't. Aggrieved tears simply burst from the corners of her eyes. Despite this, the group of students refused to let her off, standing aside and laughing gloatingly. Shen Qinghan walked over to Lin Zichen's side with a worried look and asked softly, "Zicken, Bai Shui is so pitiful, can we help her?" A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind as he thought, "What's going on? I always felt Bai Shui was dangerous, but now she's crying." Having no other choice, he stepped forward, determined to resolve the situation for her. Although Bai Shui's true identity was still unclear, looking at her now, she didn't seem dangerous at all as he had imagined. At least for now, she was just a weak girl being bullied by others. Thinking of this, Lin Zicken grabbed the boy's shoulder and shouted forcefully, "Guan Chen." His face was dark, exuding a chilling deterrent force as he commanded, "Wipe the water off Bai Shui's desk." Under this pressure, Guan Chen's face turned pale with fear and cold sweat poured down as he stammered, No problem, I'll wipe it clean right away." Having said that, he hurriedly grabbed some tissues and wiped the water off Bai Shui's desk. Inwardly lamenting his bad luck, Lin Zicken was a renowned figure in the school, famous for being both academically brilliant and physically powerful. Even the 6th graders didn't dare provoke him. It was better to be obedient so that no one would dare bully Bai Shui again. Lin Zicken pointed directly at Guan Chen and said in a loud voice, "All of you who bullied Bai Shui during this time, come over now and apologize to her." The students didn't dare argue. With miserable faces, they nodded repeatedly and responded in unison. The group of students lined up and bowed their heads before Bai Shui. They admitted their wrong in unison. "We were wrong, Bai Shui. We're sorry, please forgive us. I won't ever dare bully you again." Receiving the apology, Bai Shui didn't want to make a scene and nodded gently to show her forgiveness. She looked at Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghan and said emotionally, "Lin Zicken, Shen Qinghan, thank you both." Shen Qinghan smiled gently, draped a towel over Bai Shui's shoulders and replied, "Don't mention it. It's normal for classmates to help each other." From then on, Shen Qinghan began to grow close to the white-haired girl. She even dragged Lin Zicken along to befriend her. Whenever there was good food, she always shared it with Bai Shui first. Just as the three were chatting happily, Bai Shui suddenly spoke up hesitantly. With a shy look in her eyes, she looked at the two and asked, "I have a bad smell on me, don't you guys hate me?" She recalled the past when she was mocked by her peers because of her body odor. "I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I've been rejected and loathed by those around me since I was a child. So having people by my side for the first time, this feeling of happiness feels very unreal. It's like I'm dreaming." Hearing these words, Shen Qinghan interrupted her without hesitation. "No, this isn't a dream," she continued with a warm smile. "I've had experiences similar to yours, so I will never hate you, as long as you are willing." Saying this, Shen Qinghan reached out her hand to Bai Shui as if to prove her sincerity. "We will be best friends forever." Seeing this scene, Bai Shui rushed over without hesitation and hugged Shen Qinghan tightly, sobbing with emotion. Thank you both." Suddenly she stopped, seeming to remember something. "Oh right." Bai Shui took off the necklace from around her neck and held it out to the two of them. Han Zicken, you guys always give me good food and are my friends, so I want to give you something too." In her hand she held a necklace with a pendant shaped like 2 beast fangs. "These beast fangs were a birthday gift from my mom last year. Now I'm giving them to you. I hope you won't mind, and I hope we can always be good friends." Shen Qinghan did not refuse and took the necklace as a witness to the friendship of the three. She smiled brilliantly. "We'll be best friends forever." But the good times didn't last. Just when Shen Qinghan thought this friendship would last for an eternity, sudden news arrived. She was stunned. What, you mean Bai Shui is transferring schools? Lin Zikin nodded solemnly. Yes, I saw her completing the transfer procedures with my own eyes. He remembered passing by the principal's office and seeing Bai Shui and her father finishing the paperwork. Thank you, teacher, Bai Shui said. The principal replied, You're welcome. Bai Shui's procedures are complete and her information will be kept completely confidential. Thinking of this, Lin Zikin became even more certain that Bai Shui's identity was indeed not simple. From then on they never saw Bai Shui again. She was like a figure that briefly flashed through their childhood. Time flowed quietly until a night when a bright moon hung high in the sky. Compared to Bai Shui's departure, the events that followed were what truly worried Lin Zikin. While massaging his mother's shoulders, Lin Zikin asked carefully, Mom, is the pressure okay? She smiled and replied, It's great, I spent the whole day writing my novel today, thanks to Zikin's massage. I feel much more comfortable now. Previously, with the enhancement of the Divine Wisdom root, he had already mastered professional massage techniques and the results exceeded expectations. As they were speaking, a hot news story suddenly aired on the television. Next is a piece of major news. The prodigy from the capital has created another miracle. At only 10 years old, he has successfully fused with exotic beast genes and can lift a 1,000-pound boulder with one hand. Hearing the news, Lin Zikin's eyes widened in surprise and his mouth hung slightly open. Is it him? He's already started genetic fusion? Lin Yansheng walked out of the bathroom. While drying his hair, he asked, That capital prodigy again? He looks quite professional on camera. Could it be a gimmick to become famous and then make money through live stream sales? He pondered. After all, the other party was from a 1,000-year-old martial arts family and might possess advanced genetic fusion technology. Zhang Wanxin frowned and replied, But you can't use your own child as a test subject, can you? Lin Yansheng argued calmly, For a martial arts family, sacrificing individual interests for the family's sake is the standard path. Otherwise they can't maintain their reputation, she interrupted impatiently. Fine, fine. You're the one who knows everything. While his parents were bickering, Lin Zikin fell into deep thought. Previously, that capital prodigy could lift 50 kilograms with one hand. After fusing genes, he had actually reached 500 kilograms, a five-fold increase. Lin Zikin silently compared himself. He was only 8 years old and could lift 300 kilograms without any genetic fusion. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, his heart full of confidence. It seemed his potential was still exceptional. He had been full of hope for the future, but the next news story made his heart turn cold. Scenes of thick smoke appeared on the TV, accompanied by the announcer's urgent voice. Emergency news. A serious exotic beast attack has occurred in a neighboring country. On the screen, hideous monsters were captured on camera, seizing innocent citizens. According to video footage taken by witnesses, the attack involved giant rats. One unfortunate girl was snatched toward the sharp fangs of a giant rat. Help me, please save me. Before the words could finish, the exotic beast devoured her. Blood splattered, and the screams stopped abruptly. After the riot, the investigation quickly discovered the forces behind the scenes. The mutant rat attack was being manipulated by a cult organization. I hope all nations can assist China in jointly eliminating the cult. The cult, an anti-human organization composed of traitors who willingly served as the lackeys of exotic beasts to attack humanity. Lin Zikin thought to himself that it was fortunate he was born in a stable, powerful nation, which was enough for him to grow and develop. Before he could recover his senses, a world-shaking explosion outside made his face turn pale as he opened his eyes in terror. Hearing the sound of an explosion outside the window, he rushed out, his heart racing. Lin Zikin quickly pulled the curtains aside, and the sight before him left him stunned. Rows of figures with mechanized bodies were streaking across the sky, flying in one direction. Why were so many of the government's mecha-modified humans flying over there? I hope it's not a bad omen, he thought worriedly. The next morning, brilliant sunlight bathed the streets. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan were on their way to school. He urged, Walk faster, we're going to be late, she replied with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. Suddenly, Lin Zikin was startled, his eyes wide. He hurriedly ran over and grabbed the glowing beast fang around Shen Qinghan's neck. Han, your beast fang is glowing, she was very surprised. It really is. This was the first time Lin Zikin had witnessed such a sight. He was confused. Could this be the tooth of an exotic beast? No wonder Bai Shui's aura was so unusual. That aura must have come from this tooth. The light only flashed for a moment, and the two didn't have time to look into it further. But the gathering of the mechanical humans last night and the anomaly of the beast fang made Lin Zikin feel uneasy, as if an ill omen was approaching. On the street, they happened to encounter a woman dressed revealingly and smoking a cigarette. As the two passed her, she spoke. Oh, this child is so cute. She stared and asked, Are you brother and sister or sister and brother? Shen Qinghan replied with an innocent smile, We aren't biological siblings, we're childhood friends and best friends. The woman curled her lips. Childhood friends, how enviable. She continued to probe. Hey, you guys are so young and go to school by yourselves. Where are your parents? Just as Shen Qinghan was about to answer, Lin Zikin hurriedly grabbed her hand and interrupted. Don't say anything, we're going to be late. Let's go fast. He pulled her and walked straight away, without looking back, and finally the two arrived at school on time. Lin Zikin turned around and warned, Don't just answer strangers' questions in the future, do you hear me? She nodded. Yes, I understand. The day's classes soon ended. At the end of school, the red sunset dyed the sky. On the way home, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan had to pass through an empty alley. Looking at the silent and deserted surroundings, Shen Qinghan trembled slightly and said in a worried tone, "Zikin, this alley is too quiet, it feels creepy." Lin Zikin comforted her. "This place is being demolished next week, and the residents have all moved out. That's why it's so quiet." As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. "Little kids, you're finally out of school?" It was the woman from this morning. She continued, "Brother Chang, no need to look further. Those two kids are right here with me." Lin Zikin immediately sensed danger and rushed forward to stand in front of Shen Qinghan, thinking, "It's her. I specifically took Han through a different alley after school to avoid the morning route, but she still caught up." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the woman's eyes. She said with a smile, "Little kids, big sister has lots of yummy food at her house. Do you want to come over and play?" Suddenly, a crude man behind her interrupted, "This woman talks too much crap, stop wasting time." He pulled out a handkerchief soaked in anesthetic and rushed straight at Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan, intending to knock them out and take them away. The man revealed a hideous smile and muttered, "I'm in a hurry to sell them for cash." But Lin Zikin was not one to sit and wait for death. He clenched his fist, turned, and threw a heavy punch directly at the man. His reaction was so fast that the man didn't have any time to defend himself. This heavy blow landed right in the center of his chest, causing blood to spray from his mouth. The force of the strike sent the man's massive frame flying backward, slamming heavily into the wall. The woman was stunned, thinking to herself, "This makes no sense. How could an elementary schooler punch a grown man flying?" Before she could react, Lin Zikin had already blurred in front of her, swinging a fist directly into her face and sending her flying backward with a twisted jaw. Lin Zikin did not stop. He crouched down and picked up a brick from the ground, his eyes cold and brimming with killing intent. There were no cameras in this vicinity. To avoid future trouble, it seemed his only option was to dispose of them. Although he didn't want to kill, if they were allowed to talk, his abilities would be exposed, ruining his plans to survive and grow stronger. However, before he could act, the ground suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a massive explosion. "What's happening?" A sudden earthquake. Lin Zikin looked panic-stricken. Not far away, a giant hand with razor-sharp claws gripped the wall tightly. "Before you is a giant mutant rat." "A giant mutant rat," he blurted out. The monster opened its maw and aimed for the unconscious woman on the ground. In just a second, it bit off half her body before she could even feel the pain. The mutant rat then picked up the man beside her. Lin Zikin seized the opportunity and rushed toward Shen Qinghan, who was standing frozen in terror. She asked incoherently, "Zikin, what is that?" He held her tightly and replied urgently, "It's a giant mutant rat." With that, he quickly sprinted out of the alley. "We need to hide somewhere safe." As they were fleeing, a young girl in a peculiar outfit appeared in the sky, flying straight toward the mutant rat. Seeing this, Lin Zikin breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that a mecha-modified human?" They arrived for support as soon as the mutant rat appeared. That was fast. To prevent the monster from continuing its rampage, the blonde girl raised her hand, releasing a powerful stream of energy and shouting, "Energy cannon!" Immediately after, rows of small nozzles emerged from her arm as she continued to shout, "Anesthetic smoke!" As soon as she spoke, small rockets carrying anesthetic smoke streaked toward the mutant rat, leaving it in a state of panic with no time to escape. Explosions were continuous. Rubble flew and dust filled the air. Under the sustained bombardment, the mutant rat appeared exhausted. The mecha girl delivered a fatal blow, slicing directly through its abdomen. Lin Zikin silently assessed that the girl's rank wasn't very high. She first used anesthetic rounds to weaken her opponent and then spent 7 minutes in close combat to take it down. But that giant mutant rat was indeed difficult to handle. As an adult, it was over 3 meters long, with a biological level equivalent to common Tier 5. Having narrowly escaped today, I must intensify my training. Just as he thought this, the system prompted, weighted squats completed. Vitality and leg muscle strength 2, squat proficiency 1. Despite the lingering threat of the mutant rats, life went on. Soon, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan celebrated their 9th birthdays. After making their wishes, they exchanged gifts. Leveraging his divine wisdom root, Lin Zikin spent one night self-studying wood carving and carved a wooden hairpin for Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan beamed with joy upon receiving this special gift, cheering, "Thank you, Zikin, this hairpin is so beautiful, I love it so much." In the blink of an eye, both graduated from elementary school and entered middle school. The system prompted an achievement. Dominated the 9-year compulsory education stage. Reward: biological attribute, survival of the fittest. Obtained title, King of Kindergarten. Obtained title, Elementary School Boss. Title, Middle School Overlord, not yet obtained. Looking back, Lin Zikin couldn't help but feel excited. It'll be achieved soon. I'm about to seize the Middle School Overlord title and obtain the survival of the fittest biological trait. During the vacation, to obtain the title and enhance his strength as quickly as possible, he persisted in high-intensity training every day. The system updated his progress regularly. You have completed 1,000 weighted push-ups, vitality, arm strength and pectoral strength 2,000, push-up proficiency 1,000. Just before the new school year began, Lin Zichen's biological rank broke through to common Tier 3. The system continued to prompt. You have completed a 10 kilometers interval run. Vitality 4,396, Speed and Endurance 1,000, Physical Coordination 1,000, Running Speed 1,000, Running Technique 1,000. He could now lift 700 kilograms with one hand, jump 4 meters from a standing position, and sprint 100 meters in just 6 seconds. Lin Zicken didn't know what level the capital prodigy was at now, but just before school started, news about him was broadcast on TV. That 14-year-old prodigy from the capital had fused with giant ant genes and could easily lift 2,000 kilograms of alloy with one hand. Lin Zicken calculated silently, ant genes increase strength by 4 to 8 times, which means his true base strength is only around 400 kilogram, therefore I am still stronger than him. He muttered to himself, full of anticipation for the day he would undergo genetic fusion. Middle school life began. As a city-wide top student during his elementary years, Lin Zicken became a target of competition for various prestigious schools. Ultimately, he chose Shanghai Middle School on the condition that Shen Qinghan must be in the same class as him. On the first day of school, the principal and the homeroom teacher welcomed him warmly and urged, "Keep it up, Zicken, you're the best, the principal has high hopes for you." They placed great trust in him. "From now on, the school's competitions will all rely on you." After a few simple pleasantries, Lin Zicken made an excuse to leave. He and Shen Qinghan had an appointment to play badminton, wanting to take advantage of the school's advanced sports facilities. Shen Qinghan held her racket and shouted, "Zicken, we're starting?" But one of her curveballs was intercepted by an upperclassman. He spoke up, "You're freshmen, right? This place is currently hosting a special activity for our graduating class." 2 others surrounded Shen Qinghan mockingly. "But this little sister can stay. We big brothers can take turns practicing techniques with you." "Exactly. If you don't know how to play, we big brothers will teach you personally," one boy snickered. Shen Qinghan was indignant. "Even if you're seniors, you have to follow the rules. We clearly got here first," Lin Zicken ordered coldly. "Get away from her. The rule is first come, first served. I shouldn't need to explain that," the upperclassman Yi Qing replied overbearingly. "Who says there's such a rule? Even if the King of Heaven himself came first today, I'm taking this court." He grabbed the shuttlecock and declared, "Listen up, from now on my word is the rule." Lin Zicken leaped into the air, tossing the shuttlecock up and smashing it with all his might. "This is the rule." The shuttlecock flew out at an astonishing speed, piercing straight through Yi Qing's racket. He and his 2 lackeys were scared witless. Too fast, is he even human? Could he be a genetic fuser? No one can be that young. They fell into a panic, terrified that if the shot had been off by a bit, their boss's head would have been split open. The 3 of them bowed in unison to apologize. We're sorry, we understand the rules now, we'll leave right away. Please you two enjoy yourselves." Word spread quickly, and from then on no one in the school dared to bully them. Middle school was much like elementary school, only larger and with a better environment. Lin Zicken had already completed his academic curriculum. He read extracurricular books during the day and used the internet to train and learn new skills at night. Leveraging his divine wisdom root, he became proficient in cooking, photography, driving, swimming, wilderness survival, and various sports. To win the middle school overlord title, he not only stayed far ahead in all subjects but also represented the school in winning numerous national competitions, claiming gold, silver, and bronze medals in math, physics, chemistry, and programming. However, to maintain a low profile, he intentionally avoided taking first place. A semester passed, and while the title wasn't yet in hand, he had already attracted a large number of fans. Lin Zicken didn't pay them any mind, focusing only on tutoring Shen Qinghan and preparing for the upcoming school sports meet. "As long as I dominate the school sports meet, I can get the middle school overlord title," he thought. He signed up for the shot put, high jump, and short distance sprint, which represented strength, jumping power, and speed respectively. Though he was careful not to show off, taking first place was still too easy. A surge of power erupted from within him. System prompt: middle school overlord. Academic and athletic achievements have shocked the entire school, overwhelming all students. Successfully obtained the middle school overlord title. You have completed the titles King of Kindergarten, Elementary School Boss, and Middle School Overlord, dominating the 9-year compulsory education stage. Obtained biological attribute, Survival of the Fittest. Survival of the Fittest. Your life essence stands above all things. Evolution can only be driven by devouring the life essence of other organisms. Lin Zicken was curious about what life essence actually was. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan ran over, shouting, "Zicken, wait for me." He was startled. "Oh right." Lin Zicken turned his head and asked with a glint in his eyes, "Han, can I take a look at that beast fang of yours?" She immediately took it off and handed it to him with a brilliant smile. Upon touching the tooth, his whole body shuddered. System prompt: you have devoured a small amount of the life essence of the Abyssal Great Butterfly. Abyssal Great Butterfly Encyclopedia Progress 1. When the progress bar reaches 100, you can evolve certain attributes or skills of this type of exotic beast. He was stunned, blabbing out, "Is this thing a butterfly's tooth?" He muttered to himself. "Now I know the name of this exotic beast, maybe I can find information about it online." But after searching, Lin Zicken was disappointed. There was absolutely no information about the Abyssal Great Butterfly on the internet. It actually doesn't exist. It seems I can only rely on myself to explore. He opened his backpack and took out the remaining tooth. Found it. Luckily, Bai Shui gave us 2. He gripped it tightly, feeling the flow of energy. System prompt: you have devoured a trace of the life essence of the abyssal great butterfly. Abyssal Great Butterfly Encyclopedia Progress 2. Lin Zicken sighed. Only 2. It seemed there wasn't much life essence left in the beast bone. To unlock it completely, he would have to find another way. The next day, to enhance his physical strength, Lin Zicken began riding his bicycle to take Shen Qinghen to school. If we encounter a giant mutant rat again, I'll be able to quickly take Han Han to safety, he calculated. Suddenly a voice rang out. Student Lin Zicken, the man introduced himself. I'm Mr. Guo, the coach of the school's martial arts team. Your results at the school sports meet are the best in the school's history. I'd like to invite you to join the martial arts team. Your athletic talent even exceeds your academic one, he continued. Of course you can learn more about it before you decide. Lin Zicken didn't have time to interject. Mr. Guo speaks too fast, he finalized it right away. Gymnasium Room C is the martial arts team's base. If you're free tomorrow, come by for a visit. I'll be waiting. As night fell, Lin Zicken slapped and killed a mosquito with force. He grumbled, even this mutated mosquito can't activate survival of the fittest. It seems only powerful exotic beasts have life essence worth mentioning. He grabbed his phone and rode out on his bike, deciding to verify a hypothesis. I'm going to the exotic beast meat supermarket in the city center. Soon they arrived at their destination. Lin Zicken looked at the meat trays. There were many kinds of meat, but they were all packaged, making it impossible to touch them directly and verify his theory. Just then, the supermarket loudspeaker announced, "We are now starting to cut fresh meat. Please make your selections." An advertisement caught his eye. Exotic beast meat is fresh and delicious, not pre-processed. Eat with confidence, he secretly rejoiced. There it is. Seeing the owner cutting meat, he said to Han Han, "Wait for me here. I'm going over to look at that meat." Lin Zicken walked toward the meat counter. Although he knew Shen Qinghen might find it gross, he didn't explain, only wanting to verify quickly. When he touched the meat, a surge of power erupted. He was right. Exotic beast meat was rich in life essence, he cheered inwardly, seeing him so excited. Shen Qinghen asked in surprise, "Zicken, are you okay? You just touched some exotic beast meat. Why are you so excited?" she asked tentatively. "Is there a difference in how animal meat feels compared to regular meat?" Lin Zicken laughed awkwardly. "No difference. I just thought it looked very fresh." He asked, "Do you want to try touching it?" Shen Qinghen waved her hand. No, you touch it," Lin Zicken suggested. "Since we're here, let's buy some meat to take back and try." He understood her surprise. Exotic beast meat was very expensive. Even the cheapest ghostly squid cost nearly 1,000 yuan per jin. Lin Zicken held up a squid tray and said decisively, "We'll buy this one this time." The ghostly squid. Shen Qinghen frowned in worry. "Zicken, this is too expensive. Shouldn't you ask Auntie Wanqing before deciding?" He rubbed her head and reassured her with a smile. "Don't worry, my mom told me that if I'm buying exotic beast meat I should buy a few extra pounds so you can come over and eat with us. Wanqing had once said, if you're going to buy exotic beast meat, buy a few more pounds and invite Han Han over to try it. Mom will transfer the money to you." Lin Zicken added, "Mom will prepare an exotic beast feast for both families, besides sharing." He was also concerned that absorbing the life essence might cause the meat to spoil, so he wanted to conduct an experiment. This was just a guess, so he decided to use the purchased meat for testing. The staff scanned the barcode. 3 jin of ghostly squid, totaling 2,995 yuan. "Thank you for your patronage. Please come again." Lin Zicken thought to himself, ridiculously expensive. "I don't know when I'll be able to afford a next time." It was already after 9 p.m. by the time they finished. The situation had been unstable lately. It was safer to get home early. He pedaled the bike with Shen Qinghen, but while he was pedaling, his hand reached into the squid tray in the basket. "Even though we're on the road, I want to test this immediately." As soon as he touched it, a faint power erupted. System prompt: you have devoured a small amount of the ghostly squid's life essence. Ghostly Squid Encyclopedia Progress 0.1. On the empty street, Lin Zicken calculated. Devouring 1 or 2 ounces of life essence only resulted in a 0.1 increase. To reach 100 would require 100 kilograms, which would cost 100,000 yuan. The ghostly squid's ability was to dissolve in water and disappear. If I could get that ability, spending 100,000 would be worth it, he thought, noting it was the cheapest meat. It was decided. He had to earn money. That was a huge sum that he couldn't ask his family for. One purpose of buying the meat was to check if it would go bad after being absorbed. He snapped back to inspect the meat and found that absorbing the essence did not cause the meat to spoil. Great. The system prompted that the ghostly squid progress had reached 3. Shen Qinghen hurriedly warned, "Zicken, watch out, there are people ahead." He slammed on the brakes, nearly hitting a couple, and apologized quickly. "I'm so sorry." He thought to himself that he had been so focused on absorbing life essence that he had actually forgotten to watch the road. "But why is the bike lane so crowded?" She pointed ahead. "Zicken, look, that girl in the wedding dress is being held at knife point by that guy," the robber roared. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill her." The police held their guns in a standoff. "You're surrounded. Stay calm and drop your weapon," the captain signaled his subordinate. "Bing, don't fire recklessly. He's using the hostage as a shield and is constantly moving. It's too easy to hit her by mistake." Bing was worried. "But if this drags on, the hostage will be in danger. Should we try hypnotic gas?" The captain shook his head. "No, hypnotic gas is too obvious. It might provoke him before it even takes effect." Lin Zicken leaned down and picked up a stone, striking the robber's hand with pinpoint accuracy. The knife was sent flying, the captain shouted. Charge, get him. The police quickly subdued the robber. Shen Qinghan was stunned. Zikin, did you just throw that stone? He gestured for them to hurry home before talking. The captain shouted toward them. Students, was it you who threw the stone? Lin Zikin played dumb. Wasn't me. The two quickly ran off, faintly hearing the captain mutter, that's strange. He did a good deed and won't admit it. There's even a reward to be had. Lin Zikin stopped in his tracks, turned his bike around and pedaled back. I just remembered, I was the one who threw the stone. He thought to himself that while he didn't want to show off, money was just too important. Shen Qinghan chased after him. Zikin, why are you going back? Wait for me, the captain said. Come back to the station with us to give a statement, then you can collect the reward. After letting their families know, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan locked their bikes in the park and prepared to board the police car for the station. Suddenly, the robber let out a roar as his body twisted and deformed, transforming into a giant rat. The police were thrown into a panic. Damn it, he's a cultist, he has Rat King genes. The giant rat lunged at a female officer. The captain ordered, all units open fire, protect the civilians, call headquarters. A mutant rat with Rat King genes has been discovered in Northwest River Park requesting backup. Lin Zikin quickly pulled Shen Qinghan and the female officer away to escape. Great, I've offended someone, but I have to hide first, he thought. Fortunately, the rat didn't pursue them. Just then, a mecha-modified human streaked across the sky, delivering a heavy kick that sent the rat reeling. The mecha-human shouted, laser cannon charging. A violent flash of fire erupted, incinerating the mutant rat into ashes. Lin Zikin was stunned, thinking, so strong, luckily my bike wasn't blown up or the loss would have been huge. The girl in the wedding dress breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we're saved. Suddenly he was startled. Wait, the meat spoiled? He discovered that after the life essence was absorbed, the meat still went bad, just a bit slower. There had to be a reason. It was probably that cultist's fault. He tossed the meat onto the ground in annoyance. This is all that guy's fault. The mecha-human's laser cannon was so powerful that the meat had been charred. Shen Qinghan comforted him. It's okay, Zikin, as long as we're safe. Although they intended to go home, the three of them still boarded the security vehicle to go to the station for their statements as requested by the captain. The cultist corpse was charred black by the laser cannon, emitting a pungent odor. Lin Zikin had a flash of inspiration. The exotic beast teeth from before contained life essence. This corpse definitely has some too. I can absorb the Rat King genes from him. Without hesitation, he secretly touched the corpse. His whole body went rigid. System prompt. You have devoured a small amount of the giant mutant rat's life essence. Giant Mutant Rat Encyclopedia Progress 5. Lin Zikin was surprised. That much? It seems freshness is directly proportional to life essence. Bing reminded him. Student, sit properly and don't move around. Lin Zikin pretended to stretch. Don't misunderstand, I'm just stretching my muscles after sitting for so long. He knew well that Bing was easy to fool, but the captain had sharp eyes. At the police station, the captain said with a serious face, I've already applied for the Brave Citizen Award for you. But tell me the truth, in such dim light, how did a middle schooler manage to throw a stone right into the hand of a knife-wielding cultist? Lin Zikin laughed awkwardly. Maybe it's because I practice using my right hand a lot. The captain stared at him, face full of suspicion. Just then, Shen Qinghan pushed the door open and shouted, Zikin, Mom is here to take us home. He was surprised. Mom, why are you here? We could have gone back on our own. Zhang Wanqin hugged him tightly, filled with worry. Zikin, are you okay? You scared me to death, he soothed her. Mom, don't get worked up, I'm fine. And there's even a reward for the brave deed. Zhang Wanqin said sternly. Zikin, promise me that next time you encounter danger, find a place to hide first, do you hear me? I only want you to grow up safe and sound. He nodded. Don't worry, Mom. I promise I'll protect myself. On the way home, he overheard two female officers discussing the people from the Rat God cult are getting bolder and bolder. They've even infiltrated vocational colleges, specifically tricking students who lack fusion aptitude, one officer said angrily. The one who died tonight was a student from Guangnan University. Bewitched by the Rat God cult, we must wipe them all out, but this was only temporary. To eradicate this hidden threat, the Rat King had to be destroyed. The one who called itself a god. Lin Zikin noted the name Rat King. Searching online, he found an important news piece. The Rat King wanted to evolve to a higher level and was directing its followers to collect evolution resources. Could it have already developed sapience? The giant mutant rats were related to the Rat King. He muttered to himself, This is the South. It's normal for rats to be as big as cats. Turning his head, he was startled. Why is Han so quiet? He suspected that whenever she was worried or in danger, she couldn't control her emotions, just like when she was little. Perhaps this state of hers was related to some unknown potential. Zhang Wanqin was shocked after hearing the news. What? The meat is lost? Lin Zikin felt a bit embarrassed. The situation was urgent then and I wasn't paying attention. I probably lost it. She sighed. Forget it, as long as you're safe. Lin Zikin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had fooled them. He turned to his father. Dad, it's very dangerous over there. Not peaceful at all. Lin Yancheng laughed. It's fine. I'm a worker. I've got a tough life, Lin Zikin advised. Even if you find it, the meat has spoiled. His father looked surprised. How did you know? He replied. I guessed. In the police station, the captain was lost in thought. How could a junior high student have such great strength? Suddenly he was startled, pointing at a filing cabinet. Where did that rat come from? It's huge. A mutant rat jumped down and the captain immediately opened fire in the classroom. Lin Zicken sighed. Compared to the rat god cult and the mecha girl from last night, I'm still too weak. I need to earn money quickly to unlock Ghostly Shadow. Scholarship money from competitions is too slow. Maybe I should become a famous top student and sell supplementary teaching materials. No, I can't be too flashy. He realized that in this world full of genetic fusers and mecha-modified humans, practicing martial arts was more popular than academics. And the martial arts prize money was much higher. In Gymnasium Room C, Mr. Guo was sipping tea when Lin Zicken walked in. "Hello, Mr. Guo," he was delighted. "Lin Zicken, do you want to join or just learn about the martial arts team first?" he asked straight to the point. "If I join the martial arts team, can I participate in the city martial arts competition? Is the prize money high?" Mr. Guo laughed. "Of course, the prize money is at least tens of thousands of yuan." Hearing this, Lin Zicken nodded decisively. "Teacher, I've made up my mind. From today on, I officially joined the martial arts team." Mr. Guo shook his hand, beaming with joy. "Welcome," he turned and shouted. "Everyone assemble, we have a new member today. I'm sure you all know Lin Zicken. The school sports meet champion has joined the martial arts team. Everyone introduce yourselves." The members spoke up one by one. "My name is Zhang Kai, remember it. I'm Tian Xing from class 9 to 3. Just call me Ah Sheng. I'm Shu Tong from class 9 to 6. Everyone calls me Xiao Li. I quite like that name. My name is Yi Ce. Just call me CGE. Lin Zicken replied. "I'm Lin Zicken. Pleased to meet you." Lin Zicken had never studied martial arts, so Mr. Guo personally demonstrated boxing and kicking techniques. He cautioned, "Don't underestimate these simple moves. Even Xiao Li, who learns the fastest, took a week. Give it a try." Lin Zicken immediately mimicked him, his movements fluid as flowing water. Mr. Guo increased the difficulty. Teaching more complex techniques, he activated his divine wisdom root. System prompt: practicing fist techniques. Vitality 1, arm strength 1, flexibility 1. Fist technique, proficiency 1. Every movement was perfectly accurate and his attributes continued to rise. Mr. Guo was dazed. Impossible. He learned it after seeing it once, he thought to himself. Unless he's a one-in-a-million martial arts genius. As night fell, Zhang Wanxin shouted from the kitchen, "Zicken, get the bowls and chopsticks. Dinner is ready." He hurried over. "Coming, Mom, what are we eating tonight?" She served the dish and smiled. "The ghostly squid you like, of course." Lin Zicken took a deep breath. "Smells great." Zhang Wanxin urged. "Don't just smell it, hurry and taste it while it's hot." He took a spoonful. Zhang Wanxin asked, "How does it taste?" He praised. "Mom's cooking is the best in the world." She rubbed his head. "Then eat more, I bought 3 gin." System prompt: "You have devoured a small amount of the ghostly squid's life essence." Ghostly Squid Encyclopedia Progress 3.01. Lin Zicken was surprised, so eating it directly could also devour it. If he'd known, he wouldn't have gone around touching it randomly. After dinner, he went to the living room to watch the news. The report stated, "Genius girl shocks the nation." At 14, she fused with an energy heart, becoming the youngest mecha-modified human in history. After activation, she can lift a 2,000 kilograms SUV, sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and has a vertical jump of 8 meters. Lin Zicken pondered, who is stronger, the capital prodigy or this girl, the genetic fuser or the mecha-modified human? The next piece of news made his heart sink. Due to a giant rat infiltration, Captain He Chunshan unfortunately died in the line of duty at his office at 11 p.m. last night. He shuddered. Was it that rat from last night? He had to double his training. After practicing, his 100-meter time reached 4.6 seconds. His vertical jump was 5.51 meters, and he could lift 1,000 kilograms with one hand. He continued to practice martial arts, hoping to improve his strength quickly to participate in competitions. Early the next morning, he went to the martial arts hall, and Shen Qinghan followed along curiously. A senior sister approached him. "Junior Zicken, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I brought you some fresh milk." He declined. "Thank you, senior, but I'm fine." Another boy, seeing this, was fuming with rage. "Damn it, this kid stole my school sports meet championship and now he dares to reject a gift from my goddess." He rushed out to block the way. "Don't you have any manners? If you don't want to drink it, take it and give it to someone else." "Like me," Lin Zicken countered. "Wouldn't that be even more impolite?" The guy was speechless. "Then drink it all. Not drinking it is a slight to her face. It's rude," he said calmly. "But I'm allergic to milk," the guy stammered. "I don't believe you, Lin Zicken. Do you dare to have a match with me? If I lose, I won't bother you anymore. If I win, you drink all that milk." System prompt: Achievement mission: eliminate 1,000 opponents using primitive biological methods triggered. Reward: biological attribute, survival of the fittest. Opponents eliminated: 1,000. Lin Zicken was secretly delighted. The 4th achievement mission had finally arrived. He nodded. "All right, let's have a match." Word spread fast and students flocked to the gymnasium. A senior sister shouted, "Zicken, I support you. Teach him a lesson." Another girl held up a camera. "Go for it, Junior. I'll take a handsome photo of you." Zhang Kai thought resentfully, "Everyone thinks I'll lose. I'll take advantage of this kid's lack of experience." Lin Zicken had progressed rapidly over the month, and he urged, "I need to go home for dinner. Can we finish this quickly?" Zhang Kai immediately replied, "Anytime." Mr. Guo gave the order. "Friendship first, competition second. Begin?" Zhang Kai requested. "Wait. Lin Zicken has only been on the team for a month and I've been here for nearly 2 years. For fairness, I'll let you have the first 3 moves. He nodded. All right. Immediately, he lunged forward and swung a heavy punch. Zhang Kai was hit square in the face and fell to the ground with a thud out cold. Mr. Guo was stunned. What? It's over in one punch, the members of the martial arts team gasped. What the hell? It ended that fast, Shen Qinghan cheered. Zicken won. The 2 senior sisters cheered wildly. Junior is so cool, system prompt. You have defeated an opponent and captured the hearts of the opposite sex, obtaining preferential treatment in mate selection. Opponent elimination rate 1/1000. Lin Zicken understood. He still needed to take down 999 more opponents to unlock the strongest skill. He took the opportunity to say, everyone, how about we all spar together? People's faces turned pale, and they quickly made excuses. I have cram school today. Mom called me home for dinner. I'll go with you. I feel dizzy. Zhang Kai clutched his chest, sat up and roared. I don't accept this. You used a sneak attack. Next time I'll crush you to pieces, Mr. Guo said seriously. Zhang Kai just admit defeat. He wondered if Lin Zichen's punch was luck or skill and needed further verification. The students dispersed, but another senior brother stepped forward. Pardon me, Junior. Just don't hit the face. 10 minutes later, in order not to reveal too much, Lin Zicken only spared lightly, but the senior brothers were all defeated. Checking the achievement list, he found that only Zhang Kai counted toward the progress. Ordinary sparring didn't increase the tally. Does only a direct defeat count, he thought. Mr. Guo was exceptionally excited. A genius, Zicken. You've only been here for over a month and you've already become the ace. This year, Shanghai Middle School will definitely defeat the other schools and take first place in the district. Lin Zicken had a sudden realization. That's right. Participating in the martial arts Grand Prix will allow me to take down a large number of opponents and farm the mission progress. From behind came Zhang Kai's shout. I admit defeat. From now on, even if you pee on my head, I won't have a single word of complaint. The crowd dispersed in terror, leaving Zhang Kai shouting and screaming behind them. But I'm not finished yet. In this world, after entering high school, students choose between the martial arts track or the liberal arts track, and the martial arts track is always the preferred choice. To get into their dream school, Shen Qinghan began hellish training under Lin Zichen's guidance. A 3,000-meter long-distance run every day, an hour of martial arts practice, plus sit-ups and push-ups to build strength. After every session, Lin Zicken would help Shen Qinghan massage her muscles to relax. He didn't slack off himself either, preparing with everything he had for the martial arts Grand Prix. A month later, competition day arrived. In the locker room of the city gymnasium, Mr. Guo received some bad news. Shanghai Middle School had drawn the toughest opponent, Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Facing the strongest opponent, one student felt despair. That guy from No. 1 Middle School who has the werewolf gene, his 100-meter sprint is under 9 seconds. We're dead meat, Lin Zicken confidently suggested. Teacher, let me go first, Mr. Guo asked worriedly. Are you sure? But ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, Lin Zicken took the stage first. As he stepped onto the ring, Mr. Guo and Shen Qinghan cheered from below. Zicken, I believe in you, go for it. His opponent was a tall boy with his hands on his hips, provocatively sneering. Another one from Shanghai Middle School. I checked the roster. I can't believe a kid who just entered middle school dares to step onto the ring of the 8 schools league. You've got guts, but this isn't a place for you. A freshman who isn't even 1.7 meters tall. In a moment, I'll show you the gap between our size and our strength. The referee announced the start of the match. Xu Rong charged forward with a roar, swinging a heavy punch. Lin Zicken lightly sidestepped to avoid it and followed up with a powerful palm strike directly to his opponent's chest. Xu Rong was sent flying like a kite with a snapped string, leaving the referee stunned. Lin Zicken wins. Shen Qinghan cheered wildly. Zicken, you're amazing. His teammates also burst into applause. Zicken is the GOAT. That guy was all muscle and zero agility. Xu Rong's coach screamed in a rage. Footwork, how many times have I told you to use your footwork in the ring? Why don't you listen? System prompt. You have defeated an opponent. Rank increased. Cumulative opponents eliminated to 1,000. Lin Zicken was secretly delighted. It seemed that defeating opponents in official matches did indeed count toward the task progress. Teacher Sun from No. 1 Middle School ordered, Chen Feng, you're up. Take care of that arrogant brat as quickly as possible. Chen Feng stepped onto the stage as ordered and took his stance. The referee shouted, begin the match. Chen Feng aimed a sweeping kick right at Lin Zicken. Lin Zicken nimbly lowered his head to dodge Chen Feng's kick and followed up with a backhand strike. As expected, Chen Feng was sent flying into the air and slammed heavily onto the ground. The referee hurriedly shouted, get him to the hospital for a checkup. It looks like he hit his head. A commotion broke out in the stands. What's going on? Is the student from Shanghai Middle School just that lucky? His opponent actually flew out of the ring on his own. What kind of luck is that? This must be a fixed match. Refund our money. Teacher Sun realized this wasn't luck. This middle schooler had real skill. He commanded, Gao Fei, you're up next. Focus on your defense. You absolutely cannot lose. Gao Fei walked onto the stage calmly with his hands in his pockets. Coach, don't worry. I'll win, he calculated privately. Lin Zicken isn't actually that strong. He's just agile and good at using the situation to his advantage. My 100-meter time is 9 seconds, and I have more experience. As long as I take this seriously, I definitely won't lose. Gao Fei's appearance caused a stir in the stands. There's no hope for Shanghai's freshman now. Even though he's only in his first year, Shanghai No. 1 will surely take the top spot in the future. the referee announced the start of the match. Gao Fei confidently launched a fierce offensive, his fists falling like raindrops, but Lin Zikin dodged them all with fluid, graceful movements. Teacher Sun shouted in anger. Gao Fei, what are you doing? I told you to defend. Why are you attacking? Gao Fei responded confidently. Defense, a genius like me doesn't need to defend, Lin Zikin observed while dodging. This boxing style is quite interesting, let me copy it. Gao Fei began to panic. Why can't I hit him? This is unscientific, he asked bluntly. How can you dodge all of my attacks? Lin Zikin countered. Do you have any other moves? Show me everything you've got. Gao Fei unleashed a whirlwind kick, roaring, how dare you mock me? But Lin Zikin ended the battle with a single kick to the abdomen. The audience was speechless. While the home team cheered, Zikin is too strong. He had taken down 3 people in a row with ease. The subsequent opponents were even weaker, and soon, Lin Zikin had swept all 5 members of No. 1 Middle School. 2 days later, he defeated 2 other schools in succession, leading Shanghai Middle School to win the 8 Schools League Championship. System prompt, cumulative opponents eliminated, 16,1000. Lin Zikin calculated privately, 984 opponents left. It looks like it will take a few more years to complete the survival of the fittest task. Mr. Guo generously handed over most of the prize money, 20,000 yuan, and combined with his academic competition winnings, Lin Zikin had saved up about 30,000 yuan. However, this money was quickly spent because Zhang Wanxin cooked a massive table full of ghostly squid meat. Eat slowly, Zikin, there's plenty more, she urged. System prompt, after consuming 30 kilograms of meat, the ghostly squid encyclopedia is 33 complete. By his second year of high school, Lin Zikin broke through to Common Tier 4. He could lift 1,090 kilograms with one hand, had a vertical jump of 5.65 meters and ran the 100-meter sprint in 4.49 seconds. Time flew by, and he and Shen Qinghan graduated from the junior high section of Shanghai Middle School. When the high school entrance exam results were released, Shen Qinghan said sadly, I clearly worked so hard, but my martial arts score still wasn't high enough to get into the elite class. Zikin, can we still go to high school together? He gently wiped away her tears. I don't know, but the school officials want to come to my house. Why don't you come with me to meet them? Shen Qinghan sobbed. The principal definitely wants to invite you to the top-tier martial arts class. What does that have to do with me? Lin Zikin took her hand. Don't worry. My only condition for staying at Shanghai Middle School is that I must be in the same class as you. The principal came to his home and talked for hours, expressing a strong desire for Lin Zikin to stay at the school for high school. The principal rose to leave. Goodbye, Zikin. We've talked enough. I've said everything I need to say. As long as you agree to stay, just tell me any condition you have. Lin Zikin pointed to the girl beside him. Thank you, principal. I only have one wish. Let Shen Qinghan be in the same class as me. The principal looked down at the girl. You're Shen Qinghan, right? When the new school year begins, the two of you can report to school together. Both said in unison, Thank you, principal. Once the school was settled, Lin Zikin participated in his last junior high martial arts competition, helping the school win the championship without any suspense. After receiving the prize money, Lin Zikin decided to fulfill his wish. He was only 20 away from fully unlocking the ghostly squid encyclopedia. This prize money was enough to buy the meat to fill the progress. His encyclopedia reached 80. Worried that uncontrollable anomalies might occur during the unlock, he went to a deserted forest on the outskirts of Shanghai City. He no longer hesitated and began the final fusion. System prompt, you have devoured a large amount of the ghostly squid's life essence. Ghostly Squid Encyclopedia 100 complete. The encyclopedia successfully opened, granting the biological attribute, water-merging walk. It enhanced his affinity with water, allowing him to move freely in water, his movements as invisible as a ghostly shadow. Lin Zikin was a bit confused. Water-merging walk seems a bit underwhelming. He tried diving and found that his skin didn't wrinkle after long periods in the water, and resistance was significantly reduced. But was that it? The ghostly squid was only a low-level exotic beast and wasn't worth deep genetic fusion. He wanted better attributes. In the future, he could save money to buy or hunt exotic beasts like the giant mutant rats. With less than a week until the new school year, Zhang Wanxin and Shen Qinghan's family planned a trip to the seaside together. To study water-merging walk further, Lin Zikin suggested going to the beach. Shen Qinghan shrunk back slightly. Zikin, the seawater is very cold, he comforted her. If you dive down like a fish and adapt, it won't be cold anymore. System prompt, you are swimming, vitality and full body muscle strength 1, muscle coordination 1, water affinity 1, swimming technique 1, you are diving, vitality 1, muscle strength 1, muscle coordination 1, water affinity 1, oxygen resistance 1, water pressure resistance 1, diving technique 1. Shen Qinghan shouted from the shore, Zikin, don't swim alone, teach me. Only then did he remember that Qinghan still didn't know how to swim. He guided her patiently, thinking it would be hard for her to learn quickly with her average athletic talent, but Shen Qinghan surprised him. She moved through the water very smoothly. Zikin, is swimming really this simple? I learned it. She buried her face in the water and discovered in surprise, how I can actually dive now? She popped her head out to show off. Zikin, aren't I great? Everyone said opening your eyes in the sea would hurt, but I feel cool and comfortable. Lin Zikin fell into deep thought. Is Shen Qinghan's water attribute talent actually this good? Learning to swim this fast is truly abnormal. A thought flashed through his mind. Could she naturally possess some kind of water-based trait? This is incredible. Does Qinghan have some special cultivation physique like those mentioned in novels? He accompanied Shen Qinghan to continue diving, and what shocked him even more was that she could stay underwater for more than 10 minutes on her first dive. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan heard a strange noise. Why is there a weird sound in the water? The two of them hurried ashore. On the beach, Lin Zikin asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Why are you so nervous?" Shen Qinghan said tremblingly, "I just heard a very strange, very terrifying sound." He pressed for more details. She replied, "I don't understand, it sounded like a foreign language." It was a woman's voice echoing, only disappearing once she surfaced. To calm her down, Lin Zikin took her back to the hotel to look up information but found nothing. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, so he got up to continue training. System prompt: 1,000 weighted sit-ups completed, vitality 2,000, abdominal strength 2,000, sit-up proficiency 1,000. Lin Zikin was greatly amazed. He hadn't expected such significant progress. He broke through to common tier 5, his strength now on par with an adult giant mutant rat. If he encountered that kind of monster again, tearing it apart with his bare hands wouldn't be impossible. After the breakthrough, he went to a deserted beach for testing. 100-meter run in 3.64 seconds. High jump of 6.9 meters, and he could lift a 1,600 kilograms car with one hand. It was a qualitative leap compared to Tier 4. Carrying these results, Lin Zikin began his high school career. As soon as he appeared, he drew everyone's attention. The girls whispered privately, "Is that Zikin? He's so handsome. I'm so lucky to be on cleaning duty with him today." Because of the duty, he and Shen Qinghan arrived at the classroom early, unexpectedly running into a new classmate they had known before. Even more surprising was that the cleaning duty triggered a system task. He mused to himself, what exactly is the use of this social animal trait? I'm really looking forward to it. System prompt: achievement complete, 1,000 multi-person collaboration tasks reached. Reward biological attribute, social animal. Current task progress 1,000. The new school year began. While his coursework wasn't heavy, Lin Zikin took a trip to the supermarket. Since he had already unlocked the ghostly squid, he set his sights on the new stock on the counter. Violent Great Eagle meat. The price was 1,998 yuan for half a jin. His heart skipped a beat. This is it. The Violent Great Eagle was much stronger than the ghostly squid. Its vision was 30 times that of an average human, and its hunting ability was exceptional, capable of precisely capturing exotic rabbits as swift as afterimages. Powerful vision could greatly enhance combat efficiency. This encyclopedia was worth opening. He calculated that 1 jin of meat increased progress by 1, so fully unlocking it would cost over 200,000 yuan. He had to work hard to earn money through high school competitions. He calculated that the prize money for high school martial arts was much higher than in junior high. He had to unlock the Violent Great Eagle encyclopedia before his second year of high school. After summer break, Lin Zikin officially began his campus life at Shanghai Middle School. On the first day of school, the principal and students got to know each other. The teachers took turns on stage. "I am Yuan Feng, your martial arts teacher and homeroom teacher. I am Kai Yuanfei, in charge of the mecha modification class. I am Lu Darren, teaching genetic fusion. I am Cheng Pei, teaching wilderness survival. Now students, please introduce yourselves." The first student stood up. "Hello everyone, I'm Chu Yuxi. I'm good at music, chess, calligraphy and painting." The second one, "I'm Zhang Yijia. I like anime, cosplay and sports." The third one, "I'm Peng Huoguang. I like playing games in my spare time." When it was Shen Qinghan's turn, she was very nervous, her face turning bright red. "Hello everyone, my name is Shen Qinghan. I like drawing and coloring. Please look after me." Lin Zikin introduced himself briefly. "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Zikin. Pleased to meet you." The bell rang for the end of class, and Chu Yuxi suddenly asked Shen Qinghan, "What was your score on the entrance exam?" She gave an embarrassed smile. 709 points. "What about you?" Chu Yuxi replied. "Impressive, you're 10 points higher than me." "I only got 698. She followed up. "Then what did you get on the physical fitness test?" "I only got a 95. It was pretty bad." Shen Qinghan felt guilty. A 95 was already the elite among top students, while she had only scored a 79, which didn't even meet the standard for the honor class. She had to be vague. "Not as good as yours." Chu Yuxi pressed on curiously. "Was it a 94 or 93? Shen Qinghan lowered her head. "A bit lower than that." Chu Yuxi grew more interested. 92, 91 or 90? To save her from the situation, Lin Zikin stood up and tapped the table. "Can I add you on WeChat?" Chu Yuxi was a bit shy. "Okay, you can scan mine." She thought to herself, such a handsome boy asking to add me. "I'm really lucky today." Shen Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks to Zikin for helping me out, otherwise I really wouldn't have known how to answer. I would have died of embarrassment." Lin Zikin also added the others on WeChat while he was at it. "AU, add me?" He nodded. "Scan mine." He created a small group for the four of them, unexpectedly completing a collaboration task. System prompt: created a 4-person group. Meeting the requirements for a multi-person collaboration task. Cumulative tasks completed to 1,000. He thought this task was too simple, it just required a flick of the wrist. The four of them quickly became acquainted. He was from Nangwon City, with generations of his family running martial arts halls. He was a true scion of a martial arts family, and had once taken 8th place in the Nongwon Youth Martial Arts Tournament. Seen as the pride of his family, Shu Yuxi's family operated a chain of clothing stores throughout the district. She was a standard rich girl. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan also shared their backgrounds, and soon the four became best friends, talking about everything under the sun. As the conversation neared its end, Yu asked excitedly, "Can you guys guess who the strongest in our class is? You definitely won't get it." Shu Yuxi replied immediately, "I bet it's Zikin. He was the top scorer of the district's high school entrance exam." Yu was shocked. "Whoa, Zikin is that legendary, but being a district top scorer still falls a bit short." He revealed that there were 2 exceptionally strong individuals in the class whom the principal had scouted from Nongwon City at a high cost. He pointed to a seat by the window in the 3rd row on the left. "That's Wang Shuji, the top scorer of Nongwon City's entrance exam. He can run the 100-meter dash in 7.98 seconds, and look at that big guy in the last row on the right. His name is Lu Gang. He was born with divine strength and can lift 300 kilograms with one hand." Shen Qinghan and Chu Yuxi couldn't help but marvel. "That's so impressive." Lin Zikin thought to himself, 7.98 seconds and 300 kilograms. I surpassed those marks back in elementary school. The bell rang for class and 4 mandatory martial arts textbooks were handed out. Genetic fusion, mecha modification, and wilderness survival. Lin Zikin had been self-studying this knowledge since he was a child, so he found a secluded spot to practice during his free time. The Rat God cult remained a threat. The police had only caught a few cultists and had yet to find the Rat King. "I must break through to Tier 6 to stand a chance against the mutant Rat King," he resolved inwardly. The afternoon wilderness survival class began. Teacher Cheng Pei pointed to a pile of firewood and asked, "Who knows how to start a fire using the bow drill method?" Yu laughed. Who would go out of their way to learn a skill like that, however? Wang Shuji and Lu Gang used a pointed wooden stick to spin rapidly against a piece of wood, successfully starting a fire. Yu watched, dumbfounded. "What? You can start a fire just with wood?" the two explained. "Teacher, we took extracurricular classes during the junior high summer break and also self-studied online." Afterward, Lin Zikin also guided his group to start a fire through wood friction. The subsequent martial arts class became a stage for Wang Shuji and Lu Gang to show off. Teacher Yuan Feng introduced, "Today I will teach you a special breathing cultivation method." The two interrupted, "Teacher, we've already learned this." Although they were somewhat arrogant, they had indeed mastered it. While Lin Zikin also possessed this knowledge, he remained humble. A month passed and teacher Kai Yuanfei held an assessment report, stating it was time to check everyone's progress. He announced the rewards: 888 yuan for first prize, 666 yuan for second, and 333 yuan for third. Lin Zikin was surprised. With that 888 yuan prize, he'd have enough to buy half a jin of violent great eagle meat. The prize money excited the whole class. An hour later, the test ended. Teacher Lu Darren also organized a test with the same prize structure. He slumped over his desk. "It's over, I'm exhausted." Students complained that the questions were too difficult, even asking about the energy wavelengths of laser cannons. Who could remember that? The final question, involving the relationship between anti-airflow equipment and atmospheric pressure and requiring detailed calculations, made the whole class groan in misery. There were too many decimal points. It was simply impossible to calculate. Most had hoped for a score of 90, but now they were just praying to pass. While everyone was sighing, the two Nongwon top students started showing off again. "The test was indeed quite difficult. How did you do?" "Probably around a 95. I only got the last question wrong." "Me too, I'm estimating around a 95. Yu clenched his fists in rage. "Show-offs again. Will they die if they don't brag? I really want to punch them." Teacher Lu announced the mecha modification test scores. Guo Yanling 52, Shen Qinghan 61. Shen Qinghan whispered, "Zikin, I passed." "I didn't let your tutoring go to waste," the teacher continued reading. Yu 88. The whole class gasped. "Yu is so impressive," the teacher praised him. "Well done, I have high hopes for you." Yu scratched his head sheepishly. "Just luck, it happened to be a topic I understood. Once our group gets the 333 yuan third prize, the treat's on me," the teacher went on. Lu Gang 95, Wang Shuji 95, just one question away from a perfect score, the two said without any humility. "Teacher, the calculation for the last question was too heavy. If you gave me 10 more minutes I could have solved it." Teacher Lu nodded. "I believe you have that ability." Yu listened with annoyance. TCH showing off again, however. The teacher announced the final name. Although the questions were difficult, someone achieved a perfect score. Lin Zikin, 100 points. The whole class was stunned. Lu Gang and Wang Shuji's mouths hung open in shock. 100 points for real? That's ridiculous. Yu was utterly impressed by his good friend. "Brother, you just smoked those two Nongwon elites, but you also snatched away my third-place prize." He vowed never to set a flag again. Shen Qinghan and Chu Yuxi cheered. "Zikin is too strong. He's brought glory to Shanghai Middle School." Lin Zikin, however, only cared about one thing. "Teacher Kai, when will that 888 yuan first prize be distributed?" the teacher replied. "Don't worry, I'll put the cash in a red envelope and send it to the class group." He thought to himself, is this kid really that obsessed with money? An hour later, the genetic fusion test results were announced. Teacher Kai Yuanfei said, "The results are out. Lu Gang 81. Wang Shuji 83. In a test where most people failed, these scores are already excellent. The two couldn't hide their smug expressions. Shen Qinghan scored a 78, entering the top 5. Lin Zikin achieved a perfect score again, securing another prize. Lu Gang and Wang Shuji raised their hands to question. The questions were so hard, how is a perfect score possible? Did he know the answers beforehand? The teacher replied sternly. Impossible. His answers were original and cannot be found online. There's no way to cheat. The two were left speechless. How really? He Yu and Chu Yuxi mocked them from the side. This is hilarious. If you can't do it, just admit it. Suspecting someone of cheating is a total disgrace to Nongguan, Chu Yuxi added. Wang Shuji really has no class. He just loves picking fights. The lunch break was short and the afternoon was the wilderness survival test, Teacher Cheng Pei announced. The prize money is the same as the other subjects. 888 yuan for first place, 666 for second, and 333 for third. The events include mountain climbing, tree climbing, swimming, and starting a fire with wood. Wang Shuji whispered to Lu Gang, "We lost to Lin Zikin in the theory classes this morning. We must reclaim our honor in the survival and martial arts classes this afternoon." Lu Gang nodded. "Say no more, I will definitely defeat him. Revenge will be ours." The test began with tree and mountain climbing, scored by speed. Lin Zikin took the lead immediately, leaving the Nongguan duo far behind in the mountain climbing event. The whole class marveled. "No way, Zikin is being too dramatic." The Nongguan duo was left in the dust, their confidence collapsing. "I've given it my all, how can I not even see his shadow?" Lin Zikin took first place in tree climbing as well, but he was worried about Shen Qinghan, who was ranked last because she hadn't finished climbing yet. He comforted himself. "It's okay, Han will definitely find her form in the swimming class later." During the fire-starting competition for the prize money, Lin Zikin faced off against the duo again. Seeing him quickly produce smoke, the two were very displeased. Why was Lin Zikin fast at everything? His hand speed for making fire was simply unnatural. He wasn't usually this fast. Lin Zikin successfully started a fire within 58 seconds. When it came to the swimming test, Shen Qinghan unexpectedly surpassed the duo by a wide margin, leaving them deeply shocked. Impossible. It's one thing for Zikin to be fast, but how did Shen Qinghan explode like that too? I must be so nervous I'm hallucinating. After the survival test ended, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang remained silent for a long time. Thanks to this, the class spent a quiet afternoon. Teacher Yuan Feng announced, "You've been practicing martial arts for over a month now. Today we check the results. Come up and spar. There are prizes for the top 3. Everyone, give it your all." Hearing this, the duo felt their competitive spirit reignite. So what if they lost the written exams in survival class? Martial arts was what truly tested physical constitution and technique. If they couldn't win at martial arts, other achievements were meaningless. Before sparring, Teacher Yuan Feng organized physical fitness tests. The 100-meter dash, one-handed lifting, and the standing high jump. Lin Zikin ran the 100 meter in 7.78 seconds, lifted 330 kilograms and jumped 2.18 meters high, leading in all three. To avoid being too flashy, he held back, resulting in scores only slightly better than the duos, but they were already breaking down. "He runs faster than me." His entrance exam score was the highest in the district. "This is unscientific. He's stronger than me, yet he doesn't look muscular at all." They encouraged each other. "Lu Gang, losing in fitness doesn't mean we've lost everything. Our martial arts techniques are superior, we still have a chance in the ring." Lin Zikin thought to himself that to complete the survival of the fittest task he had to take first place. But because his physical fitness was too strong, no one dared to challenge him. Even the duo was just observing. Teacher Yuan Feng lost patience and directly called on Lei Wei and Lin Zikin to spar. Facing Lin Zikin, Lei Wei looked solemn. Lin Zikin chose to end it quickly, swiftly taking down every opponent. To encourage the whole class to participate, he accelerated his pace and defeated 10 people in a row. The duo's faces turned grim. Is this guy really this strong? He definitely didn't give his all in the fitness test. He stepped onto the stage provocatively. "Lu Gang, I'm warmed up and at my peak. Do you dare to fight?" Lu Gang vowed. "I'll KO you within half a minute." He thought that rather than fighting Lin Zikin, it was better to fight He Yu first. While unsure if he could beat Zikin, he was more than capable of taking down He Yu. He Yu charged forward, launching a beautiful attack, but it was neutralized by Lu Gang. He Yu threw a kick, but Lu Gang caught his ankle, spun him around several times like a windmill, and tossed him toward a beam. He Yu fell hard. Lu Gang said contemptuously, "He Yu, in terms of stamina you're the strongest in the class. I'm willing to call you number 1. Unfortunately, my technique is a level above yours." Lin Zikin stepped onto the ring. "Come on, let's have a match." He felt this was the perfect opportunity to advance his task progress. If he didn't fight, no one else would dare step up. Lu Gang was on high alert. "Fine, who's afraid of who? Take this." Lu Gang charged with startling speed. But Lin Zikin sidestepped to dodge, and his fist, fast as lightning, knocked Lu Gang straight off the ring. The students shouted, "Wang Shuji, your brother was taken out. Aren't you going to get revenge? The glory of Nongguan's top students depends on you." Wang Shuji jumped onto the ring and roared, "What are you shouting for? I'm going up now." Everyone shut up. Facing Lin Zikin, Wang Shuji vowed in his heart. Since things had come to this, he had to find a way to take him down. He threw a desperate punch, intending to gamble everything. Lin Zikin blocked the attack, countered with his other hand, and then delivered a fatal whirlwind kick. Wang Shuji flew out and face planted. He continued to take down the other boys, each one being a 1-second victory. According to the rules of survival of the fittest, each opponent could only be counted once. This forced Lin Zicken to seek new opponents, but the girls were more difficult to handle. The girls looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Chu Yuxi volunteered, "Classmate Zicken, I want to challenge you." She jumped onto the stage and rushed forward. Lin Zicken lightly dodged. Chu Yuxi fell to the ground, secretly regretting, "I was so close to hugging him." Other girls also excitedly challenged him. Lin Zicken restrained his strength, only countering gently to complete the task quickly. Even so, progress remained slow. Teacher Yuan Feng suddenly announced, "Everyone performed very well, the top few of you should prepare. In 1 month we will challenge the strongest class of the grade 11 seniors. The goal is to defeat them." Lin Zicken secretly rejoiced. He was just worrying about having no chance to increase his survival of the fittest progress. This was truly a godsend. After class, Lu Gang walked over. "I thought there were no rivals at Shanghai Middle School. It seems I underestimated you. From now on you are my arch nemesis for the next 3 years, Lin Zicken thought. Following the teacher's arrangements, it's not impossible to complete survival of the fittest within a year. I get to do the task and get prize money. Sweet. He calculated that he had earned over 3,000 yuan today, enough to buy high-quality exotic beast meat. Wang Shuji chimed in, "Lin Zicken, losing now doesn't mean losing forever. I will definitely wash away this disgrace before graduation." The two looked at him indignantly, but he ignored them and even scoffed at them. Too arrogant. In the dead of night, Lin Zicken tapped away on his keyboard in his room. He thought that although he'd won prize money, it was far from enough to buy all the exotic beast meat to unlock the encyclopedia. He had to find more ways to earn money. He registered a novel account and started writing books for money. The next morning he received a message from an editor. "Hello, I am a platform editor. Your novel is excellent. We invite you to sign a contract for serialization." After signing, a piece of news caught his eye. 2 hours ago, a 5-meter-long giant mutant rat attacked a suburban cold storage facility, biting a mecha-human in half. The mecha-human activated backup power and self-detonated, taking the rat with him. Lin Zicken fell into deep thought. How many more mutant rats are hiding in Shanghai City? How did such a large one evade the search? The next day, in the Shanghai Middle School gymnasium, Lin Zichen's class had a sparring match with grade 11 class 5. Teacher Kai Yuanfei cautioned, "The opponent's individual strength isn't as good as ours, but they are stronger as a whole. They will use their numbers to defend and stall, using a war of attrition. You must end it quickly." The four replied in unison, "Understood." Lin Zicken jumped onto the ring. "Teacher Kai, I request to fight in the first match." The opponent was a girl, looking worried. "Teacher, the opponent is the strongest and I'm the weakest in the class. How can I fight?" The class 5 students protested. "Teacher Yuan Feng, the rule is the weak go first. Why did you send out the strongest? This is against the rules." Teacher Yuan Feng told Lin Zicken to come down first and let the weaker ones go. He walked off the stage helplessly. "All right." The teacher assigned, "Yun-Tong, you're up." She looked dazed. "Teacher, I'm not ready yet." Shen Qinghan suggested, "Teacher Kai, I'm the weakest, let me go first." Facing a female opponent, she was also very flustered. "What should I do? I'm so nervous." Chu Yuxi and He Yu cheered. "Go Han, take her down." Hearing this, Shen Qinghan became even more nervous. "The more I hear, the more I panic." The opponent struck first, unleashing a series of punches. Shen Qinghan raised her hands to protect her head, gritting her teeth to maintain her defense, thinking, "Even if I can't win, I'll exhaust her stamina." 3 minutes later, the opponent began to pant. "Her resilience is so strong. If this continues, I'll run out of strength. I must end this quickly." The opponent threw a heavy punch that knocked Shen Qinghan down, and Shen Qinghan ran back to the team sheepishly. Teacher Yuan Feng encouraged her. "You did well. The strategy of using defense to exhaust stamina was very smart." Lin Zicken rubbed her head. "Great job. You actually lasted 3 minutes against a senior who has practiced a year longer than you. You've made great progress." The second girl from grade 11 class 5 stepped onto the stage and immediately launched an attack. "Hey, she's getting weaker. Take her down." She unleashed a kick, but the senior girl easily dodged it and countered with a punch straight to her face, pinning her opponent down. The senior said arrogantly, "All offense and no defense? Are you looking down on our class? I might not have your talent, but I've practiced for a year longer. Go practice some more before coming back to fight." The girl pleaded for mercy. "Ow, that hurts. Let go. I surrender." Chu Yuxi stepped up and declared, Han, let me avenge you. Watch how I handle this senior." The moment Chu Yuxi stepped onto the ring, she lunged like a bolt of lightning, throwing a decisive heavy punch that sent the senior flying backward to slam heavily onto the ground. Seeing this from below, Shen Qinghan jumped for joy and cheered, "Yuxi, you're amazing." Lin Zicken walked over and rubbed her head, saying with a smile, "You're very impressive too. If you hadn't exhausted so much of her stamina earlier, Chu Yuxi wouldn't have won so easily." Hearing this, Shen Qinghan nodded repeatedly, her eyes squinting with a happy smile. 2 hours later, the upperclassman's teacher stood with his arms crossed, looking down his nose at teacher Yuan Feng with an arrogant smirk. "Yuan Feng, your class only has 4 people left, right? It looks like we've definitely won this meal." Teacher Yuan Feng simply shrugged and countered with a calm gesture of his hands, "It's too early to draw conclusions, let's wait and see." Internally he was calculating. Lin Zicken, Wang Shuji, Lu Gang, and He Yu. This is the true strength of the elite class. The real duel starts now. With that thought, he looked at He Yu and gestured, "He Yu, it's your turn." Hearing his name, he cracked his knuckles with a series of pops, then vaulted onto the ring, shouting loudly, "Present!" He Yu clenched his fists and raised them high, saying provocatively, "My fists have been restless for a long time. Is the senior ready to face my iron fists?" An unpleasant-looking senior across from him crossed his arms and sneered, "Junior, can you stop being so cringy?" Before he could even finish his sentence, He Yu delivered a kick as fast as lightning, striking straight at the face of the rambling senior. He cut right through the senior's posture and get lost. In an instant the senior was kicked off the ring, landing on his rear and crying out in pain. "Ah!" Standing on the ring, He Yu stood with hands on his hips, looking down at the loser with eyes full of mockery. "No way, someone at this level dares to call others stupid, what a total waste." Thud. Immediately after, another person jumped up. A senior with a mullet. He walked over aggressively and barked, "Kid, you're pretty cocky, aren't you? Let me turn up the intensity for you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he rushed forward with a flurry of punches. He Yu's reaction was incredibly fast. He bent down and braced himself against the ground to dodge, making the mullet senior gasp in surprise. "What, so fast? He actually dodged my attack?" Suddenly, He Yu's legs erupted with power. Using his hands as a pivot on the floor, he delivered a precise inverted spin kick to the senior's chin, sending him flying off the ring just like the guy before. Seeing this, Chu Yuxi and Shen Qinghan were ecstatic, cheering loudly for He Yu. "He Yu, that was great, keep it up, beat them all down. Knock every one of them over." Seizing the momentum, He Yu took down several opponents in a row, dealing with each one cleanly and efficiently in just a few moves. He Yu took a stance and declared through heavy breaths, "Next one, hurry up. I can take 10 more." Although He Yu was in high spirits and wanted to continue, his stamina had clearly dropped after defeating 5 people consecutively. Ultimately, he faced a 6th opponent and suffered a regrettable loss. At this point, the elite class had only 3 students left, while grade 11 class 5 had 13. Seeing He Yu eliminated, Teacher Yuan Feng shouted, "Wang Shuji, you're up." Wang Shuji immediately rushed onto the ring, answering with a decisive fist present. Next, Wang Shuji charged left and right, winning 10 matches in a row. It wasn't until the 11th match that he finally surrendered due to total exhaustion. Then Lu Gang took the stage. In less than 10 minutes he quickly dealt with the opponent's 2 remaining top fighters. Teacher Yuan Feng rubbed his nose and looked triumphantly at the other teacher. "Your class only has 1 person left. Why don't you just surrender early?" To his surprise, the other teacher remained calm, hands in his pockets, and replied, "I don't think that's necessary. Go on, Wang Jinhee, it's your time to shine." Following this, a senior as hulking as an iron tower stepped onto the ring. His physique was several times larger than an average person's. Lu Gang took the stage in response but immediately felt an invisible pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders. Lu Gang lowered his center of gravity and took a stance, snorting inwardly, "HMPH, just a tall fat guy. Watch me beat you." With that thought, Lu Gang's legs kicked off the floor with a burst of power. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he charged and swung a heavy punch. Bang! A loud impact echoed as Lu Gang's lightning-fast fist slammed hard into Wang Jinhee's stomach. However, an alien sensation hit him instantly. He began to break into a cold sweat. That punch felt as if it had landed in a pile of soft cotton. Refusing to believe it, he roared and launched a frantic offensive. Bang, bang, bang! Lu Gang's fists fell like raindrops on Wang Jinhee's abdomen, but they were completely ineffective. After fighting for a while, Lu Gang began to retreat, gasping for air. He stared at the fat guy before him, thinking, "This isn't working. His body fat is too thick and his flesh is too solid. I can't hurt him at all." Then Wang Jinhee began his counterattack, reaching out with a massive palm. "Are you done? If you're done, it's my turn." In an instant, Lu Gang was grabbed by the neck and hoisted up like a tiny chick. "Not good, I can't breathe. This guy's strength is terrifying." Thud! With a casual flick of his wrist, Wang Jinhee tossed Lu Gang out of the ring, as easily as throwing away a toy. Seeing this, Teacher Yuan Feng's heart sank, and he looked at his colleague in confusion. "Wait, I don't remember your class having a student this strong." The other teacher smirked, his plan having succeeded. "My apologies, he just transferred in this semester, so it's normal you wouldn't remember him. It looks like you're going to lose this time," he added. "Remember our bet. The loser has to buy dinner for the winner's entire class." Hearing this, Teacher Yuan Feng turned away and clenched his fists, groaning inwardly. It turned out the other teacher had an ace up his sleeve in Wang Jinhee. No matter how strong Lin Zichen was, he likely couldn't beat a monster like that. He'd been too careless and had been outplayed by that old fox. Forcing a smile, Teacher Yuan Feng walked over and patted Lin Zichen's shoulder to comfort him. "Zichen, it's your turn. Just focus on the sparring, you'll gain a lot of valuable experience. Don't worry too much about winning or losing." Lin Zichen squinted with a smile, turning confidently to walk onto the stage. "Don't worry, Teacher Yuan Feng, I'll win." Teacher Yuan Feng's mouth fell open in shock. As soon as he stepped onto the ring, Wang Jinhee evaluated him privately. "Oh, this is their class's strongest student. He looks a bit skinny." With that thought, he adopted the posture of a senior and said, "Junior, I'm not the type of person to bully those smaller than me." Below the stage, Shen Qinghan, Chu Yuxi, and several other girls shouted indignantly, "Hey big guy, don't be so cocky. Zichen will definitely beat you. You big fatty, just wait to get flattened into a meat pancake. Go Zichen, teach this fat pig a lesson." Wang Jinhee's heart skipped a beat when he heard Shen Qinghan's fat pig comment, and he quickly said, "Junior, in a moment I'll just stand still and let you have a few free moves." Wang Jinhee continued with a serious air, "Lest you and your fans call me a bully who wins without honor later on." Hearing the senior's words, Lin Zikin gave an awkward laugh and scratched his head sheepishly. All right then, if you say so. Pat pat pat. Wang Jinhee confidently slapped his massive fan-like hands against his large belly. He challenged, come on, Junior. I'll stand right here without moving an inch. Use all your strength to attack me. In an instant, Lin Zikin lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, throwing a heavy punch packed with terrifying power. Wang Jinhee's eyes widened and his mouth hung open in shock. Suddenly, the senior's massive frame was sent spinning into the air by Lin Zikin's blow. Bang! A massive tremor followed as Wang Jinhee slammed heavily outside the ring from high up, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone stared blankly at Wang Jinhee, who lay motionless on the ground. As if waking from a dream, the entire venue erupted. People screamed with excitement. Zikin won, he won. Everyone was beaming with joy. Teacher Yuan Feng was even moved to tears. Only then did Wang Jinhee sit up dizzily, his head spinning as he asked himself, why am I here? What just happened? This makes no sense. It's unscientific. The opposing teacher walked over, patting Yuan Feng's shoulder with a sigh. Yuan Feng, your student Zikin is terrifying. He took Wang Jinhee down with a single punch. He feels like he's almost catching up to Wu Tiancheng from the freshman college class, doesn't he? Hearing this, teacher Yuan Feng turned with a smile, his tone humble but unable to hide his pride. That's not necessarily true. That kid Wu Tiancheng is no ordinary person, the teacher continued. Back in his senior year of high school, he nearly scared the principal to death. His performance was truly too powerful. Just then, Lin Zikin walked over and raised his hand to ask, Teacher, who is Wu Tiancheng? Teacher Yuan Feng waved a hand and explained, Wu Tiancheng is a senior who graduated several years ago, back in his freshman year of college. He swept through the entire elite class by himself, terrifying the school leadership. Teacher Yuan Feng held up a finger, his expression turning serious. When he was a freshman in high school, Wu Tiancheng's 100-meter time was under 6.12 seconds, his vertical jump was 3.96 meters, and he could lift 650 kilograms with one hand. Who wouldn't be scared by that? Hearing this, Lin Zikin scratched his head awkwardly and gave a dry laugh. That is indeed a bit scary. Internally, he thought. He is indeed quite strong. He's almost as good as I was during the summer break after graduating elementary school. The scene shifts to Mingyang Restaurant. Teacher Yuan Feng excitedly raised a large bottle of Coke and shouted, Thanks to Zikin, we defeated the grade 11 regular class. Their homeroom teacher has admitted defeat and is treating our entire class to a meal. Everyone, stand up and raise your glasses to celebrate our Zikin. Students at the surrounding tables responded in unison. Zikin is the eternal god. Brother Shen is mighty. Immediately after, students gathered around chattering, Brother Shen, how do you usually train at home? Is there a secret? By the way, Brother Shen, I don't think we've added each other on WeChat yet. Let's add each other. After defeating the grade 11 class, Lin Zikin's name became famous throughout the school. Classmates were scrambling to get to know him, making him feel a bit flustered. But Shen Qinghan hadn't changed at all, afraid that I would get so busy hosting my friends that I wouldn't eat. She kept piling food into my bowl. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan seemed startled. Her whole body shuddered, and she abruptly stood up, turning away awkwardly. Chen, I'm going to the restroom. Lin Zikin watched her back, thinking, the only thing about her that hasn't changed is that uncontrollable urge to go. Outside the ladies' room, Shen Qinghan stepped out with a sigh of relief. Just then, she accidentally overheard two girls gossiping behind her back. That Shen Qinghan is constantly pouring water for Lin Zikin 1 minute and peeling shrimp for him the next. She's so sycophantic. She looks like a maid serving her master. With her skill level, if she wasn't sucking up to Lin Zikin, how could she have gotten into our elite class? I bet it won't last. The gap in their strength is too big. They'll definitely drift apart in the future. Hearing this made Shen Qinghan feel extremely uncomfortable. She stepped forward and stated loudly and righteously, I am not being sycophantic. The two girls were startled by the sudden voice and looked back. Then Shen Qinghan turned to leave, not forgetting to drop a firm parting word. I am his childhood friend. On the way home, Lin Zikin looked at Shen Qinghan and asked in confusion, Han, why are you so listless? Did something happen? She gave a forced smile after hearing him. When I was little, Mom always said that once I grew up I wouldn't wet the bed anymore. But even now, I still wet the bed every night. I only dare to sleep if I'm wearing a diaper. It feels so awful. She raised her melancholic eyes to look at him. Chen, I feel like a disabled person who can't control her own bladder. Lin Zikin gazed deeply into her eyes, his tone firm. You are not disabled. He placed both hands on her shoulders and said seriously, being unable to control your bladder is your superpower. It's just that this superpower hasn't fully developed yet. Hearing this, Shen Qinghan's eyes instantly lit up. A superpower? He nodded, his expression completely certain. That's right, it's a superpower. The reason your water attribute talent is so good is an expression of that superpower. Shen Qinghan seemed to have an epiphany and asked excitedly, Then Chen, you've been so amazing since we were little. Do you have a superpower too? He rubbed her head and replied calmly as they walked. Just like you, I have a superpower too. Shen Qinghan chased after him curiously. If I really have a superpower, I wonder what kind it will be. Lin Zikin turned back and gave a meaningful smile. It will definitely be an incredibly powerful superpower. Suddenly, he heard a commotion and turned toward another direction. 3 police officers were surrounding a man shouting, Put down the broom, we are calling the rats for the safety of the community. Please cooperate with us. An old man was wildly waving a broom, frantically attacking and driving away the three officers. "Stop, stop right now, you aren't allowed to kill my brothers." The old man's eyes were bloodshot, and he kept letting out frenzied screams. "Are you going to kill my brothers again? I'll fight you to the death." With that he raised his broom and charged straight at the three officers. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan hid behind Lin Zikin in terror. "Chen, that man is crazy." He stepped forward to shield her. "Maybe he's mentally ill, he looks truly frightening." Immediately he took her hand and left quickly. That was just how mentally ill people were. Let's go home." Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. Night fell, and in the living room of Lin Zichen's house, the whole family was gathered around the sofa watching the news. The TV reported that a young female priest had gone missing after leaving school last week and remained unaccounted for. Upon hearing this, his mother said worriedly, "How is another young girl missing? This seems to be the fourth one this month." His father corrected from the side, "You remembered wrong. This is already the fifth." The news continued with a warning. All 5 people missing this month were young, beautiful women. Young women were advised not to go out at night. If one must go out, it was best to travel in groups and avoid secluded places. His mother turned and instructed, Chen, "Things aren't very stable outside lately. Don't let Han go out alone. Do you hear me?" He managed to squeeze out a slight smile to reassure her. "Don't worry, Mom, I'll look after her well." The scene shifted to the police station on 20th Street in District 20 of Shanghai City. A doctor pushed open the door of the interrogation room where the crazy old man with the broom was now sitting in handcuffs. The police officer asked, "How is the investigation going? Is he mentally ill?" The doctor shook his head and spread his hands helplessly, replying, "It's still uncertain. I've been trying to communicate with him, but he hasn't said a word like a mute." Hearing this, the officer frowned, feeling suspicious. "He's not mute at all. He was screaming non-stop earlier at the vegetable market." Suddenly, the officer sensed something abnormal and looked through the glass into the cell. The old man, who had been sitting dejectedly in his handcuffs, suddenly began to undergo a mutation, and a thick aura of an exotic beast permeated the room. Boom, accompanied by a massive explosion. He instantly transformed into a hideous giant mutant rat. The officer immediately issued an emergency notification through his walkie-talkie. "Hurry, request mecha human support from headquarters. The person in the interrogation room is turning into a giant mutant rat." Witnessing this terrifying scene, the doctor was scared out of his wits and turned to flee for his life. Bang, 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 several officers armed with specialized firearms fired frantically at the mutant rat. At that moment, a female officer with a striking physique rushed over. She reported urgently, "Chief, headquarters says all mecha-modified humans are out on missions. It will take about 10 minutes to send support. Our ammunition isn't enough. I'm afraid we won't last that long." Upon hearing this, the captain gave a decisive order, "Get in the car, quick, we need to lure this rat man to the outskirts to stall for time until support arrives." With that, he was the first to run toward the police car. Everyone quickly piled in, and the female officer slammed the door shut. Vroom, the officer floored the accelerator and sped away. Behind them, the mutant rat roared frantically in pursuit, its footsteps shaking the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The old captain shouted urgent commands. "Faster, lead it into the mountains to buy time for the mecha-modified humans." Sirens wailed through the streets and red and blue lights flashed incessantly. Crash, the giant mutant rat smashed through a mountain wall and caught up. Flying debris hit the police car, causing it to spiral out of control and slam violently against a cliff. The female officer was covered in injuries. Hanging upside down from the car door. Dizzied and filled with despair, she thought, "In the end, we still couldn't wait long enough." The giant rat slowly approached the overturned vehicle, opening its hideous maw to let out a long roar. Just then, a world-shaking explosion rang out, striking the monster directly. Boom, in the sky, a mecha girl appeared with an air of authority. With a wave of her left hand, her body launched countless shells, coldly declaring after locking onto the target, "Eliminate." Boom, 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 heat-seeking missiles pierced into the mutant rat, triggering a series of violent explosions that blasted it to the ground. A moment later, the smoke cleared. The mecha girl looked down at the dark, deep pit below and asked in confusion, "The giant rat actually learned to dig a hole to escape?" These creatures seemed to be getting smarter, but seeing the scattered shredded meat on the ground, she knew it was surely heavily wounded and couldn't run far. "I still have a chance to find and kill it." At 3 a.m. the entire city was still deep in slumber. At this time, Lin Zikin was still buried in his work typing away. He had been writing for over half a month, updating over 4,000 words every day. He had now accumulated nearly 100,000 words, and his income had surpassed the 10,000 yuan mark. He calculated to himself that there were still several highlights in the new plot yet to be released. By then, the data would surely be even better. He really wondered how much he would earn after a month of being monetized. After looking at these promising statistics late at night, the excitement from the earnings left him with no desire to sleep. So he decided to sneak out to find a secluded alley without cameras to test his training results. In the pitch-black alley, Lin Zichen's figure flashed by like lightning. His 100-meter sprint took only 3.43 seconds, and his standing long jump was 7.2 meters. He was very satisfied with the clear progress. Lin Zichen landed lightly, thinking that if he could continue progressing like this, his body would eventually transcend the mundane. Suddenly he sensed an abnormal presence. Alert, he looked toward a dark corner of the alley and saw a black shadow squatting there, making a spine-chilling chewing sound. The person was ravenously devouring a live rat, muttering crazily, "Brother, I'm sorry, brother. Brother, forgive me. I didn't mean to eat you. I'm just so hungry. Once I'm full, I'll pay respects to you every year." Witnessing this bizarre scene, Lin Zichen's brain hummed. Is it a rat man? Could the giant mutant rat that escaped in the news today have turned into a rat man? Without hesitation, Lin Zichen quickly decided to turn and run. He had to leave here as fast as possible to call the police. The rat man behind him also spotted him. He screamed frantically, "Brother, I don't have to eat you anymore. I can go eat humans." It immediately leaped into pursuit, moving in a bizarre zigzag path by kicking off the walls. While chasing it, shrieked madly, "Meat is here. I want to eat meat. I want to eat human meat. Eat humans. Eat humans." Lin Zichen thought in terror. Such incredible speed, it looks like I can't outrun it. Just as the monster pounced, Lin Zichen suddenly spun around and unleashed a counter kick. In this situation, he could only fight for his life. Thud, the rat man took the heavy kick full on and flew backward. He struggled to get up, clutching his chest in pain, secretly shocked. This is clearly a weak student. Where did he get such great strength? He stared at Lin Zichen, and before he could react, he heard a crack as a stone flew and hit him right in the head. Immediately after, a rain of stones pelted him. The stones whistled through the air with a piercing sound of breaking wind. While throwing the stones, Lin Zichen calculated in his mind, "I must not give it a chance to resist. I must strike while the iron is hot and kill it first." The giant rat was bombarded by countless stones like cannonballs until its skin was shredded and its body was covered in bloody holes. After a while, Lin Zichen stopped, gasping for breath. Phew, is it dead? Over there, after a round of violent attacks, the giant rat had turned into a pile of shredded meat. The high temperature from the impacts caused wisps of white smoke to rise from the corpse. Lin Zichen stepped forward and reached out to touch the mangled remains for inspection. Is it dead? I can devour the life essence. It seems it's truly dead, but it only added 2 points, which is indeed a bit low. The holographic system panel popped up a prompt. You have devoured a small amount of the giant mutant rat's life essence. Giant Mutant Rat Encyclopedia Progress, 7. He was confused. Last time it was 5. Could the difference be related to the Rat King gene content or the identity of the cultist? After completing the absorption, Lin Zichen turned to leave, thinking he should head back first. It's dawn. This isn't a place to linger. Shortly after, the mecha girl descended from the sky, following the trail. Looking at the pile of shredded meat before her, she stood with her hands on her hips, wondering in her heart, just who killed this rat man. Late at night, in a deserted old building area, a tall man was carrying a young woman on his shoulders. Before him was a bizarre ritual circle surrounded by a ring of white candles. He placed the woman in the center of the circle, then knelt and raised his hands in worship. Lord Rat God, please enjoy. In the pitch-black night, a massive shadow slowly manifested, accompanied by a low, terrifying voice. Why is there only one woman? Are you trying to starve me? This little bit isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Are you two also the sacrifices for this time? Hearing this, he was scared out of his wits, lying prostrate on the ground and trembling all over. I wouldn't dare, Lord Rat God, please listen to my explanation, my lord. The young women outside are now very alert. They don't go out at night and move in groups during the day. It's truly difficult to catch them. The massive figure hidden in the darkness commanded. Then next time, go catch some young men, as you command, Lord Rat God. Immediately after, a piece of fresh meat was thrown in front of him. Seeing this, he was overjoyed and hurriedly grabbed it to devour it ravenously. Thanking the rat god for the gift, the rat god extended its long tongue, tightly wrapping it around the woman's body and pulling her up, then swallowing her into its bloody maw. The spine-chilling sound of chewing echoed in the night sky once more. Next time, don't catch ordinary people, they're dirty and tasteless. I want to eat those who stand high and mighty. They usually live in luxury and have pampered lives. Their meat is tender and the flavor will surely be good. Returning to daily life to help Shen Qinghan improve her martial arts grades as quickly as possible, the two would conduct special training at her house whenever they had spare time. Lin Zichen guided her carefully. The angle of your punch is too high, lower it slightly, that makes it easier to apply force. Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. He continued to correct her posture. Your legs are too close together, spread them a bit more. Also adjust your stance, don't face the enemy head on, stand a bit more sideways. Come on, let's do some live sparring. Attack me with all your strength. Shen Qinghan didn't say a word and immediately rushed forward to deliver a decisive punch. All right, here I come. Thud. Lin Zichen easily reached out and blocked her fist, praising her. Not bad, your punching angle is very accurate and your power is much greater than before. Shen Qinghan followed up with a flying kick. Lin Zichen let go, caught the kick and continued his guidance. The sweeping kick posture is wrong. Don't pull in too tight before kicking, keep your legs spread. Try it again with the movements I just corrected. Shen Qinghan nodded repeatedly. Okay. Thud, thud, thud. She threw a series of fast punches, but they were all effortlessly neutralized by him. A long time later, Shen Qinghan sat on the floor covered in sweat, gasping for air. Tired, so tired, but I can feel my martial arts really getting stronger. She looked up at him, full of hope. Chen, I feel like 3 times a week isn't enough. Can we have special training every day? Lin Zichen held up a finger and shook it, refusing. There's no need. 3 times a week is already a lot. If you do this every day, your body won't be able to handle it. Shen Qinghan had no choice but to accept. All right, 3 times a week it is. Suddenly, Lin Zichen's phone rang, indicating a new message. The two stared at the screen, watching a special report. On the official website, the Yuanji God Group released a sensational piece of news. They would provide free treatment for a genius mecha girl who was left with permanent disabilities due to premature body modification. The report also revealed that this genius from Capital University had successfully fused with the genes of the Tianqi mutant spider. This news immediately caused a huge stir, breaking the records of Capital University to become the youngest person in history to successfully complete a second genetic fusion. A question surfaced in everyone's mind: could it be that Capital prodigy from back then? Normally the human body needs to reach a certain level of maturity for genetic fusion. Otherwise, it is difficult to withstand the erosion of exotic beast genes, carrying the risk of uncontrollable mutation. However, this prodigy completed the second fusion before turning 18. The talent was truly staggering. Lin Zichen fell into deep thought. He muttered to himself, wondering if the path of genetic fusion was truly the optimal choice for humanity. As night fell, the entire city was draped in the vibrant, multicolored neon lights shimmering from the skyscrapers. At home, Lin Zichen sat before his computer, browsing the latest comments on his work. The top 9 comments were incredibly lively. Wei Wei wrote, 50,000 words updated. Chen Lili exclaimed how satisfying it was to have 50,000 words released on the day the novel was monetized. Zhao Yan commented, the author is a total speed demon. Case closed, no arguments accepted. Huang Haishi even sent a tip. The rhythmic sound of typing filled the room. He calculated his progress as he wrote. Thanks to the divine wisdom root increasing his thinking speed, combined with a month of diligent practice, his typing speed had reached the supreme realm of 10,000 words per hour. He only needed to spare 1 hour a day for writing, which didn't interfere at all with his rigorous martial arts training schedule. Lin Zichen's father stood behind him, stroking his chin and nodding in approval. Zichen, this book of yours is selling quite well. If you can keep up a 10,000-word daily update without the plot falling apart, you'll probably make about 50,000 yuan in royalties in the first month. Once the word count grows, making 100,000 a month won't be a problem. He patted his son's shoulder, face beaming with pride. Zichen was stunned for a moment, a surge of wild joy rising in his heart. 50,000 or even 100,000 a month? With this stable income, he wouldn't have to worry about the costs of unlocking the exotic beast encyclopedia anymore. He hoped the royalties from the next 2 months would be enough to unlock the violent Great Eagle entry. In Teacher Yuan Feng's martial arts class, an internal sparring match was in full swing to check the student's progress on the ring. Lin Zichen ducked low, delivering a sharp elbow strike directly to his opponent's abdomen. As usual, he swept the field, leaving his opponents with no chance to fight back and stripping them of any opportunity for resistance. This match not only earned him 88 yuan in prize money, but also added dozens of experience points to his survival of the fittest task. In contrast to Zichen's unstoppable momentum, Shen Qinghan still hadn't tasted victory. Firmly holding onto her title as the bottom-tier student, Chu Yuxi stepped forward and gently patted Qinghan's shoulder to comfort her. However, a difference was starting to show. Previously, when facing Wen Yuntong, the person ranked second to last in the class, Qinghan would be kicked off the stage in less than 3 seconds, but this time she held her ground for nearly 3 minutes. More creditably, those weren't 3 minutes of passive turtle defense, but 3 full minutes of back-and-forth combat. She even managed to land a beautiful kick on her opponent. Seeing this effort, Teacher Yuan Feng highly praised the young girl's rapid progress and encouraged her to keep it up. Teacher Yuan waved his hand and shouted in a voice as loud as a bell, "In 1 month we will challenge the strongest elite class of the grade 11 seniors. The goal is to defeat everyone except for that class's top 3 students. Do you all have confidence?" The entire class was in high spirits, answering in unison, "Yes." Seeing this, Teacher Yuan clenched his fist excitedly, his face full of enthusiasm. "Very good." Lin Zichen took the chance to check his phone. His bank balance had already reached 80,000 yuan. In the blink of an eye, his novel had been monetized for over a month. He decided to take a trip to the supermarket. "Hello, I'd like to buy some violent Great Eagle meat," the clerk responded warmly. "Certainly, how much would you like to purchase?" "We have a promotion right now. If you buy 100 jin at once, you get a 5 discount. Hearing about the discount, he fell into deep thought. His current cash couldn't support such a large-scale purchase yet. "Then I won't buy it for now." He calculated privately that it would be better to save enough to buy 100 kilograms at once. After all, it was only a matter of waiting another month. The next day at school, Shen Qinghan walked beside him in the hallway, excitedly clinging to his arm and chattering away. "Zichen, I heard the cafeteria is opening a new stall in a few days, and they say the chef there is amazing. Shall we go try it?" Lin Zichen nodded with a smile. When they arrived at the cafeteria, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. 5 or 6 chefs were busy working, and the tantalizing aroma filled the air, making Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan's mouths water. Fortunately, they arrived early and didn't have to wait long to get their food. "Zichen, it's lucky we got here early, otherwise we'd be in a huge line." "True." Suddenly, a heated argument broke out ahead. "Why is that person cutting in line?" "Get to the back of the line." "I didn't cut. My desk mate held this spot for me." "Since when can people hold spots in a line? Are you kidding me? Cutting is cutting. Get to the back now." I did cut, so what? But this was originally my deskmate's spot. What's it to you? He couldn't control his temper, pointing at the person's nose and shouting, "Are you brain dead? Your deskmate is sitting right in front of me. What's the difference between you cutting in front of your deskmate and you cutting in front of me?" The person grew angry at the call out. "You're just making excuses. I cut, so what are you going to do about it?" Seeing the tension, Shen Qinghan covered her mouth and gasped, "Zicken, he is arguing with someone." "Should we go over?" Lin Zicken replied calmly. "There shouldn't be a need. With Hiyu's explosive temper, the one who should be afraid is the line cutter." Sure enough, the person turned and walked away indignantly, muttering "brat" under his breath. However, it wasn't over. Later, Hiyu saw the person return with 3 accomplices, whispering among themselves. A moment later, the 4 of them walked over brazenly and cut right in front of Hiyu as if it were their right. Hiyu roared, "What are you doing? What's the meaning of this?" They curled their lips and sneered, "Nothing much, we just feel like cutting in front of you." "Are you kidding me? Get to the back." While shouting, Hiyu angrily reached out and pushed their shoulders hard, but strangely it felt like pushing against an iron wall. Even with all his strength, he couldn't budge them an inch. Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghan immediately noticed the anomaly and stood up at the same time. It was Hiyu. He seemed to be getting bullied. Lin Zicken walked over, placed his hand on one of their shoulders and said in an icy tone, "Classmate, please go to the back of the line." The person turned around, pointed at his nose and laughed provocatively. "What if I don't? What are you going to do about it?" A cold smile touched the corner of Lin Zicken's mouth as he calmly pulled out his phone. "I'll report you." The person glanced at the phone with a look of utter disdain. TCH, resorting to reporting like a snitch. How pathetic. Just then, Hiyu walked over with his arms crossed, raising an eyebrow as he chimed in. "I think line cutting is the truly pathetic behavior here." Seeing their firm stance, the 4 of them scoffed and turned away, their faces still full of indignation. Late at night in Shanghai City, the atmosphere was grim inside a luxury villa in the wealthy district. The cult leader sat in an armchair, his voice chillingly cold. "Gang Z is dead. Before that he went crazy and ran to the market to provoke the security team. And then he lost his life. It's a good thing that idiot is dead. He caused trouble everywhere. I wanted him dead long ago, otherwise he would have implicated us sooner or later." He pointed to the young man standing beside him. "This young man is a newcomer who will take Gang Z's place. Everyone, get to know him. Also, the rat god told me that ordinary human meat is too sour and bitter, it tastes terrible. In the future, he wants to eat the flesh of those social elites. Keep that in mind and stop sending unsuitable sacrifices." Hearing this, the cultists cried out in terror. "Leader, the risk of kidnapping people from high society is too high." "Exactly, leader. It's one thing if a few commoners go missing, but if the powerful and wealthy disappear, it's a major incident." The leader waved a hand to calm them. "Start with the disobedient sons of wealthy families first. The risk will be much lower," he turned to instruct the newcomer. "Since you're new, there's no need to go after the elites yet. Start by catching an ordinary handsome young man to practice." The newcomer bowed his head respectfully. "Don't worry, leader. I will present the most beautiful sacrifice in the city to the Lord Son of God." A few days passed quickly. At school, Lin Zicken leaned lazily against a locker playing on his phone, while Hiyu stood nearby, his fists clenched and his face flushed with rage. "I've been investigating for days, and I found out that the guy who cut in front of me that day is actually a student from grade 11, class 3, the strongest elite class we're supposed to challenge. Even those in the elite classes have no manners. I'm honestly fed up." With one hand in his pocket and the other scrolling through his screen, Lin Zicken said flatly, "Good grades don't equate to good character." Suddenly, Lin Zicken's fingers stopped as a news report about a high-reward search for a missing son flashed across the screen. He immediately linked it to recent events, thinking, "Another rich kid missing, this is already the 5th case. And the motive isn't money at all, since no kidnapper has demanded a ransom. Could these disappearances be related to the rat god cult?" His expression darkened at the thought, a heavy feeling settling in his chest. Inside the gymnasium, the atmosphere was tense. Lin Zicken's class 1 was preparing to challenge grade 11 class 3, the strongest class in the school. The people who had cut in front of Hiyu last week cast provocative glances at him from time to time. The 4 seniors were arrogant, and their leader, Chiyu, even insolently gave Hiyu the middle finger. Hiyu didn't back down, immediately returning the gesture. The sparring began. Shen Qinghan was once again the first to take the stage. Her opponent was an experienced senior girl. As soon as the fight started, the senior rushed forward like a storm, unleashing a powerful heavy kick. Bang! The heavy blow sent Shen Qinghan flying backward. A sharp sound of breaking wind echoed as Shen Qinghan slid a long distance across the floor, completely overwhelmed by the elite senior's crushing strength. Her turtle defense strategy was useless against such a massive power gap. The next few matches were a total slaughter. The senior girl exploded with consecutive victories, kicking Class 1's participants off the stage one by one. Even Chu Yuxi had to admit defeat helplessly. It wasn't until a short-haired girl from the class with better physical fitness took the stage that the senior girl's winning streak was finally ended. However, the victory was short-lived, as the opposing side quickly sent out another person to control the situation. In less than 10 minutes, the new opponent swept through 9 people in a row, including 3 boys. The situation became exceptionally grim as Class 1 was routed, leaving only 4 people struggling to hold the line. Lin Zicken, Wang Shuji, Lu Gang, and Hiyu. Meanwhile, the grade 11 elite class still had 36 students who hadn't even fought yet. What was even harder to accept was that all 5 people eliminated so far were girls, and the opposing side hadn't even sent out a single boy. Teacher Yuan gripped the armrests of his chair, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he sighed inwardly. The strength gap is too wide, it's simply impossible to win. He turned to He-Yu and shouted to boost morale, He-Yu, it's your turn. There are 6 girls left on the other side. Can you take them all down? Without a word, He-Yu vaulted onto the ring, confidently pounding his chest. Piece of cake, teacher. At that moment, a glorious vision was forming in his mind. Never mind 6. I'm willing to fight even more pretty seniors. True to his word, He-Yu didn't let everyone down. Bang! After a fierce series of battles, He-Yu stood panting in the center of the ring, surrounded by the 6 senior girls he had kicked off the stage. He had successfully completed the cleanup mission. Immediately after, the next opponent jumped onto the ring. It was Chi-Yu, the leader of the line cutters. He crouched into a stance, a savage smile on his face. Ready to die? He-Yu shot back. You're not just ill-mannered, you have no self-awareness. He secretly assessed that since the guy was the first boy to step out, he must be a rookie. This was the chance for revenge. Bang! Chi-Yu suddenly lunged off the ground, rushing forward like a bolt of lightning. He-Yu was caught completely off guard. By the time he reacted, a fist as heavy as 1,000 jin had slammed hard into his abdomen. He-Yu flew backward, curling up in pain as he clutched his stomach and struggled to breathe, so fast in that punch. Suddenly, Chi-Yu appeared beside him like a ghost. He arrogantly lifted his leg and stepped over the head of the prone He-Yu. Too weak, just surrender. He-Yu's eyes were wide with rage. He flipped up and turned around to swing a punch in retaliation. Get the hell away from me! Chi-Yu nimbly dodged, then spun and delivered a heavy kick like a thunderclap to He-Yu's midsection. Boom! He-Yu was kicked off the ring, his back slamming hard against the floor. He curled up in agony, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that hurts. This guy's strength was definitely not inferior to the other boys, it was likely even higher. He had purposely stepped out to seek revenge on me. Damn it, I was too careless. After defeating He-Yu, Chi-Yu became even more arrogant. Standing high on the ring, he beckoned with his hand, provoking Lin Zikin below. Weren't you so fond of minding other people's business? Come up if you have the guts, if not, get lost. Lin Zikin didn't say a word, his feet pushing off as he vaulted onto the ring. He thought, I was just worrying about not having a chance to step up. Here it is. Below the stage, students burst into wild cheers as Lin Zikin took his position. Chen Ji, take him down, beat him up. This is too insulting. It's bad enough he cuts in line at the cafeteria, but to be this disgusting on the ring, has he no shame? Humiliate him and avenge He-Yu. Chi-Yu tried his old trick again. Lunging forward with lightning speed, at the moment of impact he suddenly shifted his move, changing the charge into a kick, a smug cold sneer playing on his lips. But with a sharp bang, Lin Zikin simply raised a hand, effortlessly blocking that powerful strike. Immediately after, he took a step forward, his fingers hooking into an eagle claw grip that clamped firmly onto Chi-Yu's head. He slammed him violently toward the ground. Boom! The impact sounded like a muffled thunderclap, kicking up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the crowd was horrified to find that Chi-Yu's eyes had rolled back. He was out cold on the spot. Lin Zikin nonchalantly shoved his hands into his pockets, mimicking Chi-Yu's earlier move against He-Yu. He coldly stepped over his body and followed up with a sweeping kick, sending Chi-Yu flying off the ring like a piece of trash. Witnessing this brutal instant kill, the entire grade 11 class 3 stood frozen, mouths agape and breaking into cold sweats. Chi-Yu's strength was ranked in the top 5 of their class. How could he have been dealt with in an instant? Just how strong was this student? The students of Class 1 shouted excitedly. That was satisfying. Teacher Han, however, fell into deep thought. Lin Zikin is definitely hiding a significant amount of his strength, otherwise it would be impossible to reach this level. Beside him, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang looked at each other and cursed inwardly. Damn it, Lin Zikin usually acts strong enough, but this actually isn't even his full power. Is he even human? Standing on the ring, Lin Zikin's cold gaze swept across the students of the elite class. He asked, why don't you all come at me together? Hearing this, Chi-Yu's 3 remaining accomplices turned pale with fright and shrank back in terror. But what was coming was inevitable. Half an hour later, the remaining 29 students of grade 11 class 3 were completely annihilated. Relying on his iron fists, Lin Zikin had thoroughly suppressed the strongest elite class in the school. He secretly checked his progress. I wonder how much survival of the fittest has progressed. A blue system panel appeared. Survival of the fittest. Cumulative opponents eliminated. 119,000. Lin Zikin was somewhat disappointed. After all that, only 119. This growth rate is way too slow, he pondered, stroking his chin. Waiting for class sparring sessions to be the last one out isn't a long-term solution. My strength has already far surpassed the high school level. There's no need to stick to the school's rules. From now on, I'll set my own. Monday morning, the principal's office. What? The female principal stared at Lin Zikin with wide eyes, unable to believe her ears. You want me to arrange a personal challenge match with prize money for you? Lin Zikin made a firm gesture. That's right, I want to challenge the entire school. The principal propped her head with one hand and leaned on the desk with the other, looking completely helpless. You're only a freshman and you want to challenge the whole school? Are you serious? On what grounds? Lin Zikin replied solemnly. Yes, principal, please come with me to the gymnasium. I will prove to you that I have enough strength to issue the challenge. Inside the gymnasium, the principal watched with suspicious crossed arms. "Lin Zicken, why did you bring me here in the middle of the night? To demonstrate my strength, of course." With that, he took off his jacket. Seeing this, the principal's lips trembled slightly, and she awkwardly turned her face away. "Wait, this kid couldn't possibly be planning to. Lin Zicken, wait a moment." Lin Zicken didn't explain further. He walked straight to the equipment area and lifted a 700-kilogram dumbbell with one hand as easily as picking up a feather. The principal was stunned, rubbing her eyes several times before she could believe it was real. She exclaimed, 700 kilograms? So this was the strength he spoke of, stronger even than the school's legendary strongest student, Wu Qiancheng, when he was a freshman. Her attitude performed a complete 180-degree turn. She gave a brilliant smile and a thumbs up. "No problem. I'll arrange a solo showcase for you to challenge the entire school." Lin Zicken gave a dry laugh and scratched his head, reminding her. "Principal, remember to set a prize. People won't have any motivation without a reward." He enthusiastically held up a finger and suggested, "It's best to establish two types of prizes. A participation prize to encourage everyone to take the stage, and a cumulative prize, essentially a jackpot. The more challengers there are, the larger the pool becomes. Whoever can defeat me takes the entire pot. If no one can defeat me within the allotted time, the prize money belongs to me." The principal's eyes sparkled. "Leave it to me, we'll do exactly as you say." Lin Zicken patted his chest and cautioned, "Principal, regarding my strength, please keep it a secret for now, otherwise once everyone knows the truth they won't have the motivation to challenge me." The principal patted his shoulder affectionately. All right, whatever you say." Back in her office, the principal quickly drafted the documents and warmly handed them to him for review. "Zicken, what do you think of this challenge plan?" "It's perfect," Lin Zicken said gratefully. "Thank you for your hard work, Principal." The principal waved her hand repeatedly. "Not at all, it was no trouble at all." Standing aside, Teacher Han and another teacher kept rubbing their eyes, unable to believe the scene before them. What was happening? Was the sky falling? Why was the school's strict principal, nicknamed the She-Devil, smiling so obsequiously in front of Lin Zicken at 2 p.m.? The gymnasium was packed with students. The principal stood on the stage introducing Lin Zicken's basic information and achievements according to the plan, and explained the challenge rules and prize structure in detail. As expected, the crowd erupted instantly. "Principal, are you sure? Has the principal gone mad? He's just a freshman and he's actually setting up a ring to call out the whole school? Ha, where does he get the confidence? You think you're worthy of us challenging you? You just beat one grade 11 elite class and you're already getting cocky? Those who don't know better would think you beat the grade 12 top class. You really don't know your place. Do you think you're Wu Qiancheng, that legendary strongest senior in our school's history?" Facing the collective anger, Lin Zicken simply looked down at the crowd calmly and announced loudly, "Starting tomorrow during every lunch break, I will defend the ring in the gymnasium for 2 hours. Everyone is welcome to come and spar." He chuckled to himself with satisfaction. "Excellent. It looks like the line of people wanting to punch me is quite long. It seems survival of the fittest might be completed ahead of schedule." As the sun set and night fell, the street lights began to flicker. Shanghai city center was teeming with people. On the street, a blond young man sipped orange juice while glancing around shiftily as if hunting for prey. Just then, 2 girls dressed provocatively with graceful figures walked over to strike up a conversation. "Hey handsome, are you alone? Interested in going to a bar for a few drinks?" The blond man glanced sideways at the 2 girls and coldly waved them off. "Stay the hell away from me, get lost." The 2 girls turned away in a huff, thinking this guy was a total bore. Destined to be a bachelor for life, the blond youth let out a long sigh. "Give me a break. Is this the level Shanghai City has to offer?" He stood in the middle of the street, scrutinizing every man who passed by. "I just want to find one 10 out of 10 super handsome guy. Why can't I find one after all these days? The men on this road don't even have a single decent-looking one." He scratched his head, appearing extremely anxious. "If I can't complete this sacrifice mission perfectly, how will the leader look at me? Will I even be able to survive in the cult after this?" He gritted his teeth and calculated. "At first I wanted to kidnap those male celebrities, but they're surrounded by bodyguards. I'm just a newcomer in the rat god cult. I don't have that kind of ability. The deadline is almost here. What should I do?" Just as he was in despair, his gaze accidentally landed on Lin Zicken, who was performing his evening running training. His eyes instantly lit up like car headlights. "Hey, this one is handsome. It's like searching far and wide only to find it right under my nose." A greedy smile touched his lips. It's him. After following for a distance and seeing Lin Zicken turn into a secluded alley, he grew even more excited. His pupils were consumed by blackness, and his mouth split all the way to his ears. This path was very remote, with no cars or people. It was time to strike. No sooner said than done, he immediately transformed, his clothes torn apart by surging muscles as his body expanded rapidly into a hideous, terrifying mutant rat. Suddenly, with a thud, a brick flew out of nowhere and hit him squarely on the forehead. Blood splattered. Caught off guard by a brick to a vital spot, he trembled all over, his head ringing. What was going on? Lin Zicken held another brick in his hand, staring coldly at the mutant rat, thinking, for real, I can actually catch a rat man just by going for a run. The unlocking speed of the mutant rat encyclopedia can be accelerated again. The mutant rat was so terrified that its legs went weak and it knelt on the ground, clutching its head and wailing. This guy was too terrifying, muttering words it couldn't understand. How am I this unlucky? As soon as the thought passed, he collapsed headfirst onto the ground, eyes rolling back as he breathed his last. Lin Zikin looked on in shock, thinking, what's the situation? He died just from one brick to the head. Are the followers of the rat god cult really this pathetic? Thinking of this, he walked over, knelt down and touched the mutant rat's corpse. Whatever, don't overthink it, absorb the life essence while no one's around. A notification popped up on the system panel. You have devoured a small amount of the giant mutant rat's life essence. Giant Mutant Rat Encyclopedia Progress 8. Lin Zikin frowned. Only a 1 increase, so little. No wonder this rat man was such trash. But for safety's sake, I'd better not come out running at night lately. After all, not all followers are as useless as this guy. Some rat god cultists become exceptionally powerful after mutating, capable of withstanding even gunfire. Back home, Lin Zikin took a shower. The television was reporting, at 3 a.m. last night, the Municipal Public Security Bureau, in collaboration with mentors from the Shanghai University Evolution Academy, successfully destroyed the rat god cult in one fell swoop. Lin Zikin sat on the sofa drying his hair while watching TV, surprised. The rat god cult was wiped out. On the screen, the one who defeated the Rat King this time was Wu Qiancheng, a mentor from Shanghai University's Evolution Academy and an advanced biological rank powerhouse who had already completed genetic fusion. Wu Qiancheng stood suspended in midair, his hands clapping together as his gaze fixed like a torch upon the Rat King. Immediately after, Wu Qiancheng flicked his wings and countless jet-black feathers shot out like raindrops, piercing the Rat King's body as blood splattered everywhere. Boom, the Rat King's massive frame crashed to the ground. Kicking up clouds of dust, battle ended in less than half a minute with Wu Qiancheng's overwhelming victory. Lin Zikin was full of wonder. So this is the strength of an advanced biological being, truly powerful. Late at night, on the rooftop of a skyscraper, a young man sat in a chair with his legs crossed, holding a coffee and asking, Tiancheng still can't get in touch with the teacher? Wu Qiancheng replied, still missing, the youth pondered. That group of powerhouses who went to Source Zone 36 back then have been missing without a trace ever since. What is the situation at Source Zone 36 now? Wu Qiancheng replied calmly. Relatively stable, otherwise I wouldn't have time to come here, the youth sneered. During the cleanup work back then, some small fry escaped in the chaos. Wu Qiancheng looked at his friend in confusion. Small fry? The entire city's security bureau was helpless against that Rat King, but before a top-tier genius like you, it really was just a small fry. He walked over and put an arm around Wu Qiancheng's shoulder, laughing. Since you're here, why not go back to our alma mater and give a speech? Brother, I'm very busy. I have a real job. Doing ideological work for those cute juniors is also a job. In the dead of night, cold moonlight shone into a deep dark cave. A low, raspy voice echoed from within. At first it ate stray animals, then it began to eat tender young people. It wasn't until it ate those from high society that it developed this human-like form. A mutant rat was kneeling on the ground, head lowered and trembling violently. A massive foot stepped forward. The majestic voice rang out again. I spent so much effort to get you here so you could propagate a burrowing tribe. You, on the other hand, went around eating people and caused such a huge commotion. It was a humanoid beast of massive stature, its green skin covered in bizarre red patterns. The beast raised its giant foot as if to crush the mutant rat beneath it. A terrifying red light flashed in its eyes. Tell me, do you deserve to die? Hearing this, the mutant rat shook with violent terror. My lord, please, give me one more chance. The giant humanoid beast lowered its head, its mouth full of sharp teeth curling. A chance can be given, but you must pay a price. As soon as the words were spoken, his giant hand lunged out. Squelch, the mutant rat's eyeball was gouged out directly, blood geysering. The giant said in a muffled voice, sewer rat eyes smell so foul. He then tossed the eyeball into his mouth and chewed loudly. The taste is all right though. You were smart enough to know to enjoy yourself while hiding behind the scenes. Just as the giant humanoid beast killed the mutant rat king as a scapegoat, it swallowed hard and whispered a low threat. If you don't honestly dig those tunnels for me. As it spoke, the giant's finger reached out again. I'll gouge out your other eye as well, and we'll see if a blind mutant rat like you can even stay alive. The scene shifted to Lin Zikin, who was walking down the street leisurely with one hand in his pocket looking at his phone. The surrounding students watched him, constantly whispering and discussing him in private. He's the one who wants to challenge the entire school. Lin Zikin is only a freshman, he really doesn't know his place. Is he heading to the gymnasium to start the challenge? Come on, let's go watch the show. Zikin ignored the chatter and continued to focus on the news on his phone. 9 remaining members of the Rat God cult are at large. Rewards for information range from 5,000 to 500,000 yuan. Seeing the bounty, Zikin fell into deep thought. A fugitive is actually worth 500,000, however, he told himself that if he really encountered one, he should still exercise restraint and avoid danger. Money was good, but one needed to be alive to spend it. At this time, the gymnasium was packed with people, shadows moving everywhere. In the center of the ring, 2 figures stood tall and proud. Lin Zikin scanned the surroundings. Quite a few people had shown up. The more people, the richer the prize pool will be. Standing in the center of the ring, Shen Qinghan held a megaphone and announced loudly, anyone who joins the challenge can participate in the lucky draw. The prizes are very attractive, first come, first served. Upon hearing this, the boys' eyes immediately lit up and they shouted excitedly, I heard there are the latest game consoles and even the newest smartphones. Can we touch Shen Qinghan's hand during the draw? One boy, his blood pumping, suddenly rushed to the front and raised his hand. Me, I want a challenge. Just then, a senior girl leapt from behind, stepping directly on his face to vault onto the stage. Let me go first. Immediately after, several other senior girls followed suit, stepping on the heads of the boys, blocking their way to rush up. I'm participating too. Junior Zicken is mine, you guys stay away. 8 or 9 senior girls rushed onto the ring, surrounding Lin Zicken and shouting in unison, we want it too. One senior girl hugged Lin Zicken's arm tightly, thinking in a daze, I can feel it, this arm is so full of power. Another senior girl pressed closer, her chest brushing against Zicken's face, marveling with a sigh, this face is just too handsome. Besieged by 9 beauties from all sides, constantly being pulled and entangled, Lin Zicken was so nervous he was drenched in sweat. The situation was beginning to take a very strange turn. He closed his eyes, focused his strength in his right hand and muttered to himself, forgive me. Although I don't want to hit girls, it's for the sake of my achievement. Bang! Lin Zicken sent one senior girl flying with a palm strike, then spun around and delivered another, sending another flying. Bang bang bang! Zicken suddenly erupted, launching a series of strikes, knocking all the senior girls off the ring. Pardon me. A system panel popped up with a prompt, survival of the fittest, 309-1000. One of the senior girls who had just been knocked off scrabbled to her feet, raising her hand and shouting, Junior, I want to challenge you again. Zicken stood on the ring looking down coldly. Those who fail the challenge cannot try again. Hearing this, the senior girls were filled with regret, looking utterly dejected. How can this be? I wanted to spend more time together. At that moment, a senior guy with a sinister expression approached, cracking his knuckles. Lin Zicken, is it? I've been annoyed by you for a long time. It's my turn to teach you a lesson, you ignorant brat. But just as he stepped onto the ring, Lin Zicken's fist struck him squarely in the face. Bang, an instant kill. The system panel updated. Survival of the fittest, 419-1000. Then as usual, Lin Zicken entered his one-sided mob-clearing mode. Time flew by and the senior students defeated at Lin Zicken's feet had piled up like a mountain. Standing atop the mountain of people, he gestured provocatively. Who's next? I am. A serious-looking senior student walked out. He had his hands in his pockets, and wherever he went, the other boys moved out of the way with looks of fear. He suddenly kicked off the ground and vaulted onto the ring. A gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. It's Yan Xiaoxuan, the overlord of the grade 11 elite class. Who do you think will win? Yan Xiaoxuan. After all, the grade 11 elite class and the honors class aren't even in the same league. Back then, Yan Xiaoxuan had also swept through the competition alone, though he was eventually taught a lesson by Chen Wuxing, who was a grade above him. As soon as Yan Xiaoxuan stepped onto the stage, he immediately looked at Lin Zicken and adopted a lecturing tone. Junior, I was once as reckless as you, but it's only after being beaten down by society that one learns there is always someone better and a sky beyond the sky. Lin Zicken looked at him, listening quietly without saying a word. Seeing no reaction, Yan Xiaoxuan continued to talk incessantly. Today I will teach you your first lesson in life, how to be a genius who is neither arrogant nor impetuous. After all, as your senior, I have also gone through many hardships to reach where I am today. I truly can't bear to see you repeat my mistakes, but as the saying goes, every failure is a lesson. So I have no choice but to sacrifice myself to temper you. Now I am ready. Once our official duel begins, you will understand the painstaking efforts of your senior. Zicken interrupted him, turning to ask the referee, teacher, can we start? The referee nodded. Match begin. Remember to hit him hard. Yan Xiaoxuan hadn't finished. Junior, I suggest. Bang! Lin Zicken charged out like a bolt of lightning, delivering a mid-air kick directly to the man's face. Yan Xiaoxuan flew out like a kite with its string snapped, slamming heavily against the wall and sliding to the floor, losing consciousness instantly. Lin Zicken picked at his ear. Finally, some peace and quiet. The onlookers were stunned. Yan Xiaoxuan was actually killed in one hit. Is Lin Zicken going to defy heaven? Clap, clap. Just then, applause came from the entrance. Look, Chen Wuxing is here. He must be here to reclaim face for Yan Xiaoxuan. The school's strongest student had come to challenge him. Now the real show was starting. Zicken glanced at him sideways, thinking, the school's number one? Is this beat the junior and the senior shows up? Boom. Chen Wuxing vaulted onto the ring and said arrogantly, I really didn't expect Yan Xiaoxuan to lose to a brat like you. Seeing that he was about to waste more time talking, Lin Zicken turned to the referee. Teacher, we're ready. Can we start? Furious at being interrupted, Chen Wuxing stomped his foot and roared, you little brat, didn't you hear me finish talking? The referee waved his hand and shouted, begin. Ha! Chen Wuxing clenched his fists and charged. It seems I'll only get you to listen to me by defeating you. Bang! The force of his punch slammed hard against Lin Zicken's fist. Lin Zicken replied coldly, I'm truly sorry. Boom! Lin Zicken added more power, blasting him directly away. Chen Wuxing only had time to cry out, I'm very busy, it's impossible. Before he could finish, he was sent flying by that terrifying gale. Overcome by extreme shock, his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness on the spot. The students and teachers were so shocked their mouths hung open, their eyes full of fear. Zicken didn't say much, only pointing his finger at a boy below the stage. Hey, what are you standing there for? Get up here and fight me. The boy who was pointed out was terrified. Who, me? Zicken nodded. Yes, you. You haven't come up to challenge me yet. The boy climbed onto the ring tremblingly, praying in his heart, "You must go easy on me later." He comforted himself that since he was already here, if it weren't for the lucky draw chance, Lin Zicken said in a humble tone, I will, match begin." Zicken threw a quick punch, easily knocking him off the ring. Ding, survival of the fittest, achievement progress 1. The boys below the stage clenched their fists. Since they were already here and Lin Zicken was so strong, there was no shame in losing to him. "I want that smartphone, damn it, I'm going for it." Just like that, Lin Zicken once again resumed his familiar mob-clearing mode. Ding, survival of the fittest, achievement progress 111. Ding, achievement reached, eliminate 1,000 opponents in official challenges using primitive biological methods. Cumulative elimination of 1,000 different opponents. Achievement completed. Reward biological attribute, survival of the fittest. Seeing this prompt, Lin Zicken clenched his fist in excitement. Ding, obtained biological attribute, survival of the fittest. Effect, significantly increases the damage you deal to other organisms. After reading the description, Lin Zicken fell into deep thought, stroking his chin. An attribute that directly increases damage is simple and crude but very practical. Too bad it doesn't specify the exact damage increase value. He then jumped off the ring. He announced, "The challenge ends here. Everyone disperse." Hearing this, everyone looked disappointed. "It's over already, we wanted to watch for a bit longer." Zicken ignored them, taking Ching-Han's hand directly and leading her away quickly. In the principal's office, the female principal sat behind her desk and laughed loudly. "Congratulations, you actually became the school's #1. She approached Zicken, covering her mouth with a mysterious smile. "You even one-shotted Chen Wuxing. You're definitely still hiding your true strength, aren't you?" Zicken took a sip of coffee and replied calmly, "I did hide a little bit." The female principal shook her finger. "I think it's more than just a little bit," she continued. "Not long ago, Chen Wuxing took the special admission exam for Capital University and lifted 690 kilograms with one hand. By that logic, you can lift at least 800 kilograms. Lin Zicken looked at her and replied, "The principal is indeed perceptive. My data is 795 kilograms, he thought to himself. Still can't let her know my true strength." The principal laughed with her hands on her hips. "I knew it." Lin Zicken reached out his hand. "Principal, when will the 8,810 yuan prize money be credited to my account? I'll transfer it to you right now. You really are a kid who only has eyes for money." Ding, Zichen's phone immediately received a notification. "You have received a transfer." The principal reached out and said, "Zicken, in the future, when you represent the school." Lin Zicken suddenly interrupted her. "Principal." The principal was somewhat confused. "Is there something else?" Zicken pointed to Ching-Han beside him. "Both Shen, Ching-Han and I really like swimming. Can we use that indoor pool in the gymnasium?" Hearing this, Ching-Han was startled and let out a small cry. "Huh?" Zicken looked at the principal and added with a serious face, "It must be available for use at any time and no outsiders are allowed in while we are using it." The principal gave a meaningful smile. "Understood, you can use it." Zicken was a bit surprised. She agreed quite readily. He held up a finger and added, "I don't like being stared at while wearing swim trunks, so we'll be covering the cameras there when we use it." Shen Chinghan's face turned beet red upon hearing this, and she looked at Zicken with panicked eyes. The principal thought with a beaming smile, "A boy and a girl alone in a room is one thing, but they even want to block the cameras." In her mind, various romantic scenes of this young couple in the pool had already surfaced. Could this kid be wanting to? She opened a drawer, took out a key, and handed it to Lin Zicken. "As long as you want it, the principal will naturally satisfy all your requests. From now on, that is your private pool." She leaned in close to Zichen's ear and whispered in an ambiguous tone, "Just be careful not to cause any fatalities." Zicken was left completely bewildered, his expression frozen. Fatalities? After getting the pool key, Zicken left with Ching-Han. Looking at the key in his hand, he thought, "Next, I can finally explore what kind of energy is hidden within Han-Han." Shen Ching-Han walked quickly to the front, then turned back to look at him shyly. "Zicken, I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" She put her hands together and said with a smile, "I've signed up for a singing competition. I've practiced the song very well, but I still want someone to practice the chorus with me. Zicken, can you help me practice tonight?" Zicken nodded immediately. "Of course." Shen Ching-Han cheered happily, raising her hands. "Great." Seeing her so happy, Zicken thought, "Does she value this competition that much? I hope she can find her confidence through it." At that thought, he showed a gentle smile. Late at night in Shen Ching-Han's apartment, in the room the two were happily singing karaoke. In the living room, Shen's father said to his wife with a worried look, "Honey, the two kids are grown up now. Isn't it inappropriate for a boy and a girl to be alone in a room together?" Hearing this, Shen's mother scolded him impatiently. "They're childhood friends who grew up together. What right do you have to object, you old man?" She stood up, hands on her hips, and shouted, "Old man, I suggest you mind your own business." Shen's father shrank his neck after being scolded. Fine, I won't say anything, all right?" Sitting in the room, Lin Zicken heard this conversation clearly. He stood up, looked at Ching-Han and said, Han, we've practiced for over half an hour, that's enough. We still have to see each other at school tomorrow. After school tomorrow, we'll go to the school pool to practice water attribute control. Remember to bring your swimsuit." Shen Ching-Han nodded and waved goodbye. "Okay, bye Zicken, see you tomorrow." Thinking about the pool, Shen Ching-Han began to feel a wave of nervousness. She walked to her wardrobe and started picking out suitable clothes. "Which swimsuit should I wear?" After searching for a while, she picked out two options. One was a conservative and proper one-piece and the other was a sexy two-piece bikini. Shen Qinghan fell into deep thought, unsure which to choose. Ultimately, she decided on the sexy bikini. Is this a bit too revealing? Imagining herself playing in the water with Zicken while wearing the sexy swimsuit made her head spin. Well, Zicken will be the only one at the pool anyway. At that thought, her face turned as red as a cooked shrimp. Early the next morning, under blue skies and white clouds, the air was fresh. Zicken had arrived at the school pool long ago. He had come earlier than Shen Qinghan to prepare a few things. Looking up at the thoroughly covered surveillance cameras, Zicken muttered to himself with satisfaction. The principal's efficiency is reassuring. Hearing someone call his name, Zicken turned around. He saw Shen Qinghan wearing a tight, sexy black swimsuit, standing there smiling and waving. As she ran toward him, her curves swayed with her movements. Zicken softly cautioned, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Slow down, be careful not to slip." Though he looked calm on the surface, Zichen's heart was pounding as if it would jump out of his chest. Too cute, embarrassed. Zicken turned his gaze away, feigning composure. "Let's go. Time for underwater training." Shen Qinghan nodded with a smile. Then both dove to the bottom of the pool. Zicken looked back with a slight smile and reached out to hold the hand of the swimming Shen Qinghan. Suddenly she felt something strange. She tapped Zichen's hand and pointed upward, signaling to surface together. Seeing this, Zicken quickly pulled her up. As soon as they surfaced, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Han?" With a look of terror, Shen Qinghan held out her hands in front of him and said, "It's so strange. Why can the water pass through my body?" Zicken was shocked, but a flash of inspiration followed. Could this be Han's superpower? "Let me see your hand," Zicken said while taking it, and began a careful inspection. Sure enough, besides the water passing through her palm like a thin mist, there were no other abnormalities. He then led Shen Qinghan forward. "Let's go over there. I'll check your body to see if any other parts can be penetrated by water." Hearing about a body check, Shen Qinghan turned bright red with shame but still nodded gently. "Okay." Once they were on land, Zicken had Shen Qinghan lie on a bench while he tested by pouring water on various parts of her body. "Zicken, how much longer?" Shen Qinghan asked shyly. Zicken evaluated with a thoughtful expression. "I've tried 3 rounds now. The rest of your body is normal. It seems only your hands possess this ability for now." "Is that so?" Afterward, the two sat by the pool chatting. Shen Qinghan was a bit confused. "Zicken, do you think the reason I've been unable to hold it since I was little is because water leaks into somewhere in my body?" Zicken nodded in agreement. "It's possible. Next time you feel like you can't hold it, remember to tell me." Realizing his words were a bit sensitive, Zicken awkwardly turned his head to smooth things over. Feel it for yourself and see if any other part of your body feels like your palm." I almost sounded like a pervert there. Shen Qinghan looked at him thoughtfully, muttering hopefully to herself. "So I'm not a useless girl. I'm someone with water attribute superpowers. One day, when my abilities are fully unleashed, I'll be able to stand by Zichen's side as his perfect partner." At that thought, Shen Qinghan's eyes sparkled as she stared at Zicken with admiration. Late at night, under a star-studded sky, Zicken walked alone to the meat counter in the supermarket district. The clerk welcomed him warmly. "Hello, welcome." Without a word, Zicken slapped his high-powered black card onto the counter. The clerk jumped in surprise, and before she could ask, he demanded, "I want 100 jin of violent great eagle meat." Zicken cheered inwardly. Buying this much at once for the first time felt great. He then handed a slip of paper with an address to the clerk. "Deliver it to this address." "Why, yes, sir." The clerk watched Zichen's retreating back in astonishment. This kid again? Which family's young master is he to be so extravagant? Time flew, and the 100 jin of violent great eagle meat was delivered to his home. The delivery man bowed. "Please give my service a 5-star review." Zicken hauled the heavy boxes, calculating silently. He had just received 120,000 yuan in royalties this morning, bringing his total to nearly 210,000. Buying this 100 jin of meat was well within his means. Let's see what surprises unlocking this entry will bring. With that, he reached out and pressed his hand onto the pile of meat, beginning to absorb the life essence. Immediately, a system panel popped up. "You have devoured a large amount of the Violent Great Eagle's life essence. Violent Great Eagle Encyclopedia 100 complete." A vision surfaced in Zichen's mind. He was standing in the middle of a vast ocean, and in the sky, a violent great eagle circled majestically. Fast as lightning, it dove into the sea, tearing through the surface. When it took flight again, its sharp talons gripped a massive dark octopus. Ding! Successfully unlocked the Violent Great Eagle Encyclopedia. Obtained biological attribute, Eye of the Sky. Eye of the Sky description. Your vision and ability to track movement have been significantly enhanced. A faint golden glow began to swirl in Zichen's pupils. He looked through the window at the intersection below, his gaze piercing the night to lock onto a young man waiting for a traffic light. He could clearly see the text message content on the person's phone. The eagle eye is indeed powerful. After testing, Zicken walked into the living room to find his parents sitting solemnly on the sofa watching TV. The news was broadcasting. Recently, an individual with a triple genetic fusion had undergone a mutation in public, causing over 100 casualties. The scene cut to a conference where a speaker commented heatedly, "Genetic fusion is the wrong path. Throughout history, only monsters have longed to become human. Never has a human wanted to become a monster. As long as we find a way to develop human potential, we can also evolve into higher beings." A professor stood up abruptly, pointing and shouting back, "That's all just fairy tales. If we don't rely on genetic fusers now, are we supposed to rely on traditional martial artists who can't even block a bullet to fight exotic beasts?" Seeing the debate, Zichen's father spoke bluntly. "Genome fusion is uncontrollable. Once a mutation occurs, it's a catastrophe." His mother comforted him with a smile. "Such worries are groundless. The government regulates this very strictly. The chances are tiny. Instead of worrying about mutation, you should worry about the legacy of genetic fusers. After all, they've lost the ability to reproduce." Zichen's father nodded in agreement. "That is true. They need to store more sperm before fusion or find a partner to have children with first." As they spoke, his mother was suddenly startled and looked back. "Oh, Zichen, you're back." Her face turned bright red with embarrassment. "We didn't say anything inappropriate in front of our son, did we?" His father scratched his head and changed the subject. "Zichen is home, let's eat first." During the meal, Zichen suddenly spoke up. "The school is holding a singing competition tomorrow. Han signed up for it too." "Really? Then the whole family must go and cheer for her." "Absolutely. Han is like my own daughter." Seeing their excitement, Zichen nodded in agreement. The next day, the school's singing competition was grand, with brilliant LED lights and deafening music creating an explosive atmosphere. Amidst the cheering crowd, Zichen's parents were the most conspicuous. They held a glowing LED support sign that read, "Shen Qinghan, you are the best." In the backstage prep room, Zichen was carefully applying makeup for Shen Qinghan. "Zichen, why do you keep staring at me?" Hearing this, Zichen replied with a smile, "Because you are very beautiful." Shen Qinghan felt extremely shy, her face turning bright red, unsure how to respond. Just then, Chu Yuxi suddenly popped out from behind a curtain, giving Shen Qinghan a huge fright. "Are you two done being lovey-dovey?" Shen Qinghan turned around in a panic, stammering an explanation. I just asked Zichen for help because he's good at makeup. It's not a confession or anything." Chu Yuxi covered her mouth and giggled. "I get it. There's no such thing as pure friendship between childhood friends." She turned to Zichen and teased, "Makeup expert, nice job." Zichen sighed inwardly. "Having too many skills isn't always a good thing." Chu Yuxi continued, "I don't want to be a third wheel, but I wanted to remind you that after those two finish singing, it's our turn to take the stage." "I know." Chu Yuxi left, the door closed, and the room returned to silence. "Then I'll take you out to get ready." As she sat aside, Shen Qinghan's entire body suddenly began to tremble, her hands tightly clutching her skirt. She stood up with a flushed face and grabbed Zichen's sleeve, her voice trembling with panic. "Zichen, I can't hold it again." As soon as she spoke, her body gave a violent shudder, and a stream of water burst from beneath her skirt, soaking the floor as it spread down her legs. Seeing this, Zichen froze. Shen Qinghan could no longer suppress her emotions, and burst into tears, her face streaming. "Wah, Zichen, what should I do? It's almost time for Yuxi and me to perform. We practiced for so long. If she loses all her effort because I wet my pants, she'll hate me." Shen Qinghan sobbed uncontrollably, her words jumbled. Lin Zichen hurried to wipe her tears, gently comforting her. "Stop crying. If you keep crying, your makeup will need a touch-up." His brain worked at high speed to find a way out of this emergency. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the curtains ahead. "I've got it." A flash of inspiration struck, and Lin Zichen quickly ran to the tool table for a pair of scissors, then rushed to the window and tore down the curtains. In less than a minute, Zichen skillfully used the scissors and curtains to cut a new dress for Shen Qinghan. After a moment of frantic work, Shen Qinghan stopped crying, leaving only slight whimpers. Before her, Zichen had finished the prototype of the dress, needing only a few more snips at the waist and straps to complete it. Soon the dress was ready. "There, go to the restroom and change into this." To save time, she hesitated, then summoned her courage and said, No need. Zichen, turn around, I'll change right here." Lin Zichen's face turned beet red and he hurriedly turned his back to her. Seeing him turn around, Shen Qinghan blushed and took off the soaked dress. The rustling sounds made Zichen even more uneasy as strange images kept surfacing in his mind. Shen Qinghan quickly put on the freshly made pure white dress. "Zichen, you can turn around now." Zichen jumped and turned back. "Zichen, thank you. Maybe because I just had a good cry, I'm not nervous anymore." Zichen smiled and rubbed her head. "Let's go, I hope the performance goes well." Shen Qinghan nodded vigorously. Soon after, the host invited contestant number 20 onto the stage. Chu Yuxi and Shen Qinghan stood on stage together, and their performance exceeded all expectations. Thunderous applause rang out. The final results were announced. The winners of this school singing competition were Chu Yuxi and Shen Qinghan. Blending into the crowd, Zichen smiled and clapped in congratulations. However, a sudden shout of rage came from backstage. "Which little brat cut the curtains?" After the show, to make up for the damage to public property, the two had to stay behind to clean the stage. As he swept, Zichen thought to himself, "Is this the price for cutting the curtains?" Ding, a notification popped up on the system panel. Having completed a task through multi-person collaboration. Successfully obtained Gregarity biological attribute. Gregarity. Within a certain range, combat power increases with the number of allies. A slight curve touched the corner of Zichen's mouth. It was an unexpected harvest. After the competition, everyone started getting close to Shen Qinghan. Han, you sang so beautifully. Join us for karaoke after school. Since you're so good, can you teach me?" Shen Qinghan was somewhat flattered. Sure, this singing competition had indeed helped her reclaim her confidence. With her spirit lifted, her martial arts progress became exceptionally significant as well. In the class, her grades jumped from the bottom to third from last. As for Zichen, he maintained his peak performance. "Zichen, you're amazing, you took the championship again." the eternal god. After 5 consecutive years, Shanghai Middle School finally reclaimed the championship trophy. In this way, he won several martial arts championships in a row, with the wall at home covered in honors. Later, he even signed on as the spokesperson for Hiyu's Family Martial Arts Hall. Welcome Lin Zikin, the official spokesperson for the Martial Arts Hall, to the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Between the initial advance from his endorsement contract and the royalties from his novel, Zikin had accumulated 900,000 RMB, he calculated silently. This amount was almost enough to unlock the next entry in his exotic beast encyclopedia. Without further delay, he promptly ordered 100 jin of new exotic beast meat. We meet again, handsome. This time, Lin Zikin chose the hidden breath dragon, a lizard-type exotic beast renowned for its exceptional concealment abilities. After finding a secure location, he immediately began the absorption. A system notification popped up. You have devoured a large amount of the hidden breath dragon's life essence. Hidden breath dragon encyclopedia 100 complete. Ding, you have successfully unlocked the hidden breath dragon entry and obtained the biological attribute, natural camouflage. Natural camouflage description. You can lower your presence by suppressing your internal vital signs, thereby masking your biological rank. Reading the information, a surge of excitement welled up within Lin Zikin. This attribute essentially served 2 purposes. It could lower his presence for evasion or sneak attacks, while simultaneously hiding his true biological level. This was simply perfect for playing the underdog. His primary task was complete, but he remembered his mother's instruction to buy a cake. He decided to get the cake before heading home. While walking, a commotion caught Lin Zikin's attention. Stay sharp. He turned to see 3 mecha-modified humans escorting a woman out of a bar. Her hands were tidily bound in cuffs and she looked incredibly weak. Just then, one of the mecha-modified youths turned toward Lin Zikin and shouted, "Zikin, what a coincidence." Lin Zikin looked closer, his face etched with surprise. Senior Zhang Kai, looking at his senior's gleaming metallic prosthetics, Lin Zikin asked in shock. "Your legs?" Zhang Kai nodded and answered candidly. "Yeah, I didn't get into high school back then and went through a dark period. I ended up breaking my legs in a racing accident and had to have them amputated. Fortunately, I participated in the Mecha God Group's mechanical enhancement experiments. I never expected to get a second chance, going from a person with a disability to a mecha warrior." Lin Zikin looked at the captured woman and asked curiously, "And she is?" Zhang Kai quickly explained. "That woman is Yu, a remnant of the rat god cult. She's the only female among the 9 remaining fugitives." The mecha human in front began to urge him. "Zhang Kai, stop chatting, let's go." Zhang Kai waved goodbye. "Let's talk another time, I've got to head out." Watching Zhang Kai's retreating figure, Lin Zikin thought to himself, the Security Bureau has been searching with all their might for so long with no results, yet the Mecha God Group captured her so easily. This organization is not to be underestimated. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. "Zikin, did you buy the cake? When are you coming back?" "I'm buying it now, Mom. I'll head back immediately after. Be safe on the road." In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. Han and I were born only a day apart, so every year the 2 families celebrated their birthdays together. Happy birthday to you both. This year's 18th birthday was no exception. "Alright, the candles are out. Time for the gift exchange. You 2 hurry up and swap gifts, Zikin." "This is my gift for you." Shen Qinghan took out a photo-frame gift box from behind her back and looked at Lin Zikin with a sweet smile. Lin Zikin calmly produced a gift box containing an exquisite watercolor painting. Han, this is my gift." Suddenly, the table began to shake violently, and a powerful tremor rocked the ground. Everyone clearly felt the earthquake. Lin Zikin's expression shifted. He sensed something was wrong. Meanwhile, about 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, the once solid rock layers had been excavated by exotic beasts into a massive ant colony, riddled with intricate tunnels. Soon the media began reporting on the 4.2 magnitude earthquake in Shanghai City, calling it a common minor tremor. According to relevant departments, Shanghai City is not located on a plate boundary, so the possibility of a major earthquake is low, and citizens were urged not to panic. The next morning, Lin Zikin stood up after finishing his breakfast. "Mom, Dad, I'm full. I'm heading to school." His mother told him to be careful on the road. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Shen Qinghan already waiting for him. "Zikin, let's go to school together." Lin Zikin smiled slightly. "All right." On the way to school, the 2 chatted as they walked. "Since we've had our 18th birthdays, I guess we're adults now, right?" And the Gaokao is almost here. I get nervous just thinking about it." After a period of accumulation, he had finally saved enough money to unlock the Void Eel entry. Finding a secluded spot, Lin Zikin began the devouring process. "Ding, you have devoured a large amount of the Void Eel's life essence. Void Eel Encyclopedia 100 complete." Just as the prompt sounded, a pitch-black image of an eel appeared in the void. This eel had an extremely strong sense of danger. Once a predator appeared within a certain range, it would vanish instantly without a trace. "Ding, you have successfully unlocked the Void Eel entry and obtained the biological attribute, Danger Perception." Danger Perception. the ability to sense the hostility of other organisms within a certain range and become more sensitive to the pressure emitted by biological beings, allowing for easy assessment of a target's biological level. Reading the information, Lin Zikin stroked his chin and thought smugly, now I can guard against sneak attacks. He decided to go to the mall first to test the effect. He closed his eyes to feel. He found no hostility, but he did sense a faint biological pressure. As expected, most people in daily life were just ordinary. Lin Zikin walked around the mall looking for the next exotic beast meat to devour. Let's make this the next entry. Ultimately, he chose the living dead snail, hoping to obtain its formidable self-healing ability. The living dead snail cost 100,000 RMB per jin. This thing is too expensive. 100,000 a month in royalties is barely enough to get started. It seemed he would have to find a way to increase his income after the Gaokao was over. Meanwhile, at the Nanjing Provincial Department of Education, a man was reporting inside the director's office. This year, the overall educational performance across the cities of Nanjing province is basically on par with last year. Sitting in the office chair was a woman wearing a pale cyan kipao, her long hair flowing like a waterfall with a pair of majestic dragon horns on her head. She was Yuan Dongzi, the vice principal of Shanghai University and the director of the Nanjing Provincial Department of Education. The staff member continued his report. Qingkun City is still leading, followed by Changzhou, Nongguan, Shanghai and Daoshan with Haiyuan in last place. Principal Yuan, that is the current educational situation of each city in the province. Yuan Dongzi took a sip of tea and nodded. Good work. The staff member hesitated before asking, Principal Yuan, what is the situation at Source Zone 30, the original site now? Yuan Dongzi set down her teacup and replied calmly, it has basically stabilized, otherwise I wouldn't have time to preside over the provincial Gaokao recruitment work this year. Hearing this, the staff member breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful, otherwise the entire Nanjing province would be in danger. Yuan Dongzi stood up and said slowly, I have nothing else here, you may go. Understood. Please call me if you need anything. After the staff member left, Yuan Dongzi gazed out the window at the ocean and murmured to herself, before I knew it, it seems it's been several years since I took on a new disciple. The martial arts Gaokao in this world lasted for 9 days. Day 1, theory test in the morning, physical fitness and endurance tests in the afternoon. Days 2 to 8, field survival assessment in the wilderness and jungle. Day 9, genetic fusion and mecha modification compatibility testing. Today, June 7th, was the first day of the Gaokao. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan woke up early, had breakfast, and headed to school together to take the most important exam of their lives. On the way to the testing center, Shen Qinghan kept gripping Lin Zichen's sleeve, her small hands trembling slightly from nerves. Zikin, I'm so nervous. What if I wet my pants again during the exam? Seeing her in such a state of panic, Lin Zikin couldn't help but laugh. He stopped, gently pulled her into his arms, held her trembling shoulders and whispered in her ear, Don't worry, your theoretical knowledge is very solid. Relax, you're already wearing your diaper, just do your best. Feeling the warmth and strength of Lin Zichen's embrace, Shen Qinghan gradually calmed down. Whether it was psychological or not, she felt her fear dissipate significantly. I'll work hard, and you have to do your best too. Let's work hard together. Back in the examination hall, Lin Zikin received his paper. He scanned the questions quickly, a slight smile touching the corner of his mouth. In less than half an hour he had brilliantly completed the exam, ensuring that all 4 subjects were in the bag. With too much time left, Lin Zikin began to feel bored. Finished already, and it's far from over. Why not take this chance to think about the next plot points for my novel? After turning in his paper and leaving the hall, Lin Zikin went directly to Shen Qinghan's testing area to wait for her. The moment he saw Qinghan walk out, he noticed her complexion looked off. Lin Zikin worried privately, did Han not do well? He hurried forward to comfort her. We are students in the martial arts track. As long as we pass the theory exam, it's fine. There's no need to put too much pressure on the score. Qinghan replied embarrassedly, Well, I performed very well, you don't need to comfort me. Lin Zikin was stunned. Then why do you look like you're not feeling well? Seeing her face turn red and her eyes dart away, Lin Zikin understood instantly. I leaked, Shen Qinghan whispered sheepishly. Wait for me here. I'm going to the restroom and will be right back. Lin Zikin nodded. Hurry up, the fitness test is about to start. Over an hour later at the fitness testing area, Lin Zikin entered the exam with a relaxed mindset. He didn't use his full strength, only releasing enough power to secure his position as the top scorer. The final result shocked the entire testing grounds, a one-handed lift of 950 kilograms. Gasps of astonishment erupted from all sides. That's incredible. The 100-meter sprint he just completed was equally terrifying. 5.12 seconds. He even reached 4.91 meters in the standing high jump. Too powerful. Soon, Shen Qinghan's results were also announced. Lin Zikin asked curiously, Han, how did you do? Shen Qinghan beamed with joy. My 100-meter sprint was 9.32 seconds, my standing high jump was 1.62 meters, and my one-handed lift was 125 kilograms. Even though I did well, I still can't compare to you. Lin Zikin patted her head affectionately. You're already a top-tier female student. Shen Qinghan squinted her eyes with a smile, her heart full of joy. Just then He Yu ran over, panting, Zikin, Han, the theory scores are out. I heard Wang Shuji and Lu Gang both scored in the 80s, and I'm just 1 point shy of 80. What about you two? The two quickly took out their phones to check. I am looking now. Shen Qinghan's eyes lit up. 82 points, he exclaimed. Higher than me, impressive Han. And Zicken. Everyone turned to look at Lin Zicken, only to see a perfect number displayed on his screen, 100 points. A full score. Shen Qinghan cheered excitedly. You're amazing, Zicken. He could only shake his head helplessly. This guy was indeed a freak of nature, same as always. On the way home, Shen Qinghan started worrying again. Zicken, the week-long practical combat assessment starts tomorrow. I wonder what the forest at the testing site looks like. Lin Zicken thought to himself that his childhood friend really couldn't go a moment without being nervous. Despite his thoughts, he gripped her hand tightly and reassured her. Don't worry, I will always be by your side to protect you. I'll stay right behind you. Meanwhile, in a secret room, a male college student was sitting and drinking with a middle-aged man wearing a mask. The practical exam starts tomorrow. The masked man took a wooden box from his coat and pushed it toward the student, his voice slow but full of intimidation. When the time comes, use your identity as a security officer to assist in obstructing and controlling the top 10 geniuses. There are 10 demon seeds in this box. They will help you. The youth opened the lid, revealing 10 eerie red plant seeds. The masked man continued, if you handle this well, I will recommend you to the higher-ups so you can formally join the organization. The youth closed the lid and replied coldly, I'm not in a hurry to become a regular member. What I want right now is an exotic fruit. The masked man gave a cold laugh and shook his head. Young man, you are truly short-sighted. An exotic fruit can at most let you evolve to common tier 7. But if you join the organization, evolving into an advanced biological being is not impossible. Hearing advanced biological being, the young man swallowed hard, his eyes flickering as his attitude shifted instantly. You're right, becoming a formal member of the organization is more valuable. The next day, a convoy of buses drove continuously into a dense forest. We are about to arrive at the testing site for this practical assessment. Please be prepared before disembarking. Shen Qinghan was sound asleep, even drooling a little. Lin Zicken lightly patted her shoulder. Han, we're here. Wake up. Shen Qinghan opened her bleary eyes and asked blankly, Are we here? An announcement echoed over the intercom. Candidates at Gate 9, please disembark in an orderly fashion and proceed to the assembly point. Lin Zicken quickly reviewed the rules of the competition. The goal was to find point cards scattered throughout the forest. Each card represented a different point value. These cards were typically hidden in dangerous terrain, such as tree crowns, cliffs, the nests of fierce beasts, or even hung directly on exotic beasts. Security personnel were stationed near fierce beasts and exotic beasts. Candidates could call for help if they encountered danger, but the price was immediate elimination. The dangerous exotic beast zones deep in the forest were reserved for beast-hunting geniuses. Ordinary candidates were advised to act within their limits. The total score consisted of the point card values and a performance score evaluated via real-time video. Competition was fierce, with 100,000 candidates vying for only 50,000 point cards, meaning more than half would walk away empty-handed. Cooperation was permitted, as was snatching cards from others. Candidates, please be prepared. You will enter the testing zone in 1 hour. Just as the words fell, a chubby candidate raised his hand and shouted, My dad is an executive at the Mecha God Group. If any big shot can carry me, there will be a generous reward. A top student immediately responded, I'm from the genius class of Changzhou No. 1 High School. I'll make you fly. However, before they could reach an agreement, both were grabbed by the scruff of their necks by staff members. A female teacher walked over and gave the chubby candidate a sharp rap on the head, strictly forbidding such blatant canvassing for teams. The little fatty clutched his head and wailed, Teacher, I was wrong. In another corner, Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghan were eating snacks when a group of girls surrounded them. Lin Zicken, you're so amazing. Can we join you? Lin Zicken refused without hesitation. No, the girls walked away disappointed. How can you be like that? Next, a burly male candidate walked over and asked politely, Classmate, I'm a bit hungry. Could you sell me some food? Lin Zicken tossed him a loaf of bread. Forget the money, it's on me. The boy gave a bright smile as he caught the bread. You're such a good person. How about I team up with you two? I'm Hong Junping from the rocket class of Changzhou No. 1 High School. Lin Zichen's attitude was humble, but his tone was firm. Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. Hong Junping was stunned, not expecting to be rejected. He gave an awkward smile and turned to leave. All right then, thanks for the bread. Shen Qinghan asked in confusion. That guy is so strange. There are so many restaurants here. Why did he come to us for food? Lin Zicken gave a meaningful smile. Who told us we have a great beauty in our group? Shen Qinghan froze for a moment. Then her face turned bright red. How so? He was just trying to hit on me? The exam officially began. Lin Zicken decided to adopt a steady strategy to let Shen Qinghan gradually adapt. They began searching at the edge of the forest. Lin Zicken activated Eye of the Sky, his gaze scanning the forest like radar. There's a point card at the top of that tree. Go get it. Shen Qinghan excitedly leaped onto the large tree and quickly retrieved the card. Zicken, I got it, over here and over here too. With their seamless coordination, Lin Zicken handled the radar detection while Shen Qinghan took care of the collection. In just half a day, they easily obtained 12 points. Shen Qinghan hugged Lin Zicken excitedly. Zicken, you're too incredible. How on earth do you do it? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. What a coincidence. Hong Junping appeared, looking pleasantly surprised. running into you again." He flaunted a stack of point cards in his hand. "I've already got 28 points. I've always been one to repay a favor." His gaze was fixed on Shen Qinghan, his heart thumping. "She's really too cute. I have to make a connection with her today." He proposed. "How about I lead you as a team? We can split the point cards 3 ways. Lin Zikin looked him straight in the eye and replied coldly, "Teaming up won't be necessary. If you really want to repay the favor, give us all the point cards you have." Hong Junping's expression instantly darkened. He tore off his friendly mask and said in an unpleasant tone, "Classmate, you're making things difficult for yourself." With that, he swung a powerful punch at Lin Zikin. Lin Zikin gave a faint smile. "Indeed, things are getting difficult." Bang! With a simple but lightning-fast heavy punch, Lin Zikin accurately struck the other's right ribs. Hong Junping spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorting in pain before he slumped to the ground unconscious. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan happily collected the 28 point cards as loot. "Much obliged," Shen Qinghan asked worriedly. "Zikin, is he okay?" Lin Zikin shook his head. "He's fine, I didn't use much strength." Over the next few days, Lin Zikin continued to train Shen Qinghan's survival skills. He taught her how to use bamboo as a weapon to hunt wild boars, how to pick wild fruit, and how to teach a lesson to those trying to ambush them. When they were tired, the two would huddle together under the shade of a tree to rest. That peaceful time made them wish the clock would just stop. The journey continued until they saw a warning sign: "Danger ahead, exotic beast zone." "Zikin, we've reached the exotic beast zone in the middle of the forest." However, the scene before them left them stunned. The battlefield was desolate and blood-stained, but not a single living exotic beast could be seen. "Zikin, looks like we're too late. The exotic beasts have all been slaughtered. What a shame. If we had come earlier, the title of beast-killing genius would definitely have been yours." Shen Qinghan lamented privately. If Lin Zikin hadn't been busy with her special training these past few days, the exotic beasts here wouldn't have been left for others. Lin Zikin patted her head and comforted her. "There's nothing to regret. A hollow title doesn't mean much." Actually, he was thinking that with cameras and security personnel everywhere, he couldn't publicly devour them even if he killed them. Training Han in wilderness survival is more valuable. "Let's go back." The practical exam ended. Next came the most important subject, the genetic fusion compatibility test at the Island Genetic Research Institute. As soon as the school bus stopped, the proctoring teacher immediately led the students into the base. "Everyone line up at the testing windows in order." Lin Zikin observed the surroundings curiously. The base was filled with precision instruments, exuding a high-tech modern feel. Shen Qinghan pointed to the test tubes filled with blue liquid and asked, "Zikin, are those reagents over there used to test genetic compatibility?" "That's right. Those are flowing cloud jellyfish genetic reagents. The genes of this exotic beast have extremely high compatibility with humans and easily produce a special chemical reaction with human blood. Based on the degree of the reaction, they can determine if a candidate is suitable for genetic fusion." Shen Qinghan muttered nervously, "I hope I can pass the genetic test. I really don't want to do that mechanical compatibility test." Li Chuxin, standing nearby, felt the same way. "Exactly. I heard the mechanical modification compatibility test involves planting special alloy materials into the body. The pain is about the same as giving birth." The two of them clasped their hands in prayer. "God, please let me pass the genetic test." Lin Zichen's eyelids twitched at the sight. After the blood draw, the results began to be announced one after another. "Awesome, my genetic fusion match is 8. I can become a genetic warrior." "Only 4? Sob, I knew it." 6. "So exciting, just barely a pass." Lin Zikin analyzed. 6 was a pass, 8 was excellent, and 10 reached the standard of prestigious schools like Capital and Shanghai. That Capital prodigy had reached 16. Since his physical fitness was much stronger, he estimated he could reach about 20. Shen Qinghan was trembling. "Zikin, I can't do this. I'm so nervous." Lin Zikin squeezed her hand to soothe her. "It's okay." Suddenly, Li Chuxin jumped up in excitement. 10 heavens, I actually reached the standard for the 2 top universities." Yu was dejected after seeing his result. "How is it only 11? It clearly should have been 12 or 13, Lin Zikin urged. "The people behind us already have their results, so ours must be out too. Go check." Shen Qinghan shook her head like a rattle. "I don't dare look, you check first." "All right." Lin Zikin looked up his result. Lin Zikin, genetic fusion compatibility, 15. Shen Qinghan hugged him happily. "Zikin, this score definitely makes you the provincial top scorer." However, Lin Zikin wasn't very satisfied. Only 15. Still not as high as that capital genius. It seemed physical fitness wasn't the only factor determining compatibility. "Han, it's your turn." "Okay," Li Chuxin cheered from the side. "Don't worry, Han. Even I, the bottom-tier student, got 10. You'll definitely be fine too." Lin Zikin entered Shen Qinghan's admission ticket number. In the next second, an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. Everyone leaned in curiously to look, and immediately, they all froze like statues. An unbelievable number appeared on the screen. Shen Qinghan, genetic fusion compatibility, 21. At the headquarters of the Nanjing Provincial Department of Education, Director Yuan Dongzi was reviewing data with other leaders. She stared at a candidate's file, her brow twitching slightly. The large screen displayed Lin Zichen's information. 15 compatibility. Surprisingly, this year's provincial top scorer came from Shanghai Middle School. The entire room applauded Principal Bai. Congratulations, Principal Bai, this really brings honor to us. But immediately after, Shen Qinghan's result popped up and the entire room fell dead silent. Compatibility 21. What? 21. Is this truly a value a human can achieve? Yuan Dongzi stood up and asked Principal Bai, "What kind of student is Shen Qinghan?" Principal Bai looked embarrassed. Her performance has always been quite ordinary. Could there be a problem with the test result? Yuan Dongzi let out a long sigh and decided decisively, "It seems I have to make a trip myself back at the research base." Shen Qinghan still couldn't believe her eyes. "Zicken, how could it be 21? Is it a mistake?" Lin Zicken suddenly remembered something. He pulled her to a corner and whispered, "Your innate water attribute affinity is extremely high, and the flowing cloud jellyfish genes used for the test possess a very strong water-based attribute." Shen Qinghan had an epiphany, followed by wild joy. "I'm a genius, I finally deserve to be with Zicken." Just then a shout rang out, "Look, what's that?" Out at sea, a massive tsunami dozens of meters high was roaring toward the base. At the peak of the tsunami stood a woman with a pair of dragon horns on her head, majestic as a goddess of the sea. A dragon woman? Could it be a cultist trying to drown this place? With just a thought, the woman calmed the raging waves and stepped lightly into the base amidst everyone's astonishment. The researchers shouted in unison, "Vice Principal Yuan Dongzi, Vice Principal of Shanghai University, taken from the millennium-old Yuan martial arts family and had fused with powerful dragon genes." Yuan Dongzi walked straight up to Shen Qinghan and asked, "Are you Shen Qinghan?" "Why, yes." Yuan Dongzi gave a cold order, "Draw her blood 3 times and re-verify." The results of the retest came out quickly. Shen Qinghan clutched her aching arm. "Just 3 tubes of blood, but my hand feels a bit numb." Li Chuxin shrunk her neck. "Heavens, 3 tubes, are you okay?" Just then a medical staff member walked over. "Student Shen, please come with me." Shen Qinghan was taken to Yuan Dongzi's office. This woman at the peak of power turned her chair around and a rare smile appeared on her cold face. "Student Shen Qinghan, the test results are indeed incredible, but all 3 times gave the same number, 21. Hearing this, the weight in Shen Qinghan's heart finally lifted, replaced by massive shock. "Really?" Yuan Dongzi's smile was kind as she got straight to the point. "Your genetic fusion talent is extremely high. I want to take you as my disciple." Shen Qinghan was dazed, looking as if she'd lost her soul, and pointed at herself, asking foolishly, "Take me as a disciple?" Yuan Dongzi didn't explain much, simply performing a brief demonstration. "Once you're my disciple, you'll easily be able to walk on waves like I just did." As she spoke, she gave a casual wave, and the water in the cup before her immediately took flight, dancing like a silk ribbon. Shen Qinghan replied weakly, "But this is so sudden. Can I think about it?" She didn't dare decide on her own. Her mind was full of wanting to ask Lin Zicken for his opinion first, but Yuan Dongzi's forceful personality cut her off. "There's no need to think about it. Being my disciple brings nothing but benefits. I am both the director of the Provincial Department of Education and the vice principal of Shanghai University. With this master-disciple relationship, the school you attend will definitely be Shanghai University." After a statement full of pressure, Yuan Dongzi pressed, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Shen Qinghan opened her mouth but found herself speechless. Finally, she could only mumble while shaking her head. "And no, nothing." Yuan Dongzi nodded with satisfaction and opened WeChat on her phone. "In that case, let's add each other on WeChat." Although Shen Qinghan felt a bit overwhelmed, she followed orders and took out her phone to scan the QR code, completely unaware that she was being led by the nose. "By the way, besides you, I have one other disciple. She started 10 years before you, but she's around the same age. Technically, she's your senior sister." As she spoke, Yuan Dongzi sent a photo to Shen Qinghan via WeChat. "I've sent the photo. I'll find an opportunity to introduce you two later." Curious, Shen Qinghan opened the photo to see a tall, slender girl. The girl's hair was as white as snow, and her expression was cold and humorless. Her eyes sharp and full of an intimidating presence. She held a blood-stained long spear in her hand and stood atop the corpse of a giant exotic beast. The image was saturated with power and a sense of lethal intent. The moment Shen Qinghan saw the person in the photo, memories from second grade flooded her mind. "Bai Shui?" Shen Qinghan looked up, her face filled with disbelief as she asked, "Teacher, what is my senior sister's name?" "Luo Tianshui." Noticing her disciple's strange expression, Yuan Dongzi asked, "What is it? Did you know each other before?" "When I was in elementary school, I had a good friend named Bai Shui who looks just like her, but she moved away very early on. I was wondering if my senior sister might be her." Without a second thought, Yuan Dongzi dismissed the idea. "Impossible. As for why, I cannot explain." At that moment, Yuan Dongzi changed the subject. "Qinghan, your genetic fusion compatibility is higher than anyone I've ever known. Now I need to perform a full physical examination on you to see if there's anything unique about your constitution." "Okay." With that, Yuan Dongzi stepped toward Shen Qinghan and began to meticulously examine every part of her body. About 10 minutes later, Yuan Dongzi pulled her hand back, frowning. "The body is very ordinary, no different from a normal person's. But that's exactly what's strange." Seeing her teacher frown, Shen Qinghan thought something was wrong and asked in fear, "Is there something abnormal about my body?" Yuan Dongzi shook her head. No, it's strange precisely because everything is too normal. This is clearly a body with a 21 compatibility rate. She continued, to protect you, I'm going to change your official score to 16 and announce that publicly to prevent anyone with ill intentions from harming you. Hearing this, Shen Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. All right, it's getting late and I've said all I need to say, you may go now. Goodbye, teacher. Shen Qinghan left the office, and the moment the door closed, Yuan Dongzi sat on her desk and dialed a number. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. How are things progressing? Dad, it's Dongzi. I've officially taken that student with 21 compatibility as my disciple. Good, well done. You must nurture this disciple carefully, Yuan Dongzi continued. I've investigated her background, it's very clean. Furthermore, the student in second place, Lin Zikin, is her childhood friend. Not simple at all. Your disciple is destined for greatness. When the time comes, the rewards we receive will be unimaginable. Also, you must not let anyone know about this genius disciple's terrifying talent. Yuan Dongzi nodded. I understand, Dad. On the way back, Zikin pedaled the bike with Shen Qinghan on the back, teasing her. You're way too easygoing. How did you end up becoming a disciple for no reason? Looking back on it, Shen Qinghan also felt the situation was bizarre. I think it's strange too, it was just so sudden. Lin Zikin felt a bit of a headache but curled his lip. Whatever, let's just wait and see. If she doesn't have any malicious intent, then being her disciple is fine for now. But if her character turns out to be bad, we'll terminate the relationship ourselves once we've grown our wings. Shen Qinghan nodded in agreement. Just as they reached the entrance, their mothers were already waiting, waving and shouting, Zikin, Han, you're back, perfect timing. We're going to Mingshang Restaurant to celebrate tonight. At Mingshang Restaurant, I heard Han became the provincial top scorer this time. Truly remarkable. It's wonderful that Han can go to university with Zikin. Congratulations to Han and Zikin for taking the top 2 spots. The banquet proceeded joyfully until after 9 p.m. The two families parted ways to head home. It's late, everyone be careful on the way back. You two, let's get together again soon. Around 10:30 p.m. after washing up, Shen Qinghan tiptoed over to Lin Zichen's house in her pajamas. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Wanxin came to open the door, and seeing the neighbor girl standing there late at night in her pajamas, she couldn't help but tease. Han here to sleep with Zikin again? Shen Qinghan turned bright red and waved her hands frantically. No, it's not like that. I just have some very important things I want to talk to Zikin about in private. Auntie Shin, I'm going to see Zikin now. With that, the girl dashed up the stairs. Zhang Wanxin watched her retreating back, covering her mouth and giggling. Important things that have to be said in person. Could it be a confession? On the second floor, Shen Qinghan knocked on Lin Zichen's door. Zikin, I have something very important to tell you. Zikin opened the door with sleepy eyes. What is it? Once inside, she got straight to the point. It's about that teacher I took this morning. Shen Qinghan kicked off her slippers, climbed onto the bed and sat with her knees hugged to her chest to talk. The teacher gave me a full body check today, and the results showed nothing special about my body. It's just like a normal person's. As for the water leakage issue with my body, she couldn't detect that either. Hearing this, Zikin was very surprised. Even Yuan Dongzi, who can control ocean waves, can't see the secret in Han's body. It seems her body is much more mysterious than I imagined. At that thought, Zikin gave a serious warning. Don't let a third person know about this for now. We can't predict the consequences if this leaks. We'll research it ourselves once we become stronger and more experienced. There's no need to rush. Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. I'll listen to you. She suddenly remembered something and added, oh, and one more thing. When I was at the base, my teacher said I had a senior sister. I saw her photo and she looks exactly like Bai Shui. Shen Qinghan took out her phone and showed Zikin the photo Yuan Dongzi had sent on WeChat. Zikin took the phone and studied it carefully. She did indeed look somewhat like Bai Shui, but the temperament was entirely different. But where was this background taken? Do you know? What drew Zichen's attention was the background of the photo. The plants looked very strange, like alien species. I don't know. How about I ask the teacher? Shen Qinghan hadn't wanted to contact Yuan Dongzi at this hour, but seeing Zichen's curiosity, she humored him. Teacher, where was the senior sister when she took this photo? About 10 minutes later, Yuan Dongzi replied with only 2 words, original site. Shen Qinghan was puzzled. Where is that? Yuan Dongzi replied concisely that she only knew it was the original site and couldn't get any more details out of her. Shen Qinghan relayed the teacher's words to Zikin. Zikin sighed and sat on the bed beside her. Well, let's talk about it later then. With the heavy topic over, they each picked up their phones to play games. After a while, Shen Qinghan suddenly set her phone down, turned and asked Zikin a earth-shattering question. Zikin, do all men like women who wear kipaos? If you think it looks good, then wear it. Lin Zikin feigned composure, but his heart was racing. He knew exactly what this was about. Shen Qinghan must have caught him peeking at Yuan Dongzi's figure in her kipao earlier. Is Han trying to emulate that teacher? Zikin imagined Shen Qinghan in a tight-fitting kipao, and his face instantly turned red. It would look quite good if it were Han wearing it. I'm sure it would be beautiful. Then do you like kipaos? The girl pressed on relentlessly. Startled, Zikin stammered. I guess I like them. Shen Qinghan's face flushed slightly as she continued her offensive. What about fishnet stockings, black, white, or nude? Why are you asking such strange questions if I had to say? Black or white? Zikin confessed honestly. Having received her answer, the girl moved aside with satisfaction and began placing orders online. Fine, I've ordered both the kipao and the fishnets. Lin Zikin felt something was slightly off. What was she doing all of a sudden? Just then, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Wanqin stood outside handing in a bag. Han, your mom just sent over your toiletries. You'll be sleeping here tonight. Shen Qinghan was stunned and hurriedly took the bag. I didn't ask my mom to send these. Why did she take it upon herself? Outside the door, Zhang Wanqin squinted with a meaningful smile. It's fine, you're both grown up now, there's nothing wrong with sleeping together at night. With that, she closed the door, leaving the private space to the young couple. The two looked at each other awkwardly before Zikin broke the silence. I didn't ask my mom to bring these things, she did it on her own. It's fine since they're here, just sleep here tonight. Shen Qinghan gave a soft response and then opened the bag. It's okay. I'll just change my diaper and go to sleep. What's this? Shen Qinghan suddenly pulled a small, shiny gold box from the bag. The words on the box caught her eye. Ultra-thin, natural latex condoms. Why did Mom put these in here? Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato and she frantically shoved the box of toys back into the bag as if she had touched red-hot coals. I'm going to change my diaper, with a cry of alarm. Shen Qinghan grabbed her diapers and rushed into the bathroom like a gust of wind. Zikin sat dazed on the bed, his mind full of question marks. He hadn't had time to see what it was. What on earth was it? Early the next morning, Zikin pushed his bike out the door. I'm pedaling, hold on tight. We both been admitted to the Shanghai University Evolution Academy. Hearing this, Shen Qinghan expertly wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him tight with a sweet smile. Let's go, I'm just like you. I've signed a contract with Hiyu's Family Martial Arts Hall. We're heading there today for a promotional event. They hadn't gone far when a voice blocked their path. Hello, a group of strangers blocked the front of the bike, and a middle-aged man in a martial arts uniform stepped forward, smiling politely. Are you student Lin Zikin? Zikin grew wary. Who are you? The man introduced himself. I am Lu Chuanwu, Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University. Today we are here representing the Tianren Pavilion. The name Tianren Pavilion sounded familiar. Zikin vaguely recalled seeing news about this organization. It was a conservative group that vehemently opposed genetic fusion and mechanical body modifications. Online, they were often attacked for their archaic thinking and were considered a negative influence on the younger generation. Lu Chuanwu continued, on behalf of the Tianren Pavilion, I invite you to join our organization. Zikin didn't care and flatly refused. Please move aside. Lu Chuanwu hurriedly blocked him again. Could you give me a moment to talk? Without waiting for Zikin's consent, he produced a box and handed it over. This latest model iPhone is a gift for you, as a token of our meeting. Doing favors for no reason, Zikin made polite refusals with his words, but his hands were very honest as they took the box. In a nearby dessert shop, Lu Chuanwu talked incessantly. Our Tianren Pavilion researches how to develop the potential of pureblood humans without relying on genetic fusion or mechanical modification. The goal is to break the shackles of the common rank and evolve into advanced, rare, or even epic tier organisms. We have already achieved some results. You'll understand once you watch this video. He opened a video on his phone and handed it to Zikin. My biological rank is common tier 9. This is a video of me killing an advanced tier genetic fuser just moments ago. In the video, a man with a bare chest and bulging muscles was indeed Lu Chuanwu, and he was fighting a birdman covered in feathers. Zikin recognized the birdman at a glance. It was Wu Qiancheng, the man who had single-handedly wiped out the rat god cult. Wu Qiancheng flew into the air, firing a dense barrage of sharp feathers. But when the feathers hit Lu Chuanwu, those lethal projectiles only left a few tiny scratches. Taking advantage of an opening when Wu Qiancheng couldn't fly higher, Lu Chuanwu charged at a staggering speed of 100 meters per second, delivering an earth-shattering heavy punch. Wu Qiancheng fell to the ground unconscious. Finally, a blood-stained Lu Chuanwu stood in the center of the martial arts stage and roared with a voice like a booming bell. The human body is already invincible. Why borrow the bodies of alien races? Cultivating the body as a pure-blood human is the future of humanity. The deafening sound made Zikin and Qinghan's ears ring even through the screen. Is this for real? Is the video edited, or is Wu Qiancheng just acting? Zikin felt suspicious. Lu Chuanwu affirmed decisively, there is absolutely no post-processing in this video. I will continue to challenge other advanced genetic fusers in the future, and you are welcome to come and watch anytime. Zikin was puzzled. Then why don't you post this video online? Wouldn't that be better publicity for the Tianren Pavilion? We want to, but those currently in power won't allow it. Why? Because the path of body tempering for pureblood humans can currently only evolve to common tier 9. It hasn't been able to break through the level shackles yet. Those in power believe that if the biological rank cannot be elevated, there is no future, and thus it isn't worth promoting. Lu Chuanwu slammed the table in anger. But if they don't promote it and get more people involved in the research, how can there ever be a breakthrough? Mass change is the prerequisite for qualitative change. However, if a genius like you joins, the situation will be different from mine. I've been stuck at common tier 9 despite 50 years of bitter cultivation, but you will definitely be able to evolve into an advanced biological being. Wait, 50 years? You only look about 50 years old, Zicken said in surprise. Lu Chuanwu smiled triumphantly. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm actually nearly 100 years old. I'm able to maintain this youthful state entirely because of the body tempering method. If you don't believe me, you can check my information online. Zicken immediately went online to check and confirmed that Lu Chuanwu came from a prominent martial arts family. Though the family had fallen into decline because they refused genetic fusion, he was indeed nearly 100 years old and had been abandoned by his wife and children because of his persistent pursuit of the pure blood path. What shocked Zicken even more was the line of information regarding his family. Ex-wife Yuan Dongzi. Yuan Dongzi, isn't she Han Han's master? Zichen's gaze toward Lu Chuanwu changed instantly. This man was truly not simple. Lu Chuanwu continued his persuasion. Being able to maintain this appearance at nearly 100 years old is proof enough that the path of pure-blood humans has a bright future. Tianren, we believe that man can triumph over nature. That is the Tianren Pavilion. He lowered his voice and said seriously, genetic fusion relies on exotic beasts. It can never surpass them and will eventually lead to extinction. The same goes for mechanical body modification. As the materials still come from exotic beasts, we don't oppose these two methods, but we oppose betting the entire future of humanity on them. In the later stages, we need another way out. Finally, Lu Chuanwu issued a formal invitation. Student Lin Zicken, I sincerely invite you to join the Tianren Pavilion. I believe you will become the first pure-blood human to break the level shackles. However, Zicken was still not convinced. You've talked about the body tempering method for so long, but what exactly is it? Lu Chuanwu explained enthusiastically. It is the blood-tempering art derived from ancient ruins, which uses vital energy to temper the body, strengthening the physical form. Legend has it that at the highest level one can achieve physical sainthood and tear giant beasts apart with bare hands. Only those of pure-blood human descent can practice it because the blood of genetic fusers contains impurities. As for mecha-modified humans, their bodies are incomplete, so their vital energy cannot flow. So do you want to join? Lin Zicken tactfully refused. I feel like I still know too little about pure-blood humans right now. I think I'll look around first. Lu Chuanwu was still pushing. You can take your time to understand. But with your talent and physical strength, it would be a real shame if you didn't try the path of the pure-blood human. Lu Chuanwu still hadn't given up and continued to persuade him. In the eyes of our Tianren Pavilion, that provincial top scorer with a 16 genetic compatibility is simply not worth mentioning in front of you. Comparing her to you, she's not even worth a single hair on your head. Shen Qinghan had just brought her water bottle to her lips. Hearing this, she spat the water straight out. We firmly believe that you, with your #1 physical fitness, are the true top scorer of Nanjing province. If you choose the pure-blood human path, you can absolutely crush her in the later stages. Toward the end, Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but raise his voice in excitement. After listening, Shen Qinghan felt incredibly awkward. She thought to herself that she had been sitting there quietly from start to finish, not saying a word or bothering anyone. How did she suddenly get caught in the crossfire? Lin Zicken quickly reached out to stop him. If he didn't intervene, the next scene would definitely be even more awkward. He pointed at Shen Qinghan and introduced her to Lu Chuanwu. This is the provincial top scorer with the 16 genetic compatibility. Shen Qinghan waved awkwardly with a smile. Hee, hello. Lu Chuanwu was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned beet red. He wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Seeing that the half hour was up, Lin Zicken stood up and smiled. It's getting late and we have things to do. Thank you for the phone and the milk tea. We'll be going now. Seeing this, Lu Chuanwu grew anxious. In his desperation, he shouted directly at Lin Zichen's back. Wait, 6 months. Just join for 6 months and try it out. Whatever benefits the Evolution Academy gives you, our Tianren Pavilion will double them. Seeing Zicken still walking away, he shouted at the top of his lungs. If double isn't enough, we'll give you triple. Hearing this, Lin Zichen's eyes sparkled. He immediately turned around and returned to his seat with a face full of sincerity. As you know, I have always deeply identified with the philosophy of the Tianren Pavilion. I have decided to bring my talents to the Tianren Pavilion and contribute my strength to the cause of pure-blood humanity. Lu Chuanwu breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, it's good that you understand. But immediately after, he felt his heart bleeding. Triple, how many resources will I have to dump into this kid? Zicken looked at Lu Chuanwu and asked curiously, by the way, I have a question. Do you know what kind of place the original site is? Lu Chuanwu was somewhat surprised that this kid even knew about the original site, but he didn't overthink it and answered quickly, it's considered the place where life originated. All current exotic beasts come from there. The original site. Lin Zicken felt as if he had heard an earth-shattering secret. The fact that exotic beasts came from the original site meant that humans did indeed have some understanding of them and could even enter the place. Lin Zicken suddenly thought of a question. Does the meat in the exotic beast meat market also come from there? Lu Chuanwu nodded. Naturally, otherwise there would have been nothing left on Earth to distribute long ago, let alone to ordinary people. Do you have any videos of the original site? Lu Chuanwu shook his head vigorously. No, any electronic device will fail there. The only way to record anything is through on-site sketching. Lin Zikin found it hard to believe. So that drawing wasn't a photograph but a hand-drawn sketch. Just then the phone rang. It was He Yu calling. Hey handsome and beautiful, the martial arts hall promotional event is about to start. When are you getting here? We're coming right now. Then hurry up. Lin Zikin stood up and said to Lu Chuanwu, I have things to do so I'll head out first. Let's talk again when I have time. Just as Lin Zikin was about to leave, Lu Chuanwu took out a book and handed it to him. This is a translation of the blood tempering art which contains detailed cultivation methods. However, there is a threshold for the blood tempering art. Your biological rank must reach common tier 4, and your internal vital energy must be strong enough to practice it. Zikin reached out and took the book. Lu Chuanwu continued, according to the physical test data, you're close to the common tier 4 level. You can preview it during the summer break. Once school starts and you evolve to tier 4, you can start practicing immediately. Lin Zikin accepted the book and casually tucked it into Shen Qinghan's backpack. Is that so? Actually, I'm already tier 6. I'll have to try it out when I get back. The scene shifted to a training field at the Shanghai University Martial Arts Academy. A woman with a graceful figure, wearing a martial arts uniform and her hair in a neat ponytail, was undergoing high-intensity training. Just as she delivered a powerful sidekick, Lu Chuanwu walked in humming a folk song, his face beaming with joy. The woman stopped her training, reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and asked curiously, Dean, what are you so happy about? Lu Chuanwu curled his lips triumphantly. By relying on my invincible personal charm, the runner-up of the Nanjing provincial exam, the person with the #1 physical fitness in the province has become a member of our Tianren pavilion. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. For real? Lu Chuanwu opened WeChat to show her. Of course it's real, I've already added him as a friend. Seeing Lin Zikin on the list, the woman couldn't help but stare with her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected the loser Dean to actually recruit the provincial runner-up. Dean, how did you do it? Through my personal charm. Tell the truth. She had no patience for his boasting and just wanted the truth. Lu Chuanwu had no choice but to confess. I told him that whatever benefits the Evolution Academy could give, our Tianren pavilion would give triple. Triple. The woman was stunned. It took her a long while to react, her face full of worry. But we're already drowning in debt. Lu Chuanwu looked confident. I've already made appointments with 3 wealthy patronesses. Paying for triple benefits will be more than enough. Dean, don't mess around anymore. Lu Chuanwu looked at her and asked, Yuyan, when you practiced the blood tempering art back then, how long did it take you to feel your vital energy? That was 10 years ago. If I remember correctly, it was about a week, or less than 2 months. Lu Chuanwu sighed as expected of the capital runner-up from back then. Your talent is truly outstanding. I considered myself a genius and it took me a full 2 weeks to feel my vital energy. Song Yuyan let out a mournful sigh. Don't mention being the capital runner-up. Ever since I gave up genetic fusion to join the Tianren Pavilion, I haven't been able to evolve into an advanced biological being for all these years. I don't know how many people have mocked me. Lu Chuanwu patted her shoulder to comfort her. Let whoever wants to laugh laugh. In a few years, once you evolve into an advanced biological being, won't you be able to defeat them all? Song Yuyan shook her head with a bitter smile. I've gone through 2 rounds of body tempering but haven't even opened a single acupoint. How long do you think it will take Lin Zikin to feel his vital energy? My guess is about 10 days. Lu Chuanwu explained. That kid's physical test results are very impressive. He's only slightly behind how you were back then. Song Yuyan began to look forward to it. Really? Then I'll have to take good care of and teach this talented junior. Late at night, the bright moon hung high. Lin Zikin sat cross-legged on his bed, the copy of blood tempering art spread out before him. Feeling the vital energy was actually very simple. It only took him 3 seconds to feel it. The next step was to control the vital energy to begin body tempering. He began to circulate his power, first heating his right arm. Ding, you are using vital energy to temper your skin. Skin strength 1, blood tempering art proficiency 1. Half an hour later, the cultivation was complete. His right arm had finished 1 round of body tempering. Let's test the strength with a knife first. No sooner said than done. Lin Zikin took out a paring knife and hacked hard at his arm. Clang, not a single mark was left behind. He was invulnerable to blades after only 1 tempering session. No wonder Lu Chuanwu, who had tempered his body 3 times, could withstand Wu Qiancheng's feather attacks. He wondered what level his physical strength could reach after 5 tempering sessions. At that thought, Lin Zikin was filled with excitement. 3 hours flew by and Lin Zikin stopped his cultivation, gasping for air. He looked at his hands and calculated privately. At this rate, he could temper the skin of his entire body in less than a week. The skin on both arms was already tempered, and his vital energy was about 1/3 consumed. Just then, he received a WeChat message from Shen Qinghan. Chen, are you asleep? Not yet. I've prepared a surprise for you. When are you coming to my room to see it? What surprise? It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you. All right, I'm heading over now. Ending the conversation, Lin Zikin checked his watch. It's almost midnight. What kind of surprise is this, asking me over so late? Shen Qinghan's mother Xu Meng came out to open the door for him. Chen, you're here for Han. The child told me she prepared a surprise and urged me to let you in to see it. Closing the door, Xu Meng said with a beaming smile, go on, go find her. Don't keep her waiting. Zicken knocked on Qinghan's door. Han, I'm here. Her nervous voice came from inside the room. Come in. Lin Zicken pushed the door open and closed it behind him. He saw Shen Qinghan sitting on the bed, her legs wrapped tightly in a blanket. What's this? Shen Qinghan's face turned beet red. Preparing a surprise for you. Lin Zicken found it strange. What kind of surprise required being covered by a blanket? Could the so-called surprise be her throwing herself at him? At that thought he felt a wave of heat through his body. He forced himself to stay calm and joked, let me guess, you're not about to show me a glowing watch, are you? You'll know once you come over and look. Zicken walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. Shen Qinghan pursed her lips and said shyly, you, uncover it and see. Her trembling voice was laced with shyness, making Zicken swallow hard. His hand trembled as he grabbed the corner of the blanket and slowly lifted it. As the blanket moved away, what entered Lin Zichen's view was a pair of long, fair and beautiful legs. Next came the high slit of a slim-fitting kipao. The blue and white porcelain-patterned kipao clung tightly to her curves in a style very similar to the one Yuan Dongzi had worn. Lin Zichen's face turned bright red and he felt a wave of heat as certain parts of his body began to grow restless. Shen Qinghan didn't dare look him in the eye. She lowered her head to look at her legs and asked in a small voice, do I look good in this? Lin Zicken nodded frantically. You look great. His gaze was fixed on those snowy white legs. Shen Qinghan brushed back her long flowing hair and continued shyly, I also bought black silk stockings. Do you want to see me wear them? Hearing the words black silk, Lin Zicken felt even hotter, but he still feigned composure. Put them on and let's see. Seeing that Zicken wanted to see, Shen Qinghan blushed and slowly began to pull on the black stockings. The stockings tightly hugged her stunning jade-like legs, reaching all the way to her knees. Lin Zicken stared intently, swallowing hard as he silently admired this seductive beauty. After putting on the stockings, Shen Qinghan raised her flushed face and asked shyly, does it look good? Lin Zichen's breathing grew heavy, but he forced himself to stay composed. It looks great, it really suits you. Hearing this, she extended her leg toward him, tempting him. These fishnets feel very nice to the touch. Do you want to try? Lin Zicken quickly placed his hand on Shen Qinghan's thigh, gently stroking it. It really does feel quite comfortable. The slight sound of friction made Shen Qinghan blush with shame, but she still acted the part of a little enchantress, asking, is it more comfortable to touch the fishnets, or is it more comfortable to touch my leg? Lin Zicken enjoyed the exquisite sensation, his heart racing like a turbulent sea, but he replied calmly, of course, touching your leg is more comfortable. Shen Qinghan felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. I think so too. Just then a knock came at the door, and Xu Meng's voice drifted in. Zicken, your mother just sent over your toiletries. I've hung them on the doorknob. Come out and get them yourself in a bit. Hearing Xu Meng's voice, Lin Zicken was startled and instinctively pulled back his hand. He hurriedly got off the bed. Okay, I got it, Auntie Meng. Recalling the embarrassing accident when Shen Qinghan stayed at his house last time, he curiously opened the bag to check. Sure enough, there was another box of ultra-thin condoms inside. He shook his head helplessly and tossed it back into the bag, pretending he hadn't seen it. We haven't even kissed yet. What's the rush? At that moment, Shen Qinghan walked back into the room holding a pack of diapers. Zicken, it's late. You should just stay here and sleep. I'm going to change my diaper. Turn around and don't peek. With that, she took off her clothes right there in the room and skillfully put on the diaper, treating Lin Zicken completely as one of her own. After a moment, Shen Qinghan called out, I'm done. Turn off the lights and let's sleep. Okay, the two lay down on the bed, sharing the same blanket and pillow. Their bodies were very close and they could even clearly hear each other's heartbeats. After a moment of silence, Lin Zicken caught a faint, delicate scent. Han, why does your bed smell so good? Did you use something? Shen Qinghan giggled. That's just the scent of my body left on the bed. Smell it if you don't believe me. How is that possible? Lin Zicken was about to argue, but as he felt Shen Qinghan's warm breath on his face, he realized just how close they were. Looking at her rosy, succulent cherry lips, a powerful impulse surged in his heart. After their eyes met for a few seconds, Lin Zicken slowly leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss onto Shen Qinghan's small mouth. She felt as if her entire being was melting into that sweet kiss, her body turning soft and weak. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan gave a violent shudder, like she'd been struck by an electric shock. She hurriedly pushed him away and said in a panic, wait a minute. She threw off the blanket and jumped out of bed, putting on her shoes to run out. Lin Zicken asked with a dazed expression, what's wrong? Shen Qinghan's face turned bright red as she clutched herself front and back, whispering in admission, we just kissed, my heart beat too fast, my body got hot and then I couldn't control it. I leaked. Hearing the words, I leaked, Lin Zicken suddenly realized something important. He sat up abruptly and pressed for details. Wait, what did you feel just now? Was there a very strong emotional surge? Shen Qinghan nodded awkwardly. Her heart was racing, her body felt hot, and her spirit indeed felt extremely volatile. And then she'd leaked. Lin Zicken pondered for a moment, then nodded. It's just as I expected, he explained. I suspect your mysterious superpower is related to your mental energy. Controlling it requires mental strength. As long as your mental energy is strong enough, you can fully activate and control this superpower at will. Shen Qinghan listened, only half understanding. Lin Zicken grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Come here, let's keep kissing and see if it's the same as before when your mental state fluctuates wildly. Shen Qinghan panicked a bit. She hurriedly tried to pull her hand back. Wait, let me change my diaper first. Lin Zicken gripped her hand tightly, his attitude firm. It's going to get wet later anyway, let's continue first. Just as she was about to resist, her lips were blocked by Lin Zicken's MMH. Without a word, Lin Zicken pulled her onto his lap and kissed her lips repeatedly. Smack, smack. After a while, he released Shen Qinghan's red and swollen lips and asked gently, "How did it feel this time?" Shen Qinghan gasped for air, her forehead covered in sweat and her clothes clinging to her body. She looked at Lin Zicken with glazed eyes. Same as before, a huge mental surge, and then I leaked. Feeling the dampness through her clothes, Lin Zicken was even more convinced of his theory. There was an 80 chance her superpower was activated through mental energy. Shen Qinghan quickly pushed Lin Zicken away, turned to reveal her soaked rear, and said weakly, "I'm sweating so much, I'm going to take a shower." With that, she ran into the bathroom with her legs pressed together. 10 minutes later, Shen Qinghan's voice came from the bathroom. "Zicken, I forgot to bring my clothes. Can you bring a set of pajamas in for me?" "Okay, I got it." Lin Zicken got out of bed and opened Qinghan's wardrobe, revealing an array of colorful clothes. Guided by some strange impulse, he picked up a pair of small pink panties. They were plain, looking very pure and cute. After staring at them for a moment, he suddenly realized his behavior was a bit perverted. He quickly folded the underwear and put them back. Han wears diapers to sleep, she probably doesn't need underwear, right? He randomly picked out a set of ordinary pajamas and brought them to her. 5 minutes later, Shen Qinghan came out after her shower. The two turned off the lights and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Zicken woke up and couldn't help but smile at the sight of Shen Qinghan still fast asleep with a bit of drool at the corner of her mouth. He gently wiped away her drool and quietly got out of bed to leave the room. Downstairs in the living room, he met Xu Meng, who was just coming out of the kitchen. "Zicken, breakfast is almost ready. Eat before you go back." "Okay, then eat before leaving," Shen Jianye greeted him. "Is Han up yet?" "Not yet, let her sleep a bit longer." Shen Jianye let out a sigh. "Sigh, if only Han were as disciplined as you." Lin Zicken smiled to smooth things over. Han has already brought you back the result of being the provincial top scorer. It's not too much to sleep a bit more during summer break." Shen Jianye nodded. "That's true." After finishing 2 bowls of porridge, Lin Zicken excused himself to leave. "No need to see me out, Auntie Meng." As soon as he left, Xu Meng closed the door and giggled, covering her mouth. She turned to her husband and said, "I got up to use the restroom last night and heard the sound of water in the upstairs bathroom. Do you think our daughter and Zicken already last night?" Shen Jianye stroked his chin and thought, "Hearing you say that, they probably did." Xu Meng immediately sent a message to Zhang Wanqin in excitement. "This is a major step forward. I have to tell Wanqin this good news right away." Back home, Lin Zicken threw his dirty clothes from last night into the washing machine. Just as he was preparing to go out for morning training, his mother walked over with a beaming smile and patted his shoulder with a look of pride. "Son, you're amazing." "What?" Lin Zicken looked completely bewildered, not understanding what his mother was implying. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai University Martial Arts Academy training field, a group of burly middle-aged men barged in aggressively, shouting with murderous intent, "Lu Chuanwu, you better give me an explanation about Lin Zicken." Lu Chuanwu was practicing his punches. He slowly stopped and feigned ignorance. "What about Lin Zicken? I don't know what you're talking about." The man didn't mince words and started cursing. "Lin Zicken clearly applied for my Evolution Academy, yet you pulled strings behind the scenes to drag him to your martial arts academy. Do you have no shame?" Lu Chuanwu countered with a look of disdain. "What strings did I pull? Is your Evolution Academy the only one allowed to recruit? My martial arts academy can't," Ma Zhenhe demanded. "There's a first-come, first-served rule for everything. You've lived to this age. Do you really not understand that principle?" Lu Chuanwu gave a cold snort. "I don't care about your first-come, first-served. All I know is that as long as school hasn't started, he isn't a student of your Evolution Academy. I can recruit him if I want. I haven't violated any school rules at all. The school rules don't state it, but you violated the unspoken rules agreed upon between deans. What a joke. That's your agreement. What does it have to do with me?" Lu Chuanwu finished with his arms crossed, looking triumphant. "In short, my recruitment is perfectly reasonable and fair competition. If you're unhappy, you can go find Lin Zicken and try to recruit him back to your Evolution Academy." Ma Zhenhe laughed in rage. "A despicable person like you is fit to talk about fair competition." He pointed at the other's face. "If you have the guts, get in the ring and fight me, damn it. That's what real fair competition looks like." Lu Chuanwu picked at his ear, looking at him with a gaze of utter contempt. "Fight in the ring? Do you think I'm stupid? You're an advanced Tier 5 expert and you're trying to bully me, a common Tier 9, by using your power? And you have the nerve to talk about fairness? Where's your dignity?" Ma Zhenhe replied indignantly. "I'm 48 and you're 95, how is this bullying?" "Then you're just bullying an old man, right?" He took a deep breath to calm down and sneered. "Lu Chuanwu, as long as you refuse genetic fusion, you'll be nothing but a weakling at common Tier 9 for the rest of your life." Leaving a word of mockery, Ma Zhenhe left the training field. Along the way, he clenched his fists in anger, thinking that ordinary organisms were nothing more than ants before the strong. Just stick to your so-called path of pureblood humanity and keep struggling slowly. Soon Ma Zhenhe went to Yuan Dongzi to complain. Facing his grievances, Yuan Dongzi only offered a calm reassurance. "Din Ma, rest assured. After school starts for a while and Lin Zikin sees his peers surpassing him through genetic fusion or mechanical modification, he will naturally request to change majors. Ma Zhenhe was still fuming. Vice Principal Yuan, the point isn't that, it's that Lu Chuanwu broke the rules, and he must be punished. Yuan Dongzi picked up the teacup from her desk and said softly, if you're unhappy then give him a taste of his own medicine and go poach that provincial runner-up. Seeing that Yuan Dongzi had no intention of punishing Lu Chuanwu, Ma Zhenhe felt some dissatisfaction but didn't dare say much. Then we'll do as Vice Principal Yuan says. After some pleasantries, Ma Zhenhe left the office. Once he was gone, Yuan Dongzi murmured to herself, Ma Zhenhe is usually quite steady, but he loses his mind as soon as he's in front of that man Lu. She took a gentle sip of tea, her gaze deep. So many years have passed and that Lu hasn't changed a bit. His mouth is still as sharp as ever. If only his physical constitution were as strong as his tongue. It's a pity he chose the wrong path in his youth, otherwise he'd be a principal at the very least by now. The scene shifts to a main road in the suburbs. Lin Zikin was accompanying Shen Qinghan during running speed training. It was primarily Shen Qinghan who was practicing. I can't run anymore. Shen Qinghan walked staggeringly, her clothes soaked with sweat. Finally she stopped at the roadside, bent over with her hands on her knees, gasping for air. Seeing this, Lin Zikin unscrewed a water bottle and handed it to her to rehydrate. Once Shen Qinghan finished drinking, he said, let's stop here for today. Go sit on the bench ahead and relax your muscles. With her mouth full of water, Shen Qinghan could only give a muffled response. Soon the two reached the bench. Shen Qinghan set down the water bottle and expertly lay down on the bench. Lin Zikin sat to the side and began to massage her legs. Shen Qinghan turned her head to look at Lin Zikin, acting spoiled in a soft voice. Zikin, thank you, Zikin laughed. With our relationship, saying thank you is way too distant. True. Shen Qinghan gently twirled a stray lock of hair around her finger and asked nervously, so what exactly is our relationship now, friends, childhood friends, or lovers? Lin Zikin replied concisely, family. Family? Shen Qinghan pouted in dissatisfaction. That word is too broad, it could be husband and wife or it could be siblings. She moved her lips and pressed, since we're family, what kind of family are we? Lin Zikin smiled and asked back, then what kind of family do you want to be? Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, her face turning bright red as she answered, then, how about fiancé? Lin Zikin gave an affirmative answer, fiancé. Hearing this made Shen Qinghan's heart bloom with joy. She sat up abruptly from the bench and extended her pinky finger toward Lin Zikin, her face full of excitement. Then let's get married after we graduate from university, okay? Lin Zikin smiled, also extending his pinky to hook her finger, and nodded. Okay, the two made a pinky promise. And Shen Qinghan cheered. Pinky promise hung by a rope, never changed for 10,000 years. At this moment, Shen Qinghan was elated, immersed in immense happiness. That evening, after washing up and eating dinner, Lin Zikin sat in the living room watching TV with his parents, chatting occasionally in a very harmonious atmosphere. Just then, the doorbell rang. I'll get it. Lin Yansheng, who was sitting closest to the door, answered and got up to open it. Upon opening the door, he cried out in surprise, Dean Ma, why are you here to come and visit so late? I'm terribly sorry to drop by like this, Ma Zhenhe said with a smile. I'm here because I'd like to talk to Zikin about his choice of academy. He had specifically chosen to come in the evening because he knew people tend to be more emotional and susceptible to persuasion at night. Tonight he was determined to win Lin Zikin back from Lu Chuanwu's clutches. Lin Yansheng was somewhat confused. His choice of academy wasn't that settled long ago. Why come in the middle of the night for this? Ma Zhenhe handed the bag in his hand to Lin Yansheng. Inside were 2 ice crystal fish, known for their exceptionally delicious flavor. These were a gift from a graduate I once taught. He sent too many, so I brought 2 for your family to try. Lin Yansheng took the bag politely. Dean Ma, you're far too kind. We'll accept your thoughtful gift. Dean Ma, Zikin is in the living room. Let's head in and sit down to talk. After some brief pleasantries, the two sat down in the living room. Sensing the atmosphere was right, Ma Zhenhe steered the conversation toward Lin Zikin, saying with an air of regret, Zikin's genetic fusion compatibility reached 15. Choosing the path of genetic fusion would give him a limitless future. His potential would be unbounded. There's really no need to pursue the pure-blood human path. It would be a total waste of his talent. He continued to talk incessantly. The Tianren Pavilion's intentions might be good, but their theory of pure-blood humanity had made no substantial progress. It was essentially a scam. Choosing that path would only harm Zikin. He looked directly at Lin Zikin. Zikin, take my advice. Don't go down the pure-blood human path. It will only make you as mediocre as any ordinary person. It's best to choose the Evolution Academy. Before Lin Zikin could respond, Zhang Wanxin, sitting nearby, looked confused. Dean Ma, I'm not sure I understand. Didn't Zikin already apply to the Evolution Academy? Only then did Lin Zikin turn to explain to his parents, Mom, Dad, I forgot to tell you. I joined the Tianren Pavilion a few days ago and have switched to the Martial Arts Academy. I want to pursue the pure-blood human path. Hearing this, Lin Yansheng and his wife were stunned. Zhang Wanxin was the first to snap out of it. She asked urgently, Zikin, what exactly is going on? Seeing his parents worry, Lin Zikin gave a brief explanation. First of all, I quite agree with the Tianren Pavilion's philosophy. So, given the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy's sincerity in offering triple benefits, I agreed to join for 6 months to try the pure-blood human path. If there's no progress after 6 months, I'll return to the Evolution Academy and pursue genetic fusion. After hearing their son's explanation, Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanqin breathed a sigh of relief. At least it's only a 6-month trial. Hearing the story of Lin Zicken jumping ship, Ma Zhenhe couldn't help but frown. Can that dirt-poor old guy actually afford triple benefits? However, he didn't dwell on that issue and quickly turned back to persuade Lin Zicken. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Triple benefits are indeed a lot, but we must look at the big picture. Those are just petty advantages. There's no need to sacrifice a great future for small gains. Even if it's just a 6-month trial, that half year is enough for you to miss out on so much precious knowledge. More than any triple benefits could ever compensate for. He emphasized, I've taught at Shanghai University for many years and seen many similar cases. You can't go wrong listening to me. There's no need to waste these 6 months. Lin Zicken sat there sweating slightly as he listened, but his mind was made up. Thank you for the warning, Dean Ma, but I currently resonate deeply with the Tianren Pavilion's philosophy. If I don't try it, I'll definitely keep thinking about it. It might even become a mental demon, and I don't want that. While his words sounded noble, he was secretly laughing at the thought of how tempting the triple benefits were. Seeing his stubbornness, Ma Zhenhe could only sigh. He stood up and shoved his hands into his pockets. Since you're so set on this, there's no point in me saying any more. With that, Ma Zhenhe excused himself. I have things to do, I'll be off now. Dean Ma, I'll see you out. Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, Lin Zicken woke up and opened his news app to see the day's hot topics. Immediately, a headline caught his eye. Official release, this is outrageous. Tianren Pavilion brainwashes Nanzhong provincial runner-up into abandoning genetic fusion. Turning to the pure-blood human path, a genius becomes mediocre. Seeing this headline, Lin Zicken was stunned. What's going on? He hurriedly clicked in. The report explicitly accused the runner-up, Lin Zicken, of joining the Tianren Pavilion and pursuing the illusory pure-blood human path. It also cited a negative example from 10 years ago where a female genius from the capital also saw her talent wither because of the Tianren Pavilion. Lin Zicken scrolled to the comments and found them filled with abuse. This Tianren Pavilion is amazing, total masters of manipulation. This runner-up must have water in his brain. The Tianren Pavilion is destroying geniuses. Can't we open a case and arrest them all? I know where they are, and I know where the Tianren Pavilion is. It's right there, isn't it? Lin Zicken frowned. The comments were overwhelmingly negative, as if internet water armies were guiding public opinion. He couldn't help but worry. His personal information had been completely exposed. Being cyberbullied was one thing, but if cultists noticed him, things would get very troublesome. Was it Ma Zhenhe who leaked it, or another faction that disliked the Tianren Pavilion? Setting aside these guesses, he decided to take action immediately. Hello. I want to file a complaint against a report that leaked personal information. 2 hours later, the report was finally deleted. Lin Zicken slumped onto the sofa and let out a long sigh of relief. At least it's gone, but it was too late. His phone was buzzing nonstop from a barrage of messages. He clicked them and was shocked. Why did Lin Zicken join the Tianren Pavilion? Isn't the Tianren Pavilion a place that ruins students? Someone had even posted a photo of Lin Zicken. Now netizens were all discussing him. There was even a group of people online going crazy for Lin Zicken. Lin Zicken, come out and say something. Is Lin Zicken there? Even his photo had been posted. It seemed things were truly troublesome this time. Lin Zicken never wanted to be famous. He just wanted to be a genius in his own little world, evolving quietly. Fame or missions or anything like that could all move to the side. By 11 p.m., Lin Zicken finished his shower and lay in bed in his pajamas, scrolling through his phone and focusing on the news about himself. Not long after, Shen Qinghan walked slowly into the room in her nightgown. Zicken, sleep here with me tonight. Taking off her slippers, she climbed onto the bed and sat beside Lin Zicken, shoulder to shoulder, tilting her head to look at his phone screen. Are you looking at that news about you? Those bad guys used an innocent candidate as a weapon. They don't even have basic human principles. Lin Zicken replied coldly. That's how struggle is. Following principles puts you at a disadvantage, while using any means necessary allows you to gain the upper hand. Shen Qinghan suddenly remembered her new master. Zicken, my master seems to be very powerful. Do you think if I asked for her help she could resolve this trouble for you? Lin Zicken shook his head. This kind of factional struggle was nothing unusual. The genetic fusion faction was suppressing the human pure-blood faction. Your master is a supporter of the genetic fusion faction, so she has no reason to help with this. Shen Qinghan thought he made sense, but then it occurred to her that trying wouldn't hurt anything. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Yuan Dongzi on WeChat. About half an hour later, Yuan Dongzi replied with just a few words, sorted. Shen Qinghan cried out in surprise. So fast, it's only been half an hour. Lin Zicken was stunned. How is that possible? Shen Qinghan tried searching for information about Lin Zicken online, and sure enough she couldn't find anything anymore. She stared with wide eyes and said, Zicken, it's really solved. I can't find the news now. Lin Zicken was also extremely surprised. He hadn't expected Yuan Dongzi to actually help him. Why did she help me? Is she pampering her disciple, or considering her past relationship with Lu Chuanwu? Regardless, it was beneficial to him. Lin Zicken calmed his emotions and turned to Shen Qinghan. Han, thank your master for me. I'm very, very grateful for her help. I owe her one. Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly. I've already thanked her, so how do you plan to thank me? Zicken asked back. How do you want me to thank you? Then give me a kiss. As she spoke, Shen Qinghan pointed to her cheek. Lin Zicken gave a secret smile and leaned in to kiss her cheek several times. 3 days later in a private room, Lin Zicken sat cross-legged on the bed cultivating. Slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Ding, biological rank increased to tier 7. The skin of the entire body has finally been thoroughly tempered. Lin Zicken opened his attribute panel to check. Name Lin Zicken, age 18, biological rank, common tier 7. Biological attributes: never retreat, divine wisdom, root, survival of the fittest, summoned by water, eye of the sky, gregarity, natural camouflage, danger perception, body tempering. Skin tempering 1, muscle tempering 0, bone tempering 0. Lin Zicken thought smugly to himself that these 9 biological attributes were basically equivalent to 10 genetic fusions. This way he could crush that capital university genius with 4 genetic fusions. He subconsciously compared himself to that capital genius. It was only natural, as he had grown up hearing news of that person and regarded them as a benchmark of strength. Just then his phone rang. It was a message from Shen Qinghan. Zicken, Chushin asked me to go out for egg retrieval on Monday. Can you come with me? After reading it, Lin Zicken thought to himself that Han would definitely undergo genetic fusion and thus lose her fertility. Therefore it was necessary to extract and preserve her eggs now so she could undergo IVF later. He quickly replied, okay. After breakfast on Monday, Lin Zicken accompanied Shen Qinghan to a specialized hospital for egg retrieval. Entering the examination room, Shen Qinghan lay on the bed looking very nervous as the nurse performed a check. Seeing her tension, the female nurse comforted her. The ovulation-stimulating drugs have already been injected. Come back tomorrow for the retrieval. Shen Qinghan nodded. Thank you, sister, sorry for the trouble. Over an hour later, Shen Qinghan and Li Chushin walked out. Li Chushin complained, what a hassle. I thought we could do the retrieval directly. I didn't expect to have to wait until tomorrow. Shen Qinghan was still very worried. I'm still a bit nervous, Li Chushin laughed and suggested. In that case, since we're already out, why don't we go shopping together? It'll help relieve your stress. Shen Qinghan nodded happily. Okay, the two girls turned to look at Lin Zicken. Zicken, do you want to come with us? Zicken shook his head. I won't go, I need to head home, I have some things to do. Li Chushin cheered. Great, today is a girl's day for me and Han. Shen Qinghan laughed at her friend. Back home, Lin Zicken went upstairs to his room and began quietly studying the blood tempering art. Now it was time to temper his muscles. Ding, muscle skin strength 1, blood tempering art proficiency 1. The burning sensation during muscle tempering was more intense than during skin tempering, but it was still bearable. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon passed. Lin Zicken collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. After an afternoon of hard work, he had finally finished tempering his entire right arm, and he was starting to feel dizzy. He had consumed too much blood and qi. That evening, Lin Zicken ate and drank ravenously to replenish his vital energy. After digesting, he felt the blood and qi in his body surging again. His right arm alone had increased in strength by 50. The blood tempering art really suited his constitution. Zicken, I have something to discuss with you. Hearing Shen Qinghan's voice, Lin Zicken replied, the door isn't locked, come in. As soon as she entered, Shen Qinghan said, Chushin asked us to go out to play before school starts and you is going too, so I've already agreed for you. Lin Zicken nodded. If you're going, I'll definitely go too. Shen Qinghan hesitated and said, but Chushin said she wants to go to the seaside. I didn't want to spoil her fun, but I didn't know how to refuse, so I already agreed. You know, I once heard scary voices under the sea, I'm afraid. Lin Zicken comforted her. It's fine, I'm here, at worst we just won't go into the water. Shen Qinghan nodded, reassured. Meanwhile, 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, in a tunnel system as intricate as an ant colony, at the intersection of countless tunnels, a massive altar was quietly being built in the darkness. At that moment, 2 figures appeared on the screen. One was a 3-eyed giant over 4 meters tall, and the other wore a mysterious mask. Lord Divine Envoy, there are 108 tunnels in total. I have had those filthy rats dig them all. The 3-eyed giant, who had stood proudly before the Rat King over half a year ago, now appeared extremely respectful and humble before the masked man. Please establish the biological coordinates here. The masked man did not answer, only nodding slightly. Immediately after, he raised the scepter in his hand and thrust it forcefully into the ground. Then he cut his own wrist, letting his blood flow down to soak the scepter. The blood was quickly absorbed by the scepter, and in an instant countless blood-red roots grew from its base. The red roots spread rapidly, filling the entire subterranean space. Once the process was complete, the masked man spoke in a raspy voice. I have established the biological coordinates here. The next task is to find a corresponding point at the original site and establish biological coordinates there as well. Once the 2 coordinates sense each other, we can connect the tunnels here to the original site. On the day of the trip to the beach, Yu drove the group. In the car, Li Chushin asked Yu curiously, when did you get your driver's license? Yu replied, skillfully turning the steering wheel with one hand, I took 10 days during the summer break, and I've already got my license. My dad used his connections to sign me up for a crash course. Li Chuxin looked surprised. She hadn't known such classes existed. He looked smug. If you three want to sign up, I can just mention it to my dad when I get back. Do you want to? Everyone shouted in unison. Young Master He, of course we do. Hearing them call him Young Master He felt incredibly pleased. Over an hour later, He pulled the car into a parking spot with a stylish drift. We're here. It was currently midsummer. The beach was a sea of people. As soon as he got out of the car, He opened his arms to enjoy the cool sea breeze, but immediately after, his gaze began to wander as he searched for bikini beauties. He's eyes were fixed intently on the hot women on the sand. Seeing this, Li Chuxin gave him a hard smack on the head. Can you not be so creepy? She then took Shen Qinghan's hand. Come on Han, let's go change into our swimsuits over there and ignore him. Shen Qinghan nodded, seeing the two girls walk away. He excitedly hooked an arm around Lin Zichen's shoulder. Come on, let's go change too. I can't wait to jump into the water. On the way to the locker room, Lin Zichen was recognized by many people, and whispers began to rise around them. Is that guy the runner-up of the Nanjing provincial Gaokao? He actually joined the Tianren Pavilion? Was he brainwashed? Or was he born with a bad brain? He's practically ruining his own future. Lin Zichen heard it clearly, but his heart remained unmoved. He, however, was furious and roared. Who do you think you are? You think you're qualified to criticize the provincial runner-up? Say it again if you have the guts. Startled by Hiyu's roar, those people immediately shut their mouths and hid like shrinking turtles, not daring to make another sound. Zichen shook his head with a bitter smile and pulled Hiyu back. Forget it, there's no need to waste your breath on them. Hiyu was indignant. Zichen, you have too good a temper. If it were me, I would have punched them long ago, Lin Zichen replied with a smile. It's just that I don't happen to care about these things. If it were something I truly cared about, I would definitely take action. Hiyu asked curiously, then what do you care about? As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chuxin's voice rang out to answer for him. Do you even need to ask? The two girls had already changed into their swimsuits and walked over. Li Chuxin pointed to Shen Qinghan beside her and continued. The thing Zichen cares about most is definitely Han. Hiyu chuckled. I really asked a stupid question. Li Chuxin urged. You two hurry up and change too. Soon, Lin Zichen and Hiyu walked out. Their well-defined muscle lines caused many passersby to look over. Han, do you need me to help you apply sunscreen? Shen Qinghan had no reason to refuse and nodded with a flushed face. Okay. Lin Zichen had Shen Qinghan lie on a lounge chair and began helping her apply the lotion. Is this okay? Seeing this, Hiyu's eyes sparkled, thinking that Zichen really knew how to make a move. He turned to Li Chuxin. Chuxin, let me help you rub some on too. Li Chuxin glared at him. Get lost. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen seemed to be enjoying himself as he applied the sunscreen. His hand even accidentally slid over areas that didn't need it, and he rubbed higher and higher. Shen Qinghan saw through his thoughts but tacitly allowed him to take liberties. Zichen is really something. Suddenly, a weird whisper echoed in Shen Qinghan's ear. The great god is awakening. Shen Qinghan snapped her eyes open and sat up, her heart full of terror. Noticing something was wrong, Lin Zichen asked worriedly, What's happened? That strange whisper from the sea original site continued to echo in Shen Qinghan's ear. She looked around in a panic, searching for the source of the sound. This voice. Shen Qinghan's gaze locked onto the area of the sea in front of her. The voice was coming from the water. Shen Qinghan sat up with a panicked expression, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Zichen sat down beside her with concern. What's wrong? Shen Qinghan said in fear. Zichen, I heard that voice again. It said something about the great god awakening and the sea original site, and it's just as hair-raising as before. Hearing this, Lin Zichen's expression shifted slightly. Could Shen Qinghan's mysterious constitution really be related to the original site? After a moment of thought, Lin Zichen said, Our current knowledge is very limited, and we can't find much information. We need to collect info about the original site first. Once we start university, you can try asking your master about it. Shen Qinghan nodded. Time flew by, and after Lin Zichen completed the tempering of his entire body's muscles, he began the bone tempering stage. He hadn't expected the difficulty of bone tempering to be 1,000 times harder than muscle tempering. In less than half an hour, Lin Zichen was sweating profusely from the pain, his face deathly pale. After an unknown amount of time, he collapsed onto the bed, drenched as if he had just been fished out of the water. He had finally finished tempering all 206 bones in his body. Just then, a prompt popped up on the system panel. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved into a common Tier 9 organism. After reading the notification, Zichen thought, only one step away from evolving into an advanced biological being. As long as I can successfully open the acupoints in my body, even if just one, it will be enough to complete the evolution. But how to open the acupoints? The method in the manual was too vague. After studying it for a while without a clue, Zichen closed the book and muttered to himself, I guess I'll have to figure it out on my own slowly. September 9th morning, opening day at Shanghai University. Since Shen Qinghan's parents were busy with work, they asked Zhang Wanxin and her husband to take her to school. Zichen and Han were here. Walking to the food street, Shen Qinghan pointed ahead and shouted happily, Zichen, look, that ice cream shop is still there. Lin Zichen looked in that direction and nodded. Yeah, it's the same one we ate at the last time we went shopping. Zhang Wanxin smiled and suggested, let's go over and buy some ice cream. It's still early anyway, it won't be too late to check in after eating. Han nodded repeatedly. Great, Shen Qinghan scooped a spoonful of ice cream and said, "Mine is strawberry milk tea flavor, it's delicious." She affectionately held the spoon to Lin Zichen's mouth. "Zichen, try some." Lin Zichen took a bite. It really was good. Just then, the noisy laughter of a group of men and women came from outside. "Come on, one more drink." Lin Zichen looked toward the bar across the way and saw two boys leading a group of girls playing dice and drinking. "Joshine, the skirt you're wearing today is so short, it makes it so easy for me to touch you," the girl named Joshine said coquettishly. "You can put your hand inside, I don't mind." The guys nearby cheered. "Yang Ji, don't just focus on touching the beauty. Hurry up and guess the number." "Haha, you lost. Drink up." The two boys each had a girl in their arms, their restless hands wandering over the heavily made-up girls. Lin Zichen withdrew his gaze after only one look, but the boys nearby were discussing it heatedly. "That Huang Joshine acts like a cold goddess every day at the Art Academy. But in the end, she still proactively clings to the guys from the Evolution Academy. Who can blame her? The people at the Evolution Academy have a future. If you were a girl, you'd cling to them too. True, if I were a student in the Inner Campus Evolution Academy, I'd be going to the outer campus every day to find girls." Hearing this, Lin Zichen noticed the term inner campus. Shanghai University is divided into two campuses. The outer campus is for liberal arts and arts students. The inner campus is specifically for students of the Evolution, Mecha, and Martial Arts Academies. Due to the secrets involving genetic fusion and mechanical modification, the inner campus is heavily guarded, and only students and faculty of that campus are allowed entry. Zhang Wanqin warned them seriously, "You'll have freedom after starting university, but you can't be as indulgent as those people drinking outside. You must continue to study hard. Do you hear me?" The two nodded obediently. "We know, Auntie Shin." Lin Yancheng smiled to smooth things over. "You just worry too much. Zichen and Han have been obedient since they were little. They won't act up. It's getting late. You two should get ready to enter the inner campus. Your mom and I can't go in. Zichen, remember to take good care of Han. Zichen waved. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad." At the inner campus security checkpoint, the security guard shouted, "Please show your admission notices." Shen Qinghan quickly handed over her documents. "Here's mine." The guard let her in after checking. "Okay, no problem." As Zichen was rummaging for his documents, the guard spoke. "That's enough, no need to look. I recognize you, the provincial runner-up who joined the Tianren Pavilion. Go on in." Lin Zichen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that news to be so famous that even the security guard recognized him. As soon as they stepped onto the campus, they were stunned by the scene before them. People who had completed genetic fusion or mechanical modification could be seen everywhere in the inner campus. After completing the registration process, Zichen dropped Han off at the Evolution Academy dormitory and said goodbye. "Zichen, see you at the party." "Yeah, see you at the party." Zichen headed to the Martial Arts Academy alone. There he was warmly welcomed by senior sisters. Everyone wanted to add him on WeChat, vying to offer help. "Junior Zichen, you're so handsome." "Junior Zichen, can I add you as a friend?" "Junior Zichen, let me help you with your luggage." "Junior Zichen, let me show you to your dorm." In the end, Zichen chose to ask for help from a senior sister with long golden hair and a voluptuous figure. "Then I'll have to trouble you, senior." On the way, the senior pointed toward the square and said, "Junior Zichen, the school's battle rankings are over there. Do you want to take a look?" Lin Zichen asked curiously. "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way." "No trouble at all. It's an honor to lead such a handsome junior." Once they arrived, the two stopped in front of the battle rankings. There were two lists. One was the Apex ranking, featuring the top 500 strongest students in the entire school. The other was the Rising Star ranking, featuring the top 100 strongest freshmen. The top three on the Apex ranking were all advanced biological powerhouses from the Evolution and Mecha Academies, and all were third-year students. There were only 3 names from the Martial Arts Academy on the list, and they were all at the bottom. On the way to the dorm, the senior sister introduced, "Actually, in the past, a senior from our Martial Arts Academy reached 6th on the Apex ranking. Like you, she was also the provincial runner-up back then, named Song Yuyan. But because the pureblood human path hit a bottleneck, she was gradually surpassed by other students. Now she is a mentor and senior researcher at the Tianren Pavilion, and Dean Lu's right-hand assistant." When they reached the dorm, the senior sister marveled, "Junior Zichen, we're here. The treatment for a runner-up is so good, you actually have a single room. It's really enviable." Suddenly she turned around, deliberately pulling down her neckline to reveal a large expanse of fair skin in front of Zichen, hinting, "It's so hot after walking for so long. Can I come into your room to sit and cool off for a bit?" Lin Zichen saw through her intention immediately and changed the subject. "You've worked hard, senior. It just so happens there's a milk tea shop across from the dorm. Let me buy you a drink." The senior sister gave an awkward smile. "That works too." In her heart, however, she was grumbling, how did this guy not take the bait? Buying the senior sister an all-toppings milk tea counted as repaying the favor for the directions. Returning to his room, Zichen received a WeChat message from Shen Qinghan along with a bunch of photos of her dorm. "Zichen, have you reached your dorm? Hurry up and take photos of your room for me." Compared to Han's luxury apartment, Zichen's single room seemed very simple. The Evolution Academy was clearly wealthier. Zichen snapped a few photos and sent them over. After reading it, Shen Qinghan replied, "Your room is too small, why don't you move in with me? The dorm bed is even bigger than the one at home." Reading the message, Lin Zikin didn't hesitate. He grabbed his luggage and set off immediately. Move, he had to move. Only someone with a problem in their head wouldn't live in a luxury apartment if they could. Standing at the entrance of the Evolution Academy, Zikin once again marveled at the opulence here. The student dormitories here were much grander than the doghouses at the Martial Arts Academy. He began to doubt whether the triple benefits Lu Chuanwu promised were actually reliable. The elevator doors opened and Shen Qinghan was already waiting at the entrance. "Zikin, you're finally here." After entering the room, Han Han excitedly introduced, "Zikin, come in, I've already turned on the AC, it's really cool." Zikin pulled his luggage in and looked at the spacious room. "It's very clean. This room is indeed luxurious. It's clear your master put a lot of thought into this for you. I feel like I made the right choice in becoming her disciple too." Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly. "From now on, this is our secret hut. Since our parents aren't here anyway, no one will care even if we run around the room without clothes." Zikin was speechless. "What do you mean run around without clothes? Don't talk nonsense." "Oh, you're all sweaty. I'm going to take a shower first." With that, she took off her clothes and walked toward the bathroom. "Don't just throw your clothes on the floor," Zikin reminded her, picking them up for her. In the spare time, Zikin opened the Shanghai University campus app to browse. In the store section, he was greeted by countless rare resources, exotic beast meat he had never seen before, genetic reagents, rare flowers and fruits and mechanical parts. All of these required points to exchange. There were 3 ways to earn points: climbing the Apex ranking or Rising Star ranking, completing school missions or representing the school in competitions and achieving excellent results. This seemed easier than earning money directly. Just as he was thinking this, Shen Qinghan's voice came from the bathroom. "Zikin, I'm done, help me bring some clothes in." "Okay, coming." Lin Zikin pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. In the large bathtub, Shen Qinghan was soaking in the water. Her bare shoulders and the faint silhouette of her slender legs beneath the surface were exceptionally captivating. "Zikin, soaking here is so comfortable. Do you want to join? It's such a big tub, it's a waste for me to use it alone." Seeing that she was being so proactive, Lin Zikin felt it would be quite impolite to refuse. "Then let's soak together." With that, he undressed right in front of Shen Qinghan. Since they slept together every night anyway and he had already touched what he should have, what was there to be shy about? Lin Zikin sat on one side of the tub. "I'll scrub your back." "Great, I'll scrub yours in a bit too." After washing up and eating, Lin Zikin began his second round of skin tempering. This time was much more difficult. It took him over 2 hours to complete the tempering of his right arm. Han Han, do you have a needle?" Shen Qinghan set down her phone and curiously handed him a needle. "I do, but what do you need it for?" "To check the skin strength after 2 rounds of tempering." No sooner said than done. Lin Zikin took the needle and pressed it forcefully into the back of his right hand. "Dang, you are piercing the back of your right hand with a needle." Skin durability 111. Shen Qinghan's eyes widened in surprise. Even though the small needle was pressed until it bent, it could not pierce Lin Zichen's skin. Finally, with a snap, the needle broke into 2 pieces. Even the needle broke. "This blood tempering art is too powerful. It almost makes me want to follow the pure-blood human path too," Lin Zichen smiled. "Next, let's test the heat resistance." He walked into the kitchen, turned on the gas stove, and placed his right hand directly over the flickering blue flame to roast it. "Dang, you are burning your right palm with fire." Heat resistance 111. It took over a minute before he began to feel any heat. The tempering effect was simply too strong. With the boost from his biological attributes, this body would eventually achieve physical sainthood. While he was practicing, his phone received a new message from Lu Chuanwu. "Zikin, have you checked into Shanghai University yet?" "Arrived this morning." "Are you used to the luxury single dorm I prepared for you?" "It's quite good." "Are you free now? Want to come visit the headquarters of the Tianren Pavilion? I'll introduce you to the environment and the members." Lin Zikin replied, "I'm free." "Good, wait downstairs at your dorm. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up." Seeing this, Lin Zikin replied to the old man, "Dean, I'm not at my own dorm right now, I'm at my childhood friend's dorm. Zhangyuan Building 8, room 603. "Then I'll have someone pick you up at Zhangyuan Building 8. Lin Zikin breathed a sigh of relief after sending the message. "I'll wait downstairs then." Lin Zikin threw on a jacket and said to Shen Qinghan, "The Dean of the Martial Arts Academy invited me to visit the Tianren Pavilion headquarters. I'll be out for a while." Shen Qinghan waved goodbye. "Go ahead." Walking out of the dorm, Lin Zikin waited under the shadow of a large tree. Before long, a blond youth with a casual swaggering gait passed in front of him. Upon seeing him, the blond youth exclaimed, "I recognize you. You're Lin Zikin, the runner-up of the Nanjing Provincial Gaokao, the one who joined the Tianren Pavilion." Lin Zikin looked up and gave a polite greeting. He thought to himself that he was surprisingly famous. The blond youth acted very enthusiastically, standing there talking incessantly. "I really admire you for giving up genetic fusion to take the pure-blood human path. I've always believed that no matter which path you choose, as long as the intention is good, it should be encouraged. Like you, I'm a freshman this year, but I'm from the capital. My home is near Imperial Capital University, and I used to play there all the time as a kid," he continued. "Imperial Capital University used to have a pure-blood human research institute too, but after over 20 years of research with no progress, it was disbanded. I hope Shanghai University's pureblood human research can persevere until the day it achieves a breakthrough that shocks the world. Lin Zikin was a bit dazed by the youth's speech. Watching his retreating back, Lin Zikin couldn't help but mutter, "Where did this chatterbox come from?" Suddenly, the blonde youth turned back and shouted, "I hope you achieve great results. Keep it up in the Tianren Pavilion." Vroom vroom. Just then, the roar of a motorcycle engine sounded. Lin Zikin followed the noise and saw a woman in a martial arts uniform with a smoking hot figure speeding toward him on a fiery red motorcycle. She stopped in front of Lin Zikin and asked, "Hello, are you student Lin Zikin?" "That's right, it's me." Upon hearing his confirmation, the woman dismounted and approached. She was tall, and her tight martial arts uniform accentuated her seductive curves. She took off her helmet, revealing a pretty face with a brilliant smile, and reached out her hand. "My name is Song Yuyan. I'm a mentor at the Martial Arts Academy and a researcher at the Tianren Pavilion. I'm here to take you to the headquarters." Lin Zikin shook her hand. "Hello." He thought to himself that this was the senior runner-up Song Yuyan, the one who took the pureblood path and was forgotten by everyone. On the way, Song Yuyan teased him with a laugh. "Zikin, you can hold on a bit tighter, you know." Seeing Lin Zikin maintain his distance, she teased again, "Having such a beautiful sister pick you up. Are you happy?" Lin Zikin replied, "It's my absolute honor." Song Yuyan asked curiously, "By the way, as a student of the Martial Arts Academy, why were you just downstairs at the Evolution Academy's luxury dorms?" Lin Zikin answered honestly, "My childhood friend and girlfriend lives there. I moved in to live with her." Hearing this answer, a look of envy appeared on Song Yuyan's face. "Being young nowadays is so great. Unlike me, I'm nearly 30 and I haven't even held a man's hand, let alone lived together." Lin Zikin just gave an embarrassed laugh and didn't speak. About 5 minutes later, the motorcycle stopped in front of a secluded building. "We're here." Above the entrance hung a prominent sign, "Pure Human Research Institute." Pure Human Research Institute. Lin Zikin guessed this was the abbreviation for Pure Blood Human Research Institute. This was the institute's leisure and entertainment area. Since research work was usually dull, one could come here to rest and relax. Song Yuyan spoke as she walked toward the refrigerator. "Everything in the fridge is bought with budget money. Take whatever you want to drink." She took out a can of soda and tossed it to Lin Zikin. "Come, I'll show you around the institute." After a tour, Lin Zikin couldn't help but wonder, "Sister Yan, why is the institute so deserted? I haven't seen a single soul." Song Yuyan explained with a bitter smile. "The Tianren Pavilion has always been unpopular. The school provides very little funding, and we can't afford to support many people. Specifically, the only members of the Tianren Pavilion right now are the Dean, me, you, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students." Lin Zikin nearly tripped on the spot. "What? The first time I saw that old man. Was the group following him just rented to put on a show?" At that thought, Lin Zikin shook his head. "Whatever. As long as they can provide the triple benefits, everything else is fine." Song Yuyan stopped at a door leading to the basement and knocked loudly. "Dean, I brought Zikin over." Soon the door opened and Lu Chuanwu appeared looking haggard with dark circles as heavy as a panda's, but he still squeezed out a smile. "Zikin, you're here? Quick, come in." Lin Zikin stepped inside and looked around. "Dean, you look so haggard." "Exactly how long have you been in here without coming out?" Lu Chuanwu answered listlessly. "Almost half a month. I've been researching the content for opening acupoints with the blood tempering art. But unfortunately, there's still no progress. It's quite difficult." He patted Lin Zikin on the shoulder, his tone full of hope. "But now that Zikin has joined, the pure-blood human path will surely flourish in the future." He pointed at Song Yuyan. "Don't look at how casual your sister Yan is. Back then, she was the runner-up of the imperial capital Gaokao." Song Yuyan put her hands on her hips upon hearing this, pushed out her chest and said proudly, "My physical index during the Gaokao back then was 1 point higher than yours. Do you feel discouraged?" Lu Chuanwu waved his hand. "All right, we know you're impressive. Don't discourage the junior." He looked at Song Yuyan, his gaze full of gratitude. "It was precisely because of this girl's joining that she helped me escape the predicament of being stuck in the second round of body tempering for decades. Thanks to her, I successfully completed the third round of tempering and with the body of a common Tier 9 pure-blood human, crushed those initial advanced tier genetic fusers." He turned to encourage Zikin. "Zikin, although your Gaokao score wasn't as good as your senior sister's, the future is long. There are plenty of late bloomers. You have a great chance to overtake her in the future. I have high hopes for you." Zikin nodded. "The dean is right. As long as the accumulation is sufficient, a breakthrough will come eventually. Surpassing the senior sister is not impossible." Lu Chuanwu asked, "By the way, how is your practice of the blood tempering art I gave you over the summer? Have you learned to control your blood?" Lin Zikin replied, "I've learned. Have you evolved to common tier 4? "I have." Lu Chuanwu was very satisfied upon hearing this, his face beaming with joy. "Excellent. Next, let your senior sister guide you in skin tempering. This girl completed her first skin tempering in less than 3 months after starting. With her guidance, you'll definitely finish your first skin tempering successfully in the first semester." Song Yuyan patted her chest and promised, "Leave it to me." Lin Zikin said calmly, "No need. I already completed the first round of skin tempering during the summer break." Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan froze at the same time, doubting their own ears. What did he say? Was there something wrong with my ears just now? Song Yuyan was the first to react. "You're joking, right? You were home alone over the summer with no one to teach you. It's already good if you could master the blood control technique. How could you possibly have learned skin tempering and finished all of it? Lin Zikin explained. The translated version of the blood tempering art has detailed annotations. I studied it for a few days and learned how to temper my skin. Lu Chuanwu still didn't believe it. Zikin, you must have made a mistake thinking it was skin tempering when it wasn't. Come, give me your hand, let me confirm. Lin Zikin didn't rush to reach out but secretly activated his biological attributes. Ding, biological attribute natural camouflage activated. Camouflaged biological level, common tier 5, camouflaged body tempering progress, 1 round of skin tempering. It's better to maintain a disguise. Once the camouflage was complete, Lin Zikin extended his right hand for Lu Chuanwu to inspect. Have a look. Lu Chuanwu grabbed his arm and massaged it for a moment. The next second an expression of extreme shock appeared on his face. How is this possible? It really is 1 round of skin tempering. Song Yuyan's mouth also hung open. What? How did you do it? Lu Chuanwu took a deep breath to settle his emotions and asked in a trembling voice. Zikin, what is your biological level right now? Lin Zikin replied calmly, common tier 5. Hearing this answer, Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but shout in excitement. A peerless genius, truly a peerless genius. It's settled. The pureblood human path is settled, haha. With you here, the pureblood human body will surely break the shackles of common organisms and evolve into an advanced biological being. To the side, Song Yuyan felt a bit discouraged. Truly, there is always someone better. But now that there was a more powerful person leading everyone to break ground on the pureblood path, going further was also a good thing, she suggested excitedly. Dean, let's quickly publicize Zichen's potential to attract more geniuses to join the Tianren Pavilion and get more funding. Lu Chuanwu shook his head like a rattle. No, we cannot spread news about Zikin for now. Rashly exposing his amazing compatibility with the pureblood path could easily attract danger to him. Besides, geniuses are valued for quality, not quantity. Now that we have Zikin, what we should do is dump all our resources into him and help him with all our might to break the shackles of common organisms. Song Yuyan worriedly asked. But if we do that, how much funding will we have to spend? If the funding isn't enough, how will we research the pureblood path? Lu Chuanwu calmed her down. Don't worry, I will use all my connections to prepare evolution resources for Zikin. When Zikin performs impressively enough, I will help him find a backer to protect his safety. And then I'll go all out to make Zikin famous and promote the philosophy of the Tianren Pavilion. Song Yuyan gave a thumbs up in admiration. The dean has indeed considered everything. Lu Chuanwu laughed triumphantly. Naturally, looking at their excited expressions, Lin Zikin thought to himself, if I told them I'm already common tier 9, have finished tempering meat and bone and am currently on my 2nd round of tempering, would they go crazy? Lu Chuanwu turned and instructed, Zikin, you don't need to go to classes at the Martial Arts Academy from now on. The low-level lectures there won't be of much help to you. Just go straight to the Research Institute. Your sister Yan will serve as your assistant. Song Yuyan puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Me, an assistant for a junior? Dean, do I get no respect at all? Lu Chuanwu burst into laughter. We're all researchers on the path of the pureblood human. What do we need face for? Our skin is already as thick as a city wall. Song Yuyan glared at him, too lazy to argue further. Lu Chuanwu continued, the school is holding a freshman orientation gala tomorrow afternoon. After it ends, there will be a freshman trial to select the most outstanding new student. With your current strength, barring any accidents, that title will surely be yours. During the trial, remember to vent some frustration for the Martial Arts Academy, and give those freshmen from the Evolution and Mecha Academies a good lesson. Once it's done, I'll give you 10 vitality pills. Song Yuyan curled her lip. Dean, that's your real motive, isn't it? Besides, the student who wins the Freshman King title will be rewarded with 10 school credits. Lin Zikin recalled the prices in the store app. Many Crimson exotic beast genetic reagents only cost 5 credits. It seemed the 10 credit reward was quite generous. The next day at Shanghai University's orientation gala, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan took their seats in the last row together, drawing many eyes. Isn't that the guy who joined the Tianren Pavilion, the runner-up of the Nanjing Provincial Gaokao? But more than that, I'm curious why he's sitting with Shen Qinghan. What's his relationship with my goddess? Just then, a blonde male student slid his chair over to sit next to them. Hey, Lin Zikin, remember me? Lin Zikin replied flatly. Hey, the blonde guy asked curiously, what's the relationship between you two? Zikin took Shen Qinghan's hand and raised it, declaring frankly, grown up together, childhood friends, and then added a devastating finishing blow, already engaged, getting married upon graduation. Realizing Shen Qinghan was taken, the surrounding boys showed expressions of regret, and many who were planning to pursue her were instantly heartbroken. After the blonde guy left, Lin Zikin observed the group of freshmen. His gaze lingered on a girl with a hot figure wearing a loose tracksuit, specifically on the pair of beast ears on her head. The girl noticed his stare and turned back, their eyes meeting. Suddenly a voice boomed over the speakers, catching everyone's attention. Please give a warm round of applause for classmate Li Moyu from the Genius class, who will come on stage to speak as the freshman representative. The audience was shocked to see that the blonde guy from earlier was actually walking up to the podium. The freshman representative is him. Usually that spot is reserved for the strongest. I thought it would be Ma Xiaowei, who already fused with mechanical genes. This Li Moyu has dyed blonde hair and talks way too much. He doesn't look like a genius at all. Standing on stage, Li Moyu was elated. That's right, be even more shocked. I intentionally dyed my hair and acted like a chatterbox just to create this sense of contrast. Now I can finally pull off a major flex. He shifted his attitude, transforming from a slacker to a cold, aloof idol. Have you all heard of Li Yijun? Lin Zikin thought. Who hasn't heard of the genius from Capital University? Li Moyu smiled arrogantly. Well then you definitely don't know that Li Yijun has a genius younger brother who was the champion of the Capital Gaokao this year. His genetic fusion compatibility reached 16, tied with the Nanjing champion, and his physical index is #1 in the nation. And that genius brother of Li Yijun is me, Li Moyu, standing right before you. His voice was full of momentum. When I was in middle school, I promised my brother he'll be responsible for breaking records at Capital University, and I'll be responsible for breaking records at Shanghai University. All future records for these two prestigious schools will be claimed by the Li brothers of the capital. Next, allow me to let you feel the pressure of a common Tier 5 biological being. As soon as he finished speaking, he released a powerful aura of pressure. Most of the freshmen below had only reached Tier 2 or Tier 3, and they were instantly intimidated. Is this the pressure of a common Tier 5? It's simply despair-inducing. Li Moyu ended his performance. My name is Li Moyu, please remember it. Shen Qinghan leaned into Zichen's ear and whispered, Zichen, that Li Moyu is so stupid he thinks he's invincible just because he's a common Tier 5. Not knowing you could easily crush him with one finger. As his childhood friend and fiancée, she was itching to see Lin Zichen show off his skills. Zichen chuckled. Let's keep a low profile. I've got this. Next, a school leader shouted, Now please welcome the Student Union President, Zhou Shuiang, to speak on behalf of the Student Union. A steady young man stepped up. Zhou Shuiang took the microphone, his tone flat but full of intimidation. Hello new students, I am Zhou Shuiang, President of the Shanghai University Student Union. I'm here today primarily to tell you 3 things. First, student discipline is managed by the Student Union, not the teachers. Our power is greater than you imagine. Second, every semester, the Student Union will recruit 10 people from the freshmen based on merit. Third, the inner campus of Shanghai University is a place that worships strength. It's commonplace for the strong to bully the weak. Please be prepared. That is all I have to say. Before I step down, feel the strength of an advanced biological being. With that, Zhou Shahang's eyes turned cold, releasing a terrifying pressure that indiscriminately suppressed all the freshmen below. The freshmen turned red, finding it difficult to breathe. Li Moyu bore the most pressure, his face contorting from extreme discomfort as he wailed internally, This biological pressure is too strong, I can't breathe, it's so painful. Lin Zichen, sitting in the back row, appeared exceptionally relaxed and completely unaffected. He scratched his cheek and evaluated privately. The pressure from an advanced being is indeed strong, but at this distance it's no threat at all to someone like me, a common Tier 9. Fortunately, Zhou Shuiang on stage didn't maintain it for long. Withdrawing his aura in less than 5 seconds, the freshman let out a long sigh of relief. Thankful it only lasted 5 seconds. They thought they were going to meet their end right there. Is this an advanced being? As expected, it's too terrifying. Not long after Zhou Shuiang left, Yuan Dongzi walked to the center of the stage. Her voice, calm yet full of authority, rang out. After the orientation, you will participate in the freshman trial. The rules are simple. There is a large ring in the center of the gymnasium. Whoever can stand firmly on it alone for more than 1 minute will be this year's freshman king and receive 100 credits, 10 times more than last year. The second person to stand firm will be the runner-up and receive 90 credits, and so on until the 10th place, who will receive 10 credits. A genetic fusion freshman cheered excitedly. In previous years, the genius class always swept the top 10. This year will surely be no exception, Yuan Dongzi continued. However, if even one freshman from an ordinary class breaks into the top 10, then every other freshman excluding those in the genius class will receive 1 credit. This announcement immediately caused a stir in the crowd. Greed sparkled in the eyes of many freshmen. 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. If we unite to snatch 1 top 10 seat, we'll make a fortune. Quiet everyone, suddenly a voice came through the megaphone, drowning out all the noise. Everyone looked toward the stage to see a well-built male student with a buzz cut standing there. It was He Yu. He announced loudly, "My name is He Yu from Evolution Academy Class 6. My deskmate is Lin Zichen, the runner-up of the Nanjing Provincial Gaokao, and a member of the Tianren Pavilion. His strength is among the best of the ordinary class freshmen." He Yu shouted, "We will work together to defeat the genius class and escort Lin Zichen into the top 10. Below the stage, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan instantly became the center of attention. Soon, a wave of response swept through the ordinary class freshmen, and thunderous shouts echoed through the gymnasium. Lin Zichen to the top 10. Clear the way for Lin Zichen. On the second-floor corridor, the school leaders were observing the situation below with great interest. Lu Chuanwu spoke up. "Dean Zhou, you're being a bit too petty, aren't you? You were humiliated on the ring by Li Yijun at the beginning of the year, and now you're going to take it out on his younger brother?" Ma Zhenhe gave a cold laugh. Speaking of pettiness, who in this Shanghai university can compare to you, Lu Chuanwu? Lu Chuanwu countered. My pettiness is only directed at the individuals involved. It doesn't spread to their families. Ma Zhenhe ignored him just then. Zhou Shuang chimed in. Dean Ma, I heard your daughter's Gaokao score was very high. Ma Zhenhe looked proud. It was all right. Took third in the capital. Third in the capital, Zhou Shuang muttered. Then suggested, Dean Ma, please be sure to have your daughter join the student union. I will train her to be the successor for the presidency. That's for certain. I'll have to trouble President Zhou to look after Xiawei in the future. Zhou Shuang said indifferently. As long as they are a genius, I will look after them. He looked down at Li Moyu and Ma Xiawei below and asked, who do you think among these two outstanding freshmen will become the freshman king? A bald leader with a scar on his head asserted, it's definitely Li Moyu. His biological level has already reached common tier 5, and his stamina is nearly invincible among the freshmen. A female leader whose limbs and chest were made of alloy argued, although Dean Ma's daughter's score was slightly lower, she successfully fused with Shadowcat genes over the summer. Her current strength might not necessarily lose, another person chimed in. I still think it's Li Moyu, although Ma Xiawei fused with genes, it was only a small portion. The strength increase is limited. Suddenly, Lu Chuanwu dropped a bombshell. The way I see it, both Li Moyu and Ma Xiawei have no chance. Everyone turned to look at him, and one person asked with a smile, then in Dean Lu's eyes, who will be the freshman king? Lu Chuanwu answered loudly. Of course it belongs to none other than my Tianren Pavilion's Lin Zichen. Ma Zhenhe mocked. Lin Zichen's physical fitness score didn't even make the top 10. On what grounds? Just because he's a member of the Tianren Pavilion you praise him like this? Haha. Lu Chuanwu sneered. Dean Ma doesn't believe it. Do you dare to make a bet? Why wouldn't I dare? Do you dare to bet 100 credits? Don't go hiding if you lose. Lu Chuanwu struck while the iron was hot, enticing the other leaders. Would you all like to place a few bets for fun too? Sure, we'll play too. Vice Principal Yuan, with your status, let's bet 1,000 credits. Ma Zhenhe frowned. This old man dared to play so big. Had he already bribed Li Moyu? But he still had his own daughter there. Could that guy named Lin Zichen really become the freshman king? Impossible. The dean of the Mecha Academy teased Ma Zhenhe. Dean Ma, Lin Zichen was originally your student, but he was snatched away by old Lu. Doesn't your heart ache? Ma Zhenhe gave a cold snort. He's just a provincial runner-up. Evolution Academy has as many as we want. We don't care. The Mecha dean laughed secretly. I heard old Ma poached all 3 of the only seniors in the Tianren Pavilion. He's clearly so angry he wants revenge, yet his mouth is still so stubborn. Lu Chuanwu looked calm on the surface, but he was elated inside. Great. 9 people betting 100 and 1 betting 1,000. This time I'm going to make a killing. Below the stage, the trial atmosphere was reaching a fever pitch. Charge everyone. Wipe out the genius class. Thousands of ordinary class freshmen launched a frantic attack. Stop fighting, I surrender. Lin Zichen observed from a distance. Shen Qinghan had gone to the restroom because she was too nervous. He privately assessed that the genius class indeed had many powerful people who relied on high genetic compatibility. His gaze lingered on the second-floor corridor where the 12 most outstanding faces of the genius class stood, led by Li Moyu and Ma Xiawei. Zichen activated danger perception. The 2 strongest were Li Moyu and Ma Xiawei, both reaching common tier 5, while the remaining 10 were all tier 4 or higher. 20 minutes later, under the siege of nearly 3,000 ordinary class freshmen, the genius class's first line of defense completely collapsed. The genius class is nothing special after all. They've all been knocked down by us. The ordinary class freshmen were extremely excited. Don't hide up there, come down and face your deaths. Just then, a 2-meter-tall male student jumped down from the second floor, his eyes full of contempt. Haha, relying on numbers to bully the few, you start getting arrogant after beating a few weaklings? Boom, he landed, directly shattering the wooden floor. Come on, I'll just stand right here. Attack however you want, and then you'll realize just how weak you are. The crowd roared and charged. Get him. What are we afraid of when we have so many people? The tide of people surged again, and the large male student let out a roar like shooing away flies. He turned and unleashed a dragon tail sweep. Everyone who charged up was kicked flying, falling all over the place and wailing. The large student laughed maniacally. Flies will always be flies, no matter the number. They can't budge an elephant. This sentence enraged all the freshmen. Someone in the ordinary class shouted, Lin Zichen, this guy is too arrogant. Go teach him a lesson. Lin Zichen knew it was his turn to take the stage. The crowd consciously made a path for him to walk onto the ring. Then let's go, Lin Zichen said indifferently, his hands in his pockets. The male student's fighting spirit flared up. Are you the one with the highest physical fitness score in Nanjing province? I've been wanting to fight you for a long time, he introduced himself confidently. My name is Lu Qiji, the physical fitness champion of Yushan province, 100 meters in 5.69 seconds. My standing high jump is 4.52 meters, and my one-handed lift is 1,150 kilograms. Lin Zichen, why don't you report your data? Lin Zichen replied calmly. There's no need for reports. You'll understand once you feel it for yourself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure blurred. Using instant step, he closed the distance to Lu Qiji in a flash and delivered a direct front kick to his abdomen. Bang! Before Lu Qiji could even react, he was sent airborne, flying straight out of the ring. The entire gymnasium fell into a dead silence before erupting in cheers. Lin Zikin, the eternal god, on the second floor. Li Moyu and the school leaders were struck speechless. Pure physical dominance. Just how strong was this god of death? Immediately after, another male student jumped down from the second floor. Luo Yongjun, the top scorer of Daejeong province. My 100-meter sprint is... Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked flying by Lin Zikin. The stands boiled over once again. Too cool, crush those arrogant geniuses. Li Moyu turned to Ma Xiawei. If we don't go in now, the freshman king title is going to fall into the hands of the ordinary class. Ma Xiawei immediately leaped onto the ring. The girl, with her purple beast ears and pitch-black eyes, exuded an eerie sense of pressure. Sister Xiawei is majestic. Crush him. The boys cheered fanatically for their goddess, while the ordinary class refused to be outdone. Brother Chen, don't go easy on her just because she's pretty. Brother Chen is invincible, Lin Zikin observed Ma Xiawei calmly. This was a perfect opportunity to study a genetic fuser. Whoosh! Ma Xiawei turned into a blur as she launched her attack. Truly fast, Lin Zikin shifted slightly, dodging with ease. Ma Xiawei was shocked. He dodged that so easily. She immediately retreated to create distance. Give me half a minute to fully activate the Shadowcat genes. Lin Zikin nodded. Sure, go ahead. He was also curious about the transformation process. Soon, Ma Xiawei's beast ears grew larger, and her figure became even more curvaceous. The leaders on the second floor marveled. Has the Shadowcat gene been developed to this extent already? Her talent is exceptional. Ma Zhenhe frowned with worry. The girl only recently fused with the genes. If she keeps going like this, she'll suffer a backlash. Her personality is still as competitive as it was when she was a child. On the ring, Ma Xiawei had completed her transformation, emitting a pressure close to that of a common Tier 6 organism. Lin Zikin, you are too arrogant, actually waiting for me to activate my genes. Ma Xiawei stared at Lin Zikin with sharp, oppressive eyes, her tone cold and haughty. Next you will pay the price for your pride. As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Ma Xiawei's calves exploded with power as she used instant step to rush Lin Zikin. She swung her slender right leg in a thunderous heavy kick aimed straight for his head. Facing this fierce attack, Lin Zikin remained unfazed. Thinking back to her being common Tier 5 earlier, his body shifted slightly to the side, dodging the blow effortlessly. His movements were seasoned and proficient. Now her level seemed to be approaching Tier 6. Ma Xiawei's face shifted drastically. I still can't touch him, how is this possible? Stricken with extreme shock, she launched a relentless full-power assault on Lin Zikin. Side kicks, sweeps, downward chops, hooks, straight punches, knee strikes, and elbow hits. Ma Xiawei unleashed all her strength and speed, using every dangerous move in her repertoire in a frantic offensive, yet the result remained the same. Everything was neutralized by Lin Zikin with casual indifference. Ma Xiawei began to lose her composure. Why can't I land a hit? This is impossible. Lin Zikin had dodged over 100 consecutive attacks, thinking to himself as he watched. I've basically collected all the characteristics of a Shadowcat genetic fuser. With that thought, he decided to stop wasting time. Lin Zikin raised his hand and threw a punch straight at Ma Xiawei's face. Bang! A crisp, clean impact rang out as she took a heavy blow right on the nose. Ma Xiawei's beautiful face instantly distorted. How did this happen? Immediately after, the massive impact sent her tumbling out of the ring. Thud! She hit the ground and rolled a dozen times, only stopping once she crashed into the crowd. Lin Zikin had held back with this punch, merely knocking her away without knocking her unconscious. Seeing this, the freshman couldn't help but lament, heavens, such a beautiful face, yet Lin Zikin beat it into a pig's head. Hearing the whispers and laughter around her, Ma Xiawei covered her face and cried out in grievance. My face, seeing his precious daughter beaten into a pig's head. Ma Zhenhe was so heartbroken that he jumped directly from the second floor. Xiawei, he helped his daughter up, his face flushed with rage. He looked up at Lin Zikin on the ring and roared, Lin Zikin, you've got some nerve, beating my daughter like this. Are you even a man? Lin Zikin countered flatly. The path of evolution doesn't distinguish between men and women, only between the strong and the weak. On the second floor corridor, Li Moyu looked down at Lin Zikin and praised, well said. The path of evolution only distinguishes strength. With that, he leaped down. It was Li Moyu. He was finally taking the stage. Boom! He landed powerfully on the ring. And the eyes of the entire gymnasium locked onto this capital champion. Brother Moyu, you're the last hope of the genius class. Take him out and avenge Xiawei. Li Moyu wore a look of deep mystery as he looked at Lin Zikin with a sneer. Lin Zikin, I didn't expect you to be such an actor. Intentionally pretending to be the runner-up, only to punch out a provincial champion during the freshman trial. Unfortunately, you're not the only one who knows how to hide their strength. With that, Li Moyu's eyes glared with fury as a wild aura suddenly erupted from him. Because I do too. The muscles across his entire body bulged, tearing his shirt to shreds and revealing a terrifyingly powerful physique and blood-red eyes. The school leaders on the second floor were stunned. Li Moyu is also a genetic fuser, and it's the magic ape gene. That gene requires extreme physical strength to even attempt fusion. His current biological pressure has likely reached common Tier 6. To have fused with magic ape genes before even breaking through, the Li brothers were truly monsters. Lu Chuanwu's face turned pale as he wailed. It's all over this time. I'm going to lose my shirt, 1,900 credits. That's 19 million. In a hidden corner under the stands, Lu Gang and Wang Shuji were secretly checking their watches for messages. I just placed a high-level demon seed in the campus garden. Remember to retrieve it, then find an opportunity to make Li Moyu eat it." After reading the message, the two turned pale with fear. Lu Gang worried. "Li Moyu is the young master of the capital's Li family. Isn't making him eat a demon seed too risky?" A new message arrived immediately. "The organization's power is far beyond your imagination. A small family like the capital's Li can be wiped out in the blink of an eye." Lu Gang looked up at Wang Shuji. "Ji, are we doing this?" Wang Shuji gave a bitter smile. "Do we even have a choice?" On the ring, Lin Zikin studied Li Moyu with great interest. The magic ape's strength and defense were almost maxed out, but its speed was slower than other exotic beasts of the same level. Upon reaching adulthood, their average biological rank was advanced, with only a few elites reaching the rare tier. Li Moyu stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Lin Zikin from his 2-meter height after the transformation. "Lin Zikin, although Ma Xiaowei and I are seen as the peerless duo of this year's freshmen, there is a world of difference between her strength and mine. I wonder if you can still be as composed as you were just now when facing me." Before Li Moyu could even finish his sentence, a sharp whistling sound rang in his ear. Whoosh! Lin Zikin moved. He had decided to use his fist to shut up this blonde chatterbox. Facing this sudden ambush, Li Moyu cursed under his breath and hurriedly shifted to dodge. Good reaction time. To be able to dodge a punch I controlled at common tier 6 speed. With that thought, Lin Zikin followed up with another punch, this time increasing his speed to common tier 7. Bang! This time, Li Moyu failed to react. A punch landed square on his face, distorting his features and leaving a clear red mark. Lin Zikin privately evaluated. His defense is very strong, it likely counts as top tier even among common tier 6. Li Moyu covered his aching face and glared at Lin Zikin. "You used a sneak attack, you have no martial honor." Being hit made him feel he had lost face. He was incensed, but he soon let out a cruel grin. "I am now focusing 120 of my concentration. It's going to be very hard for your fist to touch me again." Lin Zikin said nothing. His figure flashed again as he rushed Li Moyu, his iron fists launching a frantic barrage against the other's face. The leaders on the second floor observed intently. Though Lin Zikin is fast, unfortunately, he can't deal a fatal blow to Li Moyu. True, Li Moyu isn't as fast, but his ability to take a hit is extreme. Lin Zikin probably won't be able to handle a single punch from Li Moyu. The outcome seemed decided. Bang, 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 countless punches fell like raindrops onto Li Moyu. Having finished testing the reaction speed, Lin Zikin leaped back lightly to create distance. Next came the final attribute to test, strength. Li Moyu, thinking Lin Zikin had backed off because he couldn't break through his defense, laughed loudly. "Lin Zikin, I underestimated your speed, but your strength is too weak. You can't hurt me at all. You've lost this round. Now it's my turn to counterattack." With that, his calves exploded with power and he shot forward like a cannonball, swinging a fist the size of a casserole dish straight for Lin Zikin's face. Seeing Lin Zikin standing motionless, the ordinary class freshman shouted in a panic, "Lin Zikin, get out of the way." The leaders on the second floor already had smiles on their faces, certain the bets were about to be settled. "Don't forget to transfer those 100 credits." On the ring, Li Moyu's heavy punch arrived with a howling wind. Just then, an incredible scene unfolded. Snap! A crisp sound of bone fracturing rang out. Lin Zikin didn't move an inch, but Li Moyu's expression changed drastically as he let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ah, my hand is broken." Li Moyu collapsed to his knees, clutching his right hand desperately, his forehead hitting the ground as he curled into a ball from the pain. The gymnasium erupted. "What happened? What's wrong with Li Moyu? Did Lin Zikin win? This is too bizarre." Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what had just occurred. Lin Zikin looked down at the wailing Li Moyu and analyzed calmly. The strength of a magic ape genetic fuser was immense, so immense that the shockback force had directly shattered his own hand. It seemed his strength was greater than his defense. He turned and signaled to the medical staff. "Li Moyu's right hand bones are likely crushed. Come and take care of it." "Ah, okay." Just then, a cold female voice rang out. Yuan Dongzi drifted gracefully onto the ring. She walked to Li Moyu's side and used her mental energy to inspect his shattered right hand. The entire right arm was fractured. Was it really because he hit Lin Zichen's face and was injured by the recoil? If that was the case, just how hard was Lin Zichen's face? Yuan Dongzi took out a golden pill and flicked it into Li Moyu's mouth to heal him. Simultaneously, she secretly released her mental energy to peer into Lin Zichen's body. The perceptive Lin Zichen noticed immediately. He had already activated natural camouflage. "Trying to use mental energy to probe my strength? Let's hope this skill can fool her." After a brief investigation, Yuan Dongzi concluded biological rank common tier 6 with skin, bone and muscle density far exceeding those of the same tier. Beyond that, there was nothing special. "Is that all?" She frowned in confusion and returned to the second floor. The leaders crowded around to ask, "How is it? What's Lin Zichen's actual strength?" Yuan Dongzi replied briefly. "Common tier 6. His physical density is extremely high, but I found no other abnormalities." Seeing Yuan Dongzi leave, Lin Zichen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had fooled her. On the other side, after Li Moyu took the divine medicine, his right arm had fully recovered. He looked shocked. "What kind of miracle pill did I just eat? I've completely recovered." Lin Zichen asked. "Your hand is better now." Li Moyu nodded. "It's back to normal, then you can get down now." Lin Zichen stepped forward and delivered a kick to Li Moyu's stomach, sending him flying out of the ring. Li Moyu scrambled up awkwardly and shouted, Lin Zicken, wait until my genetic fusion compatibility increases, then I'll settle the score with you, the ordinary class freshman mocked him. You're the only one who can do genetic fusion, brother Chen can too, he'll suppress you for a lifetime. In all my years I've never seen someone talk so much smack after losing. The genius class freshman retorted, Li Moyu lost to Lin Zicken, not to you. Does Lin Zicken winning mean your ordinary class won? Both sides traded barbs, and the atmosphere grew tense. On the ring, Lin Zicken waited quietly for the countdown. Ding, the broadcast rang out. Congratulations to Lin Zicken from Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming this academic year's freshman king. Thunderous cheers filled the air. Brother Chen is awesome, the glory of the ordinary class. Lin Zicken ignored the cheers, his gaze scanning the crowd for a familiar figure. Seeing Shen Qinghan, he leaped down and to everyone's astonishment swept her up onto the ring. Isn't that Shen Qinghan from the genius class? What does Lin Zicken want with her? Shen Qinghan's face was bright red and her heart pounded. She was both nervous and expectant. Is Zicken going to publicly announce our relationship in a place like this? However, Lin Zicken's next move was unexpected. He jumped off the ring, leaving Shen Qinghan standing there alone, then turned to the remaining top 10 freshmen of the genius class and announced, next I'm going to. The entire gymnasium fell into a dead silence before the freshmen of the genius class erupted in peak fury. Lin Zicken, you've gone too far. Do you really intend to hoard all the credits for her alone? Where are the people from the genius class? Everyone charged together and take him out, and that traitor Shen Qinghan beat her too. Almost the entire genius class mobilized, surging toward the ring, no longer in a playful mood. Lin Zicken's figure blurred as he began a one-sided slaughter. Bang, 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 whether male or female, every single one of them was sent flying by a single punch. Amidst the chaos, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Ma Xiaowei, her face swollen like a pig's head, charged out from the crowd. Her target wasn't Lin Zicken, but Shen Qinghan standing on the stage. Traitor, die. Just as she was about to reach Shen Qinghan, Lin Zicken appeared behind her like a ghost. Bang, a heavy kick slammed squarely into Ma Xiaowei's backside. The massive impact sent her flying through the air until she crashed violently against the building wall, too pained to even crawl back up. In the second-floor corridor, Ma Zhenhe jumped up in distress. Xiaowei. On the ring, led by Li Moyu, the freshmen of the genius class were quickly beaten into a heap by Lin Zicken. They lay scattered across the floor, curling up in agony, unable to stand, having completely lost their will to fight. The entire venue was deathly quiet as everyone stared blankly at this overwhelming performance. Lin Zicken thought to himself that with all opponents from the genius class dealt with, no one would dare object this time. Immediately after, Shen Qinghan's photo appeared on the large screen with a line of text. Congratulations to Shen Qinghan for securing second place in the opening trial assessment. While Shen Qinghan was still dazed by the notification, Lin Zicken had already leapt back onto the ring. He looked down at the ordinary class freshman and shouted, for the remaining ranks, take turns coming up. The rank belongs to you, the credits belong to me. In the blink of an eye, the ordinary class freshmen scrambled to rush up. Brother Chen, let me, I want to be in the top 10 once in my life too. Lin Zicken scanned the crowd and pointed. Chuxin, come up. Li Chuxin was beyond ecstatic as she scrambled onto the ring. Following this pattern, the top 10 ranks were worth a total of 550 credits in rewards. Then He Yu also walked up excitedly. With Lin Zicken shielding them, no one dared to utter a single word of protest. Just like that, several of his close friends broke into the top 5. Coupled with the 9-point reward received by all ordinary class freshmen, they had collectively earned 559 credits. On the second-floor corridor, seeing their entire genius class wiped out, the leaders of the Evolution Academy were fuming. Ma Zhenhe complained to Vice Principal Yuan Dongzi. Vice Principal Yuan, what Lin Zicken is doing is against the rules. He has already won the title of Freshman King. How can he personally intervene to sweep the top 10 spots? Lu Chuanwu immediately jumped out to counter. How is it against the rules? When did the trial assessment ever state that one cannot personally sweep the ranks? Ma Zhenhe argued, even if it isn't explicitly stated, it doesn't mean this behavior is reasonable. Lin Zicken is exploiting a loophole in the rules. Yuan Dongzi pondered for a moment before making her ruling. Dean Ma has a point. This is indeed a loophole, but it can only be amended next year. Otherwise, it would be unfair to Lin Zicken. Hearing this, Ma Zhenhe could only accept it indignantly. I understand. In a blind spot from Vice Principal Yuan's line of sight, the watch on Lu Gang's wrist vibrated with a new message. Change of plans. Li Moyu is no longer needed. Swap him for Lin Zicken. Force him to consume that high-level demon seed and make him a member of the organization. Meanwhile, the ordinary class freshmen were exceptionally excited. The credits falling from the sky led them to view Lin Zicken as a deity, turning them into his most loyal fans. After the trial ended, Lu Chuanwu ran up to Lin Zicken with a face full of smiles. Zicken, just how many surprises do you have that I don't know about? Lin Zicken dodged his enthusiastic embrace with a look of disdain. Don't forget what you promised me. Of course. Soon, Lu Chuanwu gave him the promised rewards. Inside this are 10 vitality pills, plus your triple benefits for this semester. I've transferred 300 credits directly to you. Buy whatever you need. After all, you just helped me win 1,900 credits. At this point, Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but ask curiously, Zicken, tell me honestly, just how much strength are you hiding? What is your true level? Lin Zicken answered with a straight face, Common Tier 6. I've completed one round of body tempering, tempered a portion of my muscles, and was born with extraordinary bone density. Lu Chuanwu was utterly shocked, his breathing hitching as he trembled with excitement. You've already learned to temper your muscles? He took a deep breath to calm down and said sincerely, I am certain that before you graduate from university you will be able to evolve into an advanced biological being as a pure-blood human. You must persevere on this path. You are destined for greatness. Don't worry, Dean. I will work hard. Returning to Shen Qinghan's dorm, Lin Zikin wanted to immediately test the effect of the vitality pills. Are these the vitality pills? Let's see how they work. He tossed one into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, turning into a warm current that flooded his body. Blood and chi essence increased by 108 points. It only added that much. This enhancement was less than the bonus he got from running a few kilometers with Never Retreat activated. After a moment of thought, Lin Zikin decided to save the remaining 9 for Han. The effect would be better if used on her. Just then, Shen Qinghan walked out of the training room. Zikin, when did you get back? Half an hour ago. Take a vitality pill and see how it works for you. Shen Qinghan took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. A few seconds later, she began to sweat profusely, her face turning bright red. My body feels so hot and the blood and chi inside me have become very abundant. Zikin, the effect of this vitality pill is amazing. Lin Zikin smiled and handed her the entire bottle. These pills don't do much for me. Take the remaining 8. You can only eat 1 per day at most. Shen Qinghan nodded. Okay. The next day, Lin Zikin went to the research institute to clock in. Morning, freshman King. Song Yuyan greeted while doing yoga. She asked, I heard from the dean that your biological level is actually common tier 6 and that you've already learned to temper your muscles. Lin Zikin nodded in confirmation. Song Yuyan shouted in surprise. Heavens, Zikin, you're a total genius. With you joining the Tianren Pavilion you will definitely shock the world and change the perception of the masses. Lin Zikin remained humble. Let's work hard together. He walked straight into the research area. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan had been unable to fully grasp the translated version of the blood-tempering art despite years of study. It seemed he would have to study the original text himself. Lin Zikin believed that with the divine wisdom root attribute, researching these problems would be much easier. As he was thinking, Song Yuyan walked in to announce, Zikin, the student union is at the door looking for you. I expect they want to invite you to join. After all, your performance yesterday was too brilliant. Lin Zikin refused decisively. I'm not interested. Song Yuyan gave a meaningful smile. Student union members receive a credit stipend every month. Lin Zichen's eyebrows shot up. A credit stipend? He changed his mind instantly and hurried to the door. Meeting Lin Zikin, Zhou Shuang gave a flat introduction. Hello, I am Zhou Shuang, president of the student union. Hello, President Zhou. Zhou Shuang got straight to the point. I've come to invite you to join the student union and groom you as a future presidential candidate. The benefits included specially provided meals, participation in school decision-making, and a monthly credit stipend. Are you interested? I am. Zhou Shuang nodded and stated his condition. However, I have one requirement. You must abandon the path of the pure-blood human and switch to the path of genetic fusion. Lin Zikin frowned. Why? The student union only recruits future geniuses. If you don't follow the genetic fusion path, no matter how high your talent is, you will eventually lapse into mediocrity. The pure-blood path has no future. Dean Liu and Mentor Song are typical examples. Lin Zikin gave a cold laugh. President Zhou, is it mandatory to follow the genetic fusion path to join the student union? That's correct. Then forget it. I'm not joining. Leaving behind a cold statement, Lin Zikin turned and walked back into the institute. No matter how many benefits the student union had, could they have more than the Tianren Pavilion? Zhou Shuang was stunned by his blunt refusal. The surrounding student union members began to mock him, calling him stupid and stubborn. Let's go, we'll recruit other geniuses. A genius with no future isn't a genius. They're called trash. Zhou Shuang shook his head and led the group away. Inside the institute, Song Yuyan was livid after hearing what happened, cursing loudly. This group of 20-somethings has minds as ancient as old men. They're truly beyond saving. Just then, Lu Chuanwu returned looking haggard. His dark circles so heavy he looked as if his body had been hollowed out. Song Yuyan cried out in moved admiration. Dean, you are truly great. To advance the path of the pure-blood human, you haven't hesitated to sell your body day and night to pull in investments. You will surely go down in history. Lu Chuanwu's mouth twitched. Would you die if you didn't include the words, sell your body? He turned to Lin Zikin and warned with a somewhat guilty tone, Zikin, remember this, women are stumbling blocks on the path of evolution. They will suck the marrow from your bones and hollow out your body. If you can avoid them, don't touch them. Lin Zikin only smiled. Lu Chuanwu suddenly remembered something. By the way, Zikin, the school arranges housing for the families of geniuses. I've already handled the internal procedures. Do you want to bring your parents over to live? I understand, Dean. I'll go home this weekend to discuss it with my parents. Lu Chuanwu nodded and continued, also, I've opened the authorization for you to take school missions. With your current strength, there's no need to wait until next semester. Start taking missions to earn credits now. He operated the app on his phone for Lin Zikin as he spoke. Song Yuyan was also excited. I go out every week to do missions for credits. You can come with me in the future to get used to the process. After a while I'll take an exotic beast hunting mission and bring you along to see the world. Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Yan. Lin Zikin opened the school app to check the posted missions. Most were trivial matters with low credits but also low difficulty, perfect for practice. He switched to missions posted off campus. Seeking sparring partner requires female genetic fuser, preferably a cute beastier girl with fair skin, a hot figure, and long legs. Monthly reward of 5 credits. Lin Zikin gave a cold snort. Hey, is this looking for a sparring partner or a girlfriend? Off-campus mission. Capture a bandit gang. 7 people. Location. Suburbs of Zhangjian City. Reward 30 credits. Hunt the Tier 9 common exotic beast bloodthirsty fish dragon. Location. Zhenhe Bay, Changzhou City. Reward 200 credits. Lin Zikin was quite interested in the exotic beast hunting mission, but the location was too far. Finally he chose a more suitable mission. Capture common Tier 6 Catwoman, Shadow Nightcat genetic fuser. Crime. Torturing and killing multiple men. Location. Various entertainment venues in Shanghai City. Reward 50 credits. You took the Catwoman mission. Song Yuyan was somewhat surprised. Do you need me to go with you? No need. But how did Sister Yan know? I can see the list of participants on the mission page. Lin Zikin opened it and sure enough saw that 28 people had already accepted the mission. 26 were upperclassmen, and besides himself there was one other freshman. He clicked it curiously and found a familiar name. Ma Xiaowei from the genius class. Ma Xiaowei, she's only common Tier 5. She dares to take this mission. She must have helpers accompanying her. Lin Zikin checked the time. It was almost 12 p.m. He said to Song Yuyan, Sister Yan, it's late. I'll head back for lunch first. All right, be careful on the road. Lin Zikin hadn't walked far from the institute when he encountered an uninvited guest. Am I being followed? He activated danger perception and immediately felt the pressure emitted by the other party. Common Tier 7. A young man was hiding around the corner. Seeing Lin Zikin walk out, he immediately rushed forward aggressively to block the path. He questioned angrily. Just how has Xiaowei offended you that you have to target her like this? You beat her face into a pig's head and kicked her backside during the trial, and now you're trying to snatch her off-campus mission. Is Lu Chuanwu the one who ordered you to do it? What kind of man are you bullying a girl? If you have the guts, fight me, Lin Zikin thought to himself. Another one of Ma Xiaowei's simps, he asked coldly. Did Ma Xiaowei send you or did Dean Ma? The youth denied it. Neither. I came of my own accord because I simply don't like you. Lin Zikin, do you dare to fight me? Lin Zikin didn't care to respond and stepped aside to leave. He couldn't believe there were still such mindless simps in university. Seeing Lin Zikin ignore him, the youth turned red with rage and reached out to grab his shoulder. Stop right there. Lin Zikin stopped as requested and threw a casual heavy punch. Bang, so noisy. The youth hit the ground unconscious, his face swelling up instantly. Lin Zikin didn't look back, heading straight for his dorm. Are you satisfied this time? Back at the dorm, Lin Zikin gave a loud shout. I'm back, Lin Zikin called out. Shen Qinghan's voice drifted from the kitchen. You're home, dinner's ready, wash your hands and let's eat. Oh, by the way, that 10-pound order of fresh snail meat you placed yesterday was delivered. I put it in the fridge for you. Great, thanks. Lin Zikin opened the refrigerator and pulled out the bag of snail meat. He had originally considered buying it all at once to unlock the entry immediately, but that would have been too suspicious. He decided to start with 10 pounds as a trial. Lin Zikin set the bag on the table and began to devour it. Ding, you've devoured a large amount of Hoji snail life essence. Unlock progress. 10. After the absorption, he tossed the useless snail shells and meat into a trash bag. Shen Qinghan watched in confusion and asked, Zikin, why are you throwing it away? When it arrived I thought it looked quite fresh. The meat is spoiled, it has to be thrown out, Lin Zikin explained. It was fresh when you received it, but now that I've absorbed the essence inside, it will rot very quickly. Absorbing essence, is that your superpower? Lin Zikin nodded. That's right. I can absorb the essence from within exotic beasts to acquire some of their abilities. Shen Qinghan's mouth hung open in shock before she had an epiphany. No wonder he didn't choose genetic fusion and insisted on the path of a pureblood human. With this kind of superpower, he didn't need genetic fusion at all. During dinner, Lin Zikin mentioned the matter of bringing their parents over. Dean Lu had mentioned that the school could arrange housing and jobs for the families of geniuses. Let's move our parents here, Shen Qinghan agreed happily. There's such a good perk, of course we should bring them. We'll go home this weekend and tell them. Zikin, there's an Apex ranking match at the gymnasium at 3 p.m. It's really worth watching. A Tier 9 Mecha Academy student is challenging a Tier 8 Evolution Academy student. Do you want to go together? Sure. Let's go after we finish eating. At 2:45 p.m. the gymnasium was packed to capacity. Aside from teachers and students, representatives from the Mecha God group were also present. Shen Qinghan pointed toward the second floor. Zikin, look, the famous genius mecha girl from the internet is here too. The Mecha God group is certainly pouring resources into the Mecha Academy. She asked curiously, who do you think would win if the capital genius fought that mecha girl? Lin Zikin mused, we can probably guess once we see who wins this match. If the Tier 8 evolution student wins, it means the capital genius is superior. If the opposite happens, then the mecha girl is stronger. At 3 p.m. the match officially began. The Mecha Academy student ignited his jet engines and took to the sky, using his aerial advantage to rain down fire like a torrential storm. The arena was soon shrouded in smoke, and the evolution student was forced into a completely defensive position. Once the ammunition was depleted, the Mecha student landed and switched to close combat mode. The two engaged in a fierce melee. A few minutes later, the evolution student was struck down, left gasping for breath on the ground. The result caused an uproar throughout the venue. Heavens, the Mecha Academy won. The Evolution Academy used to always dominate them. Ever since the partnership with the Mecha God Group, the situation has completely reversed. Mechanical technology is just too powerful. I'm starting to want to undergo modification too. After this match, the school's academy rankings are likely to change. Inside the principal's office, Yuan Dongzi was on a video call with a trusted subordinate. Second miss, there has been unusual movement at Original Site 36 recently. It's unclear if they've abandoned the tunnel or if they're planning something. Yuan Dongzi nodded, then changed the subject. How is Tian Shui? Is she adjusting well to life at the original site? Very well. She's growing rapidly and is almost at advanced Tier 2. Second miss, who exactly is Tian Shui? Her constitution is so unique, she doesn't seem like a person from Earth. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, Yuan Dongzi interrupted coldly. I am sorry, second miss, I spoke out of turn. Enough, I need to watch the student matches. Go back to your work. Hanging up the phone, Yuan Dongzi switched her screen to monitor the matches in the gymnasium. Seeing the Mecha Academy's victory, she looked slightly surprised. The Mecha Academy was gaining the upper hand. The Mecha God Group was stronger than expected. While mechanical modification had high accessibility, its limitations were unfortunately too great. It could only defend the home front and couldn't enter the original site. Electronic equipment fails completely inside the original site, turning modified humans into piles of scrap metal. Over the weekend, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan went home and moved their parents to the school. Everything went smoothly. At 10 p.m., Lin Zikin opened the school app to check the mission to capture Catwoman. Target: Common Tier 6 Catwoman. Crime: murdered multiple men in Shanghai City's red light district. Traits: high speed, expert in disguise, cunning, uses poison, vast territory, and treacherous subordinates. No wonder the mission had been posted for so long without being completed. Lin Zikin muttered, but she won't be a problem for me. He activated Eye of the Sky and Danger Perception and began searching zone by zone. Lin Zichin's sharp gaze made those he scanned feel a chill down their spines. That guy's eyes are terrifying. What is he doing? A burly ruffian who didn't like the look of him walked over to pick a fight. Kid, who are you glaring at? Get lost. Without a word, Lin Zikin instantly released his biological pressure. The man immediately collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Lin Zikin continued toward another zone. He unexpectedly ran into a familiar face, Ma Xiaowei. She was leading two common Tier 7 seniors, clearly there for the Catwoman mission as well. Seeing Lin Zikin, Ma Xiaowei gave a cold snort and pulled her team away. Let's go, stay away from him. Lin Zikin shook his head helplessly. This woman was truly strange. After walking a distance, Ma Xiaowei said to the two seniors, Lin Zikin also took the mission. We have to beat him to it and make his efforts a waste of time. One of the seniors patted his chest confidently. Don't worry. I've fused with demon dog genes. My sense of smell is keen. I'll definitely find her first. Just as he finished speaking, he sniffed the air, his eyes lighting up. I smell Catwoman. She's in the bar across the street. Ma Xiaowei said excitedly. We'll catch her and bring her right in front of Lin Zikin just to spite him. The three rushed into the fantasy bar. On the second floor, the senior pointed to a girl in the corner playing with her phone. That's her. Ma Xiaowei was skeptical. She looks like an ordinary girl. There's no mistake. The scent on her is identical to the items Catwoman used at the security bureau. This woman is quite good at disguising herself. Ma Xiaowei ordered, move in. The three closed in for the capture. A cold smirk curled on the girl's lips as she suddenly lunged forward, shattering the glass and leaping from the building to escape. Not good, she's running. After her. The three jumped through the window in pursuit, but Catwoman was incredibly fast and soon began to pull away. Damn, we're going to lose her, Ma Xiaowei panted. Don't worry, I can still track her by the scent. 5 minutes later, they cornered Catwoman in a dead-end alley. No more running. Let's finish this quickly. The girl took off her glasses, her innocent smile vanishing to be replaced by wild ferocity. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into Catwoman, erupting with a staggering biological pressure. Common Tier 9, the three of them were struck with terror. The intelligence was wrong. She's Tier 9, run. Catwoman smirked, trying to run. It won't be that easy. She leaped over them, blocking their retreat, her greedy eyes locked onto the demon dog senior. Hey handsome, I already had my eye on you back at the bar. Bang! Ma Xiaowei slammed a smoke bomb onto the ground and purple smoke filled the air. Smoke bombs can weaken biological senses. Move now. The three rushed out of the alley without looking back. Narrowly escaping with their lives, they stopped to gasp for air, their faces deathly pale. We almost died. We have to report this to Dean Ma immediately to update the mission info. Ma Xiaowei took out her phone with trembling hands, suddenly thinking of Lin Zikin. If he ran into Catwoman, he'd be dead. Although she disliked him, she couldn't leave him to die. She hurriedly looked for Shen Qinghan on WeChat to send a warning. Meanwhile, Catwoman burst out of the smoke enraged that her prey had escaped. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a top-tier male student approaching. This one is 10 times better than the last guy. Catwoman greedily licked her lips, a twisted smile spreading across her face. A blessing in disguise. Who knew she'd run into something even better? Bad luck today, little baby. She lunged at the boy at high speed. Lynn Zicken watched the approaching Catwoman and felt her pressure. Common Tier 9. At the moment she threw her punch, Lynn Zicken's blood and chi exploded. Whoosh, his speed spiked instantly, far exceeding Catwoman's and leaving her stunned. In that moment of shock, Lynn Zicken was already in front of her, delivering a heavy punch directly to her disguised innocent face. Bang! Catwoman was sent flying, crashing against the wall. Lynn Zicken observed, "She took 50 of my power and only has a graze." Her head didn't even explode. "She's tough." Catwoman was horrified. How was this kid so strong at such a young age? And he hadn't even fused with genes yet. If she kept fighting, she'd likely die here. Without hesitation, she kicked off the wall to flee. But as soon as she turned, she saw Lynn Zicken right behind her. How is this speed possible? A few seconds later, Lynn Zicken caught up and delivered a full power kick to Catwoman's head. "Try 100 of my strength." Boom! Catwoman flew like a broken kite, her body becoming deeply embedded in the brick wall, motionless. Lynn Zicken watched, lamenting. Her neck is broken and she's still not dead? He didn't give her a chance to breathe, immediately rushing forward with a barrage of powerful kicks. Bang, bang, bang. She still wasn't dead despite this beating, but her biological pressure was growing weaker. He had to finish her before she recovered. Lynn Zicken picked up a stone, preparing to crush Catwoman's head, when he suddenly felt a violent eruption of energy from within her. Oh no! Her biological pressure spiked suddenly, happening in an instant. Catwoman's biological pressure shot from a nearly extinguished Common Tier 1 back to the peak of Common Tier 9. Her body mutated further, becoming even more robust, and her eyes were filled with wildness and murderous intent. The pressure was immense. She had actually triggered a bloodburst in a life-or-death moment. He could feel that she was just a hair's breadth away from stepping over the threshold of an advanced biological being. Catwoman gritted her teeth, staring ferociously at Lynn Zicken. "You little brat, who the hell are you? You actually forced me to fully activate the Shadow Nightcat genes." Though the power boost had saved her life, her animalistic nature would now permanently override her humanity, and she was extremely susceptible to a backlash from the exotic beast genes. Lynn Zicken didn't answer. He casually tossed the stone aside and smiled. "Sorry, looks like I have the wrong person." With that, his figure blurred, and he instantly retreated over 10 meters to the mouth of the alley. Catwoman muttered to herself, "I can't gauge this guy's strength. His actions are completely unpredictable. I've used all my trump cards and could face a genetic backlash at any moment. If things drag on, I'm in trouble. If I'm killed again, I'll really stay dead. Survival is the priority. I need to leave this place immediately." At that thought, she hurriedly rushed toward the mouth of the alley to escape. But just as she stepped out of the shadows, a sharp steel pipe suddenly thrust out from the side. What was that sound? Peef! The steel pipe pierced Catwoman's head, pinning her to the brick wall. Caught in a sudden ambush, Catwoman didn't even have time to react before a second steel pipe pierced her. Peef! This time it went through her heart. As soon as it was thrust in, it was pulled out and then lunged back in again with violent force. Peef! PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Lynn Zicken stabbed her dozens of times in a frenzy, brutally destroying the muscles, bones, and organs inside Catwoman's body, pinning her firmly to the wall until her biological pressure vanished completely. Seeing that Catwoman was thoroughly dead, Lynn Zicken released the steel pipe and dropped it on the ground. Now she's dead for good. He reached up to wipe the blood from his face, took out his phone to snap a photo of the corpse and uploaded it to the school's mission system to confirm completion. Then he dialed the security bureau. "Hello. Hello, I'm at the entrance of the alley at 36 Yanlang Road. I've discovered Catwoman's body." Once finished, Lynn Zicken placed his hand on the corpse to devour her essence. "You have devoured a large amount of Shadow Nightcat life essence. Shadow Nightcat entry progress 36. "How much?" 36. Lynn Zicken was stunned. He hadn't expected devouring a high-level Shadow Nightcat genetic fuser to increase the progress by so much. Perhaps because she had suffered a genetic backlash, the purity of the genes in her body had increased. On the street, people were flowing like a tide. Ma Xiaowei was calling Ma Zhenhe, her voice filled with anger. "Dad, that Catwoman mission you took almost got me killed. The information was completely wrong. Her level isn't Common Tier 6. It's Common Tier 9. "What?" Ma Zhenhe exclaimed, his shock turning into fury. "Xiaowei, tell me everything in detail. I'm going to find Director He of the mission system right now and settle this." Ma Xiaowei forced herself to stay calm and recounted the terrifying capture attempt. Hanging up the phone, Ma Xiaowei thought it would be best to get back to the school immediately and stop loitering outside to avoid Catwoman coming back for revenge. Suddenly, the senior sister walking with her grabbed her hand, her face filled with utter shock. "Ma Xiaowei, look at this. How has Lynn Zicken already completed the Catwoman mission?" Ma Xiaowei leaned in to look. Seeing the notification of Lynn Zicken completing the mission, she froze on the spot, questioning her very existence. That Catwoman was Common Tier 9 and he was just a freshman. How did he manage to complete that mission? At the end of the weekend, Lynn Zicken and Shen Qinghan returned to the dormitory. Just as they arrived at the school, Lynn Zicken's phone vibrated with a notification from the school app. "Your account has received 300 credits. He had received the reward for the Catwoman mission. But why was it so much? Soon after, an explanatory message followed. Due to a discrepancy in the mission details, the target's biological rank has been adjusted to Common Tier 9. The reward has been increased from 50 to 200 credits, with an additional 100 credits as compensation. Shen Qinghan pursed her lips after reading the message. The school's mission system is really unreliable. Luckily you're strong enough, otherwise you would have been screwed. Lin Zikin nodded in agreement. It really is quite a trap. I'll have to be more careful when taking missions in the future. He added, once there's a suitable mission, I'll take you along to see some blood and temper your state of mind. Shen Qinghan immediately replied excitedly, great, I can finally go out on missions with Zikin. As they walked, Lin Zikin browsed the credit shop. He decided to order 90 pounds of Hoji snail meat to activate the bestiary entry. Previously he was worried that buying too much would attract attention, but now that he had legitimate credits he could buy freely. Exotic beast meat was rich in nutrients. Although expensive, it was a great aid to evolution. Hanhan's constitution was weak, so he needed to buy more to nourish her. Thinking of this, he turned and asked, Han, is there any specific exotic beast meat you want to eat? I'll order some. Back at the dorm, Shen Qinghan sat on the sofa and opened the credit shop to browse. Let's buy some great slaughter eagle meat. 1 credit can get 6 pounds. We can keep it in the fridge and eat it slowly. The girl still worried about the cost, specifically choosing the cheaper options. Alright, I'll order it. Don't you order it, let me do it. I still have the 90 credits you gave me. Okay, Shen Qinghan quickly placed the order. Lin Zikin went into the kitchen to cook, thinking to himself, since we're living together like family anyway, there's no need to be so formal about who pays. While they were eating dinner, the doorbell rang. I'll get it. Lin Zikin carried in a large box. That was fast, delivered right after ordering. He handed the great slaughter eagle meat to Shen Qinghan. Put this in the fridge first. Lin Zikin excitedly opened the bag of Hoji snail meat. Now he could begin devouring. Ding, you have devoured a large amount of Hoji snail life essence. Hoji snail bestiary entry 100 unlocked. A vision appeared in the void of a heavily injured, dying Hoji snail, but in less than 5 minutes its severed body began to automatically reorganize, restoring it to its original state as if it had never been injured. It was a miracle of regeneration. Ding, you have successfully activated the Hoji snail bestiary entry. Obtained biological attribute, rapid self-healing. Rapid self-healing significantly enhances recovery capabilities. As long as the body hasn't immediately withered away and there is a sufficient energy supply, any injury, no matter how severe, can be healed. After reading the information, Lin Zikin was excited to the extreme. This ability is practically invincible. To verify it, he bit down hard on his own hand, leaving a large wound that bled profusely. But in just a few seconds the bleeding stopped and the pain vanished, replaced by a slight itch. A few seconds later the wound had completely disappeared. His skin was as smooth as before. Lin Zikin wiped away the blood and thought with satisfaction. With this ability, as long as I have a breath left and enough energy, I can keep recovering. Even if I decided to castrate myself to practice the sunflower manual one day, it would probably just grow back. Ding dong, the doorbell rang again. Lin Zikin was somewhat surprised. Who could it be this late? As he walked toward the door, he shouted into the room, is it something you bought? Shen Qinghan shook her head. I didn't buy anything. When the door opened, both were stunned by the person standing outside. Ma Xiawei lowered her head and said politely, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you so late. Lin Zichen's gaze fell on Ma Xiawei as he asked flatly, is there something I can help you with? Ma Xiawei didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I'm very curious how you completed that Catwoman mission. Would it be convenient for you to share? Lin Zikin shook his head slightly in refusal. Sorry, it's not particularly convenient. Facing the refusal, Ma Xiawei only nodded slightly. Oh, then I won't bother you further. With that, she turned decisively and left. She didn't linger at all, avoiding any potential awkwardness. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan hurriedly called out to her, retreating back. Xiawei. After a moment's hesitation, she invited her. Why don't you come in for a cup of tea? I have some tea leaves I brought from home. My mom roasted them herself. Ma Xiawei paused for a second but still answered coldly, maybe next time, I have things to do right now. Leaving those cold words behind, her figure quickly disappeared around the corner of the stairs. After closing the door, Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zikin and urged softly, Zikin, Xiawei is actually a good person. When the information about Catwoman was wrong, she was worried something might happen to you, and even sent me a message to warn you. We should socialize with her more in the future. Hearing this, Lin Zikin nodded calmly in agreement. If you're willing, you can invite her over to play often. She lives downstairs anyway. Having gained his consent, Shen Qinghan smiled happily. With that, the two walked back to their rooms together. The next morning, as soon as Lin Zikin walked into the research institute, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan rushed over, chirping with questions about the Catwoman mission. Lu Chuanwu lowered his voice and said, this whole thing is quite mysterious. That night I saw Ma Zhenhe personally go to find Director He, who's in charge of the information system. Song Yuyan hurriedly cut in, her eyes wide with gossip, her face full of intrigue. The two of them had a disagreement and ended up shouting at each other. They even almost came to blows. It must have been because of the error in the Catwoman mission info. No wonder Ma Zhenhe's daughter took that mission too and almost lost her life because of the rank discrepancy. How could Ma Zhenhe not be angry? I heard that Catwoman was common tier 9, but the mission listed her as common tier 6. Lu Chuanwu couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it, asking curiously, Zicken, you're only common tier 6, how did you complete this mission? Standing nearby, Song Yuyan also stroked her chin, analyzing the situation. Zicken, do you have a backer? Did you get an expert to accompany you, or did you set some kind of trap? Facing their extremely curious gazes, Lin Zicken simply shrugged and answered frankly, no backer, no traps. I killed her purely with physical strength. Hearing this calm response, shock instantly flooded the faces of Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan. They instinctively thought the youth was joking, shouting in unison, solo kill, what do you mean? Lu Chuanwu suddenly had a vague realization, his breathing becoming rapid. He asked in a trembling voice, Zicken, you're not trying to tell me that you've actually been hiding your true strength, are you? Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan stood frozen on the spot, dumbfounded as if struck by lightning. They murmured in disbelief, solo kill, did I hear that right? Song Yuyan swallowed hard, are you kidding me? Seeing how excited they were, Lin Zicken rubbed his brow helplessly. He calculated in his mind. After some time together, he felt that these two were reliable in character. Revealing his biological rank and body tempering progress would not only have benefits, but they could also assist him in researching how to open acupoints. In that case, I might as well lay my cards on the table. Looking at the two people who were as still as statues, he spoke calmly. Actually, as early as the summer break, I had already achieved mastery in the first round of body tempering. I'm currently undergoing the second round. Lin Zichen's nonchalant revelation exploded in the minds of Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan like a bomb, leaving them completely paralyzed. They had completely lost the ability to react. For several seconds, a series of shocking pieces of information assaulted their eardrums, sending their thoughts into overload, their minds continuously repeating the phrase, first-round mastery. After a long while, having digested this staggering fact, Lu Chuanwu trembled with excitement and couldn't help but laugh toward the sky. Haha, heaven rewards those who persevere. My Lu Chuanwu's years of persistence have finally paid off. At this moment, Lu Chuanwu felt as if he were walking on clouds. He squinted at Lin Zicken, a brilliant smile radiating from every wrinkle on his face. Zicken, with you here, the path of the pureblood human will surely yield immense results. When the time comes, your name and the name of the Tianren Pavilion will shock the world. I have painstakingly researched the path of the pureblood human for years, to the point where my family was ruined and I lost my wife and children, yet I made no progress. Today I finally met a peerless genius perfectly suited for the blood tempering art. With him leading the way, the path of the pureblood human will surely have a bright future and become humanity's most effective weapon for salvation. Seeing the old dean laughing and crying, Lin Zicken couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, wondering if the man had gone mad from excitement. After a while, Lu Chuanwu managed to calm his emotions. He patted Lin Zicken heavily on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. Zicken, your talent is simply too exaggerated. If I didn't feel that there wasn't a trace of primal power in your body, I would suspect you were an outworlder from the original site. Catching this unfamiliar term, Lin Zicken frowned and repeated it. An outworlder from the original site? Instinct told him he had touched upon an earth-shattering secret. Lu Chuanwu stopped smiling and raised a finger, explaining solemnly, since exotic beasts exist in this world, naturally outworlders must exist as well. It's just that outworlders usually stay at the original site and don't live on Earth. We simply don't see them. Hearing this, a look of terror appeared on Song Yuyan's face. She exclaimed, do outworlders really exist? With that, she pouted with dissatisfaction and complained, Dean, you're too biased. I've been in the Tianren Pavilion for 5 years and I've never heard you mention this. Lin Zicken ignored her posturing and went straight to the core question, his eyes flashing with intense curiosity. Dean, what is primal power? Lu Chuanwu leisurely stroked the beard on his chin and answered slowly. Primal power is a type of energy possessed only by organisms from the original site. It's like blood chi and mental energy. Lin Zichen's thirst for knowledge surged and he immediately pressed, then how do you use primal power? What specific effects does it have? The old dean hesitated for a moment, scratched his head and admitted awkwardly, well, I can't quite answer that right now. After all, despite living for so many years, I've only ever encountered 2 outworlders. As soon as he said this, Song Yuyan crossed her arms and looked at him suspiciously through narrowed eyes. Dean, you're boasting, aren't you? Your rank is stuck at common tier 9. You can't even enter the original site. Lin Zicken remained calm and asked, is there a rank limit for entering the original site? Lu Chuanwu sighed and corrected him in a heavy voice. The standard is that if you want to enter the original site, your rank must be advanced or higher. Otherwise, anyone who goes in is just cannon fodder. Lin Zicken nodded slightly, grasping the logic. I see. Another piece of knowledge filled the void in his mind at this point. Song Yuyan couldn't wait any longer and gave him a nudge, urging, Dean, you still haven't told us where you met these outworlders. Exposed. Lu Chuanwu coughed twice to break the awkwardness and argued loudly, who says I met outworlders at the original site? Can't I meet them on Earth? His eyes held a look of reminiscence as he cited an example with a sigh of emotion. One is a female disciple my ex-wife took in from somewhere 10 years ago. At those words, the image of the girl from the old photo immediately flashed through Lin Zichen's mind. He was secretly shocked. So Hanhan's senior sister, Luo Tianshui, is an outworlder. After a pause, Lu Chuanwu continued slowly. The other was encountered in an extremely mysterious ultra-ancient ruin, the very ruin where the blood-tempering art was discovered. He swept his sharp gaze over the two juniors before him and warned solemnly, I am telling you these secrets today, but you absolutely must not spread them. You must keep them confidential, do you hear me? Song Yuyan patted her chest and promised, Don't worry, Dean. My lips are sealed. I absolutely won't leak any secrets. Having received the guarantee, Lu Chuanwu's expression softened slightly. I trust you. He turned to look at Lin Zicken and instructed, Zicken, as for your strength, it's best to keep it a secret for now. Don't act too exaggerated. To avoid attracting the attention of cults, even inside the school it isn't safe. They have informants everywhere. After a moment of thought, he proposed a safe plan. In the future, if you want to take missions that match your strength to earn credits, use your sister Yan's account. Song Yuyan clapped her hands in happy approval, responding enthusiastically, I'm also common tier 9. By using my account to take missions, you can use your full strength without fear of exposure. Lin Zicken agreed steadily. After noting their kindness, Lin Zicken looked at the old dean again and spoke with undisguised intent. Dean, do you have any information regarding the original site? I'd like to learn more about it. To his surprise, Lu Chuanwu only shook his head with regret. Everything regarding the original site is classified. I know very little. But there's no need to rush. Before you evolve into an advanced biological being, knowing about the original site is of little use. You only need to know that for us, most organisms in the original site are enemies. They are constantly finding ways to invade Earth. As for the reason, some powerhouses speculate that there is something on Earth that these original site beings want. Just as he finished speaking, the loud ringtone of a cell phone suddenly burst from Lu Chuanwu's pocket, breaking the tense atmosphere. You are my little apple, he hurriedly answered. On the other end of the phone came the flirtatious voice of a woman in her 40s. The old dean's face turned beet red instantly. He hurriedly covered the mouthpiece and coughed to hide his embarrassment, explaining to the two juniors, An old friend invited me to her house for dinner. I'll be going now. Contact me on WeChat if anything comes up. Leaving behind those abrupt words, he turned and dashed out of the research institute in a frantic rush. Watching the deans retreating back as if he were escaping, Song Yuyan clicked her tongue and let out a sympathetic sigh. The dean really didn't have it easy, out again trying to pull in investments for the Tianren Pavilion. After a while, Song Yuyan's moist eyes swept sharply toward Lin Zicken, her tone gentle yet carrying a strong sense of curiosity. By the way, Zicken, how are you hiding your biological rank and body tempering progress? Even the dean and the vice principal can't see through you. Hearing this sudden secret revealing inquiry, Lin Zicken complained inwardly that this well-endowed woman truly had no sense of boundaries. Was this the kind of thing you could just ask casually? Despite this internal outcry, Lin Zicken maintained a polite smile on his face and gave a tactful refusal. Sorry, Sister Yan. I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to reveal that. My system abilities are my trump card. How could I possibly tell you? Met with such a crisp and decisive refusal, Song Yuyan blinked her large eyes, her tone coaxing with a hint of pleading. Oh, come on, Junior Zicken, don't be so stingy. Why don't you just tell your sister Yan? I'll trade you a secret of my own, okay? You can ask me anything you want. The flame of curiosity burned fiercely in her heart, as if she wouldn't rest until she'd pried out the answer. Indeed, if this young man continued to hide it, she would be so stifled her whole body would feel uncomfortable. However, Lin Zichen's firm attitude left her without a shred of hope. It really is inconvenient. Sensing his serious and unshakable expression, Song Yuyan could only let out a dejected sigh and reluctantly accept reality. Fine, since you don't want to say it, forget it. Tormented by her curiosity, she decided to use a tactical retreat to advance, a competitive fire igniting in her eyes. But since we're both common tier 9, how about we spar? This proposal immediately piqued Lin Zichen's interest, and he readily agreed. He calculated in his mind that sparring with an opponent of the same level was indeed very beneficial, not only to gauge his own strength but also to hone his combat techniques. He answered decisively, That works. Song Yuyan rolled her shoulders to loosen up, giving a warning beforehand to prevent accidental injury. First, let me tell you my body tempering progress. I'm already on my second round of tempering. My second muscle tempering is complete, and I finished 1/5 of my second bone tempering. Later, feel free to attack me with everything you've got. Once Lin Zicken settled into a combat stance, Song Yuyan arched an eyebrow and asked, Ready? The youth gave a slight nod of confirmation. Ready. Immediately, Song Yuyan adopted the air of a senior guiding a junior, announcing cheerfully, Then let's begin. You attack me first while I handle the defense. Let me see exactly how powerful your offensive strength is. Lin Zicken didn't waste time or dawdle. With a tap of his toes, his figure shot forward like an arrow from a bow, arriving before Song Yuyan and delivering an unmitigated straight kick to her abdomen. Bang! A dull thud rang out, and the ferocious power contained in this strike made Song Yuyan inwardly alarmed. A wave of sharp pain radiated from her lower abdomen, but she clenched her teeth, struggling to maintain her nonchalant, expert demeanor. This kid's ferocity was truly beyond the ordinary. He had clearly only just reached mastery in his first round of body tempering. Yet the force of this strike was enough to tear through the defense of someone like her who had completed a second round of muscle tempering. This kind of power was simply illogical. She feared it wouldn't be long before he was standing over her. No, she had to establish some authority while this kid was still green. Otherwise, she'd never get another chance to put on airs. At that thought, Song Yuyan immediately cleared her throat, clasped her hands behind her back in a display of expert guidance, and shook her head at Lin Zikin with a look of disappointment. "Zikin, I am very dissatisfied with that kick just now. If you have the chance to strike, you must aim to severely wound the enemy in one blow. Just now, you should have precisely attacked my vitals. If you see the eyes, don't hesitate, poke them hard. If you see the groin, don't hesitate, kick it ruthlessly. If you see the throat, go straight in with a hand chop. Aiming for these vital spots is the only correct way to attack." After delivering this brutal theory, Song Yuyan dropped her playful air and stared at Lin Zikin with stern eyes, pressing, "In battle, there is only life and death, no martial honor. Do you understand?" Hearing this shameless combat philosophy, Lin Zikin's expression turned strange, but he still nodded to record it. "I understand." The moment the last word left his lips, Song Yuyan's figure had already turned into an afterimage. Tearing through the space as she charged toward Lin Zikin, her crisp voice rang out with pride. "Now we begin a formal exchange. I hope you can last 5 minutes under my hand." Facing his opponent's mountain-toppling, sea-overturning offensive, Lin Zikin's gaze remained unshakable. He didn't even bother to dodge, directly channeling his power to meet the flurry of attacks. "Then please guide me, Sister Yan." Boom, 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 a fierce battle broke out. Fists clashed and legs collided with crisp reports, the deafening sounds tearing through the air. However, behind this seemingly evenly matched duel, Song Yuyan's heart was filled with bitterness. She gritted her teeth in pain, her eyes wide, her head buzzing as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. During the exchange, she kept falling into deep self-doubt. She was clearly giving it her all, so why couldn't she break through this kid's defense? Was she, a dignified senior, actually going to fall at the hands of a junior? The more Song Yuyan thought about it, the more her heart filled with both rage and pain. She had just finished putting on airs and lecturing him. If she lost now, where would she hide her face? But man proposes and God disposes. Lin Zikin was someone who understood social graces very well. Realizing the time was right, he thought it was time to give her a face-saving point. In a gap during the intense fight, Lin Zikin skillfully revealed a flaw, pretending he couldn't dodge in time. He took a solid punch from Song Yuyan and took the opportunity to fall to the ground. Song Yuyan looked down at the defeated youth, wiped her sweat and cleared her throat to reclaim her senior dignity. "Zikin, your future is very bright. You managed to force me to use 90 of my strength to barely win. I'm afraid I won't be your match in a year." Having satisfied her vanity, Song Yuyan generously suggested, "Zikin, since you've already mastered the first round of body tempering, you can try to open your acupoints. I'll teach you a new opening method I've recently researched. Give it a try." At the mention of a cultivation secret, Lin Zikin's eyes immediately lit up like torches. He nodded repeatedly in urging, "Great, I'll try it." Song Yuyan set aside her playfulness and gave careful instructions, weighing every word. The human body has a total of 366 acupoints spread throughout, according to the records of the blood tempering art. The easiest ones to open are the 4 acupoints surrounding the heart. Once you sense the 4 acupoints around your heart, control your blood chi to strike them. Use a frequency of less than once every 10 seconds. The stronger the impact the better, but be careful not to injure your heart. With a thought, Lin Zikin immediately mobilized the surging blood chi in his body, frantically slamming it against the 4 points on his left ribs. However, the barriers of those 4 acupoints remained as steady as Mount Tai, completely unmoved and impossible to break. The only response to his efforts was a wave of piercing pain, a bone-deep sensation that made Lin Zikin grit his teeth until they creaked. Cold sweat pouring down and soaking his forehead. Seeing his pained state, Song Yuyan hurriedly ran over to comfort him. "Don't rush it, Zikin. Haste makes waste. It might be that your current physical strength isn't enough. Or maybe the method I taught you isn't quite right." The scene shifted to the dark and dilapidated basement of the Liu family ancestral home. Lu Chuanwu walked with heavy steps, stopping before a bronze coffin carved with ancient patterns. He bowed his head, his voice suppressing an excited tremor while still maintaining great respect. "Pavilion Master, I have finally found a peerless genius with the potential to open his acupoints. He will surely break the common rank shackles of the pureblood human path and evolve into an advanced biological being, a rare being, or even an epic being." The only response to this bold claim was the hair-raising silence of the cellar. Ignoring the silence, Lu Chuanwu continued to speak with fanaticism. "When the time comes, Pavilion Master can rely on the blood chi he transmits daily to sustain your life. So you no longer have to linger on in this narrow bronze coffin. Only with a powerful expert like you, Pavilion Master, to protect him and that genius, can you lead our Tianren Pavilion forward and surely guide the people of Earth to ascension." Intense anticipation made Lu Chuanwu's tone grow increasingly frantic. However, after waiting for a long time, the coffin lid remained motionless. He frowned slightly, doubt arising in his heart over this unusual silence. After a full 3 minutes, which felt like an eternity, a faint syllable with a female tone finally drifted from the depths of the bronze coffin. Then the space was swallowed by a deathly silence once more. Lu Chuanwu knitted his brows and sighed, assessing privately. taking that long just to squeeze out one word? I'm afraid that response just now exhausted the Pavilion Master's remaining essence for the day. He murmured to himself sadly that the Pavilion Master was growing weaker by the day, and hoped Zicken could evolve into an advanced being before she passed away. He picked up some ingredients at the wet market along the way. Lin Zicken walked quickly back to the dormitory and pushed open the door, lifting the plastic bag in his hand. I'm back with the groceries to cook dinner. Shen Qinghen took the bag, a trace of hesitation appearing on her face. She spoke haltingly. Chen, there's something I need to tell you. My master came to see me this morning and told me to undergo genetic fusion as soon as possible. Lin Zicken frowned and pressed for more. Fuse with the ghost blue jellyfish genes. Shen Qinghen gave a slight nod of confirmation. My master said the ghost blue jellyfish genes are very suitable for me in the early stages. At the mention of the ghost blue jellyfish, a spark of light flashed in Lin Zichen's eyes. He was no stranger to this exotic beast, having studied records about them since childhood. This was originally a low-level exotic beast, with an average adult rank hovering only around common tier 7. However, if it were the overwhelmingly powerful jellyfish king, they were fully qualified to enter the realm of advanced biological beings. The most dominant trait of a jellyfish king was mental power far exceeding those of the same level. Even in the common stage, they could use faint mental energy to control sea areas spanning dozens of square meters. In short, they were natural masters of tide manipulation. After sorting through the massive amount of information in his mind, Lin Zicken smiled and gave his approval, comforting the girl. That's good. I think the ghost blue jellyfish suits you well. Just do as your master says. Hearing this, Shen Qinghen turned her back, her small frame radiating hesitation, her voice soft and full of worry. But my master wants me to fuse with the ghost blue jellyfish king's genes from the start. That's the gene of an advanced biological being. My body is so weak, what if I can't handle it and suffer a mutation? Hearing the words ghost blue jellyfish king, Lin Zichen's eyes instantly turned into flashing dollar signs, his heart filled with shock. One had to know that the genes of a regular ghost blue jellyfish were already scarce, let alone this extremely precious king-level gene. That Master Yuan Dongzi was truly a high roller who spent money like water. For a moment he felt a bit envious, longing to have such a generous free mentor, suppressing his jealousy. Lin Zicken stepped forward and comforted Shen Qinghen with a firm tone. Don't worry. Jellyfish-type exotic beasts naturally have good compatibility with the human body, and besides, your genetic fusion compatibility is as high as 21. Fusing with an advanced beast gene is more than enough. You definitely won't suffer a mutation. Despite the comfort, the weight on Shen Qinghen's heart still didn't lift. She looked up and asked, but will there be side effects? Lin Zichen's lips curved into a gentle smile, and he proactively took her small hand, explaining softly, you'll lose your fertility, and your appearance will display some exotic beast traits. But you've already stored your eggs. If you want to have children in the future, just take them out and use them. As for the appearance traits, they can be hidden. You just need to put the beast genes in your body into a dormant state. Fearing she was still agonizing over it, he winked playfully and added an incentive. Besides, many outward beast traits can actually enhance your looks, like cat ears or foxtails. You've seen them. They're very popular. This beautiful prospect instantly cleared the gloom, and Shen Qinghen's peach blossom eyes lit up. She rested her chin in her hand and nodded proudly. I guess that's true. With Lin Zichen's certain support, the unease and worry in her heart vanished like bubbles. Now they were replaced by extreme excitement and curiosity. She began to imagine what she would look like after fusing with the ghost blue jellyfish king. Would she be even more brilliant and eye-catching than before? Amidst her excitement, Shen Qinghen pulled out her phone and swiped, bringing the screen close to Lin Zichen's face to show off a photo. Chen, look, isn't the ghost blue jellyfish beautiful? Seeing her elated look, Lin Zicken chuckled and gently cupped her flushed face with both hands. Breathing out sweet words, it's beautiful but not as beautiful as you. This overly intimate flirting made Shen Qinghen's cheeks turn as red as ripe tomatoes. She shyly and gently brushed Lin Zichen's hands away, pretending to be annoyed. Oh, you're so annoying. After masking her shyness, she raised her chin and boasted with a look of pride. This video was taken by my master. My master didn't bring any equipment at all, diving directly into the deep sea tens of thousands of meters down. Just how high would your physical strength have to be to do that? Lin Zicken thought for a moment and calmly gave his judgment. At least rare tier. A spark of longing ignited in Shen Qinghen's eyes, her face filled with infinite reverence. So high, I wonder if I can ever evolve to rare tier in the future. Lin Zicken patted her shoulder and encouraged her with a decisive tone. You definitely can. Your genetic fusion compatibility is as high as 21. Forget rare tier. Even epic tier is possible. Hearing this heavenly praise, Shen Qinghen acted very realistically, curling her lip and interrupting. It's not that simple. You can't just look at genetic fusion compatibility. You also have to look at constitution and various evolution resources. Seeing her self-doubt, Lin Zicken began to list details, analyzing from every angle to boost her confidence. Your constitution is already insane. You're naturally gifted with water. Following the path of water attribute genetic fusion, you'll surely be even more powerful than your master. As for cultivation resources, don't worry. I'll work hard to earn money in the future and give you whatever resources you want. Seizing the opportunity to push her luck, Shen Qinghen wrinkled her nose playfully and giggled. Then I'll have to make sure to please my big benefactor." True to her word, the girl moved nimbly to rummage through the cabinets, pulling out 2 pairs of silk stockings, one black and one white, and holding them up before her. She dangled them in front of Lin Zicken, her eyes flickering with a mischievous smile. "Black or white, which one does the benefactor prefer?" Without a second thought, Lin Zicken blurted out, "Either is fine, I want them both." Faced with this greedy answer, Shen Qinghan had a sudden whim. She arched an eyebrow and suggested, "Then I'll wear a different color on each leg." Although logic told him such a mismatched style would be incredibly bizarre, deep down Lin Zicken was secretly excited to see this strange yet seductive combination with his own eyes. In the afternoon, Han went to class. "I didn't go to the Pureblood Human Research Institute today. I'll just practice at home." Lin Zichen's finger slid carelessly across his phone screen as he browsed the daily news. Suddenly his gaze stopped on a striking headline. Recently, a series of strangely shaped plants have appeared in various parts of Shanghai City, attracting many biological experts for research. Due to their unknown toxicity, the government issued a warning requesting citizens to stay away out of curiosity to avoid unnecessary casualties. The accompanying photo caused Lin Zichen's pupils to contract slightly. The shapes of these trees were identical to the plants behind Shen Qinghan's senior sister in the old photo. Could these plants be from the original site? But why are they taking root on Earth? Could it be the work of the Divine Tree sect? He shook his head helplessly, thinking that they had just dealt with one cult branch and now the Divine Tree sect was popping up. The world was truly crawling with monsters. Withdrawing his thoughts, Lin Zicken opened the app. He felt the most urgent task was still to frantically increase his strength. The process of the second round of body tempering was like a bottomless pit, draining his blood and chi and leaving his body with a faint sense of weakness. He searched carefully in the virtual store for pills that could replenish his blood and chi. His finger stopped on an item. "Blood recovery pills look quite good, I'll just order 100 of them." This type of pill, valued at 1 credit each, was refined from rare century-old spiritual herbs. Its efficacy depended directly on the user's biological rank. The higher the rank, the slower the absorption speed. If a common Tier 9 only needed half a minute to recover, an advanced Tier 1 might need half an hour, while an advanced Tier 2 could take as long as 3 hours. After checking out, Lin Zichen's gaze turned to the food counter. The progress bar for the Hoji snail bestiary was already full. It was time to find the next prey. He looked around, pondering and evaluating various options. 10,000 poison mongoose. The meat of this thing was deathly expensive at 20 credits per pound. Although the name sounded terrifying, these creatures weren't actually poisonous. On the contrary, they fed on poisonous substances daily and thus possessed extremely powerful toxin resistance. He stroked his chin and calculated that if he maxed out the bestiary for this species, he might obtain an antitoxin biological attribute. He wouldn't have to worry about sudden death when traveling in the future. Unfortunately, his wallet now held less than 200 points. He could only grit his teeth and buy 1 pound first to activate the bestiary progress. The wall of his acupoints remained as steady as a rock. Lin Zicken secretly guessed the reason was that his physical strength wasn't enough. It seemed he had to keep gritting his teeth through the second round of skin tempering. 2 hours of grueling training passed, and the youth's movements suddenly stiffened. A wave of dizziness hit him, and the world before his eyes spun like a top. "The situation doesn't look good," he groaned inwardly, deciding to relax his muscles and rest for a while. However, in less than a minute, his stomach began to drum a violent protest. He let out a long sigh, muttering that he had to stuff something into his belly to replenish his energy, otherwise he'd faint before he even broke through. Just then, the doorbell rang. This was followed by a crisp voice drifting in. "Hello, I'm the school delivery person. Is anyone home? This is your package." Lin Zicken dragged his heavy body to his feet and walked out slowly. As soon as the door opened, the female delivery person was startled and stumbled back several steps. Lin Zichen's current appearance was indeed a bit frightening. He was drenched in sweat, his wet hair clung to his face, his chest was heaving violently, and his eyes were as sharp as a death god just crawled out from a pile of corpses. The girl was terrified, her fingers trembling, and the package slipped from her grasp. At that critical moment, the youth's muscles tensed, and he leaped into the air, catching the box steadily before it hit the ground. After standing straight, he said flatly, "Caught it." After being stunned for a few seconds, the delivery girl whispered an apology and then scrambled away, her escape speed comparable to a martial artist. Lin Zicken carried the package back to the living room, tore off the seal, and carefully took out a glowing red blood recovery pill. To test the efficacy, he tossed the pill directly into his mouth. The moment it touched the tip of his tongue, it turned into a surge of pure energy, dispersing into countless warm currents that flooded his limbs and bones. In just a few breaths, the dizziness was swept away. His mind cleared, and his aching muscles were once again filled with vitality. Lin Zicken clenched his fists, a flash of excitement in his eyes. It was truly worth the price. The effect of this luxury item at 1 point per pill was indeed miraculous and no joke. Having solved the physical strength issue, he turned to deal with the piece of 10,000 poison mongoose meat to extract its life essence. As soon as his fingertip touched the target, the familiar mechanical voice rang in his mind, reporting that the bestiary progress had increased to 1. He no longer hesitated and threw himself back into cultivation. With the support of the blood recovery pills, the downtime for replenishing blood and chi was greatly shortened, pushing the efficiency of his body tempering to the limit. Trading credits for a faster growth in strength, this calculation was still very worthwhile. The youth was immersed in the pleasure of cultivation from noon until evening. The door slammed open and Shen Qinghan's cheerful voice drifted in. "Zicken, I'm back." She paused for a moment and tested him playfully. "I brought someone back, guess who it is?" Li Chuxin walked into the room and greeted him with a smile. "Zicken, long time no see." His lips curved slightly as he responded politely. "Chuxin, long time no see." His gaze swept around the spacious apartment. Li Chuxin couldn't hide her envy. "It's so nice, you have such a luxurious base to live in, unlike me. I don't even have a single room, I have to squeeze in with roommates." Hearing this, Lin Zicken calmly proposed, "If you want to live in a single room, I have a single dorm at the Martial Arts Academy, you can move in there." Li Chuxin hurriedly waved her hand in refusal. "Thank you for the kind offer, but I actually quite like living with roommates right now, it's not lonely." He only gave a slight nod. Li Chuxin's expression suddenly darkened and she complained aggrievedly. "Actually, I came to see you today to vent. You don't know how out of line those upperclassmen are. You're geniuses, so no one dares to bully you normally, but it's miserable for ordinary students like us." Lin Zicken frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Li Chuxin, as if having found an outlet, poured out her grievances. "The day before yesterday, a senior sister went to my dorm for an inspection and took a liking to my cosmetics. She took them without a word, saying she was just borrowing them for a few days. A boy in my class was even more miserable. The century-old blood ginseng sent from his home was also snatched away. Later, he went to the student union to complain. The people there didn't care at all, saying the school promotes the principle of the law of the jungle. If you're not satisfied, fight back yourself. But we're all freshmen, how can our strength compare to those upperclassmen?" she exclaimed in anger, condemning the filthy and blatant favoritism in this school. Lin Zicken didn't hesitate to promise, "Chuxin, if any seniors do anything out of line to you in the future, just tell me and I'll see if I can resolve it for you." Shen Qinghan, sitting nearby, also nodded in agreement, a flash of determination in her eyes. "Those seniors are indeed hateful. If they dare to push their luck, we'll find a way together." Having received support, Li Chuxin's eyes reddened slightly as she choked out, "Truly thank you." Suddenly a series of booms rang out, and the floor beneath their feet began to shake violently. Li Chuxin turned pale, her voice trembling. Is it an earthquake?" Shen Qinghan followed with a nervous nod. Amidst the confusion, Lin Zicken immediately activated his danger perception skill. Although his intuition told him an ominous evil aura was approaching, the system warning remained within the safe range. This made him breathe a secret sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in a dark lair, a man wearing a dragon mask bowed respectfully and requested, "Lord Divine Envoy, I want to push for a higher biological rank this year. I wonder if you can provide me with some evolution resources?" A cold snort came from behind the eagle mask, and a mysterious entity slowly bestowed, "In view of your excellent performance this year, this demon flame flower is granted to you. This flower has an extremely strong aphrodisiac effect. You'd best have a woman with you when using it." The dragon mask took the treasure in wild joy and reported his results flatteringly. "Thank you, Lord Divine Envoy. A genius with extremely exaggerated physical talent has appeared among Shanghai University's freshmen. I've already arranged for someone to feed him a high-level demon seed. If we can successfully recruit him into the sect," before he could finish, the eagle mask coldly interrupted. "That is not important." He declared arrogantly that true excellent seeds only existed at the original site. Hearing this, the dragon mask only dared to cry out in bitterness internally. He thought hatefully that even if the talent over there was as abundant as bamboo shoots after rain, he had no way to reach them. Suddenly, a mechanical voice was transmitted directly into the eagle mask's mind. "Lord Divine Envoy, news has come from the original site that a matching boundary point has been found, and identical life coordinates have been established. You are needed there now to activate the connection." Receiving the secret report, he nodded in a low voice. "Good, I'm going over now." Space distorted, and the eagle mask's figure gradually vanished into the void. Before evaporating completely, a bone-chilling threat reached his subordinate's ears. "If you cannot make Lin Zicken swallow the high-level demon seed within 3 days, I will have no choice but to replace you." The dragon mask broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly vowed into the communication device on his wrist. "Rest assured, it will certainly be done within 3 days." The first ray of morning sunlight cast golden flecks through the window. Shen Qinghan, fully dressed and groomed, turned and instructed with a smile, "Zicken, I'm heading to class over there." He replied casually, Go ahead, study hard." However, just as they stepped out the door, a loud shout from behind caught their attention. Lin Zicken looked back and saw Lu Gang and Wang Shuji running over, panting. Their chests were heaving violently, and their eyes were flickering, looking somewhat hesitant. After pursing his lips in hesitation for a moment, Wang Shuji finally managed to squeeze out a few words. "Can we take a bit of your time? There's something we want to ask of you." Lin Zichen's sharp gaze swept over the two like a scanner, then he coldly spat out one word, "Speak." Lu Gang cleared his throat and gathered his courage to reveal everything. "A junior student, while a junior year student dislikes Wang Shuji and me, relying on his strength being greater than ours, he picks on us every day. Wang Shuji added, his face full of grievance and bitterness. We really can't take it anymore. Can you step in for us? You're this year's most outstanding freshman. Those upperclassmen definitely won't dare to offend you lightly, and we'll give you at least some face. The atmosphere fell into silence as the youth maintained an air of indifference. Fearing refusal, Lu Gang hurriedly pulled a bulging cloth bag from his chest and shoved it into his hand. Of course we won't let you help for nothing, he pitched enthusiastically. These spiritual fruits can preserve beauty, calm the nerves, replenish blood, and even enhance virility. These are evolution resources sent to me from home. I'm giving them all to you now, only asking that you help us resolve this matter. After showing his trump card, he lowered his voice and pleaded, bringing up their bond as old classmates. Zicken, for the sake of us being classmates for 3 years in high school, just help us this once. Weighing the bag of spiritual fruits, Lin Zicken glanced at these two humble people and coldly cut to the chase. What is that third-year student's strength? Seeing a turnaround, Wang Shuji hurriedly confessed the truth. Common Tier 6. The youth's eyebrows twitched slightly, revealing a hint of interest. Common Tier 6. He quickly calculated the strength comparison in his head. A faint, indifferent smile touched the corner of his mouth. What kind of pressure is that? He looked up and decisively made the call. Today at 5:30 p.m., wait for me at the entrance of the Pureblood Research Institute. I'll solve it for you. Hearing this promise, the two were overjoyed and said in unison, if you ever need our help in the future, just ask. We're at your beck and call. Lin Zicken smiled and conveniently tucked away the bag of spiritual fruits. All right, then, it's settled. Having unburdened themselves of a heavy weight, Lu Gang and Wang Shuji breathed a long sigh of relief and repeatedly bowed their departure. Then that's all. We'll head out first. As they left, they kept up the pleasantries. Thank you so much. Once the two were far away, Shen Qinghen pulled his sleeve and urged curiously, Zicken, quickly open the bag and look at the spiritual fruits inside. I've lived this long and haven't eaten a spiritual fruit yet. To satisfy her, he generously offered, then take one to eat on the way. She hesitated while looking them over for a moment. Then I'll pick a small one. I'm afraid I won't finish a big one, he nodded in concession. Then take a small one. However, as soon as she held the fruit to examine it, Shen Qinghen's face crumpled in disgust. Zicken, this spiritual fruit is so gross. Is it rotten with worms? Hearing this, Lin Zicken took the red fruit, his brow furrowing as he wondered if it really was spoiled. Suddenly, the danger perception skill in his subconsciousness let out a piercing shrill alarm. Simultaneously, a line of cold text popped up on the system interface. Do you wish to devour the high-level demon seed? His heart sank abruptly. This thing masquerading as a spiritual fruit supplement was actually an evil object sown for disaster. Without wasting a single second, Lin Zichen's figure surged out, intercepting the two men at ghostly speed. He barked in a low voice, you two, don't be in such a rush to leave. Being suddenly blocked, Wang Shuji asked with a look of confusion, what's wrong? Lin Zicken ignored his question and sharply instructed the person beside him, Han, contact your master and have her come here. Shen Qinghan immediately replied, okay. A moment later, Yuan Dongzi's aloof figure descended on the wind. Her sharp gaze swept over the disciples as she asked, what has happened? Lin Zicken reported truthfully, Principal Yuan, these two asked me for help and gave me a bag of spiritual fruits. Inside are many of these strange red fruits. I suspect they are related to the Divine Tree sect. Yuan Dongzi waved her hand, snatching the peculiar exotic fruit. Her expression darkened as she exposed it coldly. This is a seed from an exotic tree. Once swallowed, one will be controlled by the tree, losing their free will. It is a common method used by the Divine Tree sect to force others into their ranks. Following the revelation, Lin Zicken recalled Lu Gang and Wang Shuji's previous suspicious behavior. It seemed they had been manipulated by the Divine Tree sect since the moment they offered the gift. With the truth laid bare, the two men fell to their knees in a panic. They pleaded through tears, Principal Yuan, we were forced into this. No sooner had the words left their mouths than their throats seemed to be constricted by invisible hands and their voices cut off abruptly. This eerie scene led Lin Zicken to secretly wonder, was this some kind of silencing ability possessed by the vice principal? Before he could regain his composure, Yuan Dongzi made a majestic sweep of her sleeve, delivering her verdict. I will take these two back for investigation. As soon as there are results, I will notify you both immediately. After dealing with them, Yuan Dongzi warned her two disciples with a solemn face, cults are despicable. You cannot fully trust anyone, not even your master or the school leadership. In short, maintain your vigilance toward others. Shen Qinghen's eyes were fixed intently on her master's retreating back as she vanished into the air, her gaze filled with fanatical admiration. Her master's mental power was strong enough to allow for flight using objects. It was truly incredible. Lin Zicken also nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, the ability to fly was quite impressive. Withdrawing her gaze, Shen Qinghen crossed her arms indignantly, cursing in frustration. Zicken, Lu Gang, and Wang Shuji are so wicked. You wanted to help them, yet they tried to harm you. He let out a soft sigh and cautioned carefully, we must be careful in our future actions. The following day, the disciplinary notice regarding Lu Gang and Wang Shuji was made public. Their identities as pawns of the Divine Tree sect were thoroughly confirmed. Records showed that during the practical entrance exam, the two had been forced to swallow demon seeds by a corrupt security guard. The punishment was merciless: expulsion and imprisonment. The futures of these two who had strayed from the path were officially over. To be safe, their families were also granted permission to move into the inner campus to recuperate. With the powerful assistance of the blood recovery pills, Lin's second round of skin tempering was successfully completed, and his second muscle tempering progress had surpassed 40. As for Shen Qinghan, the fateful moment to step onto the genetic fusion surgical table finally arrived, and the two stepped into the cold medical room with trepidation. Shen Qinghan grabbed Lin Zichen's sleeve with a tremble, pleading, "Master, I'm a bit nervous, let Zichen come in with me." Yuan Dongzi ignored this childish request, instructing coldly, "The ghost blue jellyfish is a water-type exotic beast. The more water content in the body, the easier the fusion. So drink plenty of water first." Given the order, the girl had no choice but to close her eyes and gulp down water, losing track of how many liters she actually drank. After a while she clutched her rounded little belly and complained aggrievedly, "Master, I can't drink any more." Her master scolded her without pity. "Drink even if you can't, take off your clothes and lie down over there. This syringe contains the ghost blue jellyfish king's genes. It will be injected directly into your heart later. I will use mental power to numb your sense of pain so you won't feel the needle. However, during the subsequent genetic fusion process, even if your pain nerves are numbed, you will still feel intense agony. If it becomes unbearable, do not try to hold it in. You can open your mouth and scream," the young girl replied in a trembling, obedient voice. "I understand, master." In the corner, Lin Zichen watched with bated breath, his arms crossed. Usually this process required a large amount of tedious medical equipment to monitor vital signs. But with her terrifying mental power, Yuan Dongzi was able to cover her disciple's entire body, skipping those clunky machines entirely. She brought down the sharp needle, warning cautiously, "The ghost blue jellyfish king's genes have been injected. Once the genetic fusion process begins, intense pain will strike very soon. You must be mentally prepared." Shen Qinghan bit her lip and nodded firmly. However, contrary to the expected tragic scene, 2 hours passed peacefully, and the girl sat up with a blank look on her face, her eyes filled with confusion. "Master, why does it seem like I never felt any pain? It's so strange." Sensing something was wrong, Lin Zichen hurriedly turned to ask, "Is there a problem with Qinghan's genetic fusion?" Yuan Dongzi's usually cold mask shattered, and she murmured to herself in horror, "How is this possible? Could it be that Qinghan's genetic fusion has failed?" Like a bolt from the blue, Shen Qinghan's eyes widened as she blankly processed this blow. Something had gone wrong during the process of receiving the King Tier genetic code, but to say it had completely failed wasn't quite right. Perceiving something unusual, the youth pressed keenly. "What do you mean?" After calming her emotions, Yuan Dongzi began to analyze the problem. Normally, if injecting exotic beast genes into the heart does not produce a severe rejection reaction, the genetic fusion is considered successful. As long as there is no rejection, with the help of reagents, one's own genes will quickly and automatically merge with the exotic beast genes. This allows one to acquire a portion of the exotic beast's abilities within the microscopic mental space. The king jellyfish's genetic code flickered with a violent red light, while Qinghan's genetic sequence carried a soft blue glow. The strangeness lay in the fact that these two forces were miraculously intertwined. They neither erupted into conflict, nor were they willing to unite as one. Lin Zichen pondered for a moment and asked in confusion, "Vice Principal Yuan, what exactly is going on?" Yuan Dongzi took a deep breath and explained in detail, "My mental power sensed that Qinghan's genes seem to have an independent consciousness. They have surrounded the invading ghost blue jellyfish king genes, restricting their freedom. During this time, a portion of the ghost blue jellyfish king genes instinctively tried to merge, only to be directly killed by Qinghan's genes, becoming nutrients for the thoroughly absorbed genetic fragments. The current situation is that the ghost blue jellyfish king genes have been stripped of their freedom. I have never seen a case like this." Suddenly, the girl on the bed let out a terrified scream. "Zichen, master, my hair is changing color." The two turned to look, and both Lin Zichen and Yuan Dongzi were stunned. Master murmured, "This is one of the traits manifested by the ghost blue jellyfish genes. But clearly the fusion failed. So why are the ghost blue jellyfish genetic traits still appearing?" Lin Zichen stepped forward, asking urgently, "Han, do you feel anything unusual in your body?" The girl closed her eyes to carefully sense inside her body and reported, "I feel like there's an extra thing in my body. I can sense it and it seems I can control it." Yuan Dongzi didn't hesitate, her consciousness probing her disciple's meridian system once more. A wave of horror surged into her heart. She could sense it, she could control it, and the operation was so smooth and precise. If this isn't called successful genetic fusion, then what is? Could there be a blind spot that mental fluctuations haven't detected? With these questions, she gave a majestic command. "Qinghan, the extra thing you feel is the ghost blue jellyfish king's genes. Now try using your mental power to control it and put it into a dormant state." Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. "I'll try." A second later, the master instructed in a resonant tone, Now try to make it manifest again." Shen Qinghan closed her eyes in concentration and began to manipulate that unfamiliar power. Yuan Dongzi instantly fell into a state of extreme excitement, thinking of how so-called children of destiny like Li Moyu and Ma Xiaowei had to struggle for over half a month after their surgeries just to barely learn how to suppress their beastly genes. Yet, Qinghan had mastered the pattern in the time it took for a single breath. Lin Zichen could not wait to break the silence. So what exactly is the situation with Han now? A gratified smile blossomed on Yuan Dongzi's solemn face. Though mysterious, I have one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Han, which do you want to hear first? Shen Qinghan chose the bad news without hesitation. She announced solemnly, the bad news is that you may never become a genetic fuser. The atmosphere froze for a second before she immediately dropped the second bombshell. But the good news is that you are more advanced and powerful than a genetic fuser. You don't need to merge genes to do what only fusers can do, and you can do it better. Specifically, your genes can enslave the injected exotic beast genes. Without merging, you can still make the beast genes manifest and use their abilities. You don't have to worry about genetic backlash. You are still a pure-blood human. To this day, there has been no precedent of a pure-blood human breaking the common biological shackles to evolve into an advanced being, yet you are very likely to become the first person on Earth to evolve into an advanced being in the body of a pure-blood human. A massive wave of happiness struck suddenly, and Shen Qinghan stammered with a tremble, "Can I really do it?" A rare tenderness appeared in Yuan Dongzi's eyes. If a pure-blood human can break the shackles, the first person to do it will definitely be you. Hearing this, Lin Zichen's eyebrows twitched slightly as he made his own secret calculations. Ignoring his reaction, Vice Principal Yuan continued planning. Even though Qinghan is not a genetic fuser, the primary way to enhance strength still involves exotic beast genes. So to the outside world, Qinghan will still be known as a genetic fuser. Neither of you must tell this secret to anyone, including your parents. She paused and added, Qinghan, there are still many areas regarding your ability to enslave genes that need research. From now on at 8 p.m. every night, if you're free, come to my office and we will research this together. Faced with this blessing, she replied respectfully, yes, I understand. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye half a month had passed. In the quiet space of the dormitory, Lin Zichen sat cross-legged, adjusting his breathing and entering a meditative state. Surges of blood and qi rushed through his veins, forming a powerful and steady cycle like a torrent dormant under ice. During his meditation, a cheerful voice from the bathroom broke the silence. Zichen, I have some good news to tell you. He snapped his eyes open, his figure blurring as he appeared before the bathroom door, asking, what good news? Amidst the dense steam, Shen Qinghan turned her head, her smile as bright as sunlight. I can control water with my mental power. With that, her slender jade-like fingers made a gentle swipe in the air. Instantly, the column of water from the sink rose slowly, twisting into a transparent ribbon in the air, dancing without spilling a single drop. Lin Zichen stared at this magical scene, stunned for several seconds. Seeing that she could control it so fluently not long after starting her practice, he couldn't help but marvel. You can already manipulate it so skillfully, your talent is indeed a bit over the top. The young girl's cheeks flushed with a shy red, but she still stubbornly pretended to be profound. This is quite normal. With a change in her gesture, the water ribbon immediately accelerated, spinning into a provocative little whirlpool. I have even more impressive tricks. I can control the blood and qi within others from a distance. My master says that at best I can throw the opponent's blood and qi into chaos, and at worst I can directly cause them to die from an explosive bloodburst. This startling news caused Lin Zichen's pupils to contract. He exclaimed, since you can control others' blood and qi remotely, you must surely be able to control your own as well, right? And then perform body tempering. Contrary to his excitement, Shen Qinghan replied with a hint of dejection, her words tinged with loss. But my master says my blood qi strength and physical talent are too weak. I can't take the path of a pure-blood human. Not wanting to see her talent go to waste, Lin Zichen encouraged her with all his might. Han, you are a special existence just like me. What ordinary people cannot do, we may not necessarily fail at, especially with me teaching you. Give it a try. The girl's heart skipped a beat, filled with sweetness. The phrase, we are both special existences, echoed in her mind. Was Lin Zichen taking the opportunity to confess? This thought filled her with motivation, and she announced with grand ambition, you're right, we are special people. I can definitely use blood qi for body tempering too. From that moment on, Lin Zichen spent all his time guiding her and controlling her blood qi to temper her flesh. Finally, the moment of harvest arrived. Shen Qinghan's excited scream broke the silence. I did it, Zichen, I've mastered the blood tempering art. Looking at the result before him, waves of shock once again swept through Lin Zichen's heart. He had originally only tried it tentatively, but who knew the seed of a miracle would bloom so brilliantly? This girl's biological rank was only common tier 2, yet she had already broken the high threshold requirement of the blood tempering art for blood qi strength. Usually this required at least tier 4 blood qi. This simply overturned his carefully accumulated understanding. Shen Qinghan pounced over, hugging Lin Zichen tightly, her face overflowing with extreme excitement. Zichen, I can enslave beast genes to gain abilities, and you can devour beast meat to gain abilities, and we can both walk the path of pureblood humans. This time we truly are the peerless duo, just as it should be. As she said, after less than half a month of following him to practice the blood tempering art, she had successfully broken through and completed her first skin tempering. Following this, her biological rank jumped directly from common tier 2 to tier 3. Lin Zichen lay by the bed in deep thought. It seemed it was time to take Han out for some real combat practice to let her see some blood and temper her state of mind. His gaze swept across the off-campus mission board. Capture a drug trafficking gang consisting of 21 people. Equipped with firearms, no modified humans, no genetic fusers. Mission location, suburbs of Shanghai City. Reward 50 credits. With a slight movement of his finger he decided to take this mission. At 9 p.m. in the lobby of the Shanghai City General Security Bureau, a guard confirmed their identities. These two are students from Shanghai University who have taken an off-campus mission to assist in solving the case. Immediately, a captain stepped forward, his eyes shining as he sized up the youth before him. This boy was none other than the runner-up of the Nanjing Provincial Gaokao. As the introduction concluded, the surrounding security guards erupted into a flurry of gasps, with words of praise echoing one after another. So this was the runner-up of the Nanjing Provincial Gaokao, a young talent with a limitless future indeed. And in person he was even more handsome than his photos. Welcome, welcome. Captain Pang beamed, his tone brimming with pride. I have a godson who's also a freshman at Shanghai University this year. He got in as the provincial champion and is a student in the genius class. His voice dropped, tinged with a hint of regret. It's a pity, classmate Zicken. With talent as high as yours, you chose to join the Tianren Pavilion. Otherwise you could have been in the genius class, classmates with my godson. He leaned in closer and patted Lin Zicken on the shoulder, offering low-voiced advice like a concerned elder. Truly, take it from me. Quit the Tianren Pavilion as soon as possible and focus on entering the Evolution Academy. Then his tone shifted as he excitedly revealed, for tonight's operation I've also invited my godson to help out. You two can take this chance to get to know each other. In the future, if any upperclassman tries to bully you at school, just give him a shout. I guarantee he'll step in. Just then a loud greeting echoed from the entrance. Pops, I'm here. Captain Pang slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Speak of the devil, a male student with stylish long hair stepped into the hall, instantly drawing countless admiring glances and whispers. Is that Captain Pang's godson? He certainly has a commanding presence. Pang Feixiong is lucky. Having a provincial champion as a godson will surely give him more status at headquarters. Captain Pang rushed to meet him, patting the young man's shoulder appreciatively. Xiao Jian, I heard from your dad that you evolved to Common Tier 5 a few days ago. That's truly impressive. Luo Yongzhen curled his lip, a proud yet nonchalant smile spreading across his face. It's all right, just a normal evolution speed. Captain Pang pointed toward the two newly arrived freshmen and introduced, for tonight's operation besides you there are two other freshmen from Shanghai University, including a very beautiful girl. I'll take you over to meet them. At the mention of a beautiful girl, Luo Yongzhen immediately began making calculations, thinking this was another perfect opportunity to show off. However, when he turned to look, his entire body froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. He wailed internally, how is it Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghan again? How am I supposed to act cool now? Captain Pang didn't notice his godson's abnormality and continued his enthusiastic introduction. Xiao Jian, let me introduce you. This one is from Nanjing. Suddenly seeing Luo Yongzhen's deathly pale face, he asked with concern, Hey Xiao Jian, are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so pale? Across from them, Shen Qinghan leaned into Lin Zichen's ear and whispered, So it's him, the one you one-shotted in the opening trial. Lin Zichen nodded slightly, letting out a faint grunt of affirmation. Being singled out, Luo Yongzhen awkwardly scratched his head. He covered his embarrassment, saying, It's nothing, just ran into some acquaintances. A bit of a surprise. Captain Pang's eyes widened in shock. You know these two? Luo Yongzhen forced a smile and reintroduced them. This beautiful girl is the Nanjing Provincial Champion, a classmate of mine. The guy next to her is the Nanjing runner-up and also this year's freshman king at Shanghai University. He swallowed hard, and to save some face he made sure to emphasize, Brother Chen soloed the entire genius class during the opening trial, crushing everyone to take the freshman king title. He's the strongest person the school has ever seen. Being praised to the skies, Lin Zichen waved it off and replied indifferently, You're exaggerating. I only barely managed to get it because I was in a good mood. Keep it low-key. Luo Yongzhen played along with a smile. Haha, whatever Brother Chen says goes. Captain Pang stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. The Nanjing runner-up possessed such terrifying power, he had actually failed to recognize a true giant right in front of him. At 11 p.m., a thin mist shrouded the armored convoy as it thundered toward the suburbs. The commander issued the order, We are heading toward a drug dealer's hideout. Put on this bulletproof gear to protect yourselves. Lin Zichen coldly pushed the vest aside and refused. I don't need it. Seeing this, Luo Yongzhen also tilted his chin up, acting completely unbothered. I don't need it either. A few bullets, how could they possibly hurt me? Though he said so, he was secretly making plans. While he couldn't compare to that freshman king monster, he was still a provincial champion. He had to seize the chance to show off a little later, to open the eyes of these mortal policemen and show them just how terrifying a genius-class student could be. At an abandoned industrial park in the suburbs, the air was thick with the scent of heavy rust and old engine oil. Several armored vehicles roared to a halt at the factory gates. As soon as the doors opened, the armed guards rushed out, fanning out into a combat formation to swiftly surround the building. Panic-stricken screams immediately rang out from inside, breaking the silence of the night. "The cops are here, run!" another voice roared in desperate madness. "If we're caught, it's over, fight them." In an instant, heavy gunfire broke out as a barrage of bullets sprayed frantically toward the factory entrance. Suppressed by the firepower, the police were forced to retreat in a hurry, seeking cover behind concrete pillars and shipping containers. Amidst the rain of flying bullets, Lin Zikin walked out unhurriedly. He didn't crouch, nor did he bother looking for cover. He strode forward toward the intense red zone of the firefight, his posture as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll in light rain, merely complaining that the explosions were a bit loud. Hiding in the back, Luo Yongjun gritted his teeth and complained privately. "He's just going in like that." He took a deep breath and risked charging out from cover, however. The moment he emerged from behind a stone pillar, a string of bullets rat-tat-tatted into him. From behind, a teammate let out a horrified cry. How'd that idiot get back in cover? Contrary to that pathetic scene, when the lethal bullets struck Lin Zikin, they were deflected as if they had hit solid steel plates, falling with a ping-ping-pang-pang onto the concrete floor. A criminal witnessing this absurd scene stared with wide, trembling eyes and shouted, "This guy is invulnerable, we can't pierce him." Amidst the flickering muzzle flashes and billowing smoke, Lin Zichen's figure advanced majestically like an armored tank. In just a few breaths he had charged into the enemy ranks. Swinging his arm, a brutal heavy punch crashed down with an explosion of force, like a meteor striking the ground. Boom! One drug dealer was blasted dozens of meters away, his body slamming violently into a wall. Another unlucky soul clutched his head and wailed in terror, "Please don't kill me, don't kill me!" Lin Zikin was like a human meat grinder, moving freely through the enemy crowd. With every step he took, someone hit the ground. Pleas for mercy rose from all sides. "I surrender, don't kill me!" In a fit of desperation, a red-eyed thug, driven by final madness, pulled the pin on a grenade and shrieked hysterically, "I'll use a grenade to take you all with me!" Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the night sky and fierce flames surged out. The powerful shockwave swept through the surroundings, kicking up a shroud of dust that obscured all vision. A few seconds later, the dust gradually settled. At the center of the blast, Lin Zikin still stood proud. The hem of his clothes was slightly scorched and a few specks of dust clung to his hair. But there was absolutely not a single scratch on his body. He lightly dusted off his shoulder and spoke indifferently. "Not bad, saves me from spending too much time cleaning up the scene." Deciding to stop his part, he looked back at Shen Qinghan, who was standing by on standby. "I'll leave the rest for Han to practice on. Han, it's your turn." Receiving the command, Shen Qinghan stepped forward, her gaze focused as an invisible mental force quietly spread out, enveloping the entire space. Without needing to physically touch her opponents, she directly seized control of the blood chi within their bodies. The dying criminals, struggling to stand, suddenly felt as if their blood vessels were being squeezed shut. Their hearts drummed and their limbs turned limp and weak. One man groaned in terror, "I can't move." A few diehards tried to struggle and resist. Their bodies had completely lost their connection to their consciousness. Shen Qinghan lightly raised her delicate hand and issued a gentle yet heavy command, "Sleep." In an instant, the criminals' heads buzzed, their eyes rolled back, and they fell one after another like trees being chopped down. The vast factory fell into a deathly silence. A moment later, a policeman ran over to report, "Captain Pang, we found some very strange seeds inside." The three of them quickly stepped forward to inspect. Looking at the bizarre objects, Lin Zikin frowned. Sure enough, they were ancient demon tree seeds. It seemed it was related to the divine tree sect again. According to the confession wrung from the criminals about 2 months ago, a man wearing a mysterious mask had come to their door, promising a great reward if they helped distribute these seeds. As a result, this gang of drug dealers had been reduced to puppets for spreading the demon seeds. Mission accomplished, Lin Zikin said goodbye to the commander. "My girlfriend and I still have some things to do at school, so we'll be heading back first." Captain Pang nodded in response. "I see, in that case I'll find someone to take you back." Walking out of the factory, Lin Zikin made his own secret calculations. To stay safe, it was best to keep away from the muddy waters of these cults. Suddenly his peripheral vision caught a peculiar sight. A sewer rat was laboriously digging in the dirt. He stopped to observe curiously. The creature was actually diligently planting a demon tree seed. A name flashed through his mind, the Mouse God Sect. After seeing the situation clearly, he turned and instructed Shen Qinghan, "Tell your mentor that the Mouse God Sect might be colluding with the Divine Tree Sect to help them spread the demon seeds." Shen Qinghan was startled and took the order. "Okay, I'll say so right now." With that, she immediately pulled out her phone and dialed, "Hello, Captain Pang, I have something to report." Watching the little lady busy with her report, Lin Zikin nodded privately. Dealing with world-shaking matters like cults was best left to security forces and high-level organisms. Time flew by, and half a month later, this pair of beauties successfully dismantled another arms smuggling route. For the following 3 days, he teamed up with Song Yuyan to capture a gang of robbers equipped with elementary high-grade mechas. In the blink of an eye, the first semester of freshman year came to an end. Choosing to stay in the dorm to cultivate, Lin Zikin finally reached the stage of mastery of the second round of body tempering. Just as he was feeling pleased, Shen Qinghan suddenly rushed over, hugged him tightly, and shouted excitedly, "Zicken, I've reached mastery in the first round of body tempering." This news left Lin Zicken beyond surprised. "So fast? You've only practiced the blood tempering art for 3 months and you've already reached first round mastery. This talent is far beyond ordinary." Shen Qinghan gave a shy smile, but then pouted. "But didn't you say that after first round mastery, the biological rank would evolve to common tier 9? Why am I only common tier 6? Lin Zicken rested his chin in his hand and pondered, analyzing privately. Could it be because her physical talent is too weak, but her ability to control blood chi is too strong, leading to a tempered physical strength that is still insufficient? Seeing his silence, Shen Qinghan let out a dejected sigh. "Then does that mean I'll never be able to catch up to you?" This lament made Lin Zicken laugh internally. "If someone like me who's cheating gets caught up to by you, then you'd be the true monster." The next day, just as he stepped into the research institute, Song Yuyan approached to complain. "How on earth are these acupoints supposed to be opened?" Lin Zicken pressed his brow and mused. "Could it be that one must complete 5 rounds of body tempering before the acupoints can be opened?" Hearing this hypothesis, Song Yuyan waved her hand hurriedly. "Don't say that. If that's the case, ordinary people won't be able to practice it at all." To avoid overthinking, she changed the subject with a gossipy tone. "Let's talk about something happy. Let me tell you. Do you know how chaotic the private lives of our school leaders are? Let me tell you." Seeing his senior sister's gossipy nature, Lin Zicken immediately reached out to interrupt. "By the way, Sister Yan, how many credits do I have stored with you now?" Having her flow interrupted, Song Yuyan huffed and replied, "You've used my account to take quite a few high-level missions. You have a lot of points. It adds up to 2,400. This number made Lin Zichen's eyes light up. 10,000 poison mongoose meat is 20 points per pound. This is enough to buy 99 pounds to fully unlock the bestiary. After calculating, he spoke his request. "Sister Yan, I want to buy 99 pounds of 10,000 poison mongoose meat. Could you help me place the order in the credit shop?" Song Yuyan's eyes widened in surprise. "Why are you buying so much 10,000 poison mongoose meat?" Knowing he couldn't explain clearly, he could only be vague. "It's not very convenient to say." Seeing him keep his lips sealed, Song Yuyan didn't press further. "Fine, I'll place the order then." As soon as the order was completed, dozens of pounds of 10,000 poison mongoose meat were delivered directly to the institute. To keep it a secret, Lin Zicken carefully carried the spoils back to the dorm, preparing to begin devouring. The moment his fingertips touched the meat, the familiar system prompts rang out one after another in his mind. "Ding, system notification. You have devoured a large amount of 10,000 poison mongoose life essence. 10,000 poison mongoose bestiary. 100. You have successfully opened the 10,000 poison mongoose bestiary and obtained the biological attribute, immunity to 100 poisons. Immunity to 100 poisons, your toxin resistance has increased significantly." Having gained a new superpower, Lin Zichen's adventurous spirit rose again. He decided to experiment on his own body, swallowing a dose of neurotoxin meant for paralysis to verify it. 2 hours passed in suspense, yet his body remained completely normal with no signs of paralysis. The experiment was a resounding success. Neurotoxins truly could not stump his immunity to 100 poisons body. Soon, Lin Zicken escorted Shen Qinghan once again to see Vice Principal Yuan, preparing for the second exotic beast genetic injection. Before the operation, Yuan Dongzi cautioned, "Before the injection I must check the status of the ghost blue jellyfish king genes to see if they are suitable for injecting a second type of exotic beast gene." However, the scanning results caused her eyes to widen in surprise. "What is going on? How did your biological rank evolve from common tier 2 to common tier 6 so quickly?" Shen Qinghan reported obediently. "I've been practicing the blood tempering art. I just reached mastery of the first round a few days ago, and my rank evolved to common tier 6 after that." Yuan Dongzi's brow furrowed, and she asked with utter disbelief, "How did you manage that?" Shen Qinghan didn't hide anything, explaining candidly, "I simply used the ghost blue jellyfish king's water control ability to manipulate the blood chi within my body." After hearing the explanation, Yuan Dongzi couldn't help but marvel, looking at her disciple as if she were a rare treasure. "Qinghan, you are a total genius. Your constitution is incredible. You will surely become one of humanity's strongest assets in the future." Setting aside her awe, she returned to the main point. "Enough of that. Now I'm going to try injecting you with these 5 types of exotic beast genes. Are there any limits on the number or attributes your gene enslavement ability can handle?" While preparing the equipment, she listed the attributes of each gene in detail. The golden-winged magic butterfly, metal attribute, possesses powerful illusion capabilities. The spider lily insect, wood attribute, possesses extreme camouflage abilities. The flying armored earth dragon, earth attribute, possesses immense defensive power. The hellfire salamander, fire attribute, possesses intense burning capabilities. The living stone squid, water attribute, possesses extreme self-healing properties. Once the explanation was finished, Yuan Dongzi picked up a syringe. "Qinghan, I'm going to start the injections." Shen Qinghan took a deep breath and nodded urgently. "Okay, master." The moment the needle was withdrawn, Yuan Dongzi immediately released her mental power to closely monitor the transformation process within the girl's body. The scene unfolding before her was nothing short of miraculous. As soon as the Earth Dragon genes entered the body, they were immediately suppressed and efficiently purged, broken down into nutrients to supplement Shen Qinghan's physique. The same scenario played out one after another with the Hellfire Salamander, Spider Lily Insect and Golden-Winged Magic Butterfly genes. Faced with the overwhelming power of the primary genetic code, they stood no chance of resistance. Only the water attribute genes of the living stone squid, injected last, managed to survive, though only to be reduced to a slave under Shen Qinghan's genetic command. After analyzing the situation, Yuan Dongzi reached a preliminary conclusion. For now, it seemed only water attribute genes could be enslaved. To verify this hypothesis, she continued, "I'll try injecting 3 more different types of water attribute exotic beast genes." After briskly pushing the remaining shots, she asked, "They're all in. How do you feel now?" Shen Qinghan clutched her chest and muttered with a frown, "Not very comfortable. I feel like I've eaten too much." After probing again, Yuan Dongzi nodded in confirmation. "The 3 water genes I just injected were also killed and absorbed. It seems that for now you can only enslave 2 types of water attribute exotic beast genes." Having puzzled out the reason, she explained gently, "Qinghan, it's because your current physical strength is not yet sufficient, or perhaps your mental power isn't strong enough. So you can only enslave 2 water attribute genes. Once your strength increases in the future, you will certainly be able to enslave many more." This good news made Shen Qinghan beam with joy. "That's wonderful. I'll work hard on my cultivation." Turning to the new ability, Yuan Dongzi blinked and said meaningfully, "The living stone squid genes you just enslaved grant you the ability to secrete a certain mucus. Besides its powerful healing effects, this mucus also has excellent lubrication properties. If the 2 of you ever have a need for it in the future, you could." These suggestive words from their mentor caused both young people's faces to instantly ignite. Turning as red as ripe sweet potatoes, Yuan Dongzi ignored her disciple's embarrassment and continued with official business. "Also, the date for this year's freshman competition has been moved up. It will be held in mid-January at the end of this semester. Qinghan, I have high expectations for your performance. I hope you can break into the top 5 and secure a spot for the summer special training." Shen Qinghan set aside her shyness and answered solemnly, "I understand, Master. I will give it my all." Hearing this, Lin Zikin wondered privately. The freshman competition was moved up that afternoon. Shen Qinghan led Li Chuxin, who was carrying a mountain of bags, back to the dormitory. As soon as they entered, Li Chuxin apologized with a grin. "Sorry for bothering you guys again." Lin Zikin waved it off and extended a friendly invitation. "Don't say that. Come over whenever you want. Come in." His gaze swept across the pile of bags and he asked curiously, "Why are you carrying so many?" Li Chuxin bragged excitedly, "A new batch of clothes just arrived at my family's clothing store a few days ago. I thought a few of the couple's outfits were perfect for you and Han, so I brought them over. I've already washed them all. Try them on and see if they fit." As she spoke, she rummaged through the bags for the clothes while urging them, "Quick, you 2 strike a pose so I can take a photo. I'm going to use your pictures for my online shop models. They'll definitely be bestsellers." Understanding her motive, Shen Qinghan laughed and scolded, "Oh, I see, so this was your plan all along." Li Chuxin gave a playful wink. "Hee, just a side benefit." As the camera shutter clicked away, she kept praising them. "Too cool, this set looks amazing, simply perfect. Who wouldn't want to buy this after seeing you 2 in it?" After quite a bit of fuss, Lin Zikin finally escaped the misery of modeling. He walked to the dining table and urged, "The photos are finally done. Come eat, the food is getting cold." The 2 girls answered in unison, "Coming?" As Shen Qinghan scooped the rice, she complained indignantly, "Zikin, on the way back to the dorm with Chuxin just now, we ran into a mean-spirited senior sister. Relying on her strength, she tried to snatch the bags from Chuxin and me. If she hadn't recognized me as your girlfriend, she might have actually taken them." Li Chuxin added dejectedly, "She's the senior I mentioned to you before, the one who borrows my makeup and never gives it back. She was coming for me. Han just got dragged into it." Enraged, Shen Qinghan slammed her chopsticks on the table. "This is too much. After dinner, let's go help her get some justice." Li Chuxin hurriedly shook her head to stop them. "Forget it. She's a member of the student union and her boyfriend's rank on the Apex ranking is very high. She's not someone to be trifled with." Shen Qinghan raised her chin, full of confidence. "What's there to fear? We have Zikin." Lin Zikin also calmly stated his support from the background. I'll go with you at this time. The sophomores should all be at the gymnasium for their martial arts class." When Lin Zikin and the others appeared, the atmosphere in the gymnasium immediately grew restless, and whispers broke out everywhere. "Isn't that guy the freshman king? Yeah, I think his name is Lin Zikin. What's he doing here? Is he looking for trouble?" Li Chuxin scanned the surroundings and quickly locked onto the target, pointing toward a corner of the court. "Zikin, it's that girl with the burgundy hair. Her name is Li Siki." Walking up to her, Lin Zikin spoke politely yet firmly. "My friend says you borrowed 2 sets of makeup from her and haven't returned them. Is that true?" The red-haired girl furrowed her brow, her face full of displeasure as she retorted, "What do you mean borrowed and didn't return? You make it sound like I'm trying to steal from her. I'll return them when I'm mostly finished using them." She curled her lip in disdain. "It's just some makeup. Does it really warrant such a scene? How petty." Besides, I didn't use them for free, I gave her all my leftover cosmetics. Li Chuxin's face flushed with anger as she countered, the ones you take from me are brand new every time, but the ones you give me are almost completely empty. Li Siki sneered and gave her friend a look. They were clearly mostly full when I gave them back, right Feifei? You saw it. The girl named Feifei hurried to agree. Exactly. There was obviously a lot left back then. Their collusion made Li Chuxin feel like she was going crazy. The other party was simply unreasonable. Seeing the tension rise, Lin Zicken raised a hand to stop Li Chuxin. He turned and politely asked a nearby instructor, "Teacher, I recall the school promotes the rule of the law of the jungle. But how specifically should that be understood? Does it mean the strong can trample the weak at will?" The instructor explained mildly, "It's not quite to that extent. At Shanghai University, the weak can challenge the strong without any reason. However, if the strong wish to challenge the weak, they must first obtain the weak's consent. As for determining strength, if there's a rank on the apex ranking, we use that. If not, we look at the school year." After a pause he added, "Oh, one more thing, issuing a challenge requires both parties to pay an equal amount of credits. The winner takes the total points paid by both sides. If the challenge is refused, the refuser only has to pay a minimum of 1 credit. Lin Zicken nodded slightly to show he understood. In other words, I can now unconditionally challenge her. This sharp declaration of challenge startled the red-haired girl. She stammered out a defense. "You're a big guy with such a physical advantage. Are you really going to bully a girl like me?" Though her mouth was stubborn, she was panicking inside. Her biological rank was only common tier 5, she was absolutely no match for this guy. Seeing through her fear, Lin Zicken turned to Shen Qinghan and gave a calm command, "Han, you go challenge her." Shen Qinghan blinked in surprise, then quickly nodded in agreement. "Okay, I understand." This sudden reversal stunned Li Chuxin. She anxiously pulled at Lin Zicken's sleeve and whispered, "Zicken, this senior is using a provocation tactic. Don't let Han go up. Han is just like me. She's always been at the bottom of the class. If she goes up now, won't she just be bullied again?" Facing her friend's panic, Shen Qinghan smiled slightly, her tone carrying absolute confidence. "Chuxin, don't worry. I can win." Her eyes were steady, showing a hint of excitement, which eased Li Chuxin's mind a little. Her eyes lit up as if seeing a ray of hope. Without a second's delay, Shen Qinghan tapped her toes and made a light, clean leap onto the center of the ring. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She looked valiant, heroic, and full of fighting spirit. Standing in the crowd below, Li Chuxin couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Suddenly, I think you're so cool." A freshman girl from the genius class was openly and loudly challenging a sophomore from the Evolution Academy. The moment her challenge was issued, the entire gymnasium was like a bomb had been dropped and the crowd instantly erupted. A male student widened his eyes in surprise and nudged his companion. "She's so beautiful." The companion also nodded in admiration. "Not just beautiful, she's fierce." Contrary to the crowd's excitement, the red-haired senior Li Siki on the opposite side furrowed her brow, her lip twitching slightly. She felt her self-esteem was being ruthlessly trampled by this young girl. "Damn it," she cursed inwardly, "where did this brat get the confidence to think she could beat her?" Li Siki let out a cold snort, leapt onto the ring, her leather boots hitting the floor with a heavy, intimidating thud. She looked down at Shen Qinghan and mocked with a tone of contempt, "Nothing but a piece of eye candy. Little sister, since you want to challenge me, let's play big." A provocative sneer curled her lips as she waved her hand to set the stakes. "I'll bet 10 credits. The referee nearby cleared his throat to confirm. "If both parties agree, the challenge is established. Are you ready?" Shen Qinghan didn't show the slightest stage fright, responding calmly, "Fine by me." "I'll also bet 10 credits. The referee raised both hands and asked loudly, "Are both of you ready?" Two sharp gazes met in the air and both answered decisively at the same time, "Ready." The match began. As the last syllable fell, Shen Qinghan immediately bent her knees into a slight crouch, lowering her center of gravity. Unlike those flashy moves, she took only one simple step. Yet that single step closed the distance between her and the red-haired girl, making the surrounding air feel compressed and suffocating. Shen Qinghan was in no rush to launch a physical attack. Her eyes were as calm as a deep pool of water. With a thought, an invisible and intangible mental power spread out quietly like a spiderweb, directly entering and locking onto the surging blood chi within her opponent's body. As for Li Siki, she had intended to rush forward for a preemptive strike, but her face suddenly turned deathly pale. "What's happening?" she thought, her brow furrowing in terror. A wave of vertigo hit her, making her head spin. Even worse, her limbs suddenly became as stiff as if they were filled with lead. Completely losing all control, she felt frozen, unable to move even half a step. In the instant her opponent struggled in despair, Shen Qinghan's figure blurred into motion. Without any flashy techniques, she raised her right leg high and, using the momentum of a turn, unleashed a powerful heavy sweep kick. Bang! A dull impact rang out as the kick landed square on the target. Li Siki took the hit fully. She was kicked right off her feet and sent flying out of the ring. Her body carved a perfect arc through the air before hitting the floor outside the ring with a heavy thud. The entire gymnasium fell into a dead silence. Hundreds of eyes widened and mouths hung open, too stunned for words. In the minds of the crowd, only one sentence repeated. When did Han become this powerful? Below the stands, Li Siki's friend turned pale with fright. She scrambled to pull her phone from her pocket and dialed a number with trembling fingers, her voice stuttering with fear. "Jin Mingwu, your Siki has been hit. We think it's a concussion. Get to the gymnasium fast." A rough, urgent male voice came from the other end. "I'm on my way." By the ring, Lee Siki struggled to pull herself up. She glared at the young girl standing proudly on the stage with bloodshot eyes spitting out venomous words through her teeth. "You've invited big trouble." At the same time, inside a closed training room, praise was ringing out continuously. "Lee Moyu is too strong. He can even withstand level 7 gravity. It's insane. Luo Yangjun has been in the mental chamber for almost a minute and is still holding on. Ma Xiaowei is really something too. She got an S-rank score in the reaction chamber." After the bell ending the training rang, the homeroom teacher walked to the center of the room and clapped for attention. The training intensity was increased today, so it was a heavy drain. "Everyone take a break first. I just received a notice from the Academic Affairs Office. Your freshman competition has been moved up to January 18th. This sudden news caused a stir among the students. "Why so sudden?" Lee Moyu leaned against the wall, his chin tilted up with a boastful smile. "Moving it up is fine. I've been itching to give Lin Zicken a lesson. After several rounds of genetic fusion, I've already evolved to common tier 6, nearly reaching tier 7. Lin Zicken hasn't done any genetic fusion. I must have left him far behind by now." Hearing this, several surrounding students joined in the jeering. "Lin Zicken still hasn't done genetic fusion. His strength has probably been eclipsed by the three of you picking some pureblood human path. What a joke." He was clearly wasting his talent. Standing not far away, Ma Xiaowei frowned slightly, feeling disgusted by the way the crowd was jumping on the bandwagon. She spoke coldly, interrupting the discussion. "Everyone has their own path. Do not judge others so casually." At her reminder, the students shrunk back and responded dejectedly. "Sorry." Ma Xiaowei scanned the training room and keenly noticed a familiar face was missing. Today was the class's first practical session in the advanced training room. It was far too unusual for a model student like Shen Qinghan to be absent. Driven by curiosity, she walked over to the instructor and asked, "Teacher, why didn't Shen Qinghan come to class?" The instructor opened the roster and replied briefly, "Classmate Shen Qinghan had urgent matters to attend to and requested leave today." Just then, the training room doors were slammed open and a male student rushed in, gasping for air as he excitedly spread a major piece of gossip. "Everyone, there's big news. Lin Zicken took Shen Qinghan to cause some trouble, and Shen Qinghan just knocked a sophomore school beauty from the Evolution Academy flat on her back downstairs." The most enthusiastic response came from the genius class students who began chirping and urging each other. Quick, let's go downstairs and watch the show." Back at the ring area, Lee Siki was clutching the swollen half of her face, crying as piteously as pear blossoms in the rain. "My face, I'm disfigured. Shen Qinghan, you're heartless. Why did you have to kick me in the face and with such force?" Shen Qinghan had just jumped down from the ring, and hearing these cries, a look of guilt appeared on her face. She stammered her defense. "I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength well." Seeing her friend losing ground, Li Chuxin rushed over to grab Shen Qinghan's hand and advised, Han, that was just her lack of skill. You didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to apologize to her." With that, she pulled Shen Qinghan, preparing to turn and leave. Unexpectedly, Li Siki lunged like a stubborn leech and grabbed Shen Qinghan's sleeve, shouting through gritted teeth, "You think you can just hit me and leave? It's not that easy." Slap. Lin Zicken walked forward coldly and ruthlessly knocked her hand away, issuing a warning. "Lack of skill is just lack of skill. If you continue to pester her, I'll have no choice but to take action against you myself." Instead of being afraid, Li Ziki flashed a provocative, grotesque smile. "So what if you're the freshman king? I dare you to challenge me right now and hit this other half of my face." As if to satisfy the other party's peculiar wish, Lin Zicken shrugged and calmly announced he was accepting the challenge. Bang! Before she could even react, Lin Zicken followed up with a thunderous heavy punch to the remaining half of her face. After withdrawing his hand, Lin Zicken rubbed his knuckles and muttered privately to himself, "I've truly never heard such a request in my entire life." Just then, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Lee Siki's boyfriend is here. This person was from the student union's disciplinary department, named Jin Mingwu. Seeing her backer appear, Lee Siki immediately dropped her ferocity and threw herself into her boyfriend's arms, weeping a river of aggrieved tears. "My face has been ruined by them. They specifically targeted my face." Looking at his girlfriend's face, which was swollen like a pig's head, Jin Mingwu roared in rage. "Junior hitting a female student so ruthlessly. Isn't that a bit too much?" Lin Zicken crossed his arms, his tone as flat as an undisturbed pond. "I think your girlfriend was the one being too much by bullying freshmen. You'd best not talk nonsense without evidence." Suddenly, Luo Yangjun squeezed out from the crowd, shouting his testimony. "Buddy, your girlfriend often bullies first-year freshmen from the ordinary classes. I've run into it several times myself. How is there no evidence?" Jin Mingwu glared at this meddling guy and threatened through gritted teeth. "You?" Lin Zicken, too lazy to waste words, pointed directly at him, interrupting Jin Mingwu's stalling. "If you want to seek justice for your girlfriend, then fight me right now. Otherwise, I'm going back. I don't have time to waste here with you." "You said it yourself." As if waiting for this very moment, Jin Mingwu stepped forward aggressively, fixing the stakes with a sneer. "I'll bet 300 credits on this challenge." "Little junior, do you have that much?" Lin Zicken didn't flinch, answering crisply, I do. His decisiveness caused Ma Xiaowei, who was watching, to exclaim in surprise. Lin Zikin actually accepted. How does he dare? Jin Minwu's biological rank has already reached common tier 7. Standing to the side, Luo Yongjin stroked his chin and lamented privately. Man, why didn't I think of this way to act cool? Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, the refereeing teacher waved his hand, his voice echoing across the ring. The challenge begins. The moment he stepped onto the ring, a cold, murderous intent radiated from Jin Minwu's eyes. In an instant, his muscles began to swell frantically, tearing through his school uniform top. Tufts of golden yellow hair like a lion's mane grew wildly around his arms and neck, and a tyrannical aura exploded instantly, making him resemble a fierce beast awakening on the wasteland. Feeling that heavy biological pressure, the students below couldn't help but hold their breath, whispering with cold sweat, "The biological pressure is too strong. How could Lin Zikin possibly win?" Jin Minwu wasted no more breath. He let out a low roar and lunged forward. His hulking frame turned into an afterimage that tore through the air, moving so fast it left only a string of blurred ghosts on the ground. In the blink of an eye he had reached Lin Zikin. He concentrated all the power of a lion-type exotic beast into his right fist, unleashing a heavy punch accompanied by a gale toward his opponent's face. Bang! The heavy fist struck the target squarely, producing a dull impact. However, the expected scene of the person being sent flying didn't happen. Lin Zikin remained standing as steady as Mount Tai, like a steel statue cast into the ground. Immediately after, a crisp sound that made one's scalp crawl tore through the silence. Crack! Almost all the bones in Jin Minwu's entire arm from the wrist to the upper arm shattered into powder at the moment of impact. His eyes widened, filled with sheer terror, and then a blood-curdling scream pierced his throat. "Ah, my hand, my hand!" That bone-deep pain completely crushed Jin Minwu's will. He collapsed to his knees on the ring, large beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Facing the groaning loser, Lin Zikin didn't even bother to spare him a glance. The youth's voice remained as flat as water, as if he were reading a weather forecast. "Combat over." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Zikin casually unleashed a kick. The lion, Jin Minwu, who had been so majestic just seconds ago, was now kicked off the ring like a sack of rags, hitting the ground heavily amidst the gasps of the crowd. The competition area fell into an eerie dead silence once again, with all the students below petrified by fear. Luo Yongjin leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, letting out a long, emotional sigh. This scene is just too familiar. Beside him, Li Moyu bit his lip tightly and silently pulled out his phone to dial a number. At this moment, only one crisis-laden thought filled his head. Lin Zikin is strong enough to one-shot even a common tier 7. No, I must become even stronger. As soon as the call connected, he requested urgently, "Grandfather, I want to undergo a second exotic beast genetic fusion." Tomorrow, on the ring, Lin Zikin slowly turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping over the stunned faces below. His steady voice echoed through the space. "From today on, I am accepting paid commissions." He paused intentionally to capture everyone's attention before clearly announcing, "Whether you are a freshman or a senior, as long as you are willing to pay credits, I can step in to challenge on your behalf." This arrogant declaration was like a heavy stone thrown into a calm lake, and the gymnasium immediately erupted into a stir of commotion and heated discussion. Luo Yongjin's eyes shone like searchlights, his admiration beyond words. "The king of flexing, I want to kneel before you. This is the king of flexing. I must take him as my master." Meanwhile, in the solemn student union conference room, a member slammed the table hard, roaring in rage. "This Lin Zikin is too arrogant. He's simply beneath contempt. To dare say such things in front of so many people. He even dared to hit someone from our student union." He exhaled heavily to suppress his anger. "This is a blatant provocation to the authority of our student union and must be handled severely." A female student sitting nearby carefully turned to look at the young man in the main seat who was leisurely sipping tea, asking in a low voice, "President, regarding the matter of handling Lin Zikin." Zhou Shuiang, addressed as the president, leaned back against his chair, his gaze much deeper and steadier than his subordinates. He gently swirled the teacup in his hand, a cold smirk touching the corner of his mouth. "He's nothing more than a newborn calf who doesn't fear the tiger." In a quiet little tea house in a corner of the campus, through Li Chuxin's matchmaking, I officially signed my first proxy fighter business deal. The client was named Hu Yingli. This girl tearfully complained that she had been subjected to long-term mental and physical bullying by a sophomore senior Huang Jiamen, and had even been extorted for countless expensive clothes and designer bags. Crucially, Huang Jiamen was extremely arrogant because her brother served in the student union. For this deal, I'm charging 11 credits. Of course, 1 credit would be shared as a commission with the middleman Li Chuxin. Target confirmed. I'm heading out immediately. The next morning, as soon as Huang Jiamen saw Lin Zikin blocking her path, she felt a wave of guilt and shouted loudly to bolster her courage, "What do you want? My brother is a member of the student union's public relations department, and he has friends everywhere. Don't dig your own grave." Though her mouth was stubborn, she was actually screaming in fear inside, recognizing this as the ruthless character who had been making waves lately. Dubbed the madman in a freshman's skin, survival instinct made her immediately reach up to cover her face, screaming piteously, "I'm begging you, don't hit me. Even if you have to hit me, don't hit me in the face." Lin Zikin maintained his cold expression and signaled with his chin to the person beside him, Han, I'll leave this person for you to handle." Shen Qinghan nodded solemnly. Okay, I understand. Seeing Shen Qinghan roll up her sleeves and approach, Huang Jiamin lost her nerve and retreated repeatedly, her mouth never stopping. Stop right now, you can't hit me. If I lose a single hair, my brother will never let you off. Just then, a highly authoritative roar came from a distance. Who dares to hit my sister? 3 brawny youths with murderous faces strode forward, led by a red-haired man named Huang Jirui, who possessed a common Tier 7 biological rank. Seeing her savior appear, Huang Jiamin acted as if she had caught a life-saving straw, pointing at Lin Zichen's nose to frame him. Brother, I clearly didn't offend him, yet he said he was going to hit me without a word. He's simply bullying people too much. After hearing his sister's aggrieved complaint, Huang Jirui's face darkened, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. He stared intently at Lin Zichen and warned in a low voice, Lin Zichen, don't you think you're taking this a bit too far? Do you really think you're invincible and no one can deal with you? We won't hold today's matter against you, but if there's a next time, don't blame us for being heartless. The 2 followers behind him also began whispering, is the student union really this easygoing? They're probably afraid to offend that genius freshman. Looks like they can't beat him, how boring. Standing within the circle of confrontation, Lin Zichen's face remained as calm as a mirror. He slightly curled his lips, his voice not loud but highly piercing, drowning out all the surrounding noise. Han, do it. Receiving the order, Shen Qinghan didn't hesitate for a second and nodded decisively. Her gaze instantly became sharp, and with a tap of her toes she shot toward Huang Jiamin like an arrow from a bow. Huang Jiamin, who had been smugly hiding behind her brother, turned pale the moment she saw the other party attack. She turned in a panic and ran for her life. Brother, save me! However, Shen Qinghan only casually raised her left hand, her movement as gentle as dusting off lint. But within the invisible space a surge of mental power erupted. In an instant the blood qi flowing through Huang Jiamin's body was forcibly reversed, running wildly in all directions. Her footsteps froze in midair, her entire body stiffened as if her pressure points had been struck. Brother, why can't I move? She screamed in terror and despair. Seeing his beloved sister being controlled right under his nose, the fire of rage in Huang Jirui's chest flared up. He let out a piercing howl. You're asking for death? He then turned into an afterimage, charging toward Shen Qinghan with murderous intent in an attempt to break the situation. However, the moment his toes left the ground, Lin Zichen slightly lifted his eyelids, and a terrifying, sky-shrouding biological pressure suddenly exploded from the youth, sweeping out and blanketing the area. Boom! The air felt so compressed it was as if it were about to explode. Huang Jirui, who was at full sprint, only felt the surrounding space become thick and heavy. His shoulders felt as if they were being pinned down by a massive mountain, his legs trembled uncontrollably, his bones letting out a cracking sound, and a sense of extreme horror flashed through his mind. This pressure, could there be an advanced being here? Just as the thought surfaced, the invisible weight crashed down, pinning his hulking frame firmly to the floor. Bang! A dull vibration came from the concrete ground as Huang Jirui lay flat like a toad, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to break. He gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, roaring frantically in his heart. This Lin Zichen indeed has an expert backing him up. Shen Qinghan didn't stop because of Huang Jirui lying on the floor. She stepped forward calmly and unleashed a sharp sweep kick. Huang Jiamin, standing there like a wooden doll, took the kick fully and fell straight to the ground. Thud! Her body rolled several times over the rough floor tiles. When she stopped, her originally pretty face had swollen into a pig's head in the blink of an eye, covered in bloody scratches. Huang Jiamin lay sideways on the ground. Huang Jirui's head was still buzzing in the afterglow of the pressure. He struggled to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with extreme confusion. What on earth is the situation? What just happened? Late at night in the dim space of the student union office, Huang Jirui was reporting the situation to Zhou Shuiang in a pathetic state. We all felt that powerful biological pressure at the time. It was definitely an advanced being. No wonder that Lin Zichen dares to be so arrogant. He definitely has someone backing him. Zhou Shuiang's slender fingers tapped the desk rhythmically. After pondering for a moment, he said, since we don't know who's behind him for now, for the time being, it's best if everyone avoids Lin Zichen and just waits to see how things develop. If a conflict is absolutely unavoidable, limit it to verbal warnings. In short, try your best to avoid coming to blows with him. The core members of the student union responded in unison. Understood. Early the next morning in the principal's office, Ma Zhenhe paced back and forth restlessly, barking out accusations. Vice Principal Yuan, Lin Zichen has turned this campus into a complete mess. He stopped in his tracks, his suspicious gaze locking onto the woman before him. This proxy fighter service he's running, was that your idea? Yuan Dongzi was flipping through a file. Without looking up, she gave a cold denial. No, she paused, a trace of an appreciative smile touching the corners of her mouth. But I actually quite like what he's doing. The students here have been suppressed by the student union for too long. The class divide is too severe, which isn't good for the school's long-term development. It's time to break that status quo. Hearing such blatant favoritism, Ma Zhenhe's hands clenched into fists, his entire body trembling with a rage he couldn't unleash. Meanwhile, in a place completely severed from the human world, 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, the 36th biochannel connecting to the original site had finally reached a stable phase. A commander wearing a crow mask observed the energy spectrum and nodded, issuing orders. We can begin teleporting exotic beasts from the original site. However, for now we can only send those below the advanced rank. Because the newly opened channel lacks reinforcement, its capacity is limited. An advanced being entering could cause the channel to collapse. The teleportation is about to begin. Everyone focus and be prepared. One slight slip up and you'll be sucked in and torn to shreds. After cautioning his subordinates, the Crow Mask walked silently toward the violently twisting spatial vortex. He formed hand seals, chanting an ancient incantation. His tone was low and eerie, each syllable sounding like a curse rising from hell. As the ritual reached its climax, he threw his arms wide and let out a roar that seemed to tear through space. Open, as his shout echoed, the spatial barrier before him vibrated violently. The previously sealed portal suddenly cracked open, forming a long fissure as if a piece of coarse cloth had been brutally ripped apart. In an instant, a cacophony of bizarre sounds mixed with demonic energy drifted over from the original site. There were the furious roars of giant apes and the shrill cries of great birds piercing the sky, interwoven with the weeping and wailing of countless ghosts, enough to make one's scalp crawl. Immediately after, hordes of hideous exotic beasts began pushing and shoving their way out of the crack. A subordinate holding an energy scanner reported the progress in a panic. Over 3,000 common rank exotic beasts have been teleported through. We're losing control. Should we continue? Before the Crow Mask could decide, the surface of the channel suddenly rippled violently. Space distorted and warped, and light waves flickered like a candle in the wind. Sensing the danger, he hurriedly ordered, "The channel is unstable. Close it immediately." He pressed his palms together, channeling his full power as he shouted, "Seal." Under his forceful control, the spatial rift began to slowly close. However, just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a pair of hands as white as jade suddenly reached out from the final gap of the closing portal, gripping the torn edges tightly. Those hands lacked the coarse, hideous nature of a monster. Instead, they were slender, soft, and so white they were nearly perfect, looking utterly out of place against such a grotesque backdrop. Then, those seemingly delicate hands suddenly exerted force, brutally tearing open the rift that had just been sealed. Rip, space was forcibly pried open once again, and the Crow Mask's face instantly turned deathly pale. "This is bad." Behind him, a three-eyed giant stepped forward, his voice low and filled with confusion. "Lord Divine Envoy, what is happening?" The Crow Mask's eyes were locked onto the expanding rift, his tone cold and defensive. "It seems we must prepare for a fierce battle." He swallowed hard and slowly uttered the intruder's name. "The nine-tailed demon fox." Amidst the terror of the minions, an enchanting and graceful young woman stepped slowly out from the shattered channel. She possessed a beauty that could topple nations, with silky black hair cascading down to her waist. Most striking were the 9 snowy white fluffy foxtails behind her, swaying gently. Each sway emitted pulses of a cold yet oppressive demonic aura. She tilted her head nonchalantly, her eyes clear as glass yet holding a mysterious depth, lightly scanning the surroundings for assessment. Is this the legendary Earth? Back in campus life, thanks to the highly spectacular public relations show that was the beating of Huang Jiamen, my proxy fighter business was booming. I was consistently receiving over 10 orders a day. In just half a month, I had swept through over 200 lucrative commissions, earning over 3,000 credits. Public opinion on campus was sharply polarized. Oppressed students hailed me as the light of justice, an impartial envoy dedicated to punishing bullies. Meanwhile, a jealous faction mocked me, calling me a money grubber who only recognized rewards and not people. I ignored all the outside chatter. The only thing I cared about was the massive amount of credits swelling in my account. On a bright morning in the genius class, Shen Qinghan walked into the classroom with a radiant smile. "Good morning, everyone." The entire class responded cheerfully in unison. "Good morning." Han. Amidst the noisy crowd, a hand was raised timidly to wave. Its owner was Luo Yangjun, but his current appearance was tragic. His face was swollen like a purple and blue pig's head covered in bruises. Seeing her classmate in such a wretched state, Shen Qinghan asked in surprise, "How did your face get so swollen? It's all black and blue." Luo Yangjun tried awkwardly to save face. "I just took a fall while walking." Before he could preserve his dignity, Ma Xiaowei exposed the truth ruthlessly. "This idiot tried to copy your fiancé and do proxy fighting, but he got beaten up by the student union. He brought it on himself." Luo Yangjun's shame turned to anger as he cursed loudly. "That damn student union, they only pick on the easy targets. Why don't they go after Lin Zicken? Once I get stronger, I'm definitely going to settle the score." Ma Xiaowei coldly threw a wet blanket on him. "You're not the only one getting stronger, and your talent isn't that much better than those in the student union." Seeing Luo Yangjun looking dejected, she left him with one final warning. "You'd better stay quiet. You're right about one thing. The freshman competition is about to start. You'd best rest up and think about the matches." Time flew by, and the opening day of the freshman competition arrived as scheduled. The two of us, Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghan, swept through our opponents like autumn leaves in a gale, easily securing tickets to the quarterfinals. Sitting in the VIP seats, the dean of the Mecha Academy sighed and marveled. "I really didn't expect Shen Qinghan to make it into the top 8. Compared to the freshman trial, her progress is simply staggering." Sitting nearby, Ma Zhenhe also nodded in acknowledgement. "Her progress is indeed almost unbelievable. but then he clicked his tongue with regret. It's a pity she's facing Shiawei this round, otherwise she might have had a chance at the top 4. In the center of the ring, the referee swung his arm down sharply, his authoritative voice echoing through the venue. The duel begins. As soon as the command fell, both girls on the stage erupted with power. They simultaneously activated the exotic beast genes in their blood, their auras surging as they officially entered a state of intense combat. Ma Shiawei maintained her usual aggressive stance. With a light tap of her heel, her slender figure instantly turned into a stunning afterimage, charging straight for her opponent. Cries of surprise rose from the stands. Ma Shiawei is making her move, however, at that critical moment. Shen Qinghan's gaze shifted slightly. A thought flickered through her mind, and an invisible mental thread reached out quietly, directly seizing control of the blood qi circulating within Ma Shiawei's body. Suddenly, a wave of vertigo hit Ma Shiawei, making the world spin as her vision blurred. She stumbled back half a step, her eyes filled with disbelief as she cried out, "What's happening?" The words caught in her throat as she realized a terrifying truth. Her internal blood qi had been controlled. Ma Shiawei snapped her head up, her horrified eyes locking onto the girl across from her. The shock in her heart was like a surging tsunami. Shen Qinghan, who had always been seen as mere eye candy, how could she reach such a level? While Ma Shiawei was still struggling in her panic, Shen Qinghan was not about to miss this golden opportunity. Her eyes sharpened, and with a light tap of her toes, her slender figure turned into an afterimage as she lunged forward. Without any wasted motion, she aimed for Ma Shiawei's head and delivered a decisive thunderous sweep kick. Boom. Facing this lightning-fast strike, Ma Shiawei was completely stripped of her ability to resist. She took the kick full on. Her entire body was sent airborne, kicked away like a deflated ball. Ma Shiawei collapsed onto the cold floor at the edge of the ring, her eyes still wide with shock, her mind a blank slate with only one question on a loop. How is this possible? Below the stands, Ma Zhenhe sprang from his chair like a coiled spring, his aging face contorted with worry as he kept chanting his daughter's name. Sitting nearby, Dean Luchuanwu's mouth hung open, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He stroked his trembling beard, marveling to himself, what is with these two childhood sweethearts? Their family backgrounds are completely ordinary, so how are both of them such monsters? In contrast to the noise below, Shen Qinghan stood as still as a statue on the ring. She blinked her large eyes, looked down at her hands, then looked at the wretched figure of her opponent below. An inexplicable sense of flustered confusion rising in her heart. Even she couldn't believe it. She had actually beaten Ma Shiawei so easily, time flowed like water, and in a flash the 10-minute break was over. The semifinals officially began. The opening match was a civil war between Lin Ziqin and Shen Qinghan. As the two familiar figures walked side by side onto the high stage, a thunderous cheer immediately erupted from the stands. Facing the boy before her, Shen Qinghan flashed a radiant smile. Her peach blossom eyes curved into crescents, her clear voice full of fighting spirit. "Ziqin, this is the first time since we met that we've competed on a ring." Lin Ziqin stood with his hands in his pockets, a warm smile touching his lips as he replied, "Then please guide me." Watching the affectionate interaction between the two young people, the referee cleared his throat, then made a sharp downward sweep of his hand, announcing loudly, "The duel begins." On the ring, the battle proceeded at an unprecedented, bizarre rhythm. Lin Ziqin maintained his casual, effortless demeanor. While he lightheartedly neutralized Shen Qinghan's mountain-toppling offensives, he slowly analyzed her mistakes like a master instructing an apprentice. "You shouldn't have kicked just now, you should have punched. Your power would be more stable that way." To push her back a distance, he stood with his hands behind his back, continuing his practical teaching. "And that punch just now, the angle was off. If you ran into a truly experienced opponent, it would be easy to leave a flaw, and you'd be countered in an instant." Below the stage, a scene that was both comical and frustrating unfolded. The boys scratched their heads in confusion, while the girls' eyes shone as they gossiped incessantly. One girl covered her flushed face and screamed frantically, "Heavens, the semifinals have turned into a live teaching session." Her companion also pressed her hands together, her eyes full of worship. "He's so attentive, strong, and knows how to teach." There was even a junior student secretly wiping drool, muttering dreamily, "I'm so jealous, I want a boyfriend like that too." Back on the ring, after a few exchanges and fully absorbing the advice, Shen Qinghan voluntarily backed away. She let out a long breath and raised her hand in a shy surrender. "All right, I give up." Receiving the signal, the referee immediately struck the gong, announcing the winner, Lin Ziqin, who officially advanced to the finals. Before the atmosphere could cool, the final battle to decide the champion began. Lin Ziqin's last stumbling block was Li Moyu. On the ring, Li Moyu's sharp gaze locked onto his opponent. He clenched his fists, his low voice carrying absolute determination. "Lin Ziqin, I might not be as strong as you right now, but don't expect an easy win." He took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his lungs as he solemnly declared, "Even if I'm just barely hanging on, I will fight until the very last moment." At the edge of the ring, the referee raised both hands and swept them down. "The duel begins." As soon as the command fell, Li Moyu didn't hesitate, immediately overdrawing his potential to activate all the exotic beast genes in his blood. In an instant, a terrifying scene occurred. His bones expanded violently and bulging muscles tore through his shirt as a layer of snow-white fur as stiff as steel needles covered his entire body. In the blink of an eye, he had completely transformed into a giant white ape over 2 meters tall. The tyrannical, fierce aura of an ancient beast exploded, emitting a heavy pressure that made the countless students below hold their breath in awe. Yet facing this roaring, posturing monster, Lin Zikin didn't change his expression. His eyes remaining as calm as a pond, he tapped his toes, lunging forward with power. The boy's figure shot out like an arrow from a bow. His staggering speed left only a blurred afterimage in the air. Before Li Moyu could even react, Lin Zikin had appeared ghost-like on his flank. Without any flashy moves, the boy swung his leg, delivering a clean, crisp horizontal sweep. Boom, a deafening explosion rang out. Li Moyu's hulking frame took the kick fully, feeling as if he had been struck by a heavy armored truck. The massive heap of flesh was sent airborne, carving a perfect parabola as it flew straight out of the ring. In just 1 second, the white ape slammed heavily onto the cold ground. He had been completely kicked out of the ring's territory. The referee stood frozen for a moment, swallowing hard before finding his voice to shout, "Lin Zikin wins?" Instantly, the entire gymnasium erupted like boiling water. Cheers and screams thundered from the stands. Another one-kick knockout. One male student scratched his head, unable to help but marvel. Too fast, a person next to him slapped his thigh in admiration, his face full of respect. Lin Zichen's physical stats are just insane. An upperclassman stood with his arms crossed, his eyes full of awe. His face was filled with deep contemplation. With such power, perhaps he really could create a miracle on the path of the pure-blood human. His companion nodded in agreement, sighing as he said, "It seems the pure-blood path is indeed not to be underestimated." The awards ceremony proceeded quickly, and Vice Principal Yuan Dongzi stepped onto the high platform, majestically announcing the end of this year's freshman competition. Besides the credit rewards for the top 4 students, the top 5 would also participate in special training during the winter break. The location for this training was set at the Nanjing Provincial Military Headquarters, the very military district responsible for suppressing original Site 36. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the 5 most outstanding faces as she instructed. "This special training will begin in 10 days. On the morning before departure, gather in front of the administration building at 7 a.m. I will personally lead you there." Hearing the training location, Lin Zichen's brow furrowed slightly as he made his own calculations. The military district suppressing the original site? I've never heard of that place. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a derelict skyscraper, the cold wind howled. A man wearing a crow mask was bowing respectfully to a seductive woman, reporting, "The divine tree sect has been rooted on Earth for so long. You must have seen many handsome men. My purpose for coming to Earth this time is to find myself a male consort." While tapping on his phone, the crow mask presented a surreptitiously taken photo, his tone fawning. "Immortal, this youth absolutely meets your requirements. Not only is his appearance extraordinary, but his physical body is also extremely powerful." Seeing Lin Zichen's photo, a flash of greedy desire flickered in the fox demon's eyes. She licked her lips and urged in a seductive voice, "Tell me his detailed information." The short winter break passed in a flash, and the day to depart for the military district finally arrived. Vice Principal Yuan personally piloted a military helicopter, bringing the 5 of us down onto the helipad of the Nanjing Provincial Military Headquarters. This special training gathered many geniuses. Besides the 5-person team from Shanghai University, there were also 5 top experts from Capital University, and even young elites selected from the Mecha God Group and the military. Just after jumping off the helicopter, Luo Yongjun pointed toward the technical area and shouted excitedly, "Look at that mecha. They say its combat power is no less than that of a rare-tier expert. I heard it was manufactured by the Mecha God Group and named after various cities in Nanjing Province." Just as everyone was immersed in awe of the heavy weaponry, a crisp shout suddenly came from nearby. "Zik and Xiao Shen?" Both of us turned around at the same time. It was Zhang Kai, the childhood friend currently studying mechanical biomedicine. He pushed through the crowd and walked over, a brilliant smile on his face. "Are you two representing Shanghai University for the military special training?" Lin Zikin smiled and nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Zhang Kai's gaze shifted to Shen Qinghan, looking her up and down with a face full of surprise. "Zikin, I can understand. But Xiao Shen, in middle school you'd be half dead after running 2 laps around the field. Yet now you've ranked in the top 5 of Shanghai's freshmen and even represent the school for special training." Fearing Shen Qinghan would be embarrassed, Lin Zikin stepped in to help, explaining calmly, "Han has a very high genetic fusion compatibility. She was the Nanjing provincial champion and became much stronger after undergoing genetic fusion." Zhang Kai slapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Impressive, I didn't expect Xiao Shen to become so powerful too." Shen Qinghan, not to be outdone, replied cheerfully. "Zhang Kai, neither did I. For you to represent the Mecha God Group, your strength must have increased a lot as well." Zhang Kai patted his chest, boasting proudly and incessantly, "My mechanical modification compatibility is very high, and I've been cooperating with various modification experiments for the Mecha God Group. My strength has indeed grown quite a bit." After chatting for a while, Zhang Kai waved goodbye. "I have things to do now, so I'll be going. See you at the meeting point tomorrow." We both responded in unison, "Okay, see you tomorrow, bye-bye." Checking the watch, it was already noon, and Luo Yongjun leaned in to suggest, "It's getting late. Why don't we go to the canteen for lunch first and then wander around afterward?" The 5 went to the military canteen together. Just as they sat down, Shen Qing'an picked up a piece of fragrant stir-fried pork and brought it to Lin Zichen's lips, her eyes bright and full of anticipation. "Xiao Chen, the food here is delicious, much better than our school canteen. Xiao Chen, try it quickly." Lin Zichen didn't hesitate, opening his mouth to take the meat, nodding in evaluation after chewing a few times. "The taste is indeed quite good." Sitting opposite, Li Moyu and Luo Yongzhen watched this intimate scene, their lips twitching as they complained wildly in their hearts. "Damn, are they just going to spread PDA like this?" Li Moyu, not wanting to be outdone, turned to Ma Xiawei and put on a pitiful look, pleading, "Xiawei, feed me a piece of tofu too. I want to experience what it's like to be fed by a beauty." He was met only by Ma Xiawei's sharp glare and a cold single word. "Beat it." Amidst the fussing, a provocative and mocking voice suddenly came from behind Li Moyu. "Li Moyu, what a coincidence." A group of young men approached, and the leader sneered, spitting out insulting words, "The traitor of the capital." Having been poked in his sore spot, Li Moyu slammed down his chopsticks and stood up, retorting in a low voice, "You two perpetual second and third place losers. I spent 3 years of high school keeping you under my feet. Who are you calling a traitor?" The boy with the purple swept-back hair arched an eyebrow and fired back with a cold laugh. "Li Moyu, do you think this is still high school? From the moment you chose Shanghai University, your strength was destined to be surpassed by me and Qin Chuan." Li Moyu didn't care to waste words, directly kicking away his chair and pointing at the other's face to challenge him. "Do you dare to go outside and have a fight?" The purple-haired guy snorted, shrugging dismissively. "Suits me fine." The friction between the two top universities instantly drew the attention of all the students present. The discussion in the crowd erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. "They're going to fight. Hurry outside and see what's happening." "A capital genius against a Shanghai genius. Stop eating, let's go see." In the open space serving as a temporary ring, Li Moyu arrogantly pointed at the group of capital boys and roared, "Both of you come at once so I don't waste time fighting you one by one." Qin Chuan stepped forward, waving him off with a laugh. "That won't be necessary. Gao Mu alone is enough to crush you." Boon Li Moyu erupted without a word, transforming into a massive magic-eyed giant ape, beating his chest and laughing wildly. "Perpetual third place, my defeated foe," he plotted smugly in his heart. "Last week at home I already fused with Shadow Nightcat genes, making up for my lack of speed. How could this guy possibly win against me?" Opposite him, Gao Mu was not to be outdone, letting out a roar as he activated his exotic beast genes. His skin instantly underwent a mutation, growing thick moss-colored scales that encased his entire body like a solid suit of armor. Watching from below the stage, Lin Zichen stroked his chin and analyzed. "This man has fused with flying armored Earth Dragon genes, an Earth attribute beast with extremely strong defense. An ordinary Tier 9 flying armored Earth Dragon can block a full power punch from an advanced Tier 1 magic-eyed giant ape." On the ring, a pure physical clash broke out, and with a boom the two collided like two tanks. Li Moyu swung his hammer-like fists in a continuous barrage, forcing Gao Mu to constantly retreat and defend. After fighting for a while, Li Moyu was slightly breathless, cursing inwardly, "How is this guy so tough? I can't even budge him." Seeing the stalemate, Shen Qing'an pulled at Lin Zichen's sleeve. She said, "Xiao Chen, neither of these two can do anything to the other. I think if they keep fighting it'll be a draw." Lin Zichen shook his head slightly, decisively negating her. "It won't be a draw. That Gao Mu from Capital will win. He's still holding back and hasn't shown his full strength. He has another type of exotic beast gene in his body that he hasn't activated yet." Meanwhile, Li Moyu has already exhausted his full power. On the ring, Li Moyu pointed at his opponent in annoyance and cursed, "Are you just going to hide like a coward and drag out time for a draw?" Gao Mu lightly dusted off his shoulder, revealing an arrogant and confident smile. "Champion Li, then let me show you my full strength and end this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a heaven-shaking roar, instantly activating his second type of exotic beast gene. When everyone realized that it was actually also magic-eyed giant ape genes, a gasp of surprise echoed through the venue. Seeing this, Li Moyu fell into deep self-doubt. He stumbled back, murmuring in a daze, "This is impossible. With your talent, how could you successfully fuse two types of exotic beast genes in such a short time?" Gao Mu curled his lip and mocked coldly, "Though my talent isn't as good as yours. The genetic fusion technology at Capital University far exceeds that of Shanghai University." He twisted the knife further, clenching his fists and charging at Li Moyu with gathered power. "Betraying the capital to choose Shanghai will be the worst decision of your life." Boom, two fists containing terrifying power collided, shaking the ring's floor until it cracked inch by inch. Rumble, the two fell into a deathmatch, attacking frantically to see whose endurance was more monstrous. However, the scales had completely tipped. In this contest of strength, Gao Mu, possessing the absolute defense of the flying armored Earth Dragon, clearly held the overwhelming advantage. After only a brief exchange of fire, Li Moyu was completely defeated, collapsing to the ground. Gao Mu looked down at the loser from above, insulting him bitingly. "Li Moyu, do you know why your Li family only cultivates your brother, Li Yijun, and not you? Because you have no future." He let out a cold laugh and continued his mockery. "I heard you didn't even get first place among the freshmen at Shanghai, but were suppressed and beaten by a local student named Lin Zichen. You really are trash. The overly arrogant Gao Mu scanned the Shanghai University seating area and asked insolently, "Which of you two is Lin Zicken?" Lin Zicken walked forward slowly, his tone flat. "That's me." Gao Mu curled his finger in provocation. "I heard you've been suppressing Li Moyu at Shanghai. Come up and spar with me. If you win, I'll give you 10 high-level vitality pills." Hearing this generous reward, Lin Zichen's eyes lit up and he was practically salivating. He cleared his throat to suppress his greed and accepted the challenge calmly. Seeing him take the bait so easily, Luo Yongjin anxiously pulled him back to advise Brother Chen. "He has fused magic-eyed giant ape and flying-armored earth dragon genes. His attack and defense are high, but his speed is slow. Don't go head-to-head with him." He enthusiastically offered a strategy. "Low-level fusers can't activate exotic beast genes for long. Just use your speed advantage to kite him, and you can wear him down on the ring." Gao Mu heard the discussion below and curled his lip in disdain. "I heard you're also following the path of the pure-blood human. To ignore the promising path of fusion, there really are many idiots coming out of Shanghai," he plotted secretly in his heart. "Once I defeat the Lin Zicken who suppressed Li Moyu, I'll let Li Moyu see what a real gap looks like." The opponent's rambling caused Lin Zicken to gradually lose patience, and he waved his hand irritably. "Cut the crap, let's just start." Insulted, Gao Mu gritted his teeth and let out a roar, his feet slamming into the ground to create spiderweb cracks as he concentrated all his power into his right arm, charging over like a meteor, but he was wrong. Lin Zichen's figure blurred instantly, turning into a space-tearing afterimage that completely vanished from everyone's sight. Before Gao Mu could even react, the youth's figure appeared ghost-like before him. Without any complex moves, a fist as heavy as a sledgehammer smashed unceremoniously into the egomaniac's face. Boom, with a deafening thud, a terrifying power erupted, and Gao Mu's mountain-like hulking frame was instantly knocked backward. The massive heap of flesh flew into the air, carving a perfect parabola like a discarded broken stone. Boom, Gao Mu crashed heavily into the hard ground, smashing a large pit and kicking up a cloud of dust. A deathly silence fell around the ring. Luo Yongzhan's mouth hung open so wide his chin could have swallowed an egg, he stammered in terror. "Oh, one move, even Gao Mu was dealt with by Lin Zicken in one punch. This guy is just too unnatural." Standing to the side, Qin Chuan was also petrified on the spot, a tsunami of shock rising in his heart. He swallowed hard with difficulty, secretly feeling fortunate. His own strength wasn't actually much better than Gao Mu's, yet Gao Mu had been one-shotted by Lin Zicken. If he had been the one to go up just now, he probably wouldn't have even lasted 2 punches. While everyone was still immersed in shock, a burly man leaped out from the crowd and landed steadily on the ring. This young man wore a crisp military uniform with a brilliant smile on his face, his voice echoing heartily through the venue. "I originally thought this year would only be a contest between our military geniuses and the Mecha God group, but I didn't expect Shanghai to produce a genius like you." He touched his chest in self-introduction. "My name is Zhao Yanzhang, 19 years old, representing the military in this special training." He tilted his head, a flash of interested provocation in his eyes. "How about it? Want to spar with me?" Lin Zicken, pragmatic by nature, directly and frankly bartered. "Sparring is fine, but if there's no reward, I don't want to waste time and energy." The military youth laughed heartily and generously tossed out an incentive. "I have a spiritual fruit worth 1.5 million that can increase blood chi. If you win, it's yours." Hearing 1.5 million, Lin Zichen's brain calculated at high speed, privately evaluating just an ordinary tier 8 rookie. "I can handle him with a casual kick. That spiritual fruit is as good as mine." Tucking away his mental abacus, he nodded repeatedly, rolling up his sleeves in anticipation. "Then let's do it." To his surprise, less than 3 seconds after the big deal was struck, an instructor from afar walked over and intervened loudly. "Sparring between you two is fine, but it cannot involve material rewards that violates military discipline." Having lost his motivation, Lin Zichen's face instantly fell. He waved his hand half-heartedly and jumped off the ring lazily. "Then forget it. If there's no reward, I'm not playing." With that, he walked toward the defeated Gao Mu, who was struggling to crawl back up. He reminded the other of that classmate debt. "Those 10 high-level vitality pills you mentioned earlier. When are you giving them to me?" Gao Mu rubbed his swollen face and answered haltingly. "Oh, I'll go back to the dorm and get them for you right now." Late at night in the simple single-room dormitory provided for the special training participants, Lin Zicken was still diligently meditating. He cautioned himself that no matter how grueling the special training in the military district became, he must never neglect the process of tempering his physical body. After circulating his energy and adjusting his breathing for a moment, he opened his eyes and let out a soft sigh, assessing his progress. The 4th round of body tempering has only increased by 12. The effect is much slower than the previous 3 rounds. Suddenly a thud of knocking came from the door, followed by a pleasant female voice. "Zicken, can I come in?" Seeing Shen Qinghen walk in with her long wet hair draped loosely over her shoulders, he frowned and muttered, "Why didn't you dry your hair after your shower?" The girl sat on the edge of the bed with a playful pout, defending herself. "There isn't a hairdryer. Use your blood chi to help me dry it." Lin Zicken shook his head helplessly, stepped forward and used his warm palms radiating the heat of his blood chi to gently stroke each strand of her hair while drying it. He said, "You've come at the right time. I have something for you. These are the 10 high-level vitality pills I won this morning. These aren't much help to me, so you take them all." Hearing the value of the gift, Shen Qinghan was startled and hurriedly pushed the medicine box away. She waved her hand in refusal. "Something so precious, don't worry about treating me well. We're family, if you're doing well, I'm doing well." He firmly pressed the box into her hand and gave a deep affectionate nod until she finally accepted it shyly. "All right, I'll take them then." As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of mischief flickered in Shen Qinghan's eyes. She suddenly lunged forward, pinning Lin Zikin down onto the soft bed, her delicate face flushed with a crimson glow as she leaned into his ear, whispering in a seductive tone, "Let me thank you properly." That night, the two engaged in a fierce, grand competition, executing a full 774 secret martial arts maneuvers until they were exhausted. At the break of dawn, Zhao Yanzhang walked over and patted Lin Zikin on the shoulder, greeting him heartily. "Morning, Lin Zikin." Lin Zikin responded in a friendly manner. "Morning." While stretching the joints in his neck, he asked curiously, "I heard the younger generation in your military district has all been to the original site for training?" Zhao Yanzhang shrugged and answered plainly, "Barely, you could say we've been inside." Lin Zikin frowned in confusion. "Barely?" The young soldier began to explain the mechanics in detail. The military district had built a city within the original site. Young soldiers of common biological rank were assigned to do chores within the city but were not allowed to leave it. Thus they didn't come into contact with the external environment of the original site, which was filled with primitive competition. To truly enter the original site, one's biological rank had to reach advanced. He paused to organize his wording and continued explaining the world's law of balance. When humans from Earth enter the original site, just like when exotic beasts enter Earth, they are repelled by the boundary force. This is an invisible force that tries to expel you, though it primarily has a significant impact on those at the advanced rank or higher. Furthermore, the boundary force that exotic beasts endure on Earth is even stronger. In fact, there are many exotic beasts on Earth whose strength has been weakened by this force. Lin Zikin listened with a sense of realization, an epiphany dawning on him. So that's how it is. No wonder Earth's genetic fusers can defeat organisms that possess original genes. While he was lost in thought, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the roof of the building opposite them. A middle-aged man built as sturdily as a bear leapt directly from a height of dozens of meters, landing on the ground as lightly as a falling leaf. He roared with the majesty of a great bell, "Is everyone here?" Zhao Yanzhang immediately stood at attention and saluted. Reporting loudly, reporting to the instructor, "Everyone is present." The officer's sharp, hawk-like gaze swept over every young face as he introduced himself with a sonorous voice. "My name is Lu Tianrong, and I am your instructor for this special training. You may call me Instructor Lu. I don't want to waste words. The reason you are here is to participate in intensive training to strengthen yourselves." Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations radiating from the man, Lin Zikin made a silent assessment. His biological rank has reached advanced Tier 6. This strength is enough to serve as the dean of an academy at 2 prestigious universities, before the students could even catch their breath. Instructor Lu directly announced the rules. "I will now divide you into groups. There will be 4 groups in total. Once the groups are assigned, the entrance assessment will begin immediately. Only after the assessment is finished will the true special training begin." After a round of drawing lots that relied entirely on luck, Lin Zikin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Good luck. Han and I are still in the same group." His group D also included Zhao Yanzhang, Zhang Kai, and the Iron Lady. From Capital University, Shangguan Yueying. Shen Qinghan happily hugged his arm tightly, whispering in a sweet tone, "Fortunately, we weren't separated." Once the groups were assigned, Lu Tianrong led the group of recruits to a massive reinforced concrete building that was as enclosed as a bunker. With his hands behind his back, he announced the rules of the survival assessment. This building has 3 floors, each with its own trial. Those who pass all trials and reach the roof within 3 hours will be considered to have passed. There are 4 walls on the first floor with a door in the center of each. Each group will act as a unit and enter a different door to take the assessment. That is all I will explain. I hope you all pass successfully. He emphasized his last words and let out a loud shout, issuing the order to deploy. The assessment begins. As soon as the words fell, Lu Tianrong tapped his toes and his burly frame soared into the air, vanishing into the rooftop area. Lin Zikin didn't hesitate, waving his hand as he led the team with high morale, charging into their designated portal. The first trial greeting them was a dense network of crossfire and solid alloy steel walls. Nevertheless, with the unspoken cooperation of the 5-person team, these obstacles were quickly cleared without causing much trouble. However, the electronic leaderboard displayed a brutal reality. Just as their Group D had painstakingly passed the first trial, the other 3 rival teams had already pushed through like an unstoppable force to the 3rd trial. The notification interface flashed with cold text. Group A is challenging Trial 3, Group B is challenging Trial 3, Group C is challenging Trial 3, Group D has completed Trial 1. Entering the 2nd floor, they faced a challenge called the Intelligence Trial. The rules sounded nonsensical but were actually full of traps. Play rock, paper, scissors against an AI. For every win, the steel door to the 3rd floor would open 2 centimeters. A draw would grant 1 centimeter, but if they lost, the door would cruelly close by 3 centimeters, accompanied by an electric shock punishment. After several attempts and suffering electric shocks, Lin Zicken discovered that this AI system could predict probabilities by analyzing facial expressions and heart rates, not following random patterns at all. Just as the team was at their wits' end, he suddenly had an idea. He rushed forward, dismantled a piece of reflective glass from a window and placed it directly over the machine's primary light sensor. In this way, both sides fell into an endless loop of draws. The iron door opened bit by bit with great difficulty, and the mechanical notification voice repeated weakly, "Draw, opening a little for you." Having broken through this strange trial, the team's morale soared as they stepped into the standby area of the third floor. However, what met their eyes was a complete reversal of the situation. The notice board on the wall flashed. Group A eliminated, Group B eliminated, Group C eliminated, Group D has completed Trial 2. Looking at the crushing defeat of the first three teams, Lin Zicken immediately activated his danger perception skill. Radar waves fed back crimson signals in his mind, warning of an extremely lethal threat lying in wait nearby. He rubbed his chin and analyzed silently. To eliminate three teams instantly, this third trial clearly isn't simple. I'll use danger perception to scout first. He narrowed his eyes slightly, spreading his consciousness to shroud the entire space of the third floor. The structure here consisted of 4 secret chambers, each guarded by a massive automatic combat machine. From the scorched and overturned marks left on the floor by the first three teams, it was easy to see that these machines possessed super strong defensive armor and devastating offensive firepower. Once the scouting was finished, Lin Zicken took a deep breath and gestured to his teammates, "Let's go in now." As soon as the door opened, the scene inside made Zhao Yanzhang swallow hard as he exclaimed, "Is our opponent for the third trial this robot?" Suddenly, the mechanical joints of the giant machine let out an ear-piercing grinding sound. The 2 Gatling machine guns on its shoulders began to rotate. Zhang Kai roared in terror, "Everyone watch out!" Before the words could finish, a torrential rain of bullets poured down like a waterfall, forcing the entire team to roll frantically in search of cover. Zhang Kai, an expert in weaponry, hurriedly issued a life-or-death warning. "It's equipped with armor-piercing rounds. Do not get hit or your bones will be shot through." He proposed a safe combat plan. "Everyone wait for it to run out of ammo before we charge," however. The arrogant girl from Capital University, Shangguan Yuying, immediately retorted. Hiding behind a concrete pillar whose surface was being shredded by bullets, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "We can't keep this up. The robot has too much ammunition. We have to take the initiative and attack before the cover is destroyed." Facing the downpour of bullets, Shangguan Yuying's face was now deathly pale. She was trembling all over, her voice distorted by fear. "Maybe we should just give up. Everyone else failed. We have no chance of passing." Facing such panic, Zhao Yanzhang maintained the calmness of a soldier. He gritted his teeth and refused decisively. "Though the hope of passing is slim, we absolutely cannot give up, or the instructor will definitely criticize us when we get out." Zhang Kai also nodded in agreement, proposing while reloading his weapon, "Let's give it a try, we might actually pass." Shen Qing'an leaned against the concrete pillar, watching Lin Zicken steady back with a smile, and announced proudly, "With Zicken here we will definitely pass." After reclaiming their fighting spirit, Zhao Yanzhang began to clearly assign the formation. "Lin Zicken and I are in the best condition. We'll be responsible for attacking the robot. Zhang Kai and the 2 girls will provide cover." No one objected, and they all responded in unison. "Agreed." Zhao Yanzhang gripped his combat knife and let out a roar as a signal, beginning the operation. As the last syllable fell, Zhang Kai immediately pulled the trigger. "Suppressive fire cover. I've fired thermal sensing smoke grenades to buy you some time." He turned to guide the 2 female classmates to hide in the purple smoke. "The robot's thermal sensors won't be able to find our location." Meanwhile, Shen Qing'an concentrated her spirit intensely, staring fixedly at the behemoth as she whispered softly, "Let me lower the robot's movement speed." She used her mental power to control the fluids within the robot, creating malfunctions to make its movements and reactions sluggish. On the other side, Shangguan Yuying also gritted her teeth and rushed out from cover, shouting to draw attention, "I'll draw the fire." Sensing the robot's barrels turning, Zhao Yanzhang seized the moment to cut into its blind spot, rejoicing inwardly. Good chance. He summoned his full strength, and his armored fist delivered a heavy blow to the robot's head. Boom, a massive explosion rang out. However, the expected code didn't happen. Instead, a wave of tearing, sharp pain shot through Zhao Yanzhang's arm. Gritting his teeth, he backed away, gasping and shouting in pain, "My bones feel like they've cracked." At the same time, Lin Zicken tore through the air like an arrow and rushed toward the robot. Using the momentum of his leap, he delivered a brutal heavy kick to the robot's flank. The impact rang out with a dull thud. He frowned, his brain analyzing at high speed. Common Tier 8 power can't even hurt it. It seems its combat power is at the peak of Common Tier 8. Below the stage, Zhao Yanzhang held his swollen arm and shouted a loud warning, "This robot's defense is too strong. We can't break its defense at all. We have to recover our strength before fighting again." Yet as soon as he finished speaking, the giant machine swung its chainsaw, slicing the concrete wall that served as the team's cover in half. Zhao Yanzhang turned back in terror and roared, "Run, its thermal sensors have recovered." That wasn't all. The steel monster suddenly turned, a sharp blade on its arm swinging ferociously as it unleashed a lethal heavy slash toward Shen Qing'an. Witnessing this soul-shaking moment, Zhao Yanzhang turned pale, his throat going hoarse from terror. "Watch out." But in the instant death descended, Lin Zicken had already moved. The youth's figure blurred, his speed reaching an exquisite level, leaving only a faint residual shadow in the air. In a split second, he appeared beside Shen Qinghan, wrapping one arm around her waist to lift her as he dove to the side. Clang, the metal blade sliced through the air and sank deep into the concrete floor with an ear-piercing screech and a spray of sparks on the other side. Shangguan Yueying, witnessing this narrow escape, felt her legs go weak with fright, her face turning as white as paper. She held her head and shouted in despair, "No, we can't pass this trial at all, just surrender directly, saving our lives is what matters." Meanwhile, Lin Zikin still held Shen Qinghan steadily, moving like the wind to evade the dense barrages and the robot's chain slashes. Only when he retreated to a relatively safe corner did he gently set her down. His gaze swept over each exhausted teammate, silently assessing the situation. It seems everyone is reaching their limit. He looked back at Shen Qinghan. Seeing that although she was panting, her gaze remained firm, he nodded slightly with satisfaction. Panhan, practicing to this level is enough. He turned to look at the high-level combat machine that was frantically sweeping across the battlefield. A cold smirk touched the corner of his mouth as he calculated privately. Drag out the time for a bit longer, then defeat this Tier 8 peak opponent. That way it will look reasonable. The youth's lips curled into a perfect arc. It's about time to pass the trial. Meanwhile, in the rooftop area, the students of the 3 early eliminated teams had gathered. Sighs and curses rang out as one. One boy slapped the railing hard in frustration. "Damn it. The strength of that robot on the 3rd floor is ridiculously high. Pass the trial, my ass. I think this 3rd floor is purely meant to intimidate us." The person beside him rubbed the bruises on his face and nodded repeatedly with a face full of resentment. "That's exactly right." Luo Yongjin leaned against the wall, squinting at his watch with an anxious face. "I wonder how Group D is doing. They haven't come out yet." Gao Mu rubbed his chin and speculated with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Group D is far behind us and they're the weakest. They're probably still inside being chased and beaten by the robot." His malicious speculation caused the surrounding students to burst into loud laughter. "That's actually quite possible. I just hope they leave behind an intact corpse." However, before the smiles could even fade from their lips, an earth-shattering event occurred. Boom! A deafening, thunderous explosion roared from beneath the rooftop floor. The concrete under their feet shook violently from a powerful impact, feeling as if they had just experienced a massive earthquake. The students were startled, looking around in a panic. A girl grabbed her companion in terror and shrieked, "What happened? Is it an earthquake?" Another boy pointed to the center of the rooftop, his eyes wide with shock and his lips trembling. "No, that's..." Everyone's gaze instantly converged on the same spot. In the center of the originally solid rooftop floor, a massive hole had been brutally blown open, with bricks and debris rising alongside billowing thick smoke. As the dust gradually settled, everyone present was instantly petrified, unable to utter a single word. Lying in the ruins was the head of the giant robot that had been guarding the 3rd floor. It was now charred and shattered into pieces. In the high-altitude monitoring room, Vice Principal Yuan Dongzi watched the screen via the security cameras, leisurely sipping her Tiguanyin tea with a slight curl of her lip. "I see you never intended for them to pass the trial. That 3rd stage you set up used a common Tier 8 peak robot." Sitting opposite her was a woman wearing a Major General's insignia, Yao Helling, the Commander-in-Chief of the Nanjing Provincial Military District. She also set down her teacup, countering with a flat tone, "These kids under 20 are all full of youthful vigor. If we don't give them a show of strength to dampen their arrogance, it'll be difficult to carry out training later." Suddenly remembering something, the female general looked up and asked, "This is the handsome young man following your ex-husband to practice the blood-tempering art, right?" Yuan Dongzi let out a soft sigh, her tone tinged with a hint of indulgence. "The kid is naive, he's easily fooled by that old man." Boom! The 2 powerful women's conversation was interrupted by a massive tremor that shook the entire monitoring room. Both stood up simultaneously, their eyes snapping to the screen displaying the 3rd trial area. "What's going on?" Yao Helling frowned. The camera happened to catch the moment. A youth, using only a single punch, had directly blasted away the head of the battle robot that weighed several tons. Yuan Dongzi was stunned, murmuring to herself, "One punch to blast away a common Tier 8 peak robot? How is that possible?" Without wasting half a second, the 2 leaders immediately left the monitoring room and headed straight for the scene. Just as he walked out from the swirling dust, Lin Zikin met the scrutinizing gazes of the 2 powerful women. He bowed politely in greeting. "Commander Yao, Instructor Lu." Yao Helling didn't care for formalities, cutting straight to the point as she questioned with intense curiosity, "Your biological rank is clearly only common Tier 8, so why can the power you unleash reach common Tier 9? Lin Zikin already had a script ready in his mind, explaining with a calm expression, "I was born with divine strength, and combined with the blood-tempering art's ability to enhance explosive power, I can strike with force equivalent to common Tier 9. However, this reason did not fool the seasoned Yuan Dongzi. She narrowed her eyes, calculating with suspicion. The blood-tempering art can enhance explosive power? Could Lu Chuanwu's philosophy actually be correct? Better test his true strength with mental power. The moment the 2 stepped onto the scene, Lin Zikin had already activated his natural camouflage skill. Feeling a ripple of mental energy sweep across his body, he sneered inwardly, "Trying to check my body again? Since that's the case, I'll just use the camouflage to test her." Yuan Dongzi's mental fluctuations carefully probed every inch of the boy's skin and bones. She secretly reached a conclusion. His skin, muscles and bones had all undergone one round of tempering. He had achieved first-round mastery, and his biological rank was actually Common Tier 9, claiming his biological rank is only Common Tier 8, and that it's all due to the blood-tempering art's explosive power. Was that all a lie? After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to show mercy and temporarily help him hide his true biological rank. Seeing Yuan Dongzi withdraw her mental power, the female officer beside her hurriedly asked, "How was the check?" Yuan Dongzi told a calm lie without blinking an eye. His biological rank is indeed only Common Tier 8, but his physical toughness is comparable to an early Tier 9 genetic fuser. Truly surprising. Receiving a positive answer, the female officer couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. This is too exaggerated. It feels like the pureblood human path is practically invincible when it comes to strengthening the body. If the shackles of common organisms can truly be broken, the future will certainly be very bright. The next day, in the military camp's massive armory, the female officer acting as a guide pointed to the gleaming weapons on the racks and introduced them loudly. The weapons here are all forged from B-grade alloy. They cut through iron like butter and can block machine gun bullets. Pick a suitable weapon. You must bring it for the live combat training in 10 days. Once you've made your choice, we will begin practicing how to use your respective weapons. Given the order, the students immediately scattered, excitedly picking out their favorite armaments. Standing in the middle of the armory, Lin Zikin curled his lip in disdain, comparing them privately. B-grade alloy is not even as strong as my body after 3 rounds of tempering. Carrying it would be a burden instead, better not take any. 15 minutes later, the female officer gathered the team and asked loudly, "Have you all chosen your weapons?" The crowd answered in unison, "Chosen." The female officer scanned the room and, seeing Lin Zikin empty-handed, couldn't help but frown. "Lin Zikin, where is your weapon?" Lin Zikin reported loudly. Reporting to the instructor, "I am accustomed to fighting barehanded, so I don't need a weapon." This display of confidence, even a bit of arrogance, made the female officer somewhat displeased. She thought to herself that this Shanghai University genius was a bit too arrogant. Likely feeling smug because he passed the entrance assessment, she needed to take him down a peg. Having made up her mind, she cleared her throat and announced, "Since everyone has chosen their weapons, start familiarizing yourselves with them. The best way to get familiar is to exchange blows with others on the ring." Her gaze locked firmly onto Lin Zikin. She flashed a provocative smile. "Lin Zikin, you said you're accustomed to barehanded combat? I'm quite curious. Why don't you be the first to take the stage and let everyone see your strength?" Lin Zikin nodded without hesitation. "Sure." Just as he stepped onto the ring, Zhao Yanzhang excitedly jumped up, carrying a large saber. "I'll be the first to challenge." Lin Zikin crooked his finger. "Come on." Zhao Yanzhang let out an earth-shaking roar, the veins on his arms bulging as his figure tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, instantly arriving before Lin Zikin. He swung the large saber with both hands, unleashing a heavy mountain-splitting strike. Clang, a heart-chilling sound of metal clashing rang out, making the onlookers' eardrums buzz. The fierce blade edge struck straight against Lin Zikin's chest. However, to everyone's shock, the youth did not take even half a step back, and his clothes weren't even torn. Immediately after, a crisp sound that made one's scalp crawl rang out. Crack! The proud saber in Zhao Yanzhang's hands, forged from B-grade alloy, was instantly covered in countless tiny fractures. Those cracks spread like a spiderweb across the entire blade. Before the owner could even react, the high-end weapon snapped with a pop, and the 2 halves of the broken blade fell to the ground with a clang. Zhao Yanzhang stared wide-eyed at the remaining half of the hilt in his hand, murmuring incoherently, "Holy, what on earth is going on?" Meanwhile, Lin Zikin only slowly and methodically dusted off the metal powder from his lapel, his expression as calm as if he had just been bitten by a mosquito. He looked up at the petrified crowd below and asked flatly, "Who's next?" The dead silence lasted less than 3 seconds before it was shattered by the commotion erupting from the stands. A boy kept rubbing his eyes, his voice trembling. He actually shattered a B-grade alloy saber with his bare body. The person next to him swallowed hard, looking at Lin Zikin as if looking at a monster. "Is this guy even human?" Another student held his head in a helpless sigh. "Too exaggerated. Has this guy's body achieved some kind of sainthood?" Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point of shock, a crisp female voice came from the distance. Zhou Shishi, a technical genius from the Mecha God group, pushed through the crowd with a face full of pride. She wore a brilliant smile, her tone full of challenge. "If B-grade weapons can't hurt you, then do you dare try an enhanced armor-piercing round?" Hearing mention of such a destructive weapon, Zhang Kai, who knew its power best, instantly changed his expression. He hurriedly shouted a warning to his friend. "Zikin, don't agree." Fearing Lin Zikin didn't understand the danger, Zhang Kai emphasized each word. "That is an enhanced armor-piercing round. It can easily pierce a 10 centimeters thick iron plate within a 10-meter range. You definitely can't block it." Lin Zikin ignored Zhang Kai's panicked advice, merely raising an eyebrow as a flash of interest flickered in his eyes. He shrugged and calmly accepted the challenge. "Then let's try it." His decisiveness caused Zhou Shishi to be stunned for a second as well. A competitive fire flashed in her eyes as she slowly raised her right hand, accompanied by a series of mechanical click-clacks. From her armored forearm, a specialized twin-barreled gun emerged, pointing directly at Lin Zikin. Though she intended to test the weapon, she maintained a shred of humanity, making a serious agreement to ensure safety. "I won't shoot at your vitals. You just catch the bullet with your hand, how about that?" Lin Zikin nodded in confirmation. "Good." Zhou Shishi placed her finger on the trigger and asked one final time, her tone carrying a hint of tension. "Are you ready?" Lin Zikin stood as straight as a spear, no unnecessary expression on his face. He merely curled his lips and spat out 2 short words. "Come on." Zhou Shishi took a deep breath and suddenly pulled the trigger. Boom! A space-shaking explosion rang out as the enhanced armor-piercing round spat out a crimson tongue of fire, tearing through the air at supersonic speed as it shot from the barrel. However, the result exceeded everyone's imagination. Zhou Shishi was blown backward by the recoil. She clutched her right hand, which was emitting thick smoke, and shrieked in terror. "Damn it, what on earth is going on?" Lin Zichen's bare palm was completely unharmed without even a single scratch. On the contrary, Zhou Shishi's mechanical arm, equipped with the cutting-edge weapon, had exploded into pieces. That fierce armor-piercing round had actually been unable to breach the boy's skin and flesh. Instead, it had been deflected and jammed, directly triggering a catastrophic explosion within the chamber. Witnessing this incredible scene, Zhou Shishi could only grit her teeth against the pain. Her eyes widened to their extreme. The surrounding crowd fell into a state of suspended animation once more. Everyone was shaken by Lin Zichen's perverse defensive power. Countless questions flooded their minds. Are pureblood humans the true future of humanity? Standing on the high platform observing the entire process, the female officer showed a satisfied smile, assessing privately. "This is a true top-tier genius, far exceeding even the geniuses among geniuses." After that unprecedented demonstration of power, Instructor Liu completely backed off, no longer interfering with any of my training progress. While my companions were sweating profusely to familiarize themselves with swords, guns, and cannons, I was able to use all my free time to practice in seclusion. I practiced the blood tempering art frantically, seeking to break through to the 4th round of tempering. The next stage of training moved into even more rigorous projects: blood chi and mental training in the special integrated zone. This process took place within cocoon-shaped simulation pods where students could customize pressure levels based on their own endurance limits. The higher the pressure, the better the cultivation effect. Shen Qinghan's performance was surprising. She reached the threshold of level 6 blood chi pressure, but even more terrifying was that her mental resilience actually reached level 7. One must know that mental training is hundreds or thousands of times more difficult and painful than physical tempering. The shocking result once again reset the standards for all students. As for me, based on the physical foundation of my 3 rounds of tempering, I was confident I could fully withstand the pressure of a level 11 blood chi pod, which is equivalent to the pressure level of an advanced tier 2 expert. But to avoid continuing to draw attention by showing off, I decided to hide my strength, low-key setting it to level 8 pressure, corresponding to common tier 8 intensity. But even so, when the numbers jumped onto the electronic board, the surrounding students were still left dumbfounded. A boy pointed at Lin Zikin with shock. He could actually withstand level 8 mental training. Others were equally amazed. Lin Zichen's mental strength could actually stand on equal footing with his biological rank. It was too unnatural. Discussions rose one after another. Can a pureblood human's mental power really be this high? Lying in the training pod, I could only give a bitter smile, thinking, I haven't even dared to act too unnatural yet. I've already held back a lot. At night, I secretly took hand to test where my true level actually was, and incidentally, to find out my current biological rank and power range. Meanwhile, at Shanghai University's Pureblood Human Research Institute, the atmosphere was somewhat bored and lonely. Song Yuyan sat amidst a pile of cluttered data, scratching her head and sighing, mumbling a complaint. Zikin isn't here, the dean isn't here, leaving just me here to do the work. In the quiet space, an enchanting voice suddenly came from behind her. Hello. Song Yuyan was startled and snapped her head back. Standing before her was the 9-tailed demon fox, with an exquisitely beautiful face but eyes that radiated a soul-stealing malice. She spoke slowly, every syllable carrying hypnotic power. Do you know where Lin Zikin is? Song Yuyan's gaze instantly turned dull, losing focus. She obediently spoke from her subconscious. At the Nanjing Military District headquarters. Back at the military training zone. Under the cover of night, Shen Qinghan and I secretly slipped into the special training room. Standing before the closed steel door, Shen Qinghan nervously pulled at my sleeve. Xiao Chen, is it really okay to come in like this without saying anything? This door even has a passcode lock, how about we just forget it? I patted her head to comfort her, confidently pulling out a lock-picking tool. A mere passcode lock couldn't stump me. Besides, I just wanted to use the blood chi and mental pods here to test my limits. It wouldn't matter even if we were discovered. After a round of efficient operation, the door opened. I lay down in the blood chi pod and set the highest pressure level to 12. Terrifying pressure squeezed every inch of my skin and flesh, but I gritted my teeth and held on for a full 30 seconds. Opening my eyes, I smiled with satisfaction at the result. This proved my physical strength had reached advanced tier 2, very close to advanced tier 3. Next was the mental test. I stepped into the adjacent pod and the system's cold notification voice rang out. Ding, you are currently under a fierce mental attack. Mental power 121. The 2 needles of the pressure gauge surged violently. The device's limit was level 10, which was equivalent to the mental pressure of an advanced Tier 1 expert. As I stepped out of the pod, my head was buzzing but my heart was brimming with excitement. I assessed privately that achieving the mental strength of an advanced Tier 1 was far more valuable than a physical strength nearing advanced Tier 3. After all, increasing mental strength was significantly more difficult than tempering the physical body. In the blink of an eye, the intensive training concluded, replaced by a real combat exercise filled with blood and fire. The entire squad gathered on the lawn, where the instructor announced the mission with a grim expression. Our task this time was to eradicate a branch of the Divine Tree sect established in Shanghai City. After a pause, he appointed the commander. Lin Zikin, you have been chosen as the captain for this operation. Upon receiving the order, I began briefing the entire team on the intelligence. Based on the current information, the leader of this branch was a dual-gene fuser. He had fused the genes of a shadow owl and a shadow shark, with a biological rank already at the common Tier 9 peak, just one step away from evolving into an advanced being. After traveling by armored vehicle for a while, the squad landed at the edge of a forest facing a dense and gloomy primeval woodland. Shen Qinghen looked up at the towering ancient trees, shuddering slightly. Xiao Chen, the trees here are so tall, even taller than those in a tropical rainforest. Her gaze swept across the twisted interlocking vines coiled around the trunks, and she frowned warily. There's something very wrong with these trees. I nodded in confirmation. There's definitely an issue, which proves we found the right place. This is surely the lair of the Divine Tree sect branch. To scout the terrain, Zhou Shishi skillfully activated her reconnaissance equipment. I'll send a drone ahead to scout first. I then signaled the entire force to follow the drone's lead. We trekked through the mist-shrouded underbrush for about 10 minutes. Zhou Shishi came to a halt, reporting as she looked at her control screen. About 300 meters ahead, we've discovered a bamboo building covering at least 1,000 square meters. Barring any surprises, that building is the Divine Tree sect's base. With the target confirmed, I decisively assigned the combat formation. Zhao Yanzhang, Gao Mu, you two have the flying armored Earth Dragon genes. Come with me to lead the way. The 5 members of the Mecha God group will provide long-range fire support, using precision strikes to suppress the enemy. I looked at the rest of them and barked in a deep voice. Everyone else follow close behind. We charge together. Instructor Liu observed from the side with his arms crossed, dropping only a cold reminder. There's no need to strain yourselves for prisoners. Your own safety is paramount. The squad roared in unison, their morale soaring. As we neared the bamboo building's sentry post, a patrolling rebel just happened to yawn when he bumped into Lin Zichen's figure. His eyes widened, and a terrified scream tore through the night. Enemy attack. Unfortunately, his warning didn't travel far before a sniper bullet from the firepower group was precisely hammered into his brow. The guard collapsed, dead on the spot. Lin Zichen gave the enemy no room to breathe. With a roar, he kicked off the ground and shot forward like a cannonball. Boom! Using his body as a weapon, he smashed directly through the sturdy wooden wall of the first floor, sending splintered planks flying in all directions. In the swirling dust, a lackey lunged from a dark corner in an attempted sneak attack. But before he could even draw his weapon, Lin Zichen spun around and delivered a brutal thunderous kick. Thud! The man took the hit squarely, his chest caving in as he was sent flying dozens of meters into a pillar, spitting blood before dying. Lin Zichen stared at the corpse, his brow furrowing slightly. This masked man wore the exact same outfit as the ones who had appeared before, only his hairstyle was different. He had no desire to dwell on such trivial details, and casually touched the cultist's corpse. Instantly, the pale blue system panel surfaced before his eyes. You have devoured a small portion of a violent great eagle's life essence. Eye of the Sky Intensity 1. Lin Zichen froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up with interest. Oh, so after unlocking an exotic beast bestiary, I can actually enhance the corresponding biological attributes. A sly smile touched the corner of his mouth. This bullying attribute was certainly convenient. Buoyed by this excitement, Lin Zichen suddenly channeled his full strength into his legs. Crack! The wooden floorboards beneath his feet shattered, and he shot upward like a spring compressed to its limit, smashing through the ceiling to burst into the second floor with menacing momentum. This sudden underground ambush startled the 3 patrolling rebels on the second floor, their hearts nearly jumping out of their throats. Seeing the intruder descending from above, the 3 roared and drew their blades to attack simultaneously. However, Lin Zichen didn't move an inch. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly and unreservedly released the churning killing intent and terrifying biological pressure from within his body. Boom! Before the 3 lackeys could even swing their blades, they were pinned to the floor by the invisible weight of 1,000 pounds. Ghastly, crisp sounds of bone snapping echoed, and in the blink of an eye these 3 unlucky souls were ground into 3 heaps of wretched meat. Lin Zichen strolled through the battlefield, casually brushing over the corpses, his mind filled with a single burning thought: devour. The system's notification pings rang out continuously like a pleasant melody. You have devoured a small portion of an Iron Bull's life essence. Iron Bull Bestiary Progress 8. You have devoured a small portion of a Shadow Owl's life essence. Shadow Owl Bestiary Progress 42. You have devoured a small portion of a living snail's life essence. Rapid Healing Intensity 1. Looking at his steadily rising achievement board, Lin Zichen gave a small satisfied nod. Not bad, better than nothing. Just then, terrified screams and the sharp clashing of weapons erupted from the first-floor hall. Boom! Luo Yangzhan's voice rang out, filled with extreme horror. This guy's biological rank is at common tier 8. Everyone watch out, I can't hold much longer, we need backup. Hearing the cry for help, Lin Zikin immediately activated his danger perception. Instantly, every presence and subtle movement around the bamboo building was within his control. Through the wooden floor he saw Luo Yangzhan struggling to block the frantic slashes of a hulking lackey. Luo Yangzhan was screaming at the top of his lungs while parrying with his sword. He's not dead yet. Hit him again. Boom! Outside, the Mecha God Group's firepower unit was firing frantically, pinning the group of Divine Tree Sect lackeys into corners like rats. After assessing the overall battle situation, Lin Zichen's brow furrowed as suspicion arose in his heart. It seems we have the upper hand for now. But why haven't I seen that branch leader whose biological rank has reached the tier 9 peak? Before he could find an answer, the floor beneath his feet began to shake violently. The continuous vibrations alerted Lin Zikin to an abnormality. The entire bamboo building was shaking. No, the entire ground was shaking. Panic spread quickly among the students below. They stood frozen in place, staring dumbfounded at the bizarre scene unfolding around them. The originally static towering trees had actually come to life, their branches writhing and extending like giant pythons. One student trembled violently and stumbled back. The trees are actually moving. What on earth is happening? Fear reached its peak and the crowd began to scatter, scrambling for their lives. Screams echoed through the forest. Run! A sharp-eyed boy pointed to the obscured sky, warning in despair. This is bad, those vines are intertwining. They're forming a cage to trap us. Sure enough, in an instant, countless vines as thick as thighs stretched out from all directions, crisscrossing to form a massive cage that completely sealed off the space around the bamboo building. Every retreat path is blocked. A girl slumped to the ground, clutching her head and weeping in despair. It's over. This was clearly a trap. We fell for it. Just as everyone descended into extreme panic, Lin Zikin took decisive action. He erupted with staggering speed, his figure turning into a bolt of lightning that tore through space, heading straight for the stunned Divine Tree Sect lackeys. In Lin Zichen's view, this massive vine cage had not only trapped the students, but had also inadvertently locked the trappers inside. Therefore, the current tactic was clear. Control all of them first, and then interrogate them for the truth of the matter. Boom! Before the 7 cultists could react to what was happening, their heads exploded simultaneously like tomatoes under thunderous blows. Amidst the spray of blood, Lin Zikin coldly reached out and grabbed the collar of a surviving cultist, lifting him up like a small chick. Cold, murderous intent flashed in the youth's eyes as he barked each word clearly. Explain this wooden cage to me, and I might still spare your life. The cultist turned pale with fright, his entire body shaking like a sieve as he hurriedly nodded repeatedly. He stammered out his confession. I'll talk. These giant trees are actually, however, before he could finish the testimony, a sudden change occurred. A razor-sharp root, as thin as a steel wire, shot out from deep within the cultist's throat with the speed of a lurking viper. Puff! That cruel root instantly coiled around his neck and then stabbed back in with brute force, cutting off his unfinished words. A swallowing sound followed, and within seconds all was silent. The cultist struggled in despair for a moment before falling completely still. The entire process of the silencing occurred in less than a minute. Having witnessed this horrifying scene firsthand, the students turned pale, their limbs going weak. A boy pointed at the corpse with a trembling finger, his voice distorted by fear. Is this the Divine Tree Sect's method? Even their own members are controlled like this? Just as everyone was left in shock and uncertainty, slow applause suddenly came from the branches of a nearby towering tree. Clap, clap, clap. The sound was not loud, but it was cold and piercing, echoing through the silent space and sending chills down everyone's spines. 2 eerie figures slowly emerged from the shadows. Their appearance brought a heavy pressure. One radiated the aura of an advanced Tier 6 expert, while the other possessed the strength of a common Tier 9 peak. The masked man standing at the heights praised arrogantly, "A genius, truly a peerless genius among your peers. A top-tier genius like you, if you join the Divine Tree Sect, will have an infinite future at a higher level of biological evolution." Hearing this recruitment pitch, which reeked of a pyramid scheme, Lin Zikin knitted his brows tightly. An ominous premonition flashed through his heart, and all the clues instantly clicked together. It wasn't just these 2 men, but this entire damn trap. He let out a soft breath, thinking to himself, "It seems they really are after me." He could sense that the masked man was extremely powerful. If this continued, disaster would surely strike. He made an instantaneous decision, turning around and shouting an order to the students. "The situation is very dangerous now. Everyone leave here quickly. I'll hold these 2 off. Everyone charge with me." With that, he immediately turned and waved for the entire squad to evacuate. Watching these panicked little lambs running for their lives, the masked man let out a scornful, cold laugh. He casually raised a finger and flicked it toward the air. Snap! That subtle sound was like the command of the Grim Reaper. Instantly, countless giant vines bulging on the surrounding ancient trees simultaneously awakened. They snapped open, shooting out through the air like a pack of bloodthirsty pythons, frantically hunting down the scattering students. At the rear of the group, Shangguan Yueying suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Help, I'm caught!" Everyone turned back in horror to see that a vine as thick as a thigh had already tightly constricted her waist, lifting her entire body into midair before she could regain her composure. Another scream came from ahead. "Instructor, I'm caught too, save me!" Seeing the students falling into the demonic clutches one after another, Lu Tianrong gritted his teeth until his lips bled. He knew very well that if they continued to flee blindly like this, death was only a matter of time. The instructor's sharp gaze instantly locked onto the arrogant masked man standing on the tree branch. Only by defeating this controller could there be any hope of saving the situation. Lu Tianrong didn't hesitate. Channeling his full strength into his legs and lunging forward, boom, a deep pit was smashed into the ground. As his robust body shot toward the enemy like an exploding shell, however, faced with this fierce surprise attack, the masked man remained exceptionally calm. He merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging Lu Tianrong's lethal lunge by a hair's breadth. Immediately after, he raised both hands high. At his command, dozens of thick vines swept in from all directions, weaving into a net of death that descended over Lu Tianrong. The masked man mocked with a cold laugh. "Is this all you've got? This is my domain. More than enough to deal with trash like you." Driven into a corner, Lu Tianrong roared in rage, "Damn it, I'll take you down with me." His muscles swelled instantly, his veins bulging like twisted tree roots. He forced a massive overload, pushing the power of the exotic beast genes in his body to the limit, his aura becoming valiantly peerless. With a roar that shook the forest, Lu Tianrong accelerated to his limit, flying out to deliver a brutal claw strike aimed straight for the other's throat. But the opponent's reaction speed was staggering. He leaned back slightly and once again dodged the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. While the instructor and the leader were locked in fierce combat, the situation of the students below was even more wretched. Luo Yongjun gritted his teeth and activated his exotic beast genes, mutating into a birdman with large wings. However, just as he flapped his wings to take flight, he was struck with overwhelming force by a thorny vine. Crack, a crisp sound of bone snapping rang out, and Luo Yongjun screamed in pain as he crashed to the ground nearby. Zhang Kai was also struggling in vain, his waist tightly constricted by a giant vine as he was dragged across the gravel-strewn ground like a tattered sack. He struggled frantically, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Let me go!" But that eerie vine continued to constrict him mercilessly. Just as despair blanketed the field, another vine abruptly aimed and whipped toward Shen Qinghan. Boom, in the split second between life and death, Lin Zicken stepped in front of her like a whirlwind. He gathered his strength and unleashed a brutal punch. The wind from the strike mixed with raw force directly shattered the vine, reducing it to countless fragments scattered in the air. However, before the two could even catch their breath, a faint and intermittent cry for help came from behind them. "Zicken, Lin Zicken, save me!" Lin Zicken whipped his head around, his eyes locked onto Ma Xiaowei, who was being tightly constricted from head to toe by those eerie vines wrapped up like a human zongzi. Standing nearby, Li Moyu was frantically swinging an iron rod, smashing it against the vines with a series of dull thuds. He roared incessantly, "Break, damn it, break already!" Despite his hands being bloodied from the recoil, the vines remained as rock-solid and immovable as ever. Witnessing this illogical hardness, Li Moyu stared with wide, terrified eyes, his voice trembling violently as he cried out, how can they not break?" Lin Zicken wasted no words. His figure blurred instantly, and in the blink of an eye he teleported to Ma Xiaowei's side. He pressed his fingers together and channeled his full strength into a sudden hand-knife strike which swung down like an invincible cleaver. Puff, the steel-like vine was sliced clean in two, rescuing the girl who had fallen unconscious from suffocation. Having successfully saved Ma Xiaowei, Lin Zicken didn't stop. His silhouette flickered through the chaotic forest, repeatedly intervening to save other students surrounded by vines. While carving a path through the enemy ranks, he used his inner chi to let out a roar that echoed through the entire area. "All hands retreat." The crowd immediately seized the opportunity to break out, however. At the critical moment, Lin Zichen's footsteps suddenly halted. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as his sharp sense of smell caught a peculiar, exotic fragrance permeating the air. It was a floral scent. Immediately after, the system's warning interface flashed with a blinding red light before his eyes. "Ding, you are being attacked by a floral toxin that causes biological unconsciousness. Ding, antitoxin resistance 1, ding, antitoxin resistance 1, ding, antitoxin resistance 1. Looking at the string of consecutive prompts, Lin Zicken instantly understood what was happening. His face darkened as he realized the situation was bad. He fixed his sharp gaze on the depths of the dense forest, already certain that the opponent was the branch leader of the Divine Tree Sect. Just then, the mastermind's eerie voice, sounding like sandpaper rubbing together, rang out again with a hint of surprise and amusement. "Oh, not only were you not poisoned by the gas, but you can even sense my presence. With such startling strength, it's no wonder the lords at headquarters were willing to risk planning this ambush just to control you." Lin Zicken gave the opponent no chance for psychological manipulation. He kicked off the ground violently, exploding with speed that shattered his limits. He turned into a sharp arrow, tearing through the toxic mist and lunging straight for the masked woman hiding there. Because the approach was too fast, she only had time for a single gasp in her mind. So fast, before she could mount a defense, a fist as hard as steel slammed into her face with 1,000 pounds of force. Having dealt with the enemy in an instant, Lin Zicken didn't forget the familiar ritual and lightly touched her body. The system immediately reported the success. "Ding, you have devoured a large amount of Shadow Nightcat life essence. Shadow Nightcat bestiary progress 62. Ding, you have devoured a large amount of Ghostly Giant Shark life essence. Ghostly Giant Shark bestiary progress 36. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, the life and death struggle between Lu Tianrong and the masked man remained exceptionally brutal. Lu Tianrong was continuously unleashing frantic heavy punches that whistled through the air. He roared, completely releasing his latent power. Forearm demonic ape genes activated to 120, saber-toothed giant tiger genes activated to 130, go to hell. The masked man clumsily used his footwork to dodge those desperate attacks, cursing inwardly, a total lunatic. He's actually over-activating the exotic beast genes in his body. Seizing a flaw in the opponent's movement, he taunted, "Aren't you afraid of mutating and losing your mind?" Lu Tianrong was deaf to the threat. His teeth were gritted and his muscles were so tight that beads of blood were seeping out. He let out a roar, concentrating all his life force into a devastating heavy punch aimed straight for the masked man's abdomen. Boom, a dull explosion rang out as a violent surge of energy erupted, and Lu Tianrong's fist sank deep into the target. The masked man's body was lifted into the air and sent flying like a broken sack, slamming heavily into an ancient tree in the distance. Cough, cough, sliding down the trunk, the masked man coughed violently. Large amounts of blood seeping from the corners of his mouth and soaking his mask. He clutched his agonizing abdomen, a chill rising up his spine. Fortunately, he had fused the genes of the living stone squid, otherwise that strike would have truly killed him. Wiping the blood from his lips, the masked man's gaze toward Lu Tianrong gradually became crazed and sinister. He squeezed the words through his teeth. "Fine, you forced my hand." With that, he reached into his robes and slowly withdrew a seed as red as fresh blood, swallowing it in one gulp without the slightest hesitation. He tilted his head back and swallowed the evil object. In the blink of an eye, the aura radiating from him suddenly became extremely violent and wicked. The masked man roared toward the sky, his voice as hoarse as a wild beast. "Go to hell." By activating a dark forbidden technique, he began to chant an incantation. Summoning all the power of the forest's vegetation, the ground shook violently as thousands of vines tipped with sharp hard thorns burst from the deep earth and surrounding trunks like a dense forest of toxic spears. They wove into a massive net of death, simultaneously targeting the charging Lu Tianrong. Swoosh, 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 the vines filled the air, shooting forward with lightning speed and the sound of tearing wind. Even with his extraordinary skills, it was impossible for Lu Tianrong to completely dodge such a wide-scale, devastating attack. Puff, 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 the sound of sharp objects piercing flesh was enough to make one's scalp crawl as those razor-sharp thorns ruthlessly impaled Lu Tianrong's powerful body. In an instant, the heroic instructor was riddled with bloody holes and blood gushed out like a spring, staining the forest floor red. This tragic scene sent a bone-chilling shiver down the spines of all the students watching from afar. Lin Zikin watched with a surging heart, his brow furrowed with worry from the shadows. Fortunately, the military district members participating in the special training all carried antitoxins. They would need to retreat as soon as they recovered. However, the danger perception system in his mind once again sounded a piercing alarm. Not good, an extremely powerful aura is descending from above. It's that advanced Tier 6 guy. Lin Zikin whipped his head around to see a black shadow, radiating overwhelming murderous intent, tearing through the air and heading straight for him. He was horrified. Could Instructor Lu have been killed by him? Realizing the situation had reached a critical moment, Lin Zikin immediately turned and shouted to the group of shivering students, "Listen to me. I think that masked man is controlling the vines to hunt us down, but he didn't see Instructor Lu back there, which means the instructor has likely lost." He took a deep breath and resolutely took on the responsibility. "That masked man's target is me. I'll lure him away to create an opportunity for you to escape." His tone was firm, his gaze determined. "Don't look back and don't worry about me. Whatever you do, don't stay behind and become a burden to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zikin turned decisively. He channeled all his strength and sprinted in the opposite direction. Shen Qinghan chased him for a few panicked steps, her voice hoarse as she shouted through tears, "Zikin, you must come back." Amidst the wind whistling past his ears, Lin Zikin only had time to return 2 words, "Trust me." Shen Qinghan stood frozen on the spot, tears rolling down uncontrollably. She bit her lip until it bled, a sense of helplessness surging in her heart. "I only have common Tier 6 strength. I can't help Zikin at all. I have to stay away from him so I don't become his burden. If only I were stronger." Meanwhile, Lin Zikin was leaping over the dense tree canopy like a bird. He glanced back and sure enough the masked man had taken the bait and was tailing him frantically. He silently assessed the situation. Hanhan's side should be safe now, but why does this guy's speed feel off? This doesn't seem like the speed an advanced Tier 6 should have. Observing the enemy's breathless and exasperated state, a devious smile touched the corner of Lin Zichen's mouth. He quickly reached a conclusion. Based on the current situation, his strength only seems to be one minor realm higher than mine, about the level of an advanced Tier 4, plus he looks seriously injured. Maybe I can squeeze some information out of him. The thought of a counter-kill surfaced in his mind. Lin Zikin immediately activated his natural camouflage skill. Instantly, the violent aura on his body vanished completely, and his body seemed to merge with the rhythm of nature. The masked man, who was in hot pursuit, suddenly noticed that his prey's speed had slowed down. A disdainful, cold smirk curled his lips as he taunted triumphantly. "Finally ran out of breath? As soon as the words left his mouth, he ruthlessly waved his hand, and over a dozen thick vines with startling power descended from the sky, sweeping toward the top of Lin Zichen's head. Swoosh, swoosh, the sound of tearing wind echoed piercingly. However, with his extraordinary reflexes, Lin Zichen simply twisted his body slightly, weaving through the gaps and effortlessly dodging all the attacks as if he were strolling in a courtyard. While dodging, Lin Zichen's powerful brain analyzed the data. The attack power of these vines isn't high. It seems this guy doesn't dare to strike too hard. He definitely wants to take me alive. A flash of mischief flickered in the youth's eyes, his lips curling slightly. In that case, I'll give him an opportunity. Having formulated a script, Lin Zichen intentionally exposed a flaw, pretending to slip and stumble. Bang! Seizing the moment, several vines delivered a heavy blow to his back. Lin Zichen used the momentum to lunge forward, flying through the air for a distance before slamming hard into the root of an ancient giant tree. Rumble! The violent impact shook the entire tree, and dead leaves fell like rain. Lin Zichen lay paralyzed under the tree roots, motionless. Seeing the prey fall, the masked man laughed out loud in triumph. He walked over leisurely, his tone full of mockery and contempt. Damn, you certainly ran fast. Staring at Lin Zichen's still figure, he grew even more arrogant and began to ramble. You actually activated natural camouflage. If you hadn't slowed down later, I might have had to work a bit harder to catch you. That burst of speed you just showed far exceeds biological limits. Is it some kind of new potential stimulating reagent developed by the military district? Without waiting for Lin Zichen to respond, he continued his arrogant speech. My bedslave was only one step away from evolving into an advanced biological form. She must have underestimated the enemy, only to be counter-killed by you using the power of drugs. It took me 5 years to train her, and now she's been killed by you just like that. Lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, Lin Zichen's brow furrowed slightly as he connected the information. The person he's talking about is that branch leader with Tier 9 peak strength. The masked man licked his lips, his eyes narrowing with a lewd light. But that little blue-haired chick with you just now is even prettier than the female stars on TV. Once I've fully recovered, I'll definitely catch her and train her to be my new bedslave. As for now, I'll take you back first to complete the mission. Just as the vile threat fell, the masked man leaned down and reached out to grab Lin Zichen. However, the moment his hand extended, Lin Zichen's originally closed eyes snapped open, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Without any warning, the youth launched a lethal strike. Bang! A heavy punch, concentrating the explosive power of his entire body, smashed straight into the masked man's lower abdomen. Ah! A shrill, piercing scream like the howl of a wild beast tore through the night sky. The masked man's face completely contorted in pain, his eyes rolled back and the veins on his neck bulged. He frantically clutched his injured lower body, his tall frame instantly curling up like a cooked shrimp as he stumbled back several steps. At this moment, only endless horror remained in his mind. This brat was faking being unconscious, but Lin Zichen had no time to let the enemy recover. The blood chi in his body surged and erupted like a tide, and he leapt into the air like a predator pouncing on prey. The moment he neared the target, his body suddenly rotated 180 degrees in the air, and he used the momentum to deliver a sharp side kick. Boom! His heel again landed a precise and brutal heavy blow on the bleeding wound in the masked man's lower abdomen. This vicious follow-up strike nearly suffocated the masked man. His face turned from pale to ashen, and his eyes bulged as if they were about to burst from their sockets. Shock filled his mind. How is this possible? Why can he still explode with such powerful strength? It's fine, it must be that the drug's effects haven't worn off. As long as I survive this burst, he'll be exhausted. However, the cruel reality slapped him hard in the face. Lin Zichen's strikes showed no signs of weakening. Instead, he fought with increasing vigor and mounting ferocity. Bang, bang, bang! A series of heavy punches rained down like a hammer, driving the masked man into a corner. Panic began to eat away at his fighting spirit. Something is wrong. Completely wrong. Why does his blood chi seem inexhaustible? Even more terrifyingly, he discovered with horror that the power of each of Lin Zichen's punches was actually steadily increasing, beaten to the point of spitting blood. The masked man roared in despair and horror. You're clearly not even 20 years old, clearly just a nobody. How can you maintain the explosive power of an advanced Tier 4 for so long? At the brink of death, he let out a long howl, using his last bit of strength to cry out in a piteous plea for help. Elder 9, save! However, this tragic call for help was only half finished. Boom! Lin Zichen concentrated all his strength into his right fist, delivering a storm-like heavy blow directly to his face. The terrifying impact sent the masked man spinning into the air, flying over a dozen meters like a broken rag doll. Rumble! His hulking body slammed heavily into an ancient tree, blocking his path, snapping the trunk before sliding to the ground. The violent impact caused the wooden mask on his face to shatter into countless pieces, revealing a handsome face covered in blood. Unfortunately, before this handsome face could be displayed for long, Lin Zichen descended like a god of death. He grabbed the other's collar and lifted him up, his fist striking left and right without mercy. Bang, bang, bang! Amidst the relentless beating, Lin Zichen coldly spat out words full of contempt. You talk too much. Did you really think I'd be interested in your bedslave? Forget it. I'll be a good person and send you to hell to reunite with her. After this series of brutal finishing moves, the masked man's body slumped, completely devoid of life. Simultaneously, the familiar light blue system panel appeared before his eyes once more. Ding, do you wish to devour? Lin Zicken wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the cold corpse. Finally dead, the corners of his mouth curled slightly as he issued the command, devour. A series of notifications instantly flooded the screen, bringing priceless rewards. Ding, you have successfully unlocked the Wood Elf Bestiary. You have obtained the biological attribute, Lord of the Forest. You can consume mental power to control surrounding vegetation. Ding, you have successfully opened the 9-turn Soul Worm Bestiary. You have obtained a high-level spiritual biological attribute, advanced mental power. Your mental power has been significantly enhanced. Lin Zicken stood in place, panting heavily. After reading this string of system prompts, his eyes suddenly lit up. He secretly assessed the spoils of war. These were all attributes related to mental power. It seemed this guy was a mage type. Precisely because his physical constitution wasn't strong, Lin had been able to seize the opportunity to counter-kill someone of a higher level. He was still immersed in the joy of victory, when suddenly a slow and cold round of applause came from behind him. A low voice carrying 1,000 pounds of pressure rang out. With the physical body of an ordinary Tier 9, you actually killed an advanced Tier 6 expert. To think such a genius exists on Earth, it seems this conspiracy was well worth it. Lin Zichen's heart skipped a beat and he whipped around, all his senses instantly tightening like a fully drawn bowstring. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could this be that 9th elder? He was warily searching the surroundings for the enemy's figure when his heart suddenly tightened. Vroom, vroom, vroom. A low vibration tore through space. Immediately after, several vines as thick as thighs suddenly burst from the ground, shooting into the air like lightning. Their speed was as fast as a residual shadow, and in an instant they tightly coiled around Lin Zichen's entire body, trapping him in place so he couldn't move even half a step. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead, and Lin Zicken secretly lamented, "Damn, I can't break free at all." Looking at this strength, the opponent is at least a rare tier expert. From the shadows, a man wearing a mask slowly stepped out. He tilted his head slightly, issuing a rare word of praise in a raspy voice. "That a genius like you could appear on Earth really comes as a surprise to me." However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than a world-shaking change suddenly descended. Countless water blades, thin as a cicada's wing and transparent as crystal, shot out from the void at incredible speed. They tore through the air, letting out a piercing whistling sound. With just a few sharp slices, the tough vines on Lin Zicken were instantly ground into fragments, falling scattered to the ground. The masked man took a startled step back. From the top of a nearby towering giant tree came an aged yet extremely surprised voice. "Yuan Dongzi, why are you here?" Hearing that familiar name, Lin Zicken hurriedly looked up. In midair, just above a rushing stream, Vice Principal Yuan Dongzi was suspended with extreme elegance. The aura radiating from her entire body was exceptionally powerful, like a deity controlling the waters. With her hands behind her back, her sharp gaze looked directly at the masked man as she announced with resonance, "From the moment Lin Zicken began to shine in the military district, I knew you divine tree sect people surely wouldn't be able to sit still. Therefore I have been secretly protecting him, waiting for you to make your move." Hearing the confession, the masked man laughed out loud, clapping in praise. "Beating us at our own game. Interesting. But to deal with a woman like you, I alone am enough." Yuan Dongzi let out a cold snort, her face full of contempt. "Arrogance, do you think this is still the same as back then? I am no longer weaker than you." With the declaration of challenge issued, Yuan Dongzi immediately exploded with a power like a mountain-toppling tsunami. The column of water beneath her feet instantly expanded dozens of times, roaring like a water monster. From that fierce vortex, countless sharp water blades separated out and shot into the air, obscuring the entire brilliant sky. Not to be outdone, the masked man let out a forest-shaking roar. "Rise!" He waved his hand and slammed it toward the ground. In an instant, from the depths of the lush forest, thousands of giant vines burst from the earth, shooting straight into the clouds. They crisscrossed to form an indestructible wooden shield, brute forcing a block against that rain of water blades. Not finished yet, he continued to manipulate those eerie vines, turning them into sharp tentacles that frantically lunged at Yuan Dongzi with a momentum that blotted out the sun. Surrounded by life and death peril, Yuan Dongzi still maintained a composed demeanor. With a thought, a massive 40-meter-long water blade condensed within the rolling water column beneath her feet. She gripped the illusory hilt with both hands, channeling her full strength to strike down with a world-rending heavy blow. Rumble, an explosion rang out like thunder, and the water blade, possessing devastating power, easily sliced the oncoming giant vine net in half, completely dismantling the opponent's fierce offensive. Witnessing this soul-shaking duel between two god-tier experts, Lin Zicken swallowed hard. He secretly planned that he had to seize the chance to flee right now, lest he be caught in the crossfire of the rare-tier battle. Thinking and acting at once, he immediately turned and bolted. However, he had only run a few steps when another event occurred. Boom! A ground-shaking explosion came from not far away, followed by a shrill scream. Lin Zichen's heart pounded wildly, and he hurriedly activated Eye of the Sky to observe the situation through the gloomy night. What met his eyes was the tragic scene of Instructor Lu Tianrong falling into a siege of vines. In the distance, Lu Tianrong also noticed that familiar figure. he shouted at the top of his lungs, "It's Zicken, quick, come save me!" Lin Zicken didn't hesitate for a second, immediately activating his newly obtained Lord of the Forest talent. He closed his eyes and concentrated, sending out a mental command to test the newly acquired biological attribute. A miraculous thing happened. The vines that were tightly strangling Lu Tianrong suddenly froze, then, like obedient pets, slowly released and collapsed to the ground. Lu Tianrong, having escaped death, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked in utter shock, "How did these vines untie themselves?" Lin Zicken shrugged and gave a casual explanation. "When we encountered that masked man, he was already seriously injured. I took the chance to sneak attack and kill him. Once he died, the skill naturally failed." In a situation as urgent as fire singeing one's eyebrows, Lu Tianrong didn't have the heart to look into the details. He nodded and urged urgently, "In that case, there's no time to lose. Let's find the others quickly and then evacuate this place." Lin Zicken nodded in agreement. The two sprinted through the dense forest for over a minute, finally bursting out of the woods to meet up with the lone military bus parked by the road. In front of the bus, Shen Qinghan and the other students were waiting in fear and unease. The moment she saw Lin Zichen's figure, Shen Qinghan cast aside all restraint and rushed over like an arrow. She buried herself in his arms, tightly clutching those sturdy shoulders as she wailed like a child, "Xiao Chen, you're finally back." She buried her face in his chest, whispering through sobs, "I was really so scared just now, scared I'd never see you again. Let's not be separated again, okay?" Lin Zicken let out a warm laugh, his large hand gently stroking her messy hair as he soothed her tenderly. "Okay, we won't be separated." Witnessing this touching reunion scene, Ma Xiaowei smacked her lips and stepped forward, interrupting coldly, "You weren't injured anywhere, were you?" Before Lin Zicken could even open his mouth, she directly stuffed a small bottle into his hand. She gave a decisive command, "I have a great restoration pill here, you take it." Suddenly being given something, Lin Zicken waved it off and refused. "Ma Xiaowei, thanks, but I'm not injured. I don't need a great restoration pill." Ignoring his refusal, Ma Xiaowei tilted her chin up and forced the bottle into his hand. "Just take it, use it later when you need it." Seeing the scene was a bit awkward, Lin Zicken had no choice but to put away the medicine bottle, turning to issue an authoritative command to the noisy crowd. "Everyone is here. Everyone get on the bus and evacuate. It's very dangerous here right now. A rare tier expert from the Divine Tree sect is fighting Vice Principal Yuan. We'll be caught in the crossfire if we stay here." This world-shaking news left all the students dumbfounded. Whispers broke out everywhere. "A rare tier expert, has Vice Principal Yuan come too? Why haven't we seen anyone from the military district yet?" Lu Tianrong ignored those rapid-fire questions, driving everyone onto the bus. Just as the engine roared to life and they prepared to depart, a bizarre event suddenly occurred. A student sitting in the front row screamed out, "Hey instructor, there's someone ahead right in front of the bus." A young girl with charming fox ears quietly appeared out of the void. She appeared soundlessly, her movement as mysterious as a ghost emerging from the underworld, facing the sudden obstacle. Lu Tianrong didn't hit the brakes. Instead, he slammed down the accelerator, determined to crush the blocker. The heavy armored military bus roared as it charged toward the girl. However, a bloody scene did not occur. The front of the bus passed directly through her body as if it were only passing through a thin cloud of mist. After a moment of shock, the students on the bus began to stir, looking around frantically in panic. "She's gone." That fox-eared girl suddenly vanished. Where did she go? Lin Zicken sat quietly in his seat, a strong sense of upheaval rising deep within him. He furrowed his brow, activating all his senses to their full extent, yet he could not sense any trace of her presence. Not even Instructor Lu in Advanced Tier 6 could sense this fox-eared girl's level. She was likely above Advanced Tier 6. In the oppressive atmosphere, a strange, charming voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. "Who are you looking for?" The students were startled and all turned their heads at the same time. The sight that met their eyes nearly made their hearts stop. The fox-eared girl who had just vanished from beneath the bus was now leisurely sitting in a seat in the very last row. No one knew when or how she had slipped in. Boom! Lu Tianrong erupted without a word, activating his exotic beast genes to transform into a majestic giant tiger. He leaped from the driver's seat toward the back of the bus, roaring a challenge. "Who exactly are you?" Facing this tiger brandishing its claws, the fox-eared girl only curled her lips in contempt, her eyes suddenly erupting with a bizarre purple light. In an instant, Lu Tianrong's gaze became dull, and his consciousness seemed to be completely stripped away. The fox-eared girl commanded in a voice that was gentle yet as heavy as a divine decree, "Get off the bus." Like a pre-programmed machine, Lu Tianrong withdrew his giant tiger form and obediently turned around, wobbling off the bus amidst the students' extreme shock. Having driven away the meddling bodyguard, the fox-eared girl swept her seductive gaze across every pale face and announced lazily, "Except for Lin Zicken, everyone else get off and leave. I have no interest in you." This bizarre command left all the students dumbfounded. Zhang Ming thought he had misheard and panicked whispers broke out again. "What do we do? Listen to her and run?" Even Instructor Lu was no match for her. "Is she from the Divine Tree sect too? Let's get out first and talk later." Amidst the chaos, Lin Zicken maintained his cold attitude. He tilted his chin and waved to his companions. "She's after me. You guys get off the bus." Zhao Yanzhong bit his lip and heavily patted his shoulder, instructing, "Take care." With that, he resolutely turned and walked off the bus. Li Moyu, Luo Yangzhan, and Ma Xiaowei hesitated for a moment, looked at each other helplessly, and finally gritted their teeth to follow Zhao Yanzhong. In the blink of an eye, Shen Qinghan was the only one left on the spacious bus. She tightly gripped Lin Zichen's arm, their fingers interlaced, her gaze determined as she refused to leave even half a step. "No, I absolutely won't let you face the danger alone." Looking at his stubborn friend, Lin Zichen frowned slightly and soothed in a deep voice, "Han, you go down first." However, the fox girl seemed to have lost patience with this parting drama. She curled her lips lazily, and with a slight thought an invisible force instantly seized Shen Qinghan's body, lifting her into the air. "Han," Lin Zichen cried out. The fox girl threw her hand without mercy. Shen Qinghan was tossed out of the bus window like a broken sack. Rumble, the terrifying impact caused the glass to shatter into a million pieces, exploding in the air. Lin Zichen roared in pain. Han, sensing the brutality of that strike, he lunged toward the broken window, frantically searching for the young girl's figure. Seeing her shakily climb to her feet, though her clothes were torn to shreds, she fortunately had no fatal injuries. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having driven away that swarm of flies, the fox-eared girl stood up, her graceful figure swaying as she walked toward Lin Zichen with light steps. She smiled seductively, enticing him in a flirtatious tone. "Now it's time to talk about us. My bed slave. A formidable physical talent, a handsome appearance, you fit my requirements perfectly. The essence contained within your body must be very delicious. You are qualified to be my bed slave and provide me with essence." Lin Zichen tried his best to suppress his mind, which was being disturbed by that exotic floral fragrance. As he questioned coldly, "Are you a genetic fuser, an exotic beast, or a divergent?" The fox girl giggled, swaying the snowy white tail behind her. "None of the above. I come from the original site, but I'm also half human. My mother is a creature from the original site, but my father is a human from Earth. My mother was clearly so excellent, yet that scum father of mine cheated her of her wealth and beauty. I've never seen him in my entire life. In my eyes, men only deserve to be bed slaves wearing collars." She leaned in close, carelessly stroking his firm chest. "I've been so honest with you. Are you willing to put on the collar I've carefully prepared for you and be my bed slave?" Lin Zichen frowned, issuing a cold challenge. "And if I refuse?" The smile at the corners of her mouth deepened as she asserted confidently that he had no reason to refuse, much less the qualification to do so. Lin Zichen was silent for a moment, his brain rapidly calculating a retreat. "Then let me consider it," he thought, stalling for time while waiting for people from the military district or the vice principal to come for support. Thinking of this, he cleared his throat and stalled. "I really do need to consider it." Seeing her prey hesitating, the fox girl swayed the 9 foxtails behind her, continuing to cast out her bait. "Look at my world-toppling face and graceful figure. Do you know how many creatures in the original site dream of having my body? Are you sure you don't want to be my bed slave?" Lin Zichen still insisted on the stalling tactic. "I really do need to consider it." After being rejected heartlessly, the smile on her lips gradually froze, and a trace of cruelty flashed in her purple eyes. She threatened coldly, "Your delay in agreeing, is it for that little chick outside the bus? In that case, I'll just kill her." As soon as the words left her mouth, the fox demon's figure blurred instantly, vanishing without a trace. By the time Lin Zichen could react, she had already appeared like a ghost behind Shen Qinghan outside the bus. That snowy white fox tail was like a ribbon of death, tightly coiling around the slender neck of the poor girl. "Then I'll just kill her," the fox demon's cold voice rang out, sounding like a final judgment. Boom! Lin Zichen descended into complete madness. Ignoring any search for an exit, he used his physical body as a drill to smash through the reinforced armor of the school bus. He burst through the window like an enraged cannonball, carrying a sky-shrouding murderous intent. As he threw a heavy punch straight at the fox demon, whoosh, an ear-piercing sound of tearing wind erupted as Lin Zichen's blood-chi-covered fist moved so fast it turned into a residual shadow, piercing through the void to strike at the fox demon's vitals. However, the expected scene of flying flesh and shattering bones did not occur. The fox demon's figure flickered and dissolved in the wind like a bubble, as if she had never existed. Lin Zichen froze on the spot, staring blankly at his 2 fists that had struck nothing but air. Was it a fake clone? No. Immediately after, the fox-eared girl's aura vanished completely, as if everything that had just happened was merely a hallucination. While Lin Zichen was stuck in a state of shock and uncertainty, Shen Qinghan stood nearby, her beautiful eyes wide as she looked at him as if he were a madman. "Zichen, what's wrong with you?" Her confusion left Lin Zichen even more disoriented. He frowned and explained, "You're asking me what's wrong? I was saving you." Shen Qinghan scratched her head, her face completely blank. "Saving me?" At that moment, Li Moyu, who had witnessed the entire process from a distance, ran over and muttered with a face full of incomprehension. "Why did you suddenly charge out of the bus and swing your fist at Han like you were possessed, and with such force too? You didn't even explain before rushing out." Hearing Li Moyu's accusation, a bolt of mental lightning flashed through Lin Zichen's mind and he realized things were not right. Just then, a delicate and teasing voice drifted from deep within the school bus. "My body is only at common tier 9, it couldn't have withstood that punch of yours." Hearing this voice, Lin Zichen gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. That was the fox-eared girl's voice, and it was coming from inside the military bus. Sure enough, the one he had struck just now wasn't a clone at all. It was entirely an illusion. With just a little release of mental power, she could play with others in the palm of her hand. This was truly troublesome. Having seen through the essence of his opponent's strength, Lin Zichen's expression became exceptionally grave. The fox demon stepped leisurely off the bus, a triumphant smile touching the corners of her mouth. "I was just playing a joke on you. Now I'm truly going to kill the sweetheart you care about most." Without giving Lin Zicken any chance to react, she suddenly waved her sleeve. In an instant her figure split into dozens of identical phantoms, each carrying murderous intent as they lunged toward Shen Qinghan. This time Lin Zicken did not act recklessly. He held his ground, his mind string pulled taut as he rapidly analyzed the situation. He couldn't afford to rush his move this time. If his mental strength was inferior to hers, any counterattack would be futile. "I can only try this move and hope it works." He took a deep breath and decided to gamble everything. With a thought, he instantly activated his advanced mental power talent. The moment the skill was triggered, everything around him changed abruptly in his eyes. Sure enough, these were all phantoms. He felt a cool, tranquil energy wash over his entire sea of consciousness, dispersing all the mist and leaving his mind clearer than ever before. In just 2 short seconds, the dozens of fox demon phantoms rushing toward him began to fade and vanished completely. The surroundings returned to being empty, except for a single figure sitting leisurely on the roof of the military bus, those purple eyes observing the crowd's panic below with curiosity. After locking onto the target, Lin Zicken roared in his heart. "The real body is there!" Boom! He kicked off the ground violently, his figure shooting into the air like a cannonball, closing in on the fox demon in an instant. He channeled his entire body's blood chi into his right fist, delivering a thunderous heavy blow toward her forehead without mercy. Vroom! A hollow sound rang out as Lin Zicken's mountain-toppling punch once again pierced through the fox demon's head. Striking heavily into thin air, Lin Zicken's heart sank to rock bottom. Another illusion. He didn't allow himself to wallow in shock, immediately using the momentum to leap back and land steadily beside Shen Qinghan. He fully opened his 5 senses, scanning every corner of the surroundings with high alert. Since she wanted to kill Han, he had to protect Han first. Just as he held his breath in readiness, a sweet and seductive voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Interesting. You were actually able to strengthen your mental power in an instant to break the illusion I take so much pride in." Lin Zicken's heart trembled violently, and he hurriedly turned back to look. The scene before his eyes caused his blood to freeze instantly. The girl he was protecting with open arms, the one he was certain was Shen Qinghan, had somehow turned into that cunning fox demon. She tilted her head, smiling as she praised him. "You really continue to surprise me more and more." Lin Zicken's brain spun frantically amidst the layers of shifting dreams. Had Han turned into her? Or was this another illusion? He could no longer tell. He was almost unable to distinguish truth from falsehood. Just as he was struggling, trapped in the mire of illusions, a familiar weak cry came from the other side. "Zicken!" Shen Qinghan had noticed his abnormality and was calling his name timidly. Lin Zicken snapped out of it like he was awakening from a dream and hurriedly rushed over, tightly seizing her small frail hands. A familiar warmth radiated from her skin, acting like a shot of adrenaline. He breathed a secret sigh of relief. This feeling was the real Han. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Shen Qinghan asked with worry, "What's wrong?" Lin Zicken didn't answer, only silently thanking the heavens. Fortunately, he hadn't chosen to attack just now, or he would have struck Shen Qinghan. Re-evaluating the situation, he found a faint glimmer of hope. "With the support of advanced mental power, I can significantly shorten the time I'm under her mental control, and her physical constitution is weaker than mine." Having seen the pros and cons clearly, he immediately made the optimal decision. Without wasting another word, Lin Zicken scooped Shen Qinghan up in a bridal carry, took a wide stride, and sprinted frantically toward the depths of the forest. Escape was the best course of action. However, this glimmer of hope was soon ruthlessly extinguished. Before they had even run 100 meters, Lin Zicken discovered to his horror that the sky above had instantly turned pitch black, with rolling dark clouds obscuring the sun. The surrounding scenery distorted and warped eerily, forcing him to halt his steps. The fox demon's enchanting voice echoed through the space. "You cannot run." Lin Zicken gritted his teeth, despairingly realizing a cruel fact. The intensity produced by this illusion was higher than ever before. From the void came the fox demon's arrogant provocation. "Let me see how you will break my illusion this time." Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the dragon and tiger struggle between Yuan Dongzi and the masked man had also reached a white-hot phase. Rumble. Earth-shattering explosions rang out one after another. The aftershocks from the clash between these peerless experts caused deep fissures to tear across the surrounding ground. Rubble flew and trees fell in swaths. Yuan Dongzi, suspended in midair, was like an angry goddess. She waved her hand to control thousands of freezing water blades, which fell like a torrential rain with a sky-shrouding momentum, frantically bombarding the masked man. Below, the masked man showed no sign of disorder. He chanted an incantation, controlling countless thick coarse vines to interweave tightly, forming a massive defensive umbrella that steadily blocked all the water blade attacks. Not content with defending, he immediately turned the defense into an offense, manipulating those vines to turn into sharp toxic spears that pierced the air and shot toward the clouds. Launching a fierce counterattack against Yuan Dongzi, he arrogantly declared, "As long as you lack a water source, your strength will drop significantly. This is my home turf, you have no chance of winning." Facing the rain of deathly spears, Yuan Dongzi still held her head high with pride. Showing no fear, she raised her hand to summon a massive rotating water column, forming a wall of flowing water that continuously knocked away her opponent's attacks. Simultaneously, from the base of the water column, thousands of small yet even more powerful flowing water leaf blades were shot toward the masked man like machine guns. Unfortunately, the opponent's vine defense layer was too thick and all the attacks were blocked. The masked man began a psychological offensive. The power behind the divine tree sect is a great existence. There are inexhaustible spiritual plant resources in the south region of the original site. With your talent, as long as you are willing to join the divine tree sect, you will have endless rare flowers and exotic fruits. Having said that, power condensed in his eyes. And in an instant, all the towering ancient trees in the forest rose from the ground simultaneously, flying into the air and intertwining into a massive vine vortex that crashed toward Yuan Dongzi with destructive power. Facing the strong enemy's killing move, Yuan Dongzi's brow arched slightly. She circulated her inner energy to drain all the moisture from the stream from a distance, forming a flexible yet solid massive water membrane around herself to resist the frantic attack of the vine swarm. She coldly rejected the temptation. I am different from people like you who have lost all conscience. I will never join an evil cult that harms humanity. Hearing the phrase, lost all conscience, the masked man let out a disdainful wild laugh. The essence of human nature is that if a person does not act for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. Today's society has too many shackles binding humanity. That is the true loss of human nature. Facing his twisted logic, Yuan Dongzi merely curled her lips in contempt. Demonic words to mislead the public. In an instant, the dragon horns on her head erupted with a brilliant azure light. That light was like a magnet, drawing all the suspended water blades to turn simultaneously, roaring as they launched a counter-kill toward the masked man. Realizing the recruitment had completely failed, the masked man withdrew his smile, his gaze becoming sinister. You won't cry until you see the coffin. He gritted his teeth and exerted his full power, manipulating a sea of vines to rush toward Yuan Dongzi like giant dragons attempting to use numerical advantage to exhaust her water source. He bellowed self-importantly, "My vines can absorb the water you use to resist, you cannot stop them." At the critical moment, Yuan Dongzi immediately reinforced her water membrane defense. However, the number of vines this time was beyond imagination. They frantically sucked at the thin protective layer. In a mere instant, the defense collapsed and thousands of vines like hungry pythons instantly coiled around her entire body, binding her tightly. Seeing the prey caught in the net, the masked man laughed triumphantly. "Slowly play with the vines, I'll be taking that human genius away now." At the life and death threshold, a flash of determination crossed Yuan Dongzi's eyes. She gritted her teeth, deciding to sacrifice her essence and lifeblood at any cost to forcibly enhance the exotic beast genes in her body. Even facing the immense risk of mutation, she absolutely could not let him take Lin Zicken. Boom, an earth-shaking roar erupted, and a world-shattering wave carrying a destructive aura abruptly swept through, leveling the entire forest. Wherever the giant wave passed, except for the century-old trees, all other vegetation fell and was submerged in the vast ocean. The sudden change in terrain caused the masked man to lose his voice in terror. What is this commotion? 1 second it was a dense forest, and in the blink of an eye it had turned into the deep sea. Placed within the vast waters, Yuan Dongzi was like a fish in water. Her strength exploded frantically, stepping into an unprecedented realm. Relying on the power of the divine aperture, she narrowed her eyes to concentrate her aura, and in an instant, a giant water dragon 100 meters long condensed on the turbulent sea surface, roaring toward the sky with majestic power. Standing atop the dragon's head, Yuan Dongzi's authoritative voice echoed through the clouds. "Since you said the forest is your home turf, then I'll turn this place into the sea, into my home turf." Accompanied by a dragon's roar that resonated through heaven and earth, the giant water dragon's eyes erupted with brilliant light, signaling that a world-shattering strike was about to fall. 10 minutes ago, as the faint sound of a dragon's roar echoed, a colossal dragon formed from seawater surged toward the masked man with incredible speed. In an instant, the dragon closed the gap. A massive claw swatted him from the treetop, slamming him violently into the water. The masked man soon burst out from beneath the surface, but the moment he appeared, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of fresh blood, seemingly suffering from severe internal injuries. That crazy woman actually sacrificed all of her essence blood. Yuan Dongzi said nothing, continuing to command the dragon as it lunged forward for a ferocious kill. The masked man tried to flee, but the dragon was simply too fast. Before he could put any distance between them, the dragon caught up in a flash, headbutting him back into the water and relentlessly tearing at him beneath the waves, intent on shredding him alive. Thump, thump, thump. "If that's how it is, then I have no choice." The masked man also sacrificed his essence blood, using it to feed the mutated beast genes within his body to summon eerie blood-red vines. However, he didn't sacrifice much, just enough for his strength to barely hold off Yuan Dongzi. Yuan Dongzi was a powerhouse of the same level. Killing her was unrealistic. The masked man glanced at her. "You aren't the only one who knows how to sacrifice essence blood. Principal Yuan, you can struggle here at your leisure. I'm taking my leave." Yuan Dongzi grew truly desperate now, frantically trying to break free from the blood-red vines coiled around her. Without another word, the masked man sped toward Lin Zichen's location, ignoring her. The moment Lin Zikin spotted him, he spoke to his companions first. Principal Yuan failed. That ninth elder of the sacred tree cult is approaching us at extreme speed. His target is me. I'll lead him away. Without waiting a single second more, Lin Zikin leapt and dove into the bottomless sea below, vanishing without a trace. Zikin, the others still on the tree, hadn't even reacted to his sudden disappearance into the water until Lu Tianrong spotted a figure approaching rapidly in the distance. He was the first to shout, "I feel it too, that powerful aura closing in on us. Everyone follow me." Run in the opposite direction of where Lin Zikin went. On the other side, bolstered by his water fusion luck talent, Lin Zikin swam through the depths at high speed. He's coming as expected. Han and the others are safe now, so there's no need for me to remain a target on the surface. I have to rely on water fusion luck to create a miracle and escape through the water. Lin Zikin prayed silently as he swam forward with all his might, noting the injuries on the ninth elder. He reasoned that their battle hadn't been completely one-sided, so Principal Yuan was likely still alive, just trapped. His next move was to find her and help her break free. Her location was likely in the direction the waves were coming from. On the surface, the masked man was in hot pursuit. In just a few seconds he closed the distance. With a thought, he commanded several vines to plunge into the water, chasing the submerged Lin Zikin. The vines moved with incredible speed, but with the aid of water fusion luck. The water was Lin Zichen's home turf. He dodged with a sharp twist, a close call. The masked man was baffled. This was irrational. How could a pure-blooded human of a common biological rank move so fast underwater? This kid is a monster. I have to end this quickly. Thump, thump, thump. The masked man summoned a massive swarm of vines that rained down into the water like a dense downpour, surging toward Lin Zikin. If a few vines couldn't catch him, then dozens or hundreds would. No matter how agile Lin Zikin was underwater, facing vines closing in from all directions, he had no choice but to be captured. Beneath the surface, Lin Zikin struggled to swim, his instantaneous speed nearing 100 meters per second. But even so, the vines striking from behind finally snared him. The gap in strength was too vast to evade indefinitely. Got you. The masked man clenched his fist, intending to yank Lin Zikin out of the water. However, suddenly and inexplicably, the vines he controlled stopped moving. How is this possible? I almost had him. Why did the vines loosen and go out of control? Lin Zikin instantly slipped out from the layers of coiled vines and dove deeper into the depths, accelerating to get as far away from the masked man on the surface as possible. The masked man didn't have time to ponder the mystery. He struck again immediately, assuming it was just a fluke. This time he controlled even more vines than before, surging toward Lin Zikin. In a mere heartbeat, the vines wrapped around Lin Zikin in a death grip. Let's see where you run this time. Lord of the Forest activated. Just as he was about to pull Lin Zikin out of the water, the vines coiling around the boy inexplicably loosened again. Loose again? That's impossible. This Lin Zikin definitely harbored a massive secret. Bringing him back would be a monumental achievement that would shock the entire cult. He had to capture him personally. At this thought, the masked man's breathing grew ragged. His eyes filled with fanaticism as he dove into the water to catch Lin Zikin with his own hands. It's time to get away. I hope Han and the others have run far enough. With that thought, Lin Zikin activated his biological attribute, natural camouflage, completely masking his aura. The masked man pursued at high speed, swimming behind a massive tree in less than 2 seconds, only to find that Lin Zikin had vanished completely, with no sign of where he had gone. Where is he? Why can't I sense him even with my spiritual sense? Where could he be? Wait. No, he was using himself as bait from the start to draw me away so his companions could escape. He must be doubling back to find them. Enraged, the masked man turned instantly and gave chase in the direction Shen Qinghan and the others had gone. Seeing this, Lin Zikin immediately swam toward where the waves were churning. His only chance of escape now was to rescue Principal Yuan first. Something's wrong. After running only a few hundred meters, the masked man suddenly stopped beside a sky-blotting tree. About half a minute later, the fast-moving Lin Zikin caught a faint sense of Yuan Dongzi's aura. He surfaced and looked toward the source. Before him stood a massive tree cage over 100 meters tall. Found her. I have to secretly use Lord of the Forest to free her from those vines. Under the influence of the Lord of the Forest ability, the blood-red vines binding Yuan Dongzi immediately loosened. This cage is a nightmare, but I'm finally out. I need to find Zikin and Qinghan. Seeing Yuan Dongzi successfully escape, Lin Zikin shouted to her. Yuan Dongzi looked over, her expression surprised. Why are you here? When did you arrive? Lin Zikin explained. I was just being hunted by the ninth elder and barely managed to escape here. I happened to run into you. Just as he finished speaking, a series of violent whistling sounds echoed outside the tree cage. Yuan Dongzi immediately released her spiritual sense to investigate. When she sensed the masked man rushing toward them at high speed, her face paled. The ninth elder of the sacred tree cult is here. Let's go. Yuan Dongzi leaped into the water, pulling Lin Zikin into her arms. With her superior swimming ability, she carried him through the water in a frantic escape. So fast. As Yuan Dongzi whisked him through the depths, Lin Zikin could clearly feel that her underwater speed was more than 10 times faster than his own. This was rare-level speed. The ocean was Principal Yuan's domain. At this speed, even the ninth elder couldn't catch them. 10 seconds later, Yuan Dongzi had carried Lin Zicken nearly 10,000 meters, moving from the deep sea to the shallows and completely losing their pursuer. Up ahead, the military rescue had arrived. Zicken, an anxious voice called out. Lin Zicken looked up to see the person he had been thinking of, Shen Qinghan. Alongside her were over a dozen military cyborgs, 2 attack helicopters, and a massive mecha. Inside the mecha, a man explained with a hint of apology. Principal, the military was delayed because of a disturbance caused by hidden cultists. Just as he spoke, faint whistling sounds echoed from far behind. Lin Zicken and Yuan Dongzi looked back toward the sound. He's caught up again. He actually dares to keep coming. Yuan Dongzi frowned, her mind racing with confusion. After considering the possibilities, her expression changed drastically. There's a traitor among the reinforcements. Her face went pale as she moved instantly, grabbing both Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghan and retreating at maximum speed. Is there a mole in the rescue team? While thinking, Yuan Dongzi dove into the water with the 2 childhood friends. Her blood chi and spiritual energy erupted simultaneously as she tried to flee as fast as possible. Her priority was getting Qinghan and Zicken to safety. She didn't have the capacity to save the others. Splash, splash, splash. A second after Yuan Dongzi dove into the water with the 2, all the military cyborgs dove in after them. What? Are they all moles on the tree? Lu Tianrong was completely stunned. Were the reinforcements all members of the sacred tree cult? Lu Tianrong reacted quickly, telling the other 3, we need to retreat. If that's the case, we'll be caught in the crossfire if we stay. Then several more thunderous splashes followed. The Shanghai-class mechas, along with the 9th elder of the sacred tree cult, all burst out of the water in an instant, surrounding Yuan Dongzi. Facing this encirclement, Yuan Dongzi's expression turned grim. There was no escape. The masked man looked at her and urged, Vice Principal Yuan, it isn't easy to evolve into a rare-level creature. There's no need for us to both suffer. Hand over Lin Zicken and we will stop making things difficult for you. Hand over Lin Zicken in your dreams. Yuan Dongzi's only response to the demand was to sacrifice more of her essence blood. She further overloaded the mutated beast genes in her body to boost her strength. The dragon horns on her head grew significantly, her scales thickened, and a powerful dragon tail sprouted behind her. In an instant, she transformed from a cold, beautiful woman into a dragon woman brimming with feral power. Seeing the massive mutations on Yuan Dongzi's body, the masked man found it irrational. Sacrificing your essence blood again to save 2 outsiders, you're willing to sacrifice your future and lock your own potential? You really are insane. Facing the masked man, Yuan Dongzi felt only pure loathing for the cultists. The next moment, the once calm sea suddenly erupted into towering waves. The waves transformed into several massive dragons that breached the surface, opening maws wide enough to swallow the sun and moon, devouring all nearby enemies and crushing them with immense pressure. Go quickly! After shouting, Yuan Dongzi hurled Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghan away, sending the 2 childhood friends clear of the battlefield. On the other side, Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghan didn't waste a single second. The moment they hit the water, they fled the battlefield at high speed without stopping. We have to run. We can't be a burden to Vice Principal Yuan. Boom! A massive surge of water erupted behind them as the masked man shot into the air from the seabed, pursuing Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghan at a speed nearly invisible to the naked eye. Don't think you can escape. But before he could pursue for even 2 seconds, the water beneath him exploded. A 100-meter-long dragon that blotted out the sky lunged up, swallowing him in a single bite and dragging him back to the bottom of the sea. Boom! Another roar of parting water followed as the masked man burst from the sea once more, sprinting across the surface toward the still fleeing Lin Zicken. Rising from the depths right behind him was Yuan Dongzi, riding atop a massive dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly, the Shanghai-class mechas in the rear fired several missiles, accurately targeting Yuan Dongzi to prevent her from chasing the masked man, a sneak attack, sensing the incoming missiles. Yuan Dongzi didn't dodge. With a thought, she commanded the dragon to intercept and block all the missiles. Seeing that the missiles were ineffective, the man piloting the mecha adjusted the machine into a standing posture. Die! Then a dazzling light flashed from the mecha's chest, emitting terrifying heat. In the next second, an energy beam nearly half a meter thick blasted out, piercing straight through the 100-meter dragon and mercilessly striking Yuan Dongzi. The energy beam persisted for several seconds. When the light finally faded, Yuan Dongzi reappeared in the pilot's view. She was charred black, her clothes and hair reduced to ash, and she smelled of scorched flesh, yet she had only sustained minor injuries. As the masked man was being pinned and bitten by the dragon, he barked a lethal order to the man in the mecha. Self-destruct. Use the hidden backup power to self-destruct and stall her, or your entire family dies. Hearing this cruel command, the man's face was instantly overcome with despair. Curse you, if only my family weren't in your hands. Without much hesitation, the man issued the self-destruct command to the mecha. I'm sorry, Vice Principal Yuan. Boom! A deafening explosion roared as a massive volume of seawater evaporated instantly, and the surrounding sky-blotting trees were reduced to ash in a heartbeat. Yuan Dongzi, caught at the very center of the blast, was catastrophically injured. Nearly all her scales had shattered and fallen off, half of her left arm was obliterated, and a third of her skull was missing. Damn it, the self-healing is too slow. There was no time. If she couldn't get there immediately to stop him, Lin Zicken would surely fall into the masked man's hands, elsewhere without Yuan Dongzi there to hinder him. The masked man quickly caught up to Lin Zicken. Not good. The ninth elder is gaining on us again. I have natural camouflage for cover, but Han doesn't. My only choice is to deactivate it and split up to draw his fire before finding a way to escape. Han, we split up here. I'll lead the ninth elder away, fearing she would become a burden to him. Shen Qinghan didn't hesitate for a second. HMPH, playing that trick again, the masked man thought. Trying to let your companion escape? Thump, thump, thump. With a thought, the masked man commanded a swarm of vines to plunge toward the seabed. I won't fall for it this time. Instead of sending all the vines after Lin Zicken, he split his forces. One group pursued the elusive Lin Zicken, while the other went after the slower Shen Qinghan. In mere moments, several thick vines coiled tightly around Shen Qinghan's body. With a violent yank, she was pulled out of the water and hung high above the sea, unable to move. Xiao Chen, run! Seeing the deep bond between the two, the masked man immediately used Shen Qinghan as leverage. Come out, Lin Zicken. If you don't show yourself right now, I'll kill her. Faced with the threat, Lin Zicken was forced to reveal himself. He breached the surface and said with a face of forced calm, "Let her go and I'll go with you." As he spoke, his heart was anything but calm. It was drowning in regret. He had assumed Yuan Dongzi could hold off both the masked man and the mecha, which is why he chose to flee with Shen Qinghan. Had he known she would be overwhelmed, he never would have brought her along. But unfortunately, there was no undoing what had been done. The masked man shot out several blood-red vines that coiled around Lin Zicken, binding him in a death grip. Kid, once we reach the sacred tree called headquarters and you see that unparalleled divine sanctuary, you'll thank me for taking you today. The masked man chuckled and quickly began to lead Lin Zicken away. Seeing him being taken, Shen Qinghan began to swim after them like someone possessed. She chased him with everything she had, but she couldn't keep up as she watched Lin Zicken's silhouette gradually vanish. Shen Qinghan cried out in desperate agony, "Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen!" Just as her tears fell uncontrollably and her heart sank into utter despair, an ancient weathered whisper suddenly echoed in her ear. "Trespasser, divine retribution." The moment the whisper faded, the masked man, who was whisking Lin Zicken away at extreme speed, suddenly underwent a drastic change in expression and instinctively looked down. Lin Zicken also sensed a terrifying surge of energy rushing up from below. What's happening? Something is surging up. Before either could react, the previously calm sea suddenly erupted into a violent churn, instantly raising a terrifying sky-shrouding wave. Yet to Lin Zicken's surprise, his danger perception didn't trigger any warning. Boom! Suddenly, the colossal wave crashed toward the masked man. He had no time to react, and was swept directly into the surge, dragged down into the depths. Because the masked man had Lin Zicken bound in a death grip with his vines, Zicken was also dragged into the sea. However, after sinking only a short distance, Lin Zicken felt a massive yet gentle push against his body. Immediately he stopped sinking and instead rose rapidly toward the surface as if something were propelling him upward. With a splash and a crisp sound of parting water, Lin Zicken burst through the surface, pushed forward by a spray of water beneath him. Before he could figure out what was happening, he had been delivered right back to Shen Qinghan's side. "Xiao Chen, thank goodness you're okay," Shen Qinghan cried as she hugged him, her eyes red and swollen, large tears streaming down her cheeks. Looking at her and remembering how the waves had pushed him directly back to her, Lin Zicken realized that this mysterious power didn't come from Vice Principal Yuan, but was related to Han's own ability. His mind raced with possibilities. Suddenly an explosion erupted from the water. Lin Zicken instinctively looked toward the source and saw the masked man burst from the sea, covered in wounds, looking incredibly wretched. As soon as he emerged, he roared, "Yuan Dongzi, you forced my hand." Without hesitation, he sacrificed a massive amount of essence blood to the mutated beast genes in his body, overactivating them to boost his strength. Shen Qinghan was terrified by the sight, but she still stepped forward and opened her arms to shield Lin Zicken. "I won't let you take Xiao Chen." The masked man had gone insane, his humanity gradually being overtaken by bestial instinct. With a sharp whistle of wind, he lunged straight at Shen Qinghan. The next second, the entire sea surface churned violently as countless massive hands formed from seawater slammed down on the masked man with the force of a mountain. Boom! He had no time to react and was slapped directly into the seabed, the impact creating a deafening roar. As the fingers of the water hands tightened, the masked man, pinned to the bottom of the sea, contorted in agony, coughing up blood as his life force drained rapidly. "Principal Yuan, spare me, I'll tell you the truth. Don't you want to know the real reason your children died in the original site?" The masked man pleaded hoarsely through his blood. Hearing this, Lin Zicken's heart skipped a beat. The truth behind their deaths. Was there a hidden conspiracy? At that moment, the masked man spotted the water droplets surrounding Shen Qinghan, which were constantly shifting shapes. Only then did he realize the truth. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. "No, it's not Yuan Dongzi. Who the hell are you?" Before he could finish, the mice of palm slammed down again, crushing him into a mist of blood right before Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghan. Looking at the patch of sea dyed red with blood, Lin Zicken stood dazed for a moment. Was the ninth elder really dead just like that? The next second, a prompt popped up in the void. "Do you wish to devour?" Ding, you have devoured a large amount of wood elf life essence. Lord of the Forest intensity 87. You have devoured a large amount of 9-turn soul worm life essence. Advanced mental power intensity 99. Lin Zicken looked at the scene, feeling it was surreal. He hadn't expected a powerful rare-level creature to die so helplessly at the hands of Han-Han's ability. Shortly after, Vice Principal Yuan arrived after recovering from her injuries, her spiritual sense scanning the surroundings. She asked in a weak voice, "Is the ninth elder of the sacred tree cult not here?" Lin Zikin replied without a second thought, "I don't know, I didn't see anyone else." Although Yuan Dongzi wasn't an outsider, he chose to keep Shen Qinghan's secret. The vice principal didn't press further. About half an hour later, a massive military aircraft appeared above the hill. The true military reinforcements had arrived, led personally by Commander Yao Helling. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were finally saved. Today's catastrophe had finally come to an end. Yao Helling and Yuan Dongzi briefly exchanged details about the coastal forest, mentioning that the Shanghai-class mecha had self-destructed, the ninth elder was missing, and the rest of the cultists had perished at sea. They also brought up the fox-eared girl who had attacked Lin Zikin. Yao Helling frowned, her expression growing grave. The fox women usually remain neutral and stay in their own territory, rarely interacting with the outside world. Why would she suddenly come to Earth? Yuan Dongzi replied. She came looking for a human furnace, and she seems to have set her sights on Lin Zikin. Yao Helling was even more confused. Coming to Earth for a furnace? Though Zikin is talented, there are plenty of geniuses in the original site with higher potential. I don't understand why a fox woman, who would be highly sought after in the original site, would choose him. After finishing the discussion about the fox woman, Yuan Dongzi shifted the topic. Let's set the fox woman matter aside for now. What's the situation in the military district? Yao Helling took a sip of tea and smiled. Everything has been suppressed, including the ones you dealt with. We've captured a total of 47 cultists who had been embedded for years. We've almost completely purged the cultists from the entire district. It was a massive haul. Yuan Dongzi found the wording a bit odd and saw the smile on Yao Helling's face. She keenly sensed something, and her expression immediately went cold. Don't tell me this live combat exercise was a setup by the military to use the participating students as bait to draw out the cultists? The female officer's face shifted slightly, but the reaction was fleeting. She soon frowned and said, "You can eat whatever you like, but you can't say whatever you like. This is the military's newly developed special-grade anti-mutation reagent. It's 10 times more effective than what's currently on the market. You're in bad shape, you should inject one immediately." Yuan Dongzi reached out and took the box. "I feel fine for now, I'll inject it when I get back." Because of this incident, our intensive training ended early and we returned to school. The vice principal brought Han-Han and me to her office saying she had something to tell us. Yuan Dongzi sat at her desk and took out the stored anti-mutation medicine, quickly injecting herself. She first put away the special-grade reagent Yao Helling had given her. As the medicine flowed into her, Yuan Dongzi's condition improved at a rate visible to the naked eye. "Zikin, when you displayed the talent to suppress the entire field during the entrance assessment, I predicted that the sacred tree cult spies would definitely target you." Zikin thought for a moment and asked curiously, "Principal Yuan, what kind of existence is the sacred tree cult? And that ninth elder, what was his biological rank?" Yuan Dongzi picked up her teacup, took a sip and said in a flat voice, "The sacred tree cult is the oldest known cult. Their existence actually predates the appearance of exotic beasts on Earth. In fact, the emergence of exotic beasts on our planet is thanks to them. Furthermore, many small cults were basically fostered by the sacred tree cult, such as the rat god cult." Hearing this introduction, Lin Zikin was quite surprised. Yuan Dongzi set down her teacup and continued, "That's all I know about the sacred tree cult. As for the ninth elder's biological rank for high-level experts, that is a closely guarded secret that can only be gauged through combat. My biological rank is rare tier 3. You can use that as a reference." A wave of lingering fear washed over Lin Zikin. It was lucky the sacred tree cult only wanted to capture him rather than kill him, or he would have been finished long ago. Yuan Dongzi suddenly looked at Lin Zikin and began the main topic of the night, saying slowly, "Now let's get to the point of this talk. Zikin, I saw the entire process of you soloing an advanced tier 6 expert while crossing ranks. And you did it without a scratch." Lin Zikin's heart thumped and he hurriedly corrected her. "Principal Yuan, that man hadn't reached advanced tier 6, and he was seriously injured. His strength had dropped to around advanced tier 4. Yuan Dongzi felt a bit of admiration. "You really are too cautious. You're so afraid of others knowing how strong you are that you always hide your brilliance. Keeping a low profile is a good habit, but that's for established powerhouses. You're still a student. Excessive modesty will only result in you receiving fewer evolution resources, slowing down your growth." Yuan Dongzi continued, "Of course I understand why you do it. You lack a sense of security and worry about being targeted by people with ill intentions." Fearing Zikin would have reservations, she added earnestly, "But given your performance at the training grounds and the importance the sacred tree cult has placed on you, you will likely attract the attention of the country's high-level leadership soon. The big shots in the country like to save the best geniuses for last. Someone will likely come looking for you soon. Listen to me. Strive to show off your talent and find a powerful backer. That is the most correct choice, Lin Zikin nodded. All right, I understand. I suppose showing off my blood chi and mental strength will be enough. As for his biological attributes, which were too reality-defying, he decided to keep them a secret for now. The scene shifts as Lin Zikin arrives at his front door and knocks gently. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Immediately, the door opened and Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wanxin happened to be walking out. Our son is back? Didn't you say the intensive training would take a month or two? How are you back after only half a month? The training ended early, so I came home. Then Mom will go cook some of your favorite dishes. Dinner was served around 11 p.m. The family of 3 sat down to 4 dishes and a soup. Xiao Chen, Mom has some good news for you. What good news? Zhang Wanxin and Lin Yansheng said with beaming smiles. You're going to have a younger brother or sister. Lin Zikin was stunned for a moment, not reacting immediately. Huh? Once it clicked, he immediately looked at Zhang Wanxin's belly. Mom, you're pregnant with a second child? Yes, we just found out a few days ago. I really hope it's a little princess this time. As she spoke, Zhang Wanxin stroked her belly, her face full of anticipation. Since you and Hanhan went off to university, the house has been too quiet. Your father and I weren't used to it at all. We don't know how long we'd have to wait for grandchildren. So your parents reached an agreement to have a second child to keep with us. A gratified smile appeared on Lin Zichen's face. As long as you two are happy, our family can afford to raise as many as you want. At 11:45 p.m. after eating and showering, Lin Zikin lay leisurely on his bed browsing the shop. Physical strength alone wasn't enough. Mental strength couldn't lag behind or he'd be too passive against mental-type opponents. I have to keep increasing this advanced mental attribute. I'll buy another 20 pounds of 9-turn soul worm meat to strengthen it, totaling 800 points. After buying the meat, Lin Zikin continued browsing the credit shop and saw that spatial rat meat cost 100 points per pound. So expensive, thinking about it. Lin Zikin clicked on the product details. This exotic beast looked and had attributes like a chipmunk. It loved to hoard food in its cheeks. An adult spatial rat could even store food over 100 times its own body volume. After reading the description, 4 words immediately surfaced in Lin Zichen's mind. Storage space. Maybe it would unlock a storage space. Thinking of storage spaces, Lin Zikin couldn't help but think of the fox-eared girl, and how that fox spirit had produced that ring out of thin air. She definitely had a similar storage item. He ordered 1 pound first to activate the progress bar. While scrolling through his phone, it wasn't long before Shen Qinghan, who had also finished eating and showering, came over in a set of light pink pajamas to sleep with him. Xiao Chen. Shen Qinghan kicked off her slippers and sat on the bed, saying with great surprise, Auntie Shin is actually pregnant with a second child? Lin Zikin laughed. Yeah, they want grandchildren too much. They couldn't wait for us to have them, so they decided to take matters into their own hands. Lin Zikin smiled. Compared to that, we still have something more important left to do. Shen Qinghan was confused by this. What? Researching that mysterious power you suddenly displayed. Shen Qinghan broke into a sweat. The water spheres that had surrounded her earlier seemed like some kind of runic script. At this point, Lin Zikin, relying on his superior memory, perfectly recreated the shapes of the water droplets he had seen on a piece of draft paper. I've recreated them based on the shapes in my memory. I have to figure out what they mean first. I'll search online to see if I can find any useful info. Unfortunately, nothing could be found on the internet. Since I can't find it online, I'll send it to someone more experienced. Sister Yan and Dean Lu spend all day researching ancient texts. Maybe they'll know something. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan also tried to help find someone. My master is very powerful and knowledgeable, maybe she'll know. A few minutes later, Shen Qinghan's face went dark. Even master doesn't know. Over an hour later, Lu Chuanwu replied. Lin Zikin quickly opened the chat. There was a message, but it was a voice note rather than text. Lin Zikin clicked to listen. Where did you see these symbols? They look a bit familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen them for the moment. I have an impression of seeing them on some artifacts at the Research Institute. Lu Chuanwu's voice sounded a bit breathless, as if he were running for exercise, but on the other end, Lu Chuanwu was actually lying in bed surrounded by beauties. I'll go back to the institute to check for you tomorrow morning and let you know if I find anything. Go, old Lu, don't come back until you're drunk. Moi, 1 million for 1 bottle, 20 million for 10 bottles in a row. Hearing the shouts of encouragement in the voice note, Lin Zichen's lip couldn't help but twitch. Finish your personal business before sending voice notes. After that battle, all the various factions had begun to focus on him. The Li family of the capital, pay special attention to that person named Lin Zikin. The Yuan family of Nanzhang, pay special attention to that person named Lin Zikin. The Mecha God group, pay special attention to that person named Lin Zikin. The Kyushu military headquarters, pay special attention to that person named Lin Zikin. Naturally, this included the villainous factions as well. 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, inside a spacious underground palace, the first elder of the sacred tree cult muttered, "Lin Zicken, interesting." The next day, just as dawn was breaking, a ringtone sounded, and Lin Zicken slowly opened his eyes. "So noisy, is that a phone ringing?" He opened his eyes to see Shen Qinghan, who had been curled up in his arms, now sprawled out to one side. "Hello, the goods you purchased from the campus mall have been delivered to the designated drop-off point. Please come out and sign for them." "All right, I'll be right there." After receiving the 9-turn soul worm meat and the spatial rat he bought yesterday, he began devouring them and successfully started the progress bar for the spatial rat bestiary. However, there had been no news regarding the mysterious symbols for a long time. "I'll head to the research lab to see if I can find any clues about that artifact Dean Lu mentioned." Shen Qinghan followed behind him and asked, "Xiao Chen, can I come with you?" "Let me ask Dean Lu first." Lin Zicken pulled out his phone and sent a message to Lu Chuanwu on WeChat. "Dean, I'm planning to head to the research institute now. Can Han Han come along?" Over 10 minutes later, Lu Chuanwu replied, "Han Han is your fiancé. We're all one family, so she's welcome anytime. By the way, did you find that artifact we discussed last night? I don't remember the exact location, but it should be in one of the storage rooms. Your sister Yan will be there in a bit. Look for it with her. It's a bracelet made of pearls and shells." Lin Zicken replied with an okay. Hearing the sound of Lu Chuanwu's voice chat, several beauties woke up one after another. "How is old Lu awake so early? Come back here." Lu Chuanwu broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly spoke into his phone. "I have things to do on this end, gotta hang up." On the other side, Shen Qinghan and Lin Zicken felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment. "He's actually still at it." At the entrance of the Pure Blood Human Research Institute, Shen Qinghan looked at the somewhat dilapidated building and spoke with anticipation. "I've wanted to visit the Pure Blood Human Research Institute for a long time. I finally have the chance today." Lin Zicken laughed. "You'd better not set your expectations too high." With that, the two walked into the institute together. Along the way, Shen Qinghan curiously surveyed her surroundings, finding that just as Lin Zicken had said, this place was indeed unique and completely different from other areas of the school. Yes, it felt like standing in the middle of a ruin. Shen Qinghan offered a gentle suggestion. "How about I come over when I'm free to help you clean up?" Lin Zicken shook his head. "No need. That would ruin the unique vibe of the Pure Blood Human Research Institute." Soon, the two passed through a dim corridor and arrived at the living area. Song Yuyan was inside doing yoga. Seeing them walk in, she continued her stretches while calling out with a smile, "You're here." The handsome little brother brought his pretty little sister. "What a perfect pair." "Hello, sister." "Sister Yan," Shen Qinghan greeted politely. "Sister Yan, stop teasing her. This is the first time I've brought Han Han here. I'm just showing her around. She's 10,000 times prettier in person than in photos. Stop for a second, we're here on business." So enthusiastic. "Sister Yan, do you remember that shell and pearl bracelet the dean mentioned? I've been at this institute for 10 years and I've never seen a bracelet like you described. Looks like we'll have to search for it slowly." Song Yuyan laughed. "No problem. I'm very familiar with the institute's storage. I can rule out plenty of places. We'll find it in no time." 3 hours later, Song Yuyan was exhausted from the search. She said, "Does that bracelet even exist? Could the dean have remembered wrong because of his age?" Lin Zicken wiped away his sweat. It seemed they would have to wait for the dean to return and ask again. But right then, Shen Qinghan suddenly tugged on Lin Zicken's sleeve. "Xiao Chen, is it over there? It's buried in the soil of that fish tank." Lin Zicken followed her voice to the abandoned fish tank, feeling a sense of doubt. He stopped in front of the tank and looked at the dirt inside, asking Shen Qinghan, "Why do you think the bracelet we're looking for is buried in the soil of a fish tank?" Shen Qinghan said, "I can't explain it either. Did I just suddenly sense it? I don't know why, but I just feel like it's right there." Song Yuyan picked up a shovel. "Why waste breath? Let's dig it out and see." It didn't take long for the three of them to unearth something from the fish tank. "This is incredible. We actually found a bracelet made of pearls and shells." It was exactly as Lu Chuanwu had described on WeChat. Lin Zicken and Song Yuyan were both stunned. Han Han's intuition had actually been spot on. Lin Zicken leaned in for a closer look, thinking to himself that it was indeed very similar. Or rather, the patterns were identical. Just as the three were deep in conversation, Lu Chuanwu, who had been missing all day, finally made an appearance. He walked in with heavy dark circles, looking utterly drained. Yawning, he asked slowly, "Ah, you've already found it?" Lin Zicken didn't care at all about what the dean had been up to. He was only interested in the item in his hand and asked bluntly, "Dean, where did you get this bracelet?" "That," Lu Chuanwu thought for a moment before answering, "that starts with an underwater expedition 20 years ago. About 20 years ago, I accidentally discovered a ruined entrance on the seabed of Sun Twin Bay in Shanghai City. After entering the cave, there was only a massive mural inside." Lu Chuanwu continued, "Then I found this bracelet on a rock beside that mural." At this point, the video clip ended. Song Yuyan looked confused. "Is that all? What happened next?" Lin Zicken was also puzzled. "Why did it stop recording?" Lu Chuanwu sighed. "It wasn't that I stopped filming. Something went wrong with the equipment. None of the footage for the following hour or so was recorded. I didn't realize it until I got home, Lin Zikin asked. Dean, where is that ruin? Lu Chuanwu paused and explained. I went back into the sea the next day intending to reshoot, but I couldn't find the cave entrance anymore. Even that type of coral was gone. After that experience, it felt like a fisherman who had stumbled into the peach blossom spring. Lin Zikin frowned, deep in thought. Was it really that eerie? Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan was inexplicably drawn to the bracelet. Noticing her gaze, Lin Zikin held it out. If you want to see it, go ahead. Oh, let me have a look. Shen Qinghan took it. The moment she touched it, a bone-chilling coldness spread across her palm. The more she looked, the more she felt the bracelet was exceptionally exquisite and incredibly beautiful. A strong sense of possessiveness welled up in her heart. It's so beautiful, I want it for myself. But logic pulled Shen Qinghan back a few seconds later. No, wait, why would I have such a strange thought? This isn't. Why did she care so much about this bracelet? Seeing that she seemed to like it, Lu Chuanwu smiled kindly. If you like the bracelet, just take it. It's just clutter sitting here anyway. Shen Qinghan was somewhat flattered. Is that really okay? Lu Chuanwu waved a hand. Of course, you're one of our own. Come by and play often. Shen Qinghan bowed in thanks. Thank you, Dean. Lu Chuanwu smiled. No need for such formalities. Just then, Lin Zichen's phone rang. Who is it? It's a WeChat call from Yuan Dongzi. Sorry, I'll take this in the hallway. The principal's cold voice came through. Zikin, the vice governor in charge of the original site base, has specifically asked to see you. Where are you? The vice governor? Lin Zikin was taken aback. I'm currently at the Pureblood Human Research Institute. Fine, I understand. After hanging up, Lin Zikin returned to the room. A faint smile on his face. As expected, the big fish was about to take the bait. The moment Lin Zikin returned, Lu Chuanwu asked, who was on the phone? Song Yuyan also chimed in. Why such a serious expression? Lin Zikin told everyone frankly. It was Principal Yuan. She said the supervisor in charge of the original site base, the vice governor, is coming to see me. He would arrive in about half an hour. Hearing this, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan's eyes widened in shock. That's one of the most powerful figures at the peak of Earth's biological combat power. That's in existence with a biological rank of at least legendary level. He's truly second only to one and above all others. Regarding the vice governor, Lin Zikin explained, Dean, Principal Yuan wants you to prepare the research results the Institute has gathered on pureblood humans over the years. She needs a concise summary to report to the vice governor. It's likely because my performance in the special training was so outstanding, combined with the sacred tree cult's extreme focus on me, that I caught his attention. Because of this, he's starting to look into our path of pureblood humanity. Before Lu Chuanwu could even react, Song Yuyan was already cheering excitedly. Dean, this is great, with a top-tier genius like Zikin joining. The pureblood human lineage finally has a major figure willing to pay attention. At this point, Song Yuyan's eyes couldn't help but redden. Lu Chuanwu also nodded. That's right, the bitter days are finally over. Yuyan, help me reorganize all our research results from over the years. Leaving it at that, Lu Chuanwu turned and headed straight for the lab. Song Yuyan didn't have time to dwell on her excitement and hurriedly followed him. Right upon hearing that the vice governor was almost there, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan rushed downstairs to greet him. He's coming, he's coming. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan followed close behind, just as the four reached the entrance of the institute. Yuan Dongzi and her group slowly descended from the sky. Accompanying Principal Yuan were two men. One was Vice Governor Yi Yangxing, and the other was his assistant, Secretary Zhang. Yi Yangxing was a man of few words. He spoke calmly. I am very interested in your path of pureblood humanity. Let's go inside and talk. After a tour of the institute, Yi Yangxing sat on a sofa in the lounge area. Lu Chuanwu respectfully presented a stack of documents to the governor with both hands. These are all the research results on the pureblood human path from over the years. Please have a look. Yi Yangxing took the files and finished reading the thick stack in less than 3 minutes. When the path of pureblood humanity first appeared, I followed it for a while. However, when I met the geniuses taking that path, they were all, without exception, unable to convince the public. Therefore, I once announced the abolition of this path, and judged it to be a dead end. I didn't expect that after so many years there would still be people persisting in researching this evolutionary route. Even, he paused, his gaze as sharp as a torch as he looked directly at Lin Zikin. You actually produced results. Aside from your startling performance in the military district and the sacred tree cult's fixation on you, even though you are clearly only a common tier 9, you possess advanced tier levels of blood chi and mental strength. This actually came as quite a surprise to me. Yi Yangxing's hawk-like eyes stared intently at Lin Zikin, carrying an irresistible, dominant pressure. Lin Zikin was slightly startled. Natural camouflage actually hadn't worked on him. At the same time, Secretary Zhang, Yuan Dongzi, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan all stared at Lin Zikin in shock as if looking at a monster. What? His blood chi and mental strength had already reached the high levels of the advanced rank. I vastly overestimated the effect of natural camouflage and underestimated the sensory capabilities of a legendary tier powerhouse. From today on, I want you to exercise your maximum strength. No need to hide. in your capacity as a pureblood human, continuously issue challenges to those geniuses of mechanical modification and genetic fusion. Let me see where the limit of the pureblood human truly lies. Governor, the reason I hid my strength was out of concern that being too outstanding would attract frantic attacks from cultists, potentially involving my family. Lin Zikin knew that speaking his mind might displease Yi Yongxing, but he decided to say it anyway. Yi Yongxing saw through his thoughts, his expression remaining as calm as a mirror. Since I said I'm allowing you to display your strength without reservations, I will naturally guarantee the safety of you and your family. Lin Zikin thought to himself. That's exactly the sentence I was waiting for. I understand, Governor. I will display my full strength and let you understand the limits of pureblood humans. Yi Yongxing didn't seem to care about Lin Zichen's little mental calculations. He turned to the secretary traveling with him and said, Xiao Zhang, add student Lin's contact information and send him that list. Yes, sir. Secretary Zhang quickly stepped forward to complete the friend request and sent over a file titled List of Parahuman Class Geniuses. Lin Zikin clicked on the file curiously. This was a list of the most outstanding young geniuses in the country. Only those under 30 are eligible. Every single one of them is a once-in-a-century talent with the potential to evolve into a legendary biological being. Name Zhao Qingshan, age 26. Achievement, led a team to exterminate a rare thunder pattern beast. Solo killed a high-level common Tier 9 Crimson Poison Fire Snake, successfully escaped pursuit by multiple rare tier experts. Name Fuzhou, age 24. Achievement, Solo killed a high-level common Tier 7 human-faced demon spider. Solo killed a high-level common Tier 7 wraith named Luo Tianshui, age 19. Achievement, crossed the Death Snow Marsh alone. Solo killed a high-level common Tier 5 Snow Sect disciple. Severely injured a rare Tier 1 Ice Crystal Tiger. These individuals are also the core combat power of Earth in the war against the original site. Luo Tianshui, Hanhan's nominal senior sister. This name left a deep impression on his mind. Yi Yongxing spoke slowly, his voice carrying steady authority. Most of these children were sent to the original site for intensive training before they even reached school age. They are on a different genius path than those in the educational system like you. Lin Zikin asked curiously, Vice Governor, how does the gap between geniuses like Li Yijun from Jinghua University or the genius girl from the Mecha God Group compare to the geniuses on this list? Yi Yongxing said flatly. There is no comparison. They aren't even on the same level. The geniuses you know are nothing more than slightly larger ants in the eyes of those in the original site. I sent you this list because I want you to know that there is always someone better and a sky beyond the sky. Do not limit your vision to Earth. Yi Yongxing took a sip of tea and continued, Currently your talent is decent, reaching the parahuman level. But that is only for now. As for what happens in the future, it depends on your next performance. As long as you can make it onto the parahuman list, you will enjoy ample resources for evolving from the common to the rare rank. Lin Zikin made a secret resolution, his voice full of determination. Vice Governor, I will work hard and not let you down. I look forward to your performance, Yi Yongxing said calmly, his tone unruffled. With that, his sharp hawk-like gaze shifted from Lin Zikin to Shen Qinghan, who was standing to the side. There's something else I'm curious about. Shen Qinghan, you have exotic beast genes in your body, yet no fusion has occurred. Instead, you've suppressed and controlled them. You've even practiced Snow Sect body tempering, taking the path of a pureblood human. With such outstanding talent that would rank among the best even on that list, why are you so timid? Shen Qinghan remained silent, her head lowered even further. Seeing this, Lin Zikin had to speak for her. Governor, she was bullied by classmates at school when she was little, which left a psychological shadow. That's why she has such an introverted and timid personality. Yi Yongxing nodded. I see. At this point he shook his head slightly. It's a pity her biological level is too low. Despite having completed one round of body tempering, her biological rank is only common tier 6. This talent hasn't been properly utilized. Work hard in your upcoming performances and strive to enter the list together. Nearby, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan's eyes widened simultaneously, their faces filled with shock. What? Zichen's little wife is also taking the pureblood human path. And she's already finished one round of tempering. Yuan Dongzi hurriedly stood up. Vice Governor, let me see you out. After seeing off the Vice Governor, Han Han and I revealed a portion of our hidden strength to the others. Just then, Lu Chuanwu glanced at Yuan Dongzi, hesitated for a moment, and said, Qing Han, since you're also taking the pureblood human path, why don't you join the Tianren Pavilion? Lu, what do you mean by that? With one sentence, the atmosphere instantly shifted. Lu Chuanwu gritted his teeth and said, she's taking the pureblood human route. Joining the Tianren Pavilion is perfectly logical. Do you know she's my disciple? Can't she be your disciple and join the Tianren Pavilion? You should have asked for my opinion first. Then I'm asking for your opinion now. Do you agree to let her join the Tianren Pavilion or not? The tension between the two grew thick instantly. After a moment, Yuan Dongzi said coldly, come with me. Don't you dare touch me. I don't hit women. This time the dean actually chickened out. An ordinary rank creature actually dared to act arrogant in front of Vice Principal Yuan. A few minutes later the two walked out, and Yuan Dongzi had actually agreed to let Shen Qinghan join the Tianren Pavilion. "Qinghan, welcome to the Tianren Pavilion family." Song Yuyan watched in a daze. "Dean, you actually made it out alive and you got Vice Principal Yuan to agree. How did you do it? Adult business. Children should mind their own. I agree to let Qinghan join the Tianren Pavilion. The condition is that you must come to the Yuan family for a meal to finalize this. It's not going to be a hangmen banquet, is it?" Lin Zikin sought out Lu Chuanwu and asked curiously, "Dean, you mentioned before that you would find a backer for me. How strong is this backer exactly? How do they compare to that Vice-Governor Yi?" Lu Chuanwu stroked his beard and said, "Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself." Lin Zikin was stunned. "What kind of nonsense was this? Dean, you aren't joking, are you?" Seeing the distrust in Lin Zichen's eyes, Lu Chuanwu felt a bit guilty. "Listen to me first. That backer has been lying inside a sealed ancient coffin. I've never actually seen her face. That's why I'm not certain. But she is the pavilion master of the Tianren Pavilion, so her strength is definitely not weak." Lin Zikin was surprised by this answer. "Isn't the pavilion master of the Tianren Pavilion you, Dean?" Lu Chuanwu let out a sigh and continued, "I'm just an archaeologist who dug the pavilion master out of a ruin." Hearing this, Lin Zikin was dazed for a moment. After snapping out of it, he hurriedly asked, "What on earth is going on?" Lu Chuanwu then began to explain slowly. "The pavilion master was a high-level expert from a very long time ago. She was a famous philanthropist named Qi Qingmo, known as the Fairy of Great Love. The body-tempering arts were excavated from the ruins. It was a method used in Earth's ancient past, the evolutionary path of that era. Since the tempering arts exist, there must have been a group of people who practiced and evolved that method. We call those groups sects or denominations, and the Tianren Pavilion was a sect from that period. During the Age of Gods, our pavilion master, Qi Qingmo, was different from other immortals. While others viewed mortals as blades of grass, she saw them as equals. She would distribute grain to disaster victims, carve canals for flood-prone areas, and even step in when mortals were oppressed by other gods and deities. In order to help weak mortals step onto the immortal path and gain divine power, she studied painstakingly and created the blood-tempering art, allowing ordinary organisms to evolve into gods. Unfortunately, when I unearthed the ruins, the pavilion master's physical condition was already extremely frail, and she had fallen into an unconscious state of hibernation. She only had enough time to teach me the most basic tempering cultivation methods. However, she once told me that as long as a pureblood human's body evolves to the advanced biological level, they can break her seal by transmitting blood chi power. Zikin, you are the one with the most hope of becoming an advanced being. Wake the pavilion master and have her absorb my blood chi. What if she doesn't fight fair and sucks me dry? I told you, she's a great philanthropist, she would never do that. So don't worry, when the time comes, I'll have several experts accompany you. Don't hesitate. I'll send you all the data regarding the ancient bronze coffin and the Tianren Pavilion ruins, so you can learn more. As the winter break neared its end thanks to the various spiritual medicines provided by Principal Yuan and Dean Lu, both Han and I saw significant improvements in our body tempering. At night, Lin Zikin sat on his bed cultivating. He had achieved mastery of the 4th round of tempering. Although his biological rank hadn't broken through common Tier 9 yet, his current blood chi intensity could likely rival that of a high-level Tier 3 advanced expert. This is great, Zikin. I've achieved mastery in the 2nd round of tempering and evolved to common Tier 8. Han and I both successfully broke through before the new semester started afterward. I accompanied Han to get her genetic injection from Principal Yuan. Principal Yuan, Han and I are here. The gene being injected this time is taken from the extremely rare water butterfly. Try and see if you can enslave it. Lin Zikin thought to himself that the water butterfly was an underwater exotic beast whose mental intensity far exceeded organisms of the same rank. Furthermore, it could use illusion-based attacks. Yuan Dongzi set the used syringe aside and instructed. The injection is complete. If you feel uncomfortable in a bit, say so immediately. Don't just hold it in. I understand, Master, Shen Qinghan replied, her voice as soft as water. A few minutes later, Yuan Dongzi withdrew her hand and said, I'll use my mental power to monitor the gene enslavement process. The enslavement was very successful. Once you've mastered the water butterfly genes, you can try launching illusion attacks. Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. I understand, Master. Lin Zikin spoke with Yuan Dongzi. Principal Yuan, can you tell me about your eldest disciple in the original site? I'm quite curious about her. Yuan Dongzi didn't answer immediately. Instead, she asked back, Is it because you saw her achievements on the parahuman genius list that you're curious? Lin Zikin nodded. Exactly. Yuan Dongzi pondered for a moment and said, In truth, I don't know much about her either. I found that child 11 years ago on a snowy mountain in the original site. She was only 8 years old then, curled up alone under a tree at death's door. Seeing her life was about to end, I felt pity and saved her, later raising her as my disciple. When it was time for me to return to Earth, I sent her to the base in the original site, arranged a place for her to live, and let her stay there. I visit her occasionally. As for her origins, not only do I not know, but she doesn't remember either. It seems she has amnesia. Lin Zikin was slightly stunned. Principal Yuan, is she a parahuman? Yuan Dongzi nodded. Yes, she's a parahuman. Precisely because she's a parahuman, she couldn't possibly be the person you knew as children. The military doesn't allow parahumans to enter Earth. But the timing of Luo Tianxu's appearance matches when Bai Shui disappeared after transferring, and the age fits too. Could there be some unknown method to connect the original site to Earth? Xiao Chen, I'm all packed. Lin Zikin felt the time was right, and left with Shen Qinghan. Vice Principal Yuan, we'll head back now. Boom. Before Luo Yangzhen and Li Moyu could react, they were thrown straight out of the training room. A slender figure walked out. If anyone dares to set foot in the training room without following the student union's arrangements, this guy's name was Guo Haidong, Vice Minister of the Student Union's Public Relations Department. Biological rank Common Tier 8 Peak, ranked 156th on the Apex ranking. He looked down at the two and said, these two are your examples. After a moment, the scene shifted as Luo Yangzhen and Li Moyu ran to the research institute to find Lin Zikin. Brother Chen, you have to stand up for us freshmen. A group of upperclassmen, led by the Vice Minister of the Student Union's PR department, had occupied the training rooms on the second floor of the gymnasium. They wouldn't let the freshmen in and even started hitting people. If you can make him spit blood in a bit, I'll transfer 10 million to you. At these words, Lin Zichen's eyes snapped wide. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. My bank account number is. Li Moyu's lip twitched. Fine, I'll transfer it right now. Suddenly, the training room door was kicked open with a bang. Li Moyu and Luo Yangzhen walked in with swaggering arrogance. Guo Haidong, you dog, get your ass out here. Your grandpa Li is back to sort you out. Guo Haidong, did you hear? Did you hear what my brother Yu said? Get out here fast. Guo Haidong walked out slowly and said, I wondered who was coming to my door. It's just the most outstanding freshman of this year. Lin Zikin activated danger perception. The opponent's biological rank had reached Common Tier 8 Peak. He had fused two types of exotic beast genes, the blood chi type magic-eyed giant ape and the mental type shadow demon bat. After analyzing Guo Haidong's attributes, Lin Zikin felt the man was a perfect wedding stone for Shen Qinghan. I'll leave him for you to practice on. Remember to make him spit blood. That 10 million after all. Shen Qinghan nodded slightly. I understand with that. She took a step forward toward Guo Haidong. Looking at the approaching Shen Qinghan, Guo Haidong couldn't help but laugh. Sending her out to fight me, who do you think you're looking down on? Following their example, he turned to a big-chested woman beside him and said, you go deal with her. The woman replied confidently, leave it to me. Junior Shen, today your senior sister will teach you how to respect your elders. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure blurred. She lunged forward and unleashed a heavy sweep kick at Shen Qinghan. The next second, with a sharp thud, the senior girl was kicked away instantly. What happened? Was Shen Qinghan really this strong? One kick sent her flying. Truly fierce. Shen Qinghan looked toward Guo Haidong and said with a sincere expression, your turn. Guo Haidong stepped forward and directly activated both types of exotic beast genes in his body. Junior Shen, I underestimated you just now, but if you think you can hurt me with that kick, you're mistaken. Shen Qinghan performed a flip in midair and waved her right hand forward, summoning countless dreamlike water butterflies. Let's see if the water butterfly's illusion attack works. Guo Haidong was surrounded by the butterflies and began to feel dizzy. So dizzy, she can actually control her own blood chi and launch mental attacks against me. Shen Qinghan seized the opportunity, raising her leg to strike Guo Haidong's throat. Boom, Shen Qinghan's leg trembled. The strike had been forcibly blocked. Though it hurt, she didn't retreat, instead enduring the pain. She withdrew her leg at maximum speed. His biological rank was half a level higher than hers, and his body was stronger. She had to work harder on blood chi control and mental attacks. Immediately after, Guo Haidong, unable to figure out what was happening, felt his mind go completely blank. What's happening? My head feels like it's going to explode. It was working. Shen Qinghan went all out while Guo Haidong was still struggling to recover. Raising her elbow to strike the back of Guo Haidong's head, boom, a crisp impact rang out. The massive force gave Guo Haidong a concussion, knocking him unconscious instantly. Shen Qinghan felt a surge of excitement. She could now solo kill enemies of a higher rank just like Xiao Chen. The moment Guo Haidong hit the ground, a wave of gasps erupted in the training room. The vice minister of the student union's PR department actually lost to a freshman girl. This is like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Just then, Lin Zikin stepped forward, scanned the room and announced to everyone present, from now on Shen Qinghan and I represent the path of the pureblood human. We are establishing a ring here to publicly challenge the entire student union. Everyone is welcome to bear witness. After finishing his statement, he sat down to check Shen Qinghan's injury. How's your leg? Does it hurt? Shen Qinghan shook her head. It's fine. The living dead snail genes are healing it. Crazy. This genius freshman is truly insane. There are 3 advanced tier experts in the student union. Half an hour later, the members of the student union arrived in a rage. Leading them was the vice president Tan Wanyi. Junior Shen, let your sister spar with you. She's a high-level expert ranked 3rd on the Apex ranking. Does the student union rely on beauty too? Junior Shen, make your move when you're ready. Tan Wanyi adjusted the feathers on her body and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Shen Qinghan's expression grew solemn. Pardon me. Before Shen Qinghan could even take 2 steps, Tan Wanyi suddenly spread a pair of lush wings. The next second, whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of feathers shot out violently like high-speed arrows toward the charging Shen Qinghan. Unable to dodge in time, Shen Qinghan's body was pierced by dozens of feathers. The massive impact of the feathers sent her entire body flying backward. Seeing this, Lin Zikin immediately leaped onto the ring. Checking Shen Qinghan's injuries, he heard her say dejectedly through the pain, "I'm sorry. I lost as soon as we engaged." Lin Zikin carefully pulled out the feathers and said, "A loss is a loss, it's no big deal. You did very well just now, exceeding my expectations." Soon, all the feathers were cleared from Shen Qinghan's body. "I'll take it from here." Tan Wanyi looked at Lin Zikin with an interested expression and said, "Junior, I heard about what happened during your military special training. I'm very curious. Why do those insidious people from the sacred tree cult value you so much? Let me see your strength and talent." As soon as the words left her mouth, she violently flapped her wings, raining down a skyful of feathers at Lin Zikin. Facing the overwhelming storm of feathers, Lin Zikin didn't dodge or block. He activated his advanced mental power and froze every single incoming feather in midair. Lin Zikin waved his hand and whoosh whoosh whoosh, the feathers reversed their path, reflecting 180 degrees back where they came from. Tan Wanyi's face changed drastically. "What? Why are my feathers flying back at me?" Tan Wanyi's face changed drastically, and she immediately flapped her wings to dodge, but the opponent was too fast. It was already too late. Just as she was about to move, her body was pierced by countless feathers shooting up from below. And with a loud bang, she was pinned heavily against the wall, unable to move. Seeing this, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. What happened? What exactly just happened? Why did those feathers suddenly stop? Immediately after, they actually turned and shot toward the vice president, who possessed mental power. Lin Zikin had used mental power to control objects from a distance, seizing control of those feathers. He was only a freshman, yet his mental power had already reached the realm of telekinesis. Could the path of the pureblood human actually strengthen the mind in addition to the body? In the stands, Zhou Shuiang fell into silence. He shifted his gaze from the dying Tan Wanyi on the wall to Lin Zikin, who still stood in place. If his mental power is already this strong, wouldn't his blood chi be even more powerful? High-level advanced tier 1 or perhaps even advanced tier 2. No, I must destroy him completely before he has a chance to fully grow. Zhou Shuiang no longer hesitated. He walked straight onto the ring, his icy gaze locking onto Lin Zikin. "You are even more excellent than I imagined. But today, as the president, I must teach you a lesson in how to conduct yourself. Before your own strength is enough to defeat any opponent, do not be too flashy or look down on others. Otherwise, an opponent might very well kill you from the shadows." Across from him, Lin Zikin remained as calm as still water, unperturbed. Both of the opponent's exotic beast genes were toxin-based. This was the perfect chance to test the immunity to 100 poisons biological attribute. He is right, which is why I've never been flashy. Not until now, when I've found a backer and my safety is guaranteed. Only now is it time for me to start showing my true strength. Zhou Shahang's eyes turned cold. Boom, he directly activated his genes, his body beginning to mutate as his hands swelled into massive dual pincers. It seems there's nothing left to say. As soon as this scene appeared, the crowd below immediately boiled over. The president had activated his mutated form right from the start. It looked like the president was truly serious. Well, of course, what if he were defeated by Lin Zikin? In last year's inter-school exchange competition, the Capital University genius Li Yizhan was nearly taken down by the toxins from the president's mutated form. Just how does this Lin Zikin intend to fight? Lin Zikin swept a glance over him, expressionless. "President, let's make a bet. If I win, let me be the student union president. If you win, I'll proactively go out of my way to avoid student union members whenever I see them in the future. What do you think?" Zhou Shuiang didn't hesitate. "Fine, then let's begin." As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure vanished instantly. With a whoosh, he had already closed the gap, simultaneously swinging a snake tail. The stinger at the tip moved like lightning, stabbing ruthlessly toward Lin Zikin's throat. "He can't even dodge. It seems I overestimated you." Is it over just like this? Inside Lin Zikin's body, immunity to 100 poisons surged, and the invading toxins were instantly decomposed. Immunity to 100 poisons. Blood chi 1, mental power 1. It was only a momentary daze. The immunity attribute was simply too strong. Was that strike just now the strongest one you could use within your attributes? Lin Zikin raised his right hand and threw a punch. The charging Zhou Shahang's body suddenly stiffened, his biological instinct screaming a frantic warning. Fatal danger. Gregarity attribute boosted his combat power. "So I won't stand on ceremony with you." The blood chi on his fist surged like a vast ocean. It roared forth with mountain-toppling force. With a world-shaking boom, Lin Zichen's fist was like a cannonball leaving the barrel. The airflow exploded as it slammed hard into Zhou Shuang. Bang, he was sent flying like a projectile, crashing directly into the wall of the ring. Crack, the wall crumbled and dust filled the air. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, not a sound to be heard. Is Lin Zichen even human? Just how far has his strength reached? The student union president was actually dealt with by Lin Zichen in an instant. The president was directly crippled. Just how many more surprises can the path of the pureblood human bring? Lin Zichen looked at Zhou Shuang, who was motionless and half embedded in the wall, and his heart gave a slight thump. Oops, sorry, President. I used a bit too much force. Ma Xiaowei clenched her fists, her gaze firmer than ever before. She immediately pulled out her phone and called her father. Dad, I want to strip the exotic beast genes from my body and take the path of the pureblood human. The scene shifts to the school leadership. Everyone was staring at the replayed footage, dumbfounded. Zhou Shuang, who possessed advanced-tier biological genes, had actually been defeated by a single punch from Lin Zichen, who only had common-tier genes. Was the path of the pureblood human truly the future of humanity? To have one-shotted the student union president with a single punch, just what kind of genius was this? Lin Zichen stepped down from the ring and reached out to scoop up Shen Qinghan. Han, let's go. Back at the dormitory after an inspection, Shen Qinghan's body had almost completely recovered, leaving not a single trace. Lin Zichen said softly, the living dead snail genes are indeed good. In less than half an hour, the wounds on your body are all healed, and there isn't even a scar. The scene shifts to the bathroom where Shen Qinghan was soaking in the tub. I'll help you wash the blood off your body. You were so majestic on the ring just now, knocking that president flying with one punch. Everyone below was terrified and shocked by you. You were so cool. Even the vice minister of the student union's PR department was taken down by you. Xiao Chen, do you think we count as Shanghai University's peerless duo now? No, of course we are. The scene shifts to 2 p.m. as the two return to the Tianren Pavilion together. Dean Liu and Sister Yan had spent a long time curiously questioning me about defeating Zhou Shuang. For the rest of the time we summarized and made deductions based on the last 6 months of research. The method to open acupoints might require using mental power impacts. After I returned to the dorm with Han, we began trying to use mental power to strike the acupoints. Suddenly, with an Shen Qinghan let out a startled cry. Lin Zichen immediately asked, "What's wrong?" She opened her eyes, her face full of excitement. Xiao Chen, my acupoint moved. It just vibrated for a moment, Lin Zichen asked in surprise. It moved? How did you do it? Han had accidentally discovered the method to make the acupoint vibrate. Use mental power to strike it lightly 9 times and finally add 1 violent blood chi impact. The acupoint indeed produced a vibration, which gave hope for opening the in situ acupoints. In the exchange hall, members of the parahuman class genius list were gathered together resting. How was the harvest this time? Not bad. Killed 3 thundercloud beasts and exchanged them for 150 contribution points. I heard you killed a half-step rare tier peak green vine this time. What luck. A man carrying a large saber looked around but didn't see the white-haired girl, Tianshui. A girl with her hair in a bun replied, why bother with her? She's an outworlder, not an earthling. We don't want to deal with her anyway. Those not of our kind are sure to have a different heart. She'd best stay far away from us. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out, quite a full house today, isn't it? Everyone turned and bowed their heads in greeting in unison. Vice Governor, Yi Yongxing walked in. I'm here this time to tell you some news. In a short while, your group will be adding 2 new members, 2 freshmen from Shanghai University this year, a boy and a girl. Everyone was stunned. Freshmen, are they even adults? Those who can join the Genius Squad are usually under 20. Could they be the type of geniuses who are late bloomers? The original site, the first elder spoke, that man named Lin Zichen had defeated Student Union President Zhou Shuang with just a single strike. His strength was truly terrifying for someone so young. Facing the first elder, a balding middle-aged man replied somewhat timidly, but Lin Zichen once claimed to have a backer. I'm not sure if we should take action, or, just then, a hideous-looking creature stepped out from a hollow in a tree. Our current priority is transporting advanced rank creatures from the original site into the tunnels. The matter regarding Lin Zichen will be temporarily set aside. In 3 months, once enough advanced rank creatures from the original site have gathered in the tunnels, we will launch an attack on the base Shanghai City, established in the original site. Just then, the first elder waved his hand and the exotic beast was immediately lifted into the air by mental power. At that time, it won't be too late to send you to capture Lin Zichen. That afternoon, Lin Zichen dropped by the student union. As soon as he stepped into the office, it was already packed. The moment Lin Zichen appeared, everyone stood up in unison and shouted as one, "Greetings, President." Somewhat unexpectedly, he walked to the head seat and sat down, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the room. I only came today to say one thing. From now on, you are no longer allowed to bully freshmen as you did before. Also, if anything comes up, just find the vice president. There's no need to come to me. That's all I have to say. Meeting adjourned. With that, Lin Zichen stood up and left without looking back. His primary goal in serving as student union president was naturally to collect the credit stipend. He'd leave troublesome management tasks to them. Besides, those upperclassmen probably didn't want to be managed by a freshman like him anyway. After finishing his business with the student union, Lin Zikin returned to the research lab. Am I dreaming? The method for opening acupoints that I've researched for years was actually cracked by a girl who joined only a few days ago. Shen Qinghan gave an embarrassed smile and said, I only discovered the impact pattern by chance. The method of using mental power for the impact was something everyone had speculated about before. Lu Chuanwu listened, dumbfounded. Zikin, based on your observations, how much longer will it take to fully open the acupoints and allow a pure-blood human body to evolve into an advanced rank being? Lin Zikin replied calmly, if nothing unexpected happens, I think it can be achieved within this semester. Song Yuyan looked envious. That's wonderful. Unfortunately, the mental strength of the dean and myself is too weak. It's not enough to create an impact on the acupoints. Suddenly, Lu Chuanwu rushed out in a hurry. Song Yuyan looked on with confusion. Dean, why are you running so fast? Lu Chuanwu replied without looking back. To find heavenly treasures that can strengthen my mental power. Hearing this, Song Yuyan hurried after him. Why didn't you mention this method earlier? You didn't ask. Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan watched speechless. Just then, Lin Zichen's phone suddenly received a call. It was an unknown number. Hello, student Lin. I am Secretary Zhang, the one who accompanied Vice Governor Yi to visit the institute that day. Lin Zikin was somewhat surprised. Oh, Secretary Zhang. Hello. Vice Governor Yi has watched the surveillance footage of you challenging the student union at school and believes you have met the standard for the parahuman class genius list. He asked me to inform you, your girlfriend Shen Qinghan has also met the requirements. Vice Governor Yi wants to wait until the two of you have further developed the pure-blood human path before arranging for you to enter the original site. Lin Zikin asked curiously. To what extent does it need to be developed to count? A scale of 100 people would be considered a solid start. Lin Zikin nodded. All right, I understand. Thank you for informing me, Secretary Zhang. With the reputation I've built for the pure-blood human path, having 100 people when the Tianren Pavilion next recruits shouldn't be a problem. Just then, Lin Zikin suddenly sensed an aura approaching the research institute from outside. Pardon the intrusion. The newcomer was a familiar face, Ma Xiawei. Uncle Lu, I want to join the Tianren Pavilion's pure-blood human path. Lu Chuanwu was momentarily stunned, feeling this was all too sudden. After a moment he looked at her and asked, Does your father know about this? He knows. He's the one who helped me strip the exotic beast genes from my body. Hearing this, Lu Chuanwu couldn't help but laugh secretly. Haha, Ma Zhenhe, you finally met your match. Lu Chuanwu didn't overthink it, and a smile soon spread across his face as he looked at Ma Xiawei. From today on, you are a member of the Tianren Pavilion. Go research how to increase your mental strength first. Lu Chuanwu put Song Yuyan in charge of Ma Xiawei, letting her show her the ropes. Once finished, he couldn't wait to leave the institute, heading quickly toward the evolution building. Now I'm going to go mock old Ma. A month later, I reached mastery in the 5th round of body tempering, and my progress in the 5th round of muscle tempering was half complete. Han practiced alongside me, and her body tempering progress reached the 3rd round of bone tempering. After a period of time and with the supplement of many heavenly treasures, the mental strength of the Dean and Sister Song was finally sufficient to strike the acupoints. Ding, the system's voice rang out. You have successfully activated the spatial rat bestiary. Obtained biological attribute, storage space. Storage space. A hidden storage space within your sea of consciousness. Items can be stored or retrieved with just a thought. I had devoured a large amount of spatial rat life essence, opening the bestiary and unlocking the storage space attribute. Lin Zikin observed for a moment and quickly began testing the retrieval capabilities. Controlled by mental will, let me try. Shen Qinghan walked out of the bathroom. Her face filled with confusion as she asked softly, Why are you staring at me? I just performed a magic trick. Do you feel like you're missing something? Missing something. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan felt a chill below and couldn't help but look shocked, saying in disbelief, Xiao Chen Yu. Shen Qinghan turned bright red with shame. Xiao Chen Yu. Lin Zikin saw her reaction and burst into laughter. Ding, system notification. 2 items have been added to your storage space. Bra panties. Meanwhile, somewhere in the original site, a massive ancient castle deep in the forest suddenly came under a large-scale attack. Immediately assemble all Shanghai University personnel at the advanced biological rank. The Nanjing Provincial Education Headquarters is heading to the original site entrance to intercept. The scene shifts to Yuan Dongzi's office, where she answered the phone with a serious expression. I understand. Meanwhile, beneath a colossal ancient tree, leader Lin Zichen's reputation has soared lately. The three-eyed giant's voice rang out in a muffled tone. Quite a few people are leaning toward the pure-blood human path. Will this interfere with our plans? The leader of the sacred tree cult shook his head. No matter, the pure-blood human path has extremely high requirements for physical talent and simply cannot be promoted on a large scale. We only need to research the genetic fusion process, lowering the fusion standard so that more people on Earth can become genetic fusers. The three-eyed giant suddenly remembered something. Right. The First Elder has prepared everything on the Earth side and can launch an attack on Shanghai City at any time. The leader waved a hand. Immediately organize the beast swarms from various regions to attack the humans' original site outposts. Draw the powerhouses on Earth toward the original site to create an opportunity for the First Elder to capture Shanghai City. The three-eyed giant nodded. Understood. Subsequently, the director of the Shanghai University Academic Affairs Office announced unrestricted teaching would be implemented on campus, and all students would self-study. Next, all faculty and staff with a biological rank of advanced or higher boarded military aircraft before dark. They were divided into 3 groups flying in 3 different directions, corresponding to original site entrances 34, 35, and 36. For a time, there were heated discussions on campus. Han and I learned from Vice Principal Yuan that the original site had come under a massive attack by exotic beasts. The only thing we could do now was grow stronger before the disaster descended, so we would have more power to protect ourselves. Suddenly, Lin Zikin snapped his eyes open, excitement filling his face as he blurted out, "I broke through." Simultaneously, Shen Qinghan beside him couldn't hide her excitement, shouting loudly, "Xiao Chen, I broke through too." Biological rank. Advanced Tier 4, biological rank. Advanced Tier 1. Finally, on this day, Han and I opened a heart acupoint simultaneously, and evolved into advanced biological beings. In this moment, both shared their joy without reservation. After eating dinner that evening before they could even rest, Lin Zikin and Shen Qinghan left home and headed straight for the Research Institute. After evolving into advanced biological beings, they could now transmit blood qi to the Pavilion Master. I originally intended to find several experts to escort you to see the Pavilion Master, but now the experts have all gone to the original site. Lin Zikin thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go now." Waiting for them to return from the original site, who knows how long that will take. Besides, I have danger perception. If something feels off, I'll bolt. The scene shifts to original site 36, outside the outpost city. At this time, the Lord of Outpost 36, an epic tier powerhouse, was leading many experts in a head-on clash against a surging army of exotic beasts. Among them, the leading Elephant King was exaggeratedly huge, reaching a height of 100 meters. Every step it took caused terrifying tremors that shook the ground and mountains. Suddenly, boom, a terrifying sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out, as if something were rushing in at an incredible speed. A terrifying impact erupted, and even the 100-meter-tall Elephant King was sent flying. He, Muzzy, the Lord of Outpost 36, looked toward the western horizon. A swarm of ghost-eyed demon eagles was rushing toward the city at high speed. Those skilled in aerial flight, go intercept them immediately. After dropping those words, the Lord of Outpost 36 did not hesitate, immediately charging toward the airborne Elephant King to deliver a fatal strike. The Elephant King has fallen. Everyone charged together. Hearing this, everyone, filled with murderous intent, lunged at the exotic beast army without hesitation. A great battle broke out. That rare-tier Eagle King was soon slain by the combined efforts of Yuan Dongzi and several others, its blood dyeing the sky red. "Everyone follow me, kill every one of these damned exotic beasts," the blood-soaked Vice City Lord roared. A few days later, the human army returned to the base as victors. Yuan Dongzi spoke up to inquire, "City Lord He, how is my eldest disciple, Luo Tianshui, doing over in the main city?" The City Lord stood with his hands behind his back and replied, "Still the same, unsociable and unpopular. The parahuman class genius squad she's with left 2 days ago with Vice City Lord Ning to raid the Spiral Valley. If you wanted to go to the main city to see her, don't bother, you won't find her." The scene shifts to the Lu family ancestral home as Lu Chuanwu led Lin Zikin and the others into the burial chamber. This is the ancient bronze coffin where the Pavilion Master slumbers. The one lying inside is the Pavilion Master. Lin Zikin released his mental power, letting it sweep across the entire Lu family burial chamber, quickly scanning every corner. Mental power could not enter the interior of the ancient coffin. It would be repelled by the coffin, making it impossible to sense the person inside. Suddenly, a gentle female voice rang out in Lin Zichin's heart. Bone age not yet 20, biological rank already at advanced tier 4, and mental strength synchronized with blood qi intensity. To achieve this in a world so lacking in resources, I must say you are indeed a rare genius. That voice sounded somewhat weak, but hearing the voice suddenly echo in his mind, Lin Zikin couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The woman in the coffin was transmitting her voice to him. Lu Chuanwu looked surprised, then cupped his hands and said, "Pavilion Master, these are the 3 young geniuses I mentioned to you before. The one you just mentioned is indeed Lin Zikin, 19 years old, mastery of 5 rounds of body tempering, biological rank advanced tier 4. The voice of the Tianren Pavilion Master drifted from the ancient bronze coffin again. "Lin Zikin, my body is currently very weak. I need you to transmit some blood chi power to aid my recovery. In return, I will do my utmost to satisfy any request you make. Are you willing? Lin Zikin cupped his hands. As a member of the Tianren Pavilion, I am willing to provide blood chi power to the Pavilion Master without condition. Build favor first. I'll need a backer later. The voice continued from the ancient bronze coffin. Very well, once I have recovered I will keep my promise and fulfill any request. Now I will teach you how to transmit blood chi to help me awaken. Place your hand on the center of the bronze coffin lid and then release your blood chi. Lin Zikin thought to himself, danger perception. The moment there's a reaction, I'm running. In an instant, dense blood chi power surged from Lin Zikin's palm. It's being absorbed too fast. The blood chi in my body is almost drained. Lin Zikin frowned slightly at this. Fortunately, he had many blood recovery pills in his storage space to help him quickly restore his blood chi. Thus, Lin Zikin continued to supply the Tianren Pavilion Master inside the ancient bronze coffin while consuming blood recovery pills. After 20 minutes, seeing how much time had passed, Shen Qinghen couldn't help but look worried. She asked, Dean, it's been so long, why isn't it finished yet? Will Xiao Chen be okay? Lu Chuanwu comforted her. It's fine, the Pavilion Master and Lin Zikin surely know what they're doing. The fact that they're continuing proves it isn't a major problem. 30 minutes passed quietly. At this point, the runes on the ancient bronze coffin began to dim and the light faded. It stopped absorbing the blood chi from Lin Zichen's body. Immediately after, a heavy sound of friction suddenly rang out. The ancient bronze coffin is moving. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately moved his hand away from the coffin lid and took 2 light steps back. The crowd dispersed and Lin Zichen's gaze remained fixed on the ancient bronze coffin, his heart full of curiosity and anticipation for what was about to appear. The 3 behind him were no exception, all staring at the ancient bronze coffin without blinking. Next, the heavy coffin lid moved slowly, and accompanied by a faint ancient fragrance, a woman dressed in ancient-style Taoist robes stepped slowly out of the ancient bronze coffin, the Pavilion Master of the Tianren Pavilion, Qi Qingmo. To think she could lie in an ancient bronze coffin for so long without her physical body decaying. Lin Zichen intended to use danger perception first to check the Pavilion Master's biological information. Following the direction of the perception, Qi Qingmo looked up at Lin Zichen. Only at the advanced stage, yet you dare to probe another's biological information so freely. You certainly have some nerve. Lin Zichen snapped his eyes wide, feeling very surprised. He hadn't expected to be detected. Qi Qingmo then turned to Lu Chuanwu and asked, Dean Lu, how many members does our Tianren Pavilion have now? Lu Chuanwu answered respectfully. Reporting to the Pavilion Master, including yourself, there are 6 people in total. There is also one person who just joined the Tianren Pavilion a few days ago and hasn't fully integrated yet. So I didn't bring her this time. Qi Qingmo nodded slightly and didn't ask further, only saying to the 4, you have presumably all mastered the body tempering stage of the first half of the blood tempering art. Now I will teach you the method for opening acupoints. The Pavilion Master taught everyone the acupoint opening method from the second half of the blood tempering art. Unexpectedly, this method was nearly identical to the one Han Han had figured out herself. Opening acupoints wasn't difficult. The key lay in the rhythm of the impact. The only difficulty was that this method placed extremely high requirements on physical strength. I have already taught you the method for opening acupoints. Consider it compensation for the blood chi transmission just now. This twin light dark fruit belongs to you. Consuming it will have a massive strengthening effect on both your blood chi and spirit. Qi Qingmo lightly flicked her sleeve and a fruit interwoven with black and white appeared out of thin air in her palm. Immediately after, her figure blurred, and she appeared instantly before Lin Zichen, handing the fruit over. Take it. Lin Zichen's heart gave a jolt. Many thanks, Pavilion Master. Qi Qingmo slightly raised her hand, her fingertips lightly touching the ancient bronze coffin. There is no need to thank me, this is compensation, not a reward. I have matters to attend to and will take my leave for now. I will come find you again later. Dropping those words, Qi Qingmo's figure swayed slightly before everyone's eyes and vanished without a trace. Where did she go? The 4 of them were stunned simultaneously, completely unable to comprehend how Qi Qingmo had disappeared. Within a 1,000-meter radius, not a single trace of her aura could be sensed. She had vanished completely in an instant, as if she had never existed. Just what level of powerhouse is she? Song Yuyan turned to Lu Chuanwu and asked, Dean, do you know what level the Pavilion Master is? I feel her strength is terrifyingly high. Lu Chuanwu shook his head. Though I don't know her specific biological rank, based on the power she just displayed, he paused and added, I suspect the Pavilion Master is at least an epic tier powerhouse. It wasn't even out of the question that she was legendary tier. Legendary tier? Song Yuyan felt it was unlikely. That level would put her on par with the vice-governor. That's too exaggerated. Lu Chuanwu, however, was undeterred. What's so exaggerated about that? I even suspect the Pavilion Master is a super powerful, invincible mythic tier expert. If you've read the records from the ruins, you'd know that in that distant era, humans held the highest status among immortals and gods, and the strongest among them were also human. After hearing Lu Chuanwu's words, Lin Zikin fell into deep thought. He couldn't help but ask himself, what kind of era did Qi Qingmo live in? If such an era full of immortals and gods truly existed, where did those super-powerful beings go? Did they all seal themselves away to survive just like Qi Qingmo? If they were as strong as gods, why would they need to seal themselves to linger on in a state of living death? Lin Zichen's thoughts drifted further and further, his mind wandering into the realm of high fantasy. In a yet-to-be-discovered ancient ruin, Qi Qingmo surveyed the desolate scene, her exquisite brow furrowing slightly. The evolution resources she had accumulated were all gone. Most had likely been divided up among the disciples of the Tianren Pavilion while she was in her self-imposed seal. It seems that before I find a way out, I'll have to rely on that junior to transmit blood to sustain my life, Qi Qingmo murmured softly. Having said that, she gave a self-deprecating sigh. How the mighty have fallen. Back in the dormitory, Lin Zikin carefully washed the twin light dark fruit in his hand and then sliced it in two, intending to share it with Shen Qinghan. This is the twin light dark fruit the pavilion master gave us to share. Lin Zikin walked up to Shen Qinghan and handed her half of the fruit. Here, this half is for you. Shen Qinghan nodded. Okay. Taking a bite, the black and white flesh melted in her mouth, bursting with an extreme refreshing sweetness. So delicious, this fruit is a true delicacy. Suddenly, Lin Zikin cried out in surprise. My biological rank has actually increased by this much? Immediately after, Shen Qinghan also let out a cry of disbelief. Just how strong is the pavilion master to possess such rare treasures? My biological rank jumped from Advanced Tier 1 to Advanced Tier 3, and yours jumped directly from Advanced Tier 4 to Advanced Tier 5. Shen Qinghan calmed her emotions and said, It feels so surreal, freshman year isn't even over, yet I've already evolved into an advanced biological being. Lin Zikin nodded. Exactly. After evolving to the advanced rank, one meets the standard to enter the original site. I wonder if the original site is a strange world like the one from the military special training. Once the Tianren Pavilion recruits 100 new members, we should be entering the original site. We'll find out then. Just then, a female voice suddenly drifted in from the window. The original site you were just talking about. Shen Qinghan and Lin Zikin were startled by the sudden voice, their hearts pounding wildly. Qi Qingmo continued her inquiry. Exactly what kind of place is it? Lin Zikin quickly regained his composure and asked in confusion, Pavilion Master, why have you suddenly appeared here in the middle of the night? While he looked confused on the surface, he was already complaining wildly in his head. Was this fairy of great love some kind of pervert who liked to lurk outside windows like a ghost to eavesdrop? Qi Qingmo saw through their confusion but didn't explain, instead pressing for an answer. Can you give me a brief introduction to the original site? Under the pavilion master's questioning, Lin Zikin briefly explained what he knew about the original site and its relationship with Earth. In truth, the original site is like an enhanced version of Earth, possessing abundant evolution resources. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious villa in Shanghai City, 8th Elder, didn't the First Elder say we have to wait for him to issue the order for the total offensive on the surface before we can move against Lin Zikin? A man wearing a clover mask, the 8th Elder of the Sacred Tree Cult, said calmly, Waiting for the First Elder will be too late. If we wait for the total offensive order, a large number of mecha-modified powerhouses will surely reinforce Shanghai City immediately. By then, we won't have a good opportunity to ambush Lin Zikin like this. So, I have decided to attack him tomorrow night. As he spoke the last words, the 8th Elder stood up slowly from his seat, surveying the room with an overbearing and dominant presence. Do you support this or oppose it? We support the 8th Elder's decision. We will deal with Lin Zikin in one fell swoop elsewhere. Qi Qingmo's red lips parted slightly as she asked, What must be done to enter the original site? Every military headquarters at the provincial level or higher in Kyushu guards a biological channel connected to the original site. By passing through these biological channels, one can reach the original site. After listening to Lin Zichen's introduction, Qi Qingmo fell into deep thought. It seemed this original site was an unknown territory she had never set foot in. She would have to find an opportunity to explore it. Seeing Qi Qingmo remain silent for a long time, Lin Zikin hesitated before asking his previous question again. Pavilion Master, is there something important that brought you here so late? Qi Qingmo explained frankly. I've taken the liberty of visiting tonight because I traveled a long distance during the day, and my blood qi is almost completely exhausted. I need you to transmit blood qi to maintain my basic life force, which is why I came to find you. I intended to knock on the window, but I heard you talking about the original site and sat to listen for a while. Though it was a bit impolite, it wasn't by much. Lin Zikin complained a bit in his head before asking, "Pavilion Master, can't you produce your own blood qi?" "I cannot," Qi Qingmo replied calmly. "My path of evolution involves refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the spiritual energy of this world is nearly depleted. Without it, most of my bodily functions have ceased, and I cannot produce blood qi or spiritual sense. What I have is used and not replenished, until my life force is exhausted and I die. Before my body can produce blood qi on its own, I need you to transmit blood to me. Naturally, I will compensate you afterward." Standing aside, Shen Qing'an hesitated before speaking up weakly. "Pavilion Master, I am also an advanced pure-blood human. Why don't you absorb my blood qi instead? Xiao Chen was drained for so long during the day. If this keeps up, what if his body can't take it?" Qi Qingmo didn't even spare her a glance, only saying indifferently, "The quality of your blood qi is too low. It cannot be absorbed." Shen Qing'an froze. She had actually been snubbed. Qi Qingmo didn't care if Shen Qing'an felt slighted, simply turning to Lin Zikin and saying, "Open your mouth." Lin Zikin was confused. Seeing him open his mouth, Qi Qingmo raised a lily-white hand and flicked her finger, precisely shooting a red pill into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, turning into waves of rolling heat that surged through Lin Zikin's limbs and bones, causing his blood qi production speed to skyrocket. "This pill will assist you in rapidly producing blood qi." At some unknown point, Qi Qingmo had already teleported to the bed and lay down flat, her hands folded neatly over her abdomen. She spoke, "Come over and transmit your blood qi to me. Otherwise you will soon be bloated to the point of exploding by the continuously produced blood qi." Qi Qingmo then added flatly, "Just press your palm against the location of my heart and transmit the blood qi." The location of her heart? Wasn't that her chest? Lin Zikin looked at Qi Qingmo's full chest, feeling a wave of hesitation about whether he should press his hand there to transmit the blood qi. But after only a moment's hesitation, he quickly reached out and pressed his hand down, focusing his mind to begin the outward transmission of blood qi. "Whatever, if I hesitate any longer, my body is going to burst." To prevent his mind from wandering and affecting the flow of blood qi, Lin Zikin had no choice but to find a topic to distract himself. He turned his head toward Qi Qingmo, who was lying beside him, and asked, "Pavilion Master, you said earlier that your path is refining spiritual energy, yet you created the blood-tempering art. Does this prove you practiced both immortal and martial paths? Please say something to distract me." Qi Qingmo replied expressionlessly, "That is correct. Dual cultivation of immortal and martial paths," she explained simply. "Immortal refers to the path of refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while martial refers to body tempering. The blood-tempering art I created is a technique of the body-tempering path. These two paths of evolution are not ranked by high or low, only by direction. The immortal path focuses on spells, while the martial path focuses on the physical body. Though the directions differ, the ultimate end of both paths is the same. Which path one takes depends on personal talent, but for most organisms, refining spiritual energy is far easier than body tempering. Therefore, in my era, most powerhouses followed the path of refining qi." Hearing this, a question arose in Lin Zikin's mind. Since the ultimate end is the same, shouldn't one specialize in a single path? Why dual cultivate and split your focus? Because the spiritual energy at the time was becoming increasingly thin. The qi refiners of that era were forced to turn to body tempering. Otherwise they would have died in the approaching Dharma-ending age. The Pavilion Master continued to enlighten Lin Zikin. After the Dharma-ending age descended, all organisms of that era were doomed to die. Those who could seal their own lives like the Pavilion Master were in the end only an extreme few, the strongest among the strong. 6 hours later, Qi Qingmo sat up on the bed and said, "Very well, your internal blood qi is nearly depleted. Rest for the morning and we shall continue tonight." Qi Qingmo waved her hand, and a glass bottle containing over 10 pills appeared out of thin air in her palm. She casually tossed the bottle to Lin Zikin. "This is your compensation for the period you spend transmitting blood qi to me." They were the same pills he had just taken. These are blood-stabilizing pills. Taking them allows for rapid blood qi recovery. They are useful when impacting the heart or body acupoints, or when fighting for your life against a powerful enemy. Just as Qi Qingmo was about to leave, Lin Zikin remembered a very important question he hadn't asked and spoke up hurriedly. "Wait, Pavilion Master, I have one more question I'd like to ask." Qi Qingmo paused and turned back to look at Lin Zikin sitting on the bed, asking flatly, "What question?" Lin Zikin took out the mysterious runes he had recorded earlier and showed them to Qi Qingmo, asking, "Pavilion Master, do you recognize these runes?" Qi Qingmo glanced at them and shook her head. "I do not recognize them, though they seem similar to things I saw in certain ancient ruins during my era." Lin Zikin was somewhat surprised. He had assumed that with Qi Qingmo's lifespan and experience she would recognize them. Ancient ruins from the spiritual energy era. Could it be the underwater ruins from the Dean's video? Pavilion Master, please don't leave yet. I'm going to the Research Institute to get something for you to see. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan hurriedly got out of bed, put on her shoes and chased after him, shouting loudly, "Xiao Chen, wait for me, I'm coming with you. Hurry and show that video to the Pavilion Master." As soon as they entered the building, Lin Zichen led Shen Qinghan in a frantic sprint toward Lu Chuanwu's office. Halfway there, a figure suddenly stepped out from a nearby restroom. It was Song Yuyan. She wasn't wearing a jacket. Lin Zichen froze, and Shen Qinghan froze too. Sister Yan, why are you here?" Seeing the two of them come out, Song Yuyan tried to act as if nothing was wrong, but her tone was strangely stiff when she spoke. "It's so late. Why did you two suddenly run over here?" Lin Zichen had no time for explanations. "We're here to find the Dean's video of the underwater ruins to show the Pavilion Master. Sorry for the intrusion, we'll be off now, bye-bye." Dropping those words, Lin Zichen led Shen Qinghan away from the institute without looking back. What is even going on? Lin Zichen didn't dare waste a single second. He quickly returned to his room to retrieve his tablet and opened the copied video. On the screen was the underwater ruin he had visited all those years ago. Qi Qingmo's interest was successfully piqued. "Where is this underwater ruin?" Lin Zichen replied. "Sun Twin Bay, but it has disappeared. This video was taken by Dean Lu when he entered it many years ago. After he left, he tried to enter again but found the entrance had vanished." After saying this, Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan. Han. That year, Dean Lu brought back a bracelet made of shells and pearls from that ruin. Bring it out for the Pavilion Master to see." "No problem, I'll go get it right now." With that, Shen Qinghan quickly stepped into the room. After a moment of observation and sensing a flash of excitement crossed Qi Qingmo's eyes, she looked at the scene before her in disbelief and said, "This bracelet actually contains such dense spiritual energy from heaven and earth." Qi Qingmo looked at Shen Qinghan and asked, "Can you give this bracelet to me? I am in dire need of it right now." At that moment, Shen Qinghan nodded and looked aside. Lin Zichen made the decision for her. Since the Pavilion Master wanted it, they would naturally give it to her. Regardless, it would only realize its maximum value in the Pavilion Master's hands. Qi Qingmo looked at the two of them, a gratified smile appearing on her face. She then spoke slowly, "You two really are good children. In a while, when I enter the original site to find a way out, I will do my best to collect evolution resources for you." Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan thanked her in turn. "Many thanks, Pavilion Master." Qi Qingmo smiled and said, "It is I who should be thanking you. Not only have you transmitted blood qi to me, but you've even given me this bracelet filled with spiritual energy. This really is exactly what I needed when I needed it most. I won't rest. I'm going to Sun Twin Bay right now to look for those underwater ruins." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure blurred, and she vanished instantly from before their eyes. Shen Qinghan asked curiously, "Xiao Chen, do you think the Pavilion Master can find those ruins?" Lin Zichen shook his head. "We'll only know once she returns." At 1 p.m., with the sun high in the sky, Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan were all sitting cross-legged on yoga mats. They were focused intensely on impacting their acupoints, everyone's expression extremely concentrated. Ma Xiaowei walked in carrying a package. "Dean Lu, there's a package for you." Lu Chuanwu stepped forward and took the cardboard box from Ma Xiaowei's hand, asking in confusion, "I didn't buy anything. Could it be a surprise gift from one of my girlfriends?" The moment he tore off the seal, Lin Zichen's expression beside him changed drastically as he sensed a threat. "Not good, there's danger." He hurriedly shouted to stop him. "Dean, don't open the box, there's danger." "What's wrong?" Just then, a sudden change occurred. On the surface of the box, flower buds as red as dripping blood began to grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. "Not good. You are being invaded and corroded by the toxic blossoms of the exotic rank plant bloodwax flower. Antitoxin resistance 111. It was a trap." Realizing the pollen was toxic, Lin Zichen immediately shouted a warning to those around him and held his breath. "Don't inhale this pollen." At the same time, he activated his storage space biological attribute, intending to eliminate the threat first. With a thought, the cardboard box vanished instantly from its spot, stored away in his storage space. On the other side, Shen Qinghan and the others had already held their breath, but the red pollen could poison a target the moment it touched their skin. It seemed this pollen didn't just enter the body through respiration. Skin contact was enough to cause poisoning. Song Yuyan spoke with a mix of unease and confusion. "What's going on? Who on earth is attacking us?" Lu Chuanwu answered with his usual calm. "Judging by these methods, this is likely the work of the sacred tree cult." Shen Qinghan said anxiously, "Xiao Chen, the sacred tree cult is after you. Run. Don't worry about us." Bolstered by the clarity of mind state, Lin Zichen immediately expanded his mental perception, first using his attribute bonuses to search for the location of the sacred tree cult spies. He spread his mental power outward, covering the entirety of Shanghai University. He didn't miss a single corner. There were 7 extremely strong energy signatures heading this way. They were almost certainly the spies. With that thought, Lin Zikin didn't stay at the research institute to wait for fate to decide his end. He charged out immediately, heading for the crowded teaching area at maximum speed. Unfortunately, he hadn't made it far from the institute when he was intercepted by the director of academic affairs, who had suddenly accelerated to catch up. "Student Lin, why are you running so fast in school? Have you run into some kind of emergency?" Director Zhou Shaohui asked. His tone carried the heavy air of a school leader. Lin Zikin didn't respond. He lunged forward a step, closing the distance instantly, and then unleashed a heavy punch without warning aimed straight for the other's forehead. Zhou Shaohui hadn't expected Lin Zikin to strike so suddenly, but his face showed no sign of panic. He tilted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging the surprise attack. Lin Zikin's pupils constricted, so strong. His heart sank to rock bottom. The opponent was a rare-tier expert. Whir-whir, suddenly a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds rang out. Immediately after, countless vines erupted from the trees in the surrounding green belts, shooting toward Lin Zikin like arrows from a bow. His alertness is high. He attacked the moment he saw me without hesitation. But it ended there. Lin Zikin tried to dodge, but it was too late. Just as he moved, dozens of vines coiled around him with the force of a gale, binding his limbs and body in a death grip. Zhou Shaohui then ordered the 6 people who appeared behind him, "You 6, go to the research institute and capture all members of the Tianren Pavilion." Lin Zikin immediately moved his mind, activating the Lord of the Forest ability to try and control the vines coiling around him, forcing them to loosen. Lin Zikin reacted with lightning speed, vaulting directly into midair. He had to deal with these 6 spies first. PFFT, a series of muffled impacts followed as blood chi erupted, transforming into crimson arrows that pierced the hearts of those 6 men, killing them instantly. Witnessing 6 of his subordinates killed in the blink of an eye, Zhou Shaohui's face filled with horror. His eyes widened, unable to believe what had just happened. But that lapse in composure lasted only a moment, and he quickly regained his calm. Biological pressure, resistance to the blood wax flower toxin, and the ability to control vines. The number of abilities held within your body is simply unbelievable. Once he made his move, he no longer held back, directly erupting with his full strength and releasing an extremely terrifying rare-tier biological pressure. Boom! The horrific pressure crashed down like Mount Tai, forcing Lin Zikin to his knees, his entire body stiff and unable to move. "Stop your useless struggling and come back to headquarters with me quietly. The pressure is too strong, the gap in biological rank is too vast. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death." He soon thought of a way to escape. "Got it. I have the Lord of the Forest ability. I can control the plant roots to help me get away." While manipulating the roots, Lin Zikin struggled against the heavy, terrifying pressure on his body, asking with difficulty, "With strength this high, what is your true identity?" Zhou Shaohui said with a fake smile. "The 8th elder of the sacred tree cult. The cult can provide you with evolution resources beyond your imagination. Once you've joined, you'll realize how foolish it was to keep resisting. As for what those evolution resources are," he didn't answer immediately. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a playful cat-and-mouse smirk as he spoke slowly. "I know you're stalling for time. Give up, it's useless. All experts of advanced tier or higher in the province have gone to the original site battlefields to fight exotic beasts. No one is coming to save you," Lin Zikin said flatly. "I'll save myself." As soon as the words fell, a massive boom erupted from the ground beneath him. Boom! The soil beneath him collapsed instantly, forming a bottomless black hole. Using the distance he'd opened in a flash, he successfully escaped the suppression range of Zhou Shaohui's terrifying biological pressure. What? In a mere heartbeat, Lin Zikin had vanished completely from Zhou Shaohui's sight. Zhou Shaohui's gaze turned icy. HMPH, trying to run? He slammed his foot down, turning into an afterimage as he dove into the deep hole to hunt Lin Zikin. "You won't escape." About half a minute later, Zhou Shaohui began cursing in a rage. How can there be a tunnel underground? Did this kid fuse with giant mutant rat genes? How can he dig so well? After calming down slightly, Zhou Shaohui looked toward the deep hole and shouted, "Student Lin, I suggest you come out and surrender. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your parents in the residential district, would you?" Beneath the earth, Lin Zikin's expression shifted drastically upon hearing Zhou Shaohui's shout. Lin Zikin cursed inwardly with rage. "The thing I feared most happened anyway. That damn vice-governor is useless. He can't be relied on at all." Lin Zikin burst through the soil, appearing dozens of meters away from Zhou Shaohui. "Excellent. You're sensible. Your parents will be safe." Zhou Shaohui wasted no more breath, directly swinging thorny vines toward Lin Zicken. Lin would have to find another way later. To prevent him from escaping, Zhou Shaohui locked the blood chi within Lin's body. Damn it, my blood chi is being suppressed by these thorn vines. Just then, an ethereal female voice drifted down from high above. Not bad, to actually escape the pursuit of a rare-tier creature. Hearing this voice, both men looked up toward the source simultaneously. Pavilion Master Lin Zicken really is lucky. Is the Pavilion Master just back from Sun Twin Bay? Or did she sense the situation here? Doesn't matter. As long as she's back, there's hope. To actually be able to fly and to hover for so long without me noticing. Are there experts in Nanjing province I don't know? Zhou Shaohui felt a surge of panic in his heart and quickly asked, "Who are you?" Qi Qingmo looked at him with an indifferent gaze, her tone flat. "Not just any mere ant is worthy of knowing my name." Immediately after, she slowly extended her lily-white right hand toward Zhou Shaohui below, and made a grasping motion in the air. In the next second, Zhou Shaohui exploded where he stood, turning into a cloud of deep red blood mist. The mist suspended in the air, spinning continuously as it gradually condensed into a blood-red pill, which finally landed lightly in Qi Qingmo's palm. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zicken felt his scalp go numb, a bone-chilling horror rising within him. This red pill looked familiar. It's a bloodbath pill, killing to refine pills. Is this really the Fairy of Great Love? The more Lin Zicken looked, the more Qi Qingmo seemed like an evil cultivator who used human blood as medicine and slaughter for cultivation. Qi Qingmo tucked the freshly refined bloodbath pill into her sleeve, and then drifted slowly down to land in front of Lin Zicken, saying calmly, "There are still many people here with auras similar to that man just now. I'll solve them all for you while I'm at it." Looking at the spot where Qi Qingmo had vanished, Lin Zicken's legs went weak and he nearly knelt on the ground. "Godmother above, please accept your son's respects." In this moment, Lin Zicken was fully convinced that Qi Qingmo was his greatest backer. Forget that useless Yi Yangxing. This Pavilion Master was the thigh he had to cling to. Once the sacred tree cultists lurking in the school were cleared out, I went back to check on Han Han and the others, telling them about Zhou Shaohui being the 8th elder and how powerful the Pavilion Master was. Shen Qinghan left the research institute and took Lin Zicken back to the dormitory to rest. The Pavilion Master was simply too incredible. When the two returned to the dorm, Qi Qingmo, who had been sitting in quiet cultivation, suddenly spoke. "I have dealt with all the enemies here for you. If you encounter people with similar auras elsewhere in the future, I will kill them for you as well." Hearing this, Lin Zicken really wanted to kneel on the spot. What was a backer? This was a true backer. Qi Qingmo didn't know what he was thinking, only saying flatly, "Go rest. Once you've recovered, come and transmit blood chi to me." The process of transmitting blood chi to the Pavilion Master lasted for 6 hours. Every day following that, I also provided her with blood chi, ever since seeing her pill refining process. I really can't stomach those bloodbath pills. I'll stick to blood recovery pills to replenish my blood chi. 10 days later, at the Nanjing Provincial Military District headquarters, Qi Qingmo's silhouette appeared high in the sky. She stood suspended in the air, looking down at the scene below. The entrance to the original site was right here. "Who's there?" Soldiers below soon discovered her presence. Immediately after, a large group of mecha-modified humans shot into the sky from within the base. Before long, they had surrounded Qi Qingmo from all sides, sealing off all the space around her. In the next second, to everyone's astonishment, Qi Qingmo's figure vanished from the air, and the military district instantly fell into chaos. Where is she? How did she suddenly disappear? Go check the surveillance. When she reappeared, she was already standing beside the biochannel inside the base below. As she carefully observed the walls of the channel, a look of disbelief crossed her face. "It's actually a living thing. This channel is quite interesting. Outpost City 36, so this is the original site." Qi Qingmo soon passed through the biochannel, successfully stepping into the original site Lin Zicken had mentioned. Outpost City 36. This really is the original site. The moment she entered, Qi Qingmo sensed a strange energy in the air, entirely different from ordinary spiritual energy. The air here was permeated with a special energy. Though it wasn't spiritual energy, its intensity was no weaker. However, this also meant the creatures of this world were likely no weaker than those of the spiritual energy era. It would be best to proceed with caution. Several guards at the entrance discovered Qi Qingmo and immediately shouted sternly, "Who are you? How did you get in? Stop, don't move." Qi Qingmo turned a deaf ear to the guard's shouts. In a mere blink she vanished from their sight, seemingly evaporating into thin air. Quickly informed the city lord. Citywide lockdown. An unidentified woman just broke into the city. She can fly, and her biological rank is at least rare tier. While they were still shouting, Qi Qingmo had already stopped above a vast boundless primeval forest, her gaze scanning every tree and mountain range stretching to the horizon. Interesting. As Qi Qingmo observed the vast forest below, she couldn't help but marvel. The flora and fauna of this world were indeed very special. Suddenly her brow arched slightly as she looked down at a specific spot directly beneath her. In the next second several thorny vines burst from the forest below. Like giant pythons awakening, they shot frantically toward Qi Qingmo with ear-piercing whistles. Faced with the sudden attack, Qi Qingmo remained completely unruffled. HMPH, mere parlor tricks. With only a slight thought from Qi Qingmo, the lunging thorny vines were instantly crushed as if by an invisible force, exploding in midair and dissolving into dust. Boom! Just then an earth-shattering explosion erupted from deep within the forest below. A piercing whistle echoed through heaven and earth as countless towering trees gathered together, forming a massive tree dragon. The tree dragon soared into the air, circling above Qi Qingmo's head. Standing atop the massive tree dragon was a masked man. He looked down from his height, his voice as majestic and powerful as a great bell. "Who goes there?" As the masked man spoke, several more figures shot into the air from the jungle below. To think someone dared to intrude upon the sacred tree cult's territory alone. All the masked men surrounded Qi Qingmo, forming an encirclement from all sides. "Do you not know how to spell the word death?" Original site, Twisted Valley. "Damn it, it's an ambush." Qin Yuanbai, the vice city lord of city number 1. Behind him, several giant tree dragons over 1,000 meters long were in hot pursuit. Their massive frames tore through the air, racing at incredible speeds that made the entire sky vibrate violently. "City Lord Qin, you won't escape. Today not only will you die, but all the parahuman geniuses you brought with you will die as well. Unless you are willing to submit to the sacred tree cult and swallow a demon seed, then we might spare your life." He had intended to lead a team to wipe out a sacred tree cult base in the valley while training those parahuman geniuses, but he hadn't expected a spy from the cult to be in the group. He had to get those geniuses out of the valley and away from here safely, somewhere else. A young girl looking remarkably like Snow White was caught in a bitter struggle against a pack of fierce beasts. "Back with Qi Qingmo," the masked man roared loudly. "Die." Qi Qingmo was surrounded by hostile members of the sacred tree cult. Instead of choosing to flee, she prepared to show this foolish crowd the true power of a real immortal. The cult commander immediately realized he was in immense danger and fell into a panic. He hastily ordered his subordinates to retreat, but it was too late. With a simple wave of her hand, Qi Qingmo blew the commander to pieces. The remaining cultists watched this in absolute horror. Seeing their powerful leader instantly eliminated, they panicked and begged her for mercy. Qi Qingmo ignored their cries, unleashing a series of terrifying explosions that completely wiped out the rest of the ambush party in a matter of seconds. As the smoke cleared, she reached out to catch several glowing red energy beads that condensed from their corpses. Some surviving cultists tried to bargain, claiming they were forced to join the cult and promising to reveal supreme secrets if she spared them. However, Qi Qingmo still eliminated them. While collecting the final energy beads, she noticed something strange. None of the masked warriors possessed high-grade energy cores. She realized these people, much like herself, must be Earth humans who had crossed over through portals rather than powerful local monsters. Humans were simply too weak to provide the high-quality energy sources she needed to recover her strength. She looked down at the pack of fierce, red-eyed beasts in the dark forest. She decided to hunt these local creatures to see just how much power they possessed. As Qi Qingmo flew above the treetops, the local beasts spotted her. Realizing she was human, they quickly pounced, eager to tear her to pieces. Qi Qingmo calmly raised her hand and made a simple gesture. She detonated a terrifying explosion that illuminated the entire sky, completely vaporizing the swarm of monsters and leaving herself covered in their blood. She enjoyed the familiar sensation of battle, yet she sighed because this was not blood qi, meaning she could not absorb it to heal her empty energy reserves. She still needed to channel Lin Zichen's blood qi to fully recover, but this was a good start. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed several blue fluorescent crystals falling from the corpses of the defeated beasts. She grabbed one and realized they were not ordinary stones, but incredibly pure spiritual energy crystals containing far more energy than the ordinary spiritual stones of her ancient era. Seeing this as an easy way to regain her strength, she used her power to collect all the crystals. She decided that her primary goal for now would be to gather as many of these pure stones as possible to see if they could be utilized. To gather more loot, she flew toward a deeper rocky canyon, searching for larger packs of monsters to eliminate. Deep within the winding valley, the human defense force was facing a nightmare. A giant wooden dragon coiled above their heads, ready to destroy everything with its bloody ragged wings. Vice City Lord Qin Yuanbai screamed at the students to run. The injured Luo Tianshui struggled to her feet, sprinting through the narrow canyon alongside her classmates. While colossal wooden roots rained down from above, they tried desperately to escape, but the enemy was simply too fast. A sharp root snagged her ankle and hoisted her high into the air. She was bound tightly alongside her terrified classmates. She knew the sacred tree cult wanted to turn them into soulless puppets, and she refused to allow herself to be controlled and forced to slaughter her own compatriots. She decided to sacrifice herself by self-detonating her energy source. Bound tightly by the giant wooden roots of the sacred tree cult, Luo Tianshui knew she could not escape and prepared to use energy self-detonation as a last resort. Just as she braced for the end, the nearby cultists were suddenly awed by a powerful aura. Qi Qingmo appeared high in the sky like an all-knowing, all-powerful immortal. Unaware of how much stronger she was, the cultists quickly gathered and launched an attack to bring her down. As the cultists charged, Qi Qingmo did not flinch in the slightest. With a simple wave of her hand, she unleashed a massive fire explosion, turning the entire attacking force to ashes in seconds. Witnessing this terrifying scene on the ground, Vice City Lord Qin Yuanbai was utterly shocked. The powerful cultists who had driven them into a corner had been easily eliminated by such a casual gesture. Luo Tianshui and the other survivors could only watch with wide eyes, wondering who this mysterious and powerful savior could be. The legendary ancient powerhouse was only just getting started. She flew deeper into the original site and began a hunting frenzy. Using her formidable strength, she eliminated and refined every beast she encountered. Remembering her promise to Lin Zikin, she continued to hunt down the remaining cultists lurking in the area, completely destroying their base. Deep in the forest, a green monster giant quickly reported terrifying news to the masked cult leader. A woman of extraordinary strength clad in ancient Taoist robes had appeared in the area and was completely decimating their plans. The monster delivered the worst news possible. The cult's advanced leader, 2 protectors and 3 elders had all been killed, and all of their bases had been leveled to the ground. This came as a massive shock to the masked cult leader. She demanded to know how this could have happened, quickly suspecting that high-level traitors within their ranks had leaked secrets to destroy them. Watching her entire plan fall apart, she decided she could wait no longer. Terrified of losing everything, she ordered her subordinates to contact the first elder on Earth, and immediately launch a massive offensive on Shanghai City. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, Lin Zikin was celebrating his immense success. After a grueling effort, he was covered in sweat but had successfully opened the special energy acupoint in his brain. Han Han leaned in to tease him, asking if his wide grin meant success. He laughed heartily and asked if she had opened her own acupoints. With a proud lie, Han Han claimed she had finished a full 10 minutes before him. She demanded he admit how amazing she was, while Lin Zikin smiled happily and praised his brilliant girlfriend. The playful atmosphere vanished the moment she sat up and stared directly into his eyes with an extremely serious expression. She said she had an important question to ask him. She brought up the rigorous energy training he had undergone with their beautiful master. With a sweet yet hair-raising smile, she asked what Qi Qingmo's chest had felt like when he touched it. Lin Zikin instantly froze, his face turning beet red. He nervously explained that he was desperately fighting to survive at the time and had absolutely no room for such thoughts. Han Han didn't believe him. She pouted, crossed her arms and called him a liar, saying he had spent so many days with her and must know her size. Lin Zikin waved his hands in a panic, explaining that the dangerous energy had made his hands burn like fire, so he couldn't feel anything else. She narrowed her eyes, trying to see if he was truly telling the truth, drenched in cold sweat from the tension. He swore on his life that he was telling the truth. But their bickering was suddenly interrupted by a violent tremor. The entire room shook fiercely, and they opened their eyes wide, gripping the edge of the bed. Both wondered if a major earthquake was hitting the city. 30 minutes before the chaos began, in the underground palace 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, the first elder of the sacred tree cult received the leader's direct order. He prepared to activate their ultimate weapon and begin the invasion immediately. He cut his own hand, letting his blood drip onto a bizarre red seed. The seed immediately began to whisper, craving more blood. Simultaneously, colossal twisted wooden roots began to burrow out of the ground. These roots quickly wrapped around one another, forming a massive wooden face. The new monster complained that its body was still too weak and needed a massive amount of blood to grow. Fortunately, the first elder had prepared the perfect solution: 1,000 giant mutant rats for it to consume. A massive army of giant mutant rats was released, charging toward the hungry roots in a frantic stampede. The roots attacked immediately, impaling the beasts in a bloody frenzy. The giant wooden face watched the slaughter, declaring that it wanted to absorb all this blood to grow into a 1,000-meter-tall tree. The monster planned to sink its roots deep into the earth to completely control everything within a 10-mile radius. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, interrupting Lin Zikin and Han Han's playfulness. They looked out the window in terror, realizing that it was all real. the sacred tree cult had officially launched an attack on Shanghai City, and their giant wooden monster already towered over the ruins. To make matters worse, a familiar and dangerous enemy had also joined the fray. Floating above the collapsing city was the nine-tailed demon fox, who mockingly asked her slave on the small bed if he could still resist her illusions. As a Tier 9 peak powerhouse, she was incredibly strong. Amidst the chaotic ruins, a crying sound caught the nine-tailed demon fox's attention. On the shattered street below, a terrified little girl sat all alone, crying out for her mother. Descending slowly to the ground, the powerful fox demon uncharacteristically felt a trace of pity for this helpless child. She spoke softly to the little girl, handing her a red glowing pill and promising it would heal all her wounds. The crying girl immediately swallowed the pill, and a glowing protective rune instantly surrounded her, sealing her wounds in a matter of seconds. But this act of kindness enraged the giant tree monster in the rear. The massive wooden face angrily reminded her that they had come to conquer Earth, which meant they should be killing humans, not saving them. The nine-tailed demon fox didn't care at all. She crossed her arms and countered that she had zero interest in conquering Earth. She was merely borrowing their spatial portal to find her favorite human. She reminded the god of plants that her home, Mount Qingzu, belonged to the neutral faction and did not wish to take anything by force. To prove it, she activated a massive glowing magic circle on the street, lifting cars and innocent citizens, and safely teleporting them out of the battlefield. Inside the apartment, Lin Zikin stared at the giant tree monster towering over the city. He realized that since all of Earth's strongest guardians were currently locked in fierce battles elsewhere, no one was coming to save them. They had to stop this disaster themselves. Suddenly, Han waved her phone, warning him that Shanghai University had just issued an emergency notification. Staring at the screen, they read the urgent order stating that any student of Tier 5 or higher had to immediately report to the school gymnasium to assist in saving the city. The school took an extremely harsh stance, threatening expulsion or even imprisonment for anyone who attempted to flee. Realizing they had no choice and that the situation was far more severe than they had imagined, Lin Zikin and Han packed their things and headed straight for the gymnasium. The military took swift action, deploying heavy fighter jets and advanced drones directly toward the center of the giant roots to assess the scale of the threat. A massive sinkhole was threatening the very foundations of the city, prompting the military to send specialized exploration equipment deep into the subterranean abyss in an attempt to discover what was lurking below. As the device descended into the pitch-black tunnels, the live stream displayed some truly terrifying sights. Dozens of eyes glowing red were staring back at them from the darkness. But before the equipment could transmit any more data, a giant mutant rat lunged out of the shadows. It smashed the drone directly, causing it to explode in a ball of fire. On the surface, the leading robots immediately opened fire, launching a brilliant rain of red lasers that incinerated the giant mutant rats surging from underground into ashes. However, the rat swarm was far too massive to control. The front line collapsed rapidly, and panicked soldiers screamed for help over the radio. In the Shanghai University gymnasium, students watched the live military news on large screens. Panic spread through the crowd as they realized the city was on the verge of destruction. Han hugged Lin Zikin tightly, terrified that Shanghai would turn to ashes like other cities in past disasters. But Lin Zikin held her even tighter, calmly telling her that everything would be fine. To restore order, the vice dean of the Cybernetics Academy stepped onto the stage. He loudly ordered the panicked students to quiet down and listen. He clearly explained the current situation. The sacred tree cult was unleashing a massive rat plague to attack the city center, and as Shanghai University students, their mission was to head to the front line to help defend the city. However, instead of feeling afraid, Li Moyu and his friends were thrilled. They realized these mutant rats were the perfect opportunity to easily collect high-value resources without having to risk their lives in the dangerous original site, making it a safe way to increase their strength. The excited students quickly boarded military transport buses. They headed straight for the giant wooden avatar of the sacred tree cult. The buses arrived at the debris-strewn city center, stopping on the cracked streets. A large group of students eagerly disembarked, ready to begin the mission. The moment they stepped onto the road, an ordinary Tier 8 mutant rat suddenly burst from the ruins, its sharp claws lunging straight for Han. Han didn't run. She stood calmly in place, condensing blue spiritual energy, her gaze locked onto the pouncing beast. With a clean and swift heavy blow, she shattered the giant rat's head in a single strike. To utilize her spoils to the absolute limit, Han decided to try the special harvesting technique Qi Qingmo had taught her to extract the residual red life essence from the beast corpse. She collected the glowing red energy into a small vial, believing this was the best way to squeeze every last drop of power from the defeated monster. Not far away, Lin Zicken was busy collecting his own spoils. Sitting on a monster's corpse, he unleashed his powerful devouring ability on the pile of giant dead mutant rats. The system prompted him that he had absorbed enough life essence to complete the unlock of the giant mutant rat encyclopedia. This granted him a new skill called burrowing instinct, which enhanced his digging and earth-breaking capabilities. But before he could celebrate, a massive boom shook the entire street, and Lin Zicken immediately sensed a colossal and dangerous enemy, rushing toward them at an incredible speed. And that brings us to the end of today's dramatic events. Overall, the journey of Lin Zicken and Shen Qinghan offers quite a refreshing perspective on the combination of traditional pureblood martial arts and modern evolutionary technologies, alongside the strong bond between this childhood couple. Our recap video today ends here at chapter 104 of the original manhwa. Instead of waiting for the next chapters of this specific series, you are more than welcome to explore many other fascinating stories of various genres that are already available on our channel. If you found this video helpful, please consider giving it a like, subscribing, and hitting the notification bell to support BALA Manhua Recaps. Your support is a massive motivation for the channel to keep improving and presenting more works in the future. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next videos.